model is the transition from indeterminacy to determinacy. The explanation is that whereas in Plato it is obviously the insight into the nature of number which supports and directs his thinking and conceptualization, in Aristotle it is the insight into the nature of what lives. 200, emphasis in original. The living thing cannot be described as a combination of different eidetic determinations, rather it is the transition and ascendance of the immature to the ripe. 210, emphasis in original. Here we also have a different conception of the essence of the logos. It is not merely a synthesis, but refers to something, and in doing so can not only express its essence but can also attribute to it properties lying outside its essence. 213. While one might assume that given the affinity we have seen between his own hermeneutics and the Platonic conception of logos, Gadamer is here on Plato's side, it is not so simple. Gadamer in fact sees a serious limitation in the Platonic conception of logos as a sumploke of ideas. It cannot explain either not being or falsehood. Already in an essay entitled Plato and the Pre-Socratics from 1964, 1985-95, 6:5870, Gadamer charged Plato's conception of not being in the Sophist with wavering between the formal category of being other and the concrete category of alteration. 70, and claimed that the real breakthrough was made by Aristotle in determining not being as the not yet being of the eidos, as the possibility of being. In brief, Plato's numerical conception of logos leads him to interpret not being as the difference between 198. Francisco J. Gonzalez. 198. Eidos and another eidos, whereas Aristotle, modeling his conception of logos on the concrete living thing, can interpret not being as the not yet of what has a certain eidos only potentially. In Plato's unwritten dialectic, Gadamer notes that Plato's conception of logos requires him to interpret the falsehood of a sentence such as Theodore flies as lying simply in an incompatibility in ideas. Gadamer 1980, 148. To this Gadamer objects, for pseudos does not lie in falsely speaking of one thing as another but only in speaking of it as something which it is not. The being of not being lying in difference from, which is displayed in the sophist, provides only the formal prerequisite of the actual pseudos. 153. 11. Here again Aristotle represents a major advance. 12. Also important is Gadamer's suggestion in Plato and the Pre-Socratics that Aristotle's interpretation of not being as the not yet of natural things reaching maturity enables him to break with Plato's tendency to think in terms of techn. 1985-95, 6:70. If Gadamer seeks to harmonize Plato and Aristotle, it is not to suggest that Aristotle simply repeats Plato. On the contrary, the move from Plato to Aristotle is always for Gadamer a move towards greater conceptual sophistication. If he in Amicus Plato expresses some doubts about the principle he learned from Heidegger that one must turn to Aristotle for the translation of Plato's philosophy into concepts, Gadamer 1980, 197, he in fact will never abandon this principle, concluding, for example, his 1978 book, to be discussed below, with the claim that in Aristotle's thought, what Plato intended is transferred to the cautious and tentative language of philosophical concepts. Gadamer 1986, 178. Fourth period, 1970s. The 1970s can be identified as a new period of Gadamer's Plato interpretation because, while the decade culminates in the book just referred to, a book that takes up and develops themes already mentioned, it also is defined by studies of individual dialogues that emphasize what Gadamer will call the harmony of logos and ergon. The defining essay is the 1972 Logos and Ergon in Plato's Lysis, Gadamer 1980, 120. Gadamer here claims that if the usual approach to the Lysis has found in it only a muddled zigzagging from one point to another and can find no logic at all in the discussion which Socrates conducts, this is because it fails to take the principle of the Doric harmony between logos and ergon as its guide. 6. However, Gadamer's invocation of this principle here is odd for two reasons. First, the principle is not found stated in the Lysis nor in any of the dialogues to which he will apply it, but only in the Laches, a dialogue to which Gadamer never devotes a detailed reading. Furthermore, even in that dialogue it is not, as Gadamer wrongly asserts. 1. Socrates, who speaks of a Doric harmony of logos and ergon, but the distinctly unphilosophical general Laches, who appeals to it to make the point that talk is cheap if not backed up by action. Laches 188d. Even if Socrates himself does refer to the principle later, 193d, he calls it Laches' principle, according to your logos. Ironically, Gadamer's citation of the principle out of context itself ignores the harmony of logos and ergon in the Laches. Second, Gadamer's own reading of the Lysis does anything but show a harmony between logos and ergon within it. What must count as the central ergon of the dialogue is the way in which Socrates, in pretending to show the young man Hippothales how to seduce the young boy Lysis, engages both Lysis and his friend Menechenius in a philosophical conversation that enables Socrates at the end to count himself their friend, Lysis 223a. But of this ergon Gadamer says nothing. Instead, the sole ergon that guides his reading is the fact that Lysis and Menechenius are children. This necessitates the aporetic ending, since children do not yet know what friendship is. 1986, and what friendship is can indeed be asked only of those who are older. 8. But if the children are as such unable to understand the truth of friendship, Socrates also seems determined on Gadamer's reading too. 199. Gadamer and Plato, an unending dialogue. 199. Keep this truth from them. Thus when Socrates, after concluding that it is those who are oikioi, akin, who are friends, suggests that a distinction is to be made between being oikion and being the same, Lysis 222b, Gadamer asserts that Socrates is making every effort to obscure the truth to which the discussion leads. 1980, 20. The truth being, according to Gadamer, that oikion equals same, and what is called oikion and the same can also be called the good. 20, with the result that only the good are friends. Thus we see that on Gadamer's reading, far from being found in a harmony between the ergon and the logos of the dialogue, the truth about friendship is at odds with both. It is no wonder then that Gadamer concludes with the otherwise surprising claim that the Doric harmony of logos and ergon will be constructed only by Plato's philosophical utopia. 20. On his reading the Lysis proves a dystopian disharmony. 13. We fail to understand why Gadamer reads the dialogue in a way so at odds with his own principle, however, until we recognize that he is reading it through Aristotle. It is the Aristotelian conception of genuine friendship as existing only between the good that is the truth Gadamer finds obscured by the youth of the interlocutors and the inadequacies of the argument. Thus when Socrates argues against the thesis that those who are alike in being good are friends, Gadamer describes him as obscuring the beautiful Platonic truth that friendship is possible only between those who are good. 12. When at one point Socrates identifies the object of friendship with what is really dear, Gadamer practically quotes the Nicomachean Ethics in explanation. Friendship and love are fundamentally defined by the fact that something or someone is never dear to me because of this or that pleasure or advantage which the other thing or person provides for me. 16. The reference here is to Aristotle's distinction of genuine friendship from friendships of pleasure and of utility, a distinction found nowhere in the Lysis. We thus see already from this essay two problems with Gadamer's studies from this period. 1. For all his talk of the Doric harmony between ergon and logos, little of such a harmony is actually found in his specific readings of the dialogues. 2. The dialogues are read from the perspective of a doctrine that is generally Aristotelian. The 1973 essay The Proofs of Immortality in Plato's Phaedo, Gadamer 1980, 2138, indeed appears to demand that we make the disharmony between ergon and logos the starting assumption of our interpretation. Thus Gadamer claims that any analysis of the Phaedo must presuppose that its proofs for the immortality of the soul are deeply dissatisfying and unconvincing. 22, whereas the human presence of Socrates is convincing. Thus the Phaedo's poetic power to convince is stronger than its argument's logical power to prove. 22. Emphasis in original. This presupposition results in a dismissiveness and carelessness with respect to the arguments especially evident in Gadamer's treatment of the final and most complex argument. Gadamer reads the argument as speaking only of the necessary connection between two ideas, that of the soul and that of life, and as concluding the immortality of the soul from the mere exclusion of one idea, death, by another, life. In doing so, however, Gadamer completely ignores the central accomplishment of the argument, the introduction of a class of things that are not themselves id but that always participate in one eidos and exclude its opposite, such as fire always participating in heat and excluding cold, in contrast to things capable of admitting opposite id in different respects or at different times, such as Simmias being both tall and short. The final argument classifies the soul as the first kind of thing, not itself an eidos, but as the cause of life, necessarily participating in one eidos, life, and excluding its opposite, death. Gadamer also ignores the crucial final move of the argument, the inference from deathless to indestructible, an inference intended precisely to move beyond eidetic relationships to the actual immortality of the particular soul. In the essay Plato as Portraitist, Gadamer refers to this inference, but finds it hard to understand. 1985-95, 7:239. Socrates indeed claims that the hypotheses of this argument must be examined again and again, but Gadamer's reading in contrast makes the 200. Francisco J. Gonzalez. 200. Argument completely beside the point, as he explicitly takes the first proof to be 1980, 25. The principle operative here appears to be that of ergon to the exclusion of logos. And if Aristotelian doctrine is not in this case the lens through which the dialogue is interpreted, that is because this role is served instead by Kantian doctrine. Immortality for Plato is, like freedom for Kant, Gadamer asserts, an idea that cannot be proven but that is nevertheless to be defended against scientific doubt. 37-38. Gadamer's third reading of a Platonic dialogue from this period, Idea and Reality in Plato's Timaeus from 1974, Gadamer 1980, 156-93, is significant for two reasons. First is Gadamer's insistent and persistent aim in the essay of a demythologizing of the Timaeus, 190. Since the dialogue fails, inadvertently, intentionally, to integrate the mythical narrative with Plato's dialectic, 158, we are faced with the methodological problem of extracting the substantive content of the narrative, extracting its rational themes from a kind of story which, in fairy tale fashion, is peculiarly loose, incoherent, and elusive. 160. Here too there is apparently no harmony between ergon and logos or, at least, no harmony between form and content. We thus see that Gadamer's earlier insistence that all claims in a Platonic dialogue are to be interpreted ironically does not at all preclude looking for a literal doctrine hidden behind the irony. The dialogue presents us with the specific methodological problem of digging out the factual value of what is stated from behind Plato's facile way of telling it with all his puzzling vacillations and touches of irony. 160. What this approach allows Gadamer to do is to confine to the mythical narrative the demiurge and its function of bringing order to what is disordered and to insist that in fact, in literal truth, as it were, this order pre-exists in what is disordered. This takes us to the second important contribution of this essay, whereas in earlier studies, as we have seen, what Gadamer has emphasized in the arithmos model and in the doctrine of the principles of the one and the indeterminate dyad is the radical indeterminacy and open-endedness they express both in our language and in reality. Here Gadamer emphasizes their guarantee of intelligibility and rationality at all levels of reality. If there is no one without the indeterminate dyad, the opposite also holds. No intelligent demiurge is needed because there is no reality that is not already in itself ordered and rational. 176-77. As Gadamer succinctly states the point, mathematics is indeed a divine thing, but it requires no God to do it. 179-80. The implications of this reading are most evident in Gadamer's interpretation of the CHRA. Not only does he demythologize it in identifying it with space, 174-75, not only does he speak of the lawfulness of space, 177, but he makes this extraordinary claim: the consideration of the CHRA is motivated solely by the question of how within what is irrational and unreasonable, reason, i.e. logically understandable necessity, still prevails. 179. If the CHRA itself is rational, necessity also of course, is reasonable, i.e., logically understandable and accommodating to reason. 182. The demiurge persuading necessity is only a metaphor because necessity already proves to be beautiful itself. 186-87. By demythologizing the Timaeus, Gadamer is thus able to identify its literal doctrine with a conception of reality that sees order, rationality, and beauty as going all the way down. In a strikingly candid moment in the essay, before insisting that what the demiurge is described as ordering is pre-order and itself rational, Gadamer writes, "At this point I diverge from the usual explanation of Plato's line of thought here because I have been unable to arrive at anything reasonable by pursuing it." 176. Since we have seen Gadamer himself earlier explain the difference between Plato and Aristotle by claiming that for Aristotle the emphasis is on determinacy and not indeterminacy, amicus Plato, in Gadamer 1980, 205, it is hard not to conclude that Aristotle is here the standard for what Gadamer finds reasonable. We hereby arrive at Gadamer's most detailed effort to harmonize Plato and Aristotle, the 1978 book, The Idea of the Good in Platonic Aristotelian Philosophy. I must limit myself to highlighting some of its key contributions to the evolving interpretation I have been documenting. At the 201. Gadamer and Plato, an unending dialogue. 201. Very outset of the book, Gadamer questions the developmentalist interpretations of both Aristotle and Plato, that is, of Aristotle as starting out as a Platonist and gradually becoming critical of the Platonic position, of Plato as gradually developing the theory of ideas and coming later to recognize serious problems with it. It should be noted, however, that Gadamer accepts without question the standard, at the time, chronological ordering of Plato's dialogues. Thus the aporetic, negative dialogues form a group, Gadamer 1986, 22, to be attributed to the early Plato, 24, and the Republic is seen as going far beyond the Socratic dialogues, 23, with the Phaedo as the important transition. If he rejects developmentalism, this is because he denies that Plato ever defended a separation, rhismos, between the intelligible ideas and sensible objects. The complete separation of the world of the ideas from the world of appearances would be a crass absurdity. 16, as Plato himself shows through the harshest aporia of the Parmenides. 17. 14. The Parmenides is not a self-critique, but a fending off of over's implications in any dogmatic conception of a doctrine of the ideas. 10. But what is new here is Gadamer's defense of a different kind of rhismos in Plato, one that allows him to say that the rhismos is not a doctrine that must first be overcome. Rather, from beginning to end, it is an essential component of true dialectic. 1920. This is the rhismos which, as the severance of the noetic from the sensory, of true insight from mere points of view, is the truth of moral consciousness. 18. Aristotle critiques this Platonic rhismos, according to Gadamer, only because he wants to emphasize physics and the logical primacy of a given particular. 20. 15. Something else new here, and seemingly at odds with what we have seen suggested in earlier studies, is Gadamer's claim that Plato himself saw that knowledge of the good cannot be understood using techne as a model. 33. A claim that brings Plato in line with Aristotle's own distinction between phronsis and techne. Gadamer insists in this context that Platonic dialectic is not a techne but rather a way of being. 38-39. Even the method of division, diaresis, in later dialogues is not a scientific method, but simply a form of that ability to give justification which characterizes the man Socrates in his holding undies concertedly to what he had recognized to be good. 42. It is the sophists who represent the technical mentality and who therefore are combated in a dialogue like the Protagoras. Indeed, Gadamer's most important suggestion here is that the aporia in which the aporetic dialogues end, rather than representing a failure of knowledge, has the positive function of distinguishing moral knowledge from technical knowledge. 50-51. Here the Platonic and Aristotelian positions on moral knowledge become indistinguishable. This assimilation indeed becomes complete when Gadamer insists that Socrates' identification of virtue with knowledge, singled out for criticism by Aristotle, is only a provocation. In reality, Aristotle's claim that arete is not logos but is metalogou is in complete agreement with what Socrates and Plato intended to say. 60. In explaining why Aristotle then pretends there is a disagreement here, Gadamer writes, Aristotle has a way of taking statements not as they were intended, but literally, and then demonstrating their one-sidedness. Aristotle's use of dialectic consists in balancing off the one-sidedness of one person's opinion against the one-sidedness of someone else's. 60. In other words, Aristotle does not read the statements in a Platonic dialogue ironically, as we have seen Gadamer insist on doing from the beginning. But note what is odd here: if Aristotle reads statements in the dialogues literally in order to give himself a target against which to define his own position, Gadamer reads them ironically in order to bring them into agreement with. 202. Francisco J. Gonzalez. 202. Aristotelian doctrine, as we see not only here but in all the studies from this period. We have another example of this here when Gadamer, in turning to the Platonic characterization of learning as recollection, insists that we must abstract from Plato's mythical mode of presentation if we want to understand what he is getting at. 55. The result is that what Plato is getting at turns out to be something Aristotle could accept, that we can interpret something only in relation to what we already know. 57-59. Gadamer's return to the Republic in this book adds an important qualification or clarification to his utopian reading. Rejecting the reading of those who, like Leo Strauss and Alan Bloom, interpret the utopia only negatively as showing an irresolvable conflict between the theoretical life and the political life, Gadamer proposes reading the utopia dialectically, where this means relating these utopian demands in each instance to their opposite, in order to find, somewhere in between, what is really meant. 71. So for instance, the total elimination of the family is meant to point to the ruinous role of family politics in Athens and elsewhere. 71, and suggests, as an in-between, minimizing its influence. The proposal of the philosopher king points to the ruinous result of statesmen not aiming at the good and not knowing reality, and suggests as an in-between a state so arranged that the exercise of the power of government will be carried out as a public office and not exploited as a chance to advance one's own interests. 72. Of course, it is not hard to see that the dialectic always results in a position perfectly in line with Aristotle's conception of politics. Gadamer next returns to the topic of his first book on Plato, the Philebus. A central concept of this dialogue is that of mixture. The conception of the good life defended in the dialogue is that of a mixture of knowledge and pleasure. This in turns corresponds to the mixture of limit, paris, and the unlimited, apeiron. In his earlier book, Gadamer claimed that this mixture must be understood purely ontologically and charged Plato with having no conceptual awareness of this in treating it ontically. See 1991, 132-33. Gadamer now takes the very different approach of insisting that the notion of mixture is in both cases a mythical metaphor. For one thing, there is neither a craftsman of the cosmos outside of the limit and the unlimited capable of mixing them together, nor a craftsman of life standing outside of life and capable of mixing together its components of knowledge and pleasure. 1986, 114. Furthermore, and more importantly, the things supposedly mixed here cannot exist apart from each other. 113. If one suspects that again what we will find behind the mythical metaphors is Aristotle, Gadamer does not leave us guessing when he asserts that Aristotle's ethics and physics can be understood as a translation of the metaphors of the Philebus into concepts. 115. Even the transcendence of the idea of the good beyond being in the Republic becomes here for Gadamer only a mythical form of expression for the literal truth expressed in the Philebus, though even this literal truth requires some non-literal interpretation on Gadamer's part. If the good is described in the dialogue as taking refuge in the beautiful, this means for Gadamer, first, that it appears in the beautiful, then that it is this appearance, of itself and according to its own nature. The good is appearance, erschienen, lighting up, aufschienen, shining forth, hierochienen, or in Greek, ekphanisthai. 116. 16. Gadamer here again invokes the arithmos model, but now to insist that the one is not separate from the many but exists only in the many, true reality, or being. is one but nevertheless in all the many things. 118. As Gadamer recognizes, this interpretation renders Aristotle's critique of Plato's idea of the good in all of his ethical treatises puzzling, to say the least. Here again Gadamer explains that Aristotle's arguments are based on a literal reading of Plato's metaphorical statements within the framework of his own conceptual apparatus. But just for this reason they miss what Plato intended. 145. After discussion of the ways in which Aristotle's critique of Plato here also undercuts itself, Gadamer nevertheless acknowledges in concluding the book that in basing 203. Gadamer and Plato, an unending dialogue. 203. The question about being on the physe onta and not on the universality of the eidos or mathematical eidetic configurations, Aristotle did indeed subject Plato's teachings to a radical critique. 177. But this supposedly radical critique has received practically no attention in the book, and Gadamer concludes by insisting that Aristotle nevertheless carried out what Plato intended, simply translating his mythical expression into the language of philosophical concepts. 178. Fifth period, 1980s. The last studies address general themes and reflect and build on Gadamer's earlier studies. Here again it is only possible to highlight some of the new contributions. First, it is necessary to say a word about the 1982 essay, Mathematics and Dialectic in Plato, Gadamer 1985-95, 7:2-9312. This essay is devoted to a reading of the Theaetetus, although the title might not immediately suggest this since, as Gadamer observes, this dialogue has not been previously placed at the center of the topic Plato and Mathematics. 293. If I have suggested above that Gadamer's practice in interpreting individual dialogues often falls well short of his principle of the harmony of logos and ergon, his reading of the Theaetetus, which again invokes this principle, is in this respect largely a success. Specifically, Gadamer has the merit of asking questions that too often go unasked in readings of this dialogue. Why is the mathematician Theodorus, with his claim to expertise, depicted as a friend of Protagoras, whose relativism appears to undermine any claim to expertise? Why would a mathematician like Theaetetus first define knowledge as perception? Why does it not occur to him until the end of the dialogue to define knowledge in terms of logos? Gadamer's excellent responses to these questions cannot be discussed here. The conclusion of his reading, however, is that knowledge is logos in the sense of dialectic, a distinguishing that knows one thing only in relation to another thing it is not. 311. This is of course the dialectic Gadamer finds illustrated in both the Sophist and the Parmenides, and in the following year he publishes an article entitled Plato's Parmenides and its Influence, in which he insists again that the charismos is rejected by Plato, and in which he asserts, "It seems beyond doubt to me that all interpretations of the dialogue which neglect the symmetrical construction of the dialectical steps which Parmenides expounds in favor of one side or another, overlook the evidence of the composition." Gadamer 1983, 10. In another article of the same year, Plato's Thinking in Utopias, 1985-95, 7:270-89, Gadamer attributes to Plato what he now calls a methodological choismos as opposed to the ontological choismos invented by Aristotle. 281. But the importance of this essay lies in the idea expressed by its title. While he here repeats the interpretation of the Republic as a satiric utopic construction, 276, which he had been defending for half a century, adding now that the same characterization applies to the laws, see 278 and 288, his theme is utopia as a way of thinking. 283. As Gadamer proceeds to characterize it, this is a way of thinking that aims not to offer a utopia as something real or to be realized, but rather to draw out into the unconditional the never-ending conversation of the soul with itself. 283. Understood thus, not only the Republic and the laws, but every Platonic dialogue is a thinking in utopias. As Gadamer had argued since 1933, not just something like the proposal of having wives in common, but every statement in a Platonic dialogue is to be read ironically, that is, as both conditioned by its context and pointing towards an unconditioned truth that must always remain out of reach. In the essay On the Way to Writing, 1985-95, 7:258-69, Gadamer indeed focuses on the human finitude that makes Plato insist on the etymology of the word philosophy, 265. Turning to the Symposium, Gadamer suggests that when the wise priestess Diotima doubts that Socrates will be able to follow her in her description of the ascent to beauty itself, Symposium 204. Francisco J. Gonzalez 204. 209e10a, we are perhaps to understand that none of us will be able to follow her. Gadamer then describes eloquently what he judges to be possible in our finite condition. And yet we know that in all the restless up and down of presence and wakefulness, forgetfulness and sleep, that pervades our temporally finite being, the soul's conversation with itself continues and continually renews itself, so that in the end something can be held onto, mneme and anamnesis. 1985-95, 7:269. In this context, the critique of writing in the Phaedrus is not a rejection of writing, but simply a warning against our tendency to fall into dogmatism, 266-67. Gadamer's last major essay dedicated to Plato, the 1988 Plato as Portraitist, 1985-95, 7:228-57, covers much ground and does not add anything completely new to his reading of Plato. What is worth highlighting here, as in a sense Gadamer's last word on Plato, is his repeated insistence on the immanence in appearance of the Platonic idea. It is a question of the utmost importance that has cast its rays on the entire light metaphysics of the tradition whether the Platonic doctrine of ideas is not simply this, that the essence das Wesen is in the appearance, like daylight. So believes the young Socrates in the Platonic Parmenides. 245. In this dialogue, Socrates, when challenged by Parmenides to explain how the idea as a whole can be present in many things existing separately from each other, answers by comparing the idea to the light of day, Parmenides 131b. This suggestion is cited often by Gadamer 17 and it is not hard to see why. The light of day in no way exists separately from the things it illumines and indeed is nothing distinct from its appearance in these things. So is the universal idea inseparable from its appearance in the individual. The connection to the topic of the talk is that the essence of a portrait for Gadamer lies in this appearance of the universal in the individual. The recognition that the universal can appear only in the individual is the explanation of Platonic portraiture in the dialogues. Gadamer concludes, therefore Plato also needed the art of portraiture, not to make thinking and the giving of reasons more entertaining, but rather to remind thinking continually of the incompleteness of our human efforts. 1985-95, 7:256. Conclusion. The increased emphasis on human finitude in these final essays perhaps leads, in what can be considered his last word on the topic, the 1989 reflection already mentioned at the outset, Plato's dialectical ethics taken at its word, 1985-95, 7:121-27, to the qualification of an important hermeneutical principle that we have seen guide all of Gadamer's reading of Plato, namely that the Platonic dialogues allow themselves to be reproduced in their content on the conceptual level of Aristotelian doctrines. 126. The qualification is now the following, but I would admit to myself that truly going along with a Socratic dialogue poetically composed by Plato brings us closer to the things themselves than what could ever be achieved by any and all conceptual determination. 126. 18. As already noted, Gadamer here claims that dialectical ethics in his first book expressed only an intention that would persist throughout all his later work. 123. We can add that a truly dialectical ethics, that would not be simply the metaphorical or mythical expression of Aristotelian ethics, along with that harmony of ergon and logos that. 205. Gadamer and Plato, an unending dialogue. 205. Gadamer appeals to again here, remain until the end for Gadamer an unfinished project. Despite more than half a century of serious engagement, Gadamer is never done with Plato. What I hope to have shown here is the extent, depth, and seriousness of Gadamer's lifelong engagement with Plato. It is no surprise that this engagement has exhibited evolutions, tensions, and even serious limitations. But a concluding general lesson that can be learned from this engagement is what one could call its hermeneutic humility. At one point in the Reflections on My Philosophical Journey, Gadamer, in describing the way of reading Plato that analyzes with logical methods the arguments in a Platonic dialogue, shows inconsistencies, fills in gaps, unmasks false deductions, and so on, 1997, 38, asks whether, despite the greater clarity gained through such an approach, one succeeds in learning from Plato instead of just confirming one's own superiority. 38-39. There is no doubt that Gadamer himself spent a lifetime learning from Plato and never used or abused the dialogues to confirm his own superiority. 16. The role of Aristotle. In Gadamer's work, Carlo Davia. When do we encounter a truth that is not already to be found in Aristotle? Gadamer 1986 grams, 91. Gadamer took his studies in ancient philosophy to be the most distinct, eigenständig part of his prodigious and far-ranging philosophical output, 1991a, 13. The studies in ancient philosophy focused primarily on Plato and Aristotle, whom Gadamer took to offer insights still worthy of our consideration. Given the contemporary relevance of these philosophers, and given that Aristotle's criticisms of his teacher suggest substantive philosophical differences between them, the question naturally arises, was Gadamer a Platonist or an Aristotelian? We might be inclined to think that Gadamer was, in the final analysis, a Platonist. In Gadamer, A Philosophical Portrait, Donatella de Cesar goes so far as to say that we could even describe him as an anti-Aristotelian, 2007, 137. According to de Cesar, Gadamer found problematic not only Aristotle's demand for apodictic certainty, but also the way in which that demand puts an end to the dialogue constitutive of philosophy. These criticisms supposedly become clear when we turn to writings other than Truth and Method. 1. In light of Gadamer's critical remarks, de Cesar concludes that Gadamer's proximity to Aristotle is ultimately limited to the chapter in which philosophical hermeneutics encounters the practical knowledge of Aristotle, where Aristotle himself returns to Platonic and even Socratic motifs, 2007, 137. De Cesar and others who believe Gadamer to be a Platonist seem to find confirmation from Gadamer himself, who once in an interview declared, "I am a Platonist," Forden and Gadamer 1984, 10. That would seem to settle the matter. In this chapter, however, I want to reassess the role of Aristotle in Gadamer's thought. While it cannot be denied that Gadamer considered himself a Platonist, Aristotle's influence on Gadamer was by no means limited to their shared interest in practical wisdom, Francis. There are at least two reasons for suspecting this. First, Gadamer contended that the first Platonist would be none other than Aristotle himself, 1987a, 186. Gadamer said this in part because Aristotle shares Plato's interest in investigating the nature of forms. Although Aristotle is critical of Plato's theory of forms, the criticism belies how much the two agreed. Gadamer may have been a Platonist, but so too was Aristotle. Second, Gadamer was not only a Platonist but a phenomenologist, and he considered Aristotle, and not Plato, to have been the first phenomenologist long before Edmund Husserl founded the tradition. See, for example, Gadamer 1995a, 18, 1995b. 208. Carlo Davia. 208. 351, 2000b, 22. 2. As we will see, according to Gadamer, Aristotle was a phenomenologist in at least three important respects. I. He saw the fundamental task of philosophy to be describing phenomena rather than giving causal explanations for their effects. 2. Those descriptions are eidetic, or intended to present the essences of phenomena, and 3. Those descriptions draw upon human experience as it finds expression in ordinary language. To appreciate fully the central place of Aristotle in Gadamer's thought, we need to see how Gadamer learned to read Aristotle as a Platonist and phenomenologist. When we do so, it becomes clear that Gadamer, although critical of Aristotle in certain respects, nevertheless admired the Stagirite not only for his phenomenological approach, but also the descriptions of phenomena that resulted therefrom. We should consequently avoid asking whether Gadamer was a Platonist or an Aristotelian. Answering that question is likely to overlook the extent to which he is indebted to both Plato and Aristotle. And if Gadamer was right that both thinkers have much to teach us, such an oversight would be more than just a biographical error. Learning to read Aristotle. Gadamer began reading Aristotle with philosophical interest during his doctoral studies at the University of Marburg, 1919–22. At the time, however, the Neo-Kantian faculty at Marburg found little of value in Aristotle's thought. In Marburg, Aristotle is not held in high regard. Hermann Cohen had an especially drastic expression for his appraisal of Aristotle: Aristotle was an apothecary. By that he meant that Aristotle had been merely a classifying thinker, like an apothecary who continually labels drawers, cans and jars. Gadamer 1985, 242. The exception to this general disregard was Nikolai Hartmann, who had been inspired by Max Scheler to break rank with the Neo-Kantians. Hartmann saw Aristotle as a phenomenological helpmate in his efforts to develop a theory of value, and he brought Gadamer's attention to Aristotle for that very reason. Gadamer 1991a, 13. As he studied with Hartmann, Gadamer became familiar with English and French scholarship on Aristotle, including that of Robin, Taylor, Ross, Hardy, and, above all, the incomparable Hicks, 1986e, 3. But Gadamer later confessed that his studies were immature. I had still not learned what real work was and no one really demanded such a thing of me. 1987b, 1819. Gadamer's interest in Aristotle was piqued, but he did not begin reading Aristotle seriously until he met Martin Heidegger. In 1922, shortly after defending a brief and underwhelming dissertation on the essence of desire in Plato's dialogues, Gadamer contracted polio. While convalescing, Gadamer was given a 40-page manuscript written by Heidegger. The manuscript is no longer extant, but Gadamer described it as a basic introduction to an Aristotle interpretation that Heidegger had prepared, and above all it dealt with the young Luther, with Gabriel Biel, and with Augustine. 1994c, 31, see also 1994b, 140. Although the manuscript was merely a rough draft, Gadamer said that reading it was like being hit by a charge of electricity. 1994a, 113. Gadamer was so excited that he went to Freiburg to attend all of Heidegger's seminars during the summer semester of 1923. Of particular significance for Gadamer was a seminar on Book 6 of Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics. The following semester Heidegger was given an associate professor position at the University of Marburg, and Gadamer followed him. There Gadamer participated in Heidegger's famed seminars on Aristotle. Gadamer and his fellow. 209. The role of Aristotle in Gadamer's work. 209. Students would attend the lectures, which began at 7 a.m. sharp, and then wax philosophical over a breakfast which often lasted until noon. Heidegger's lectures showed Gadamer not only how to read Aristotle, but also how to do philosophy. Heidegger followed the principle put forward in Plato's Sophist, that one should make the dialogical partner the stronger. Heidegger did this so well that he almost appeared like an Aristoteles redivivus, Aristotle brought back to life, an Aristotle who, through the power of intuition and the boldness of his highly original conceptuality, cast a spell over everyone. Gadamer 2007, 13. In his lectures, Heidegger presented Aristotle's thought in such a convincing way that it was often difficult to tell whether Heidegger was expressing his own views or those of Aristotle. See Gadamer 1994a, 115, 1995a, 19. Gadamer and his fellow students were captivated by Heidegger's interpretations. He showed them how Aristotle's conceptual analyses offered answers to important questions about human existence. As Gadamer put it, Heidegger's analysis always pressed on to the most original experience of Dasein, 1994c, 31, see also 1986b, 400. This was a breath of fresh air in comparison to the seemingly obsolete and pedantic concerns typical of the Academy. During those seminars Heidegger taught Gadamer two things about Aristotle that, by Gadamer's own lights, proved momentous for his own subsequent thought, see Gadamer 2007, 12-13. First, Heidegger helped Gadamer come to appreciate the significance of Aristotle's account of practical wisdom. In Book 6 of his Nicomachean Ethics, Aristotle showed how practical wisdom is a mode of thinking distinct from both science, episteme, and craft, techne. This distinction was important for Heidegger insofar as it shaped his analyses of Dasein and its understanding of being, see, for example, Gadamer 2003, 20. For Gadamer the distinction was important for his philosophical hermeneutics. He later drew upon this distinction in order to show how practical wisdom serves as a model for the sort of understanding belonging to the human sciences. Second, Heidegger encouraged Gadamer to resist the traditional reading of Aristotle as a realist reacting to Plato's idealism. Neo-Kantians like Hermann Cohen and Paul Natorp read Plato as a transcendental idealist whose theory of forms attempted to identify categories that make thinking possible. On their reading, Plato did not, in fact, hold that forms were actually existent, intelligible objects. Aristotle was the first in a long line of thinkers who misunderstood this. Gadamer followed Heidegger in resisting this traditional reading of Aristotle's relationship to Plato because it overlooked the question which both ancient philosophers had in common, and which guided their philosophical thinking. Their question was, in Gadamer's words, how the logos ousias, the statement of being, of what a thing is possible, 1986e, 16. For the rest of his philosophical career, Gadamer remained preoccupied with these two insights: Francis as a model for hermeneutics and the proximity of Plato and Aristotle. They formed the backbone of his Truth and Method, 1960, and the idea of the good in Platonic Aristotelian philosophy, 1978, two books hailed as classics of 20th-century philosophy, McIntyre 2002, 157. Aristotle's relationship to Plato. According to Gadamer, Aristotle's critique of Plato is the root of Aristotle's whole philosophy, 2013a, 541. Examining that critique will therefore give us a clearer understanding of how. 210. Carlo Davia. 210. Gadamer interpreted Aristotle and why Gadamer considered Aristotle and not Plato to be the first phenomenologist. 3. Gadamer contended that there is little textual or historical evidence that Plato underwent any major developments in his philosophy. His philosophy remained guided by one question in particular: how is it possible to give an account of what a thing truly is? Plato's dialogues suggest that in order to give such an account, it is necessary to posit the existence of universals. Plato called such universals ideas, idea, or forms, id. Positing their existence is necessary because knowing what some particular thing is requires knowing the universal of which it is a particular. Forms exist and are the cause of particulars. Participation, methexis, describes these causal and explanatory relations. Sensible objects like giraffes and intelligible objects like triangles all participate, meet shine, in the universal forms of which they are particulars. Their participation is the cause of their being the sorts of things they are. A particular giraffe is what it is because it participates in the form giraffe. A particular triangle is what it is because it participates in the form triangle. The same holds true of forms themselves. Forms are what they are because of the other forms in which they participate. Knowing a form consequently requires knowing which forms it participates in, and which it does not. The form triangle presumably participates in the form 3 and plane, but not circle or giraffe. Knowledge of a form is accordingly expressed in a definition whose terms refer to the other forms in which the defined form participates. Plato makes clear in the Republic that all these participation relations are made possible by the good. It is the cause of the being of the forms, as well as our knowledge of it, RESP, 509b. In this respect, the good transcends the other forms, it is not another form among the rest and, on Gadamer's reading, this is why Plato is careful only to refer to it as an idea, 1986e, 27. This is Plato's theory of the forms in rough outline. The theory purports to explain the true being of something by articulating the forms in which that thing participates and which cause it to be what it is. Such an explanation marked an advance beyond Thales and the other pre-Platonic philosophers who sought to give explanations of natural phenomena by appealing either to the matter of which they are composed or the physical source of their motion. Aristotle shared Plato's question and agreed that knowing what something truly is requires grasping its form. However, Aristotle raised two major criticisms against Plato's theory. The first criticism concerns the separation, rhismos, of the forms. Plato allegedly held that forms exist separately from the sensible particulars that participate in them. In this sense, to be separate from something else is to be able to exist independently of it. Forms exist in the intelligible realm, independent of the particulars which exist in the sensible realm but nevertheless participate in them. Aristotle gave many arguments as to why this so-called two worlds doctrine is untenable, see, for example, Met. I.9. Those arguments need not be rehearsed here, and Gadamer himself barely discussed them. But, according to Gadamer, Aristotle was consequently convinced that the eidos is not to be separated from its phenomenal appearance and, thus, that it is an inhilin eidos, materialized form, 1986e, 132. This materialized form is what Aristotle called secondary substance, and grasping it allows us to know and give an account of what any primary substance is. The form as secondary substance therefore does not exist independently of, but rather is immanent in, the sensible particular. The form human, for example, is the materialized form or secondary substance immanent in Socrates and other humans, all of whom are primary substances. Aristotle's second criticism concerns the idea of the good, and Gadamer devoted more attention to Aristotle's arguments on this matter, 1986e, 126-58. Gadamer, however, was less interested in evaluating the strength of these arguments and more so in determining what they reveal about the philosophical proximity of Plato and Aristotle. Two of Aristotle's arguments, which appear in all three ethical works, deserve our attention. The category argument attempts. 211. The role of Aristotle in Gadamer's work. 211. To show that there is no one idea of the good which makes possible one and the same goodness in all particulars, 1986e, 131. This is because the goodness of particulars is not one and the same, but differs from one category to the next. Moreover, if there were such an idea of the good, it would be the object of a science. But there is no such science of the good, nor even of the good in one category, for example, in the category of quality or time. For Aristotle the most decisive argument, however, is that even if there were an idea of the good, it would be practically useless, Gadamer 1986e, 128. Since we neither aim for the good itself, nor could we ever achieve it, coming to know such a thing would have no practical benefit. Despite these arguments, Aristotle did not entirely give up on the good. He agreed that with Plato's Socrates that we must understand the world starting with the experience of the good, Gadamer 1986e, 128. We do so insofar as we recognize distinct goods that shape our practical and theoretical lives. There is the human good, anthropinion agathon, which is that for the sake of which we do all things. This good serves as the first principle of practical philosophy. There is also the natural good, to hohenika, which is that for the sake of which things in nature change or remain the same. This good consequently plays an essential explanatory role in physics. According to Gadamer, Aristotle misrepresented Plato in these criticisms. The biggest misrepresentation concerned the separability of forms. Plato did not intend the forms to be separable in the sense of existing in the intelligible realm, independently of the sensible particulars. Like Aristotle, Plato uses the term separate, Christos, in two senses. On the one hand, it refers to a thing's being separate and, on the other, to its consisting in itself, in sich Then, 1986e, 132. For Gadamer does not elaborate on this distinction. But to be separate in the former sense presumably means to be able to exist independently of something else. For something to consist in itself, however, means for something to be what it is in virtue of itself, not in virtue of something else. Primary substances, according to Aristotle, consist in themselves insofar they are what they are in virtue of themselves, not in virtue of something else. Accidents, by contrast, are what they are in virtue of their belonging to substances. Primary substances, however, cannot exist independently of their accidents. A substance without accidents is no substance at all. In this way, primary substances consist in themselves but are not separate from their accidents. According to Gadamer, Plato understood forms to be separate in a similar way. Forms consist in themselves but are not able to exist independently of sensible particulars. That is, forms are immanent in sensible particulars, but forms are what they are in virtue of themselves, not the particulars in which they inhere. As it turns out, this is close to if not exactly what Aristotle meant with his notion of materialized form. 5 such misrepresentations, however, were not the result of Aristotle misunderstanding his teacher. Gadamer found that exceedingly unlikely, 1986e, 2, 1991b, 7. Gadamer instead observed that Aristotle had a way of taking statements not as they were intended, but literally, and then demonstrating their one-sidedness, 1986e, 60. This happened most frequently with predecessors like Plato and Heraclitus, who expressed themselves more metaphorically, 1986e, 145. Aristotle tended to misrepresent them because he had an agenda to push, and that agenda involved integrating their work into conceptual analyses for which clarity and univocity were virtues, 1986e, 145, 1991b, 78. De César suggests that Aristotle's misrepresentations of Plato are due to this attempt to secure a scientific foundation in the concept, which is the universal and necessary definition of the essence of the object, 2007, 137. Forming concepts in this way supposedly leads to a double loss which Gadamer found problematic. With conceptual formation, in fact, the inexhaustible ambiguity of everyday language is lost, whereas philosophical language gets reduced to rigid terminology. The greatest loss that the Aristotelian apodictic brings, however, since its task consists 212. Carlo Davia. 212. Of separating what is unified, is the hypostatization of the sensible and the intelligible world. The doctrine of two worlds is a consequence of the Aristotelian critique of Plato. For Gadamer it was, paradoxically, precisely Aristotle who, by his renunciation of the Socratic dialogue, initiated Platonism. De César 2007, 137-38. According to De César, this is why Gadamer preferred Plato's dialectics to Aristotle's apodictic conceptual analyses. While there is some truth to this story, it is not entirely correct. Gadamer did think that it was Aristotle, not Plato, who invented the two worlds doctrine. Gadamer did also find problematic certain aspects of Aristotle's conceptual analyses, as we will see. However, Gadamer never held that conceptual analysis inevitably leads to rigid technical jargon. Nor did he consequently renounce conceptual analysis. Quite the contrary. As a phenomenologist, he thought that conceptuality, Begrifflichkeit, makes up the essence of philosophy, 1986c, 77. Aristotle as phenomenologist. Gadamer saw Aristotle, and not Plato, as the first phenomenologist in part because Aristotle's philosophizing was dedicated above all to developing such conceptual analyses. But just this makes Aristotle the first theoretician, that his philosophizing is no longer the carrying out of a shared philosophical process, and his literary works are no longer the protreptic presentation of the kind of philosophizing mode of existence for which, as in Plato's works, something like a doctrinal content was only an indirect result of the process that the works pursued and portrayed. When philosophical teaching, in a purely conceptual understanding of its subject matter, expresses only that subject matter's problematic and not its own, words for the first time acquire the real task of the concept, to analyze the structure of the subject matter of thought and to make it available in the logos. The concept becomes the true language of philosophizing, and each area of its subject matter articulates a system of concepts that are specifically appropriate to that subject matter. Gadamer 1991b, 5-6, emphasis in original. According to Gadamer, Plato's primary aim was protreptic. His theories were always of secondary importance to the depiction and glorification of Socratic philosophy as a way of life. Aristotle's aim, by contrast, was to give conceptual analyses of phenomena fundamental to human experience. However, giving conceptual analyses is not sufficient for making Aristotle's philosophical approach properly phenomenological. In order to be phenomenological, conceptual analyses must be descriptive, eidetic, and linguistic. Analyses must be descriptive in the sense that they articulate phenomena rather than provide physical causal explanations of them. According to Gadamer, Husserl made such phenomenological description a duty to us all, 2013b, xxiv. Analyses must also be eidetic insofar as they articulate the essence of the phenomenon analyzed. Although Gadamer criticized Husserl for seeking the essence of human Dasein in a way that failed to appreciate fully its finite and historical nature, see, for example, Gadamer 1976, 135, Gadamer never gave up the quest for essences. In Truth and Method, for example, Gadamer describes the essences of all sorts of phenomena, including taste, labor, play, festival, tragedy, picture, build, power, and authority. Finally, conceptual analyses must be linguistic insofar as they draw upon human experience as it finds expression in ordinary language. Language is a 213. The role of Aristotle in Gadamer's work. 213. Repository of human experience, and reflecting on language use can consequently reveal truths learned from those experiences. According to Gadamer, Aristotle himself always assigned the greatest importance to the way in which the order of things becomes apparent in speaking about them, 2013b, 448. In Aristotle's conceptual analyses we find all three features. Aristotle draws upon the things said, ta legomena, about some phenomenon in order to grasp its essence by means of definition. Aristotle did so in a way that Gadamer and Heidegger and others found particularly attractive. It was particularly clear how the Aristotelian construction of concepts arises almost seamlessly from out of the reflective experience of life itself, and how the expressive power of the words that are really in use is kept alive in the language of concepts. To this extent, Heidegger's efforts to bring to concepts the experiences of factical life with phenomenological faithfulness can be easily recognized in this Aristotelian model. As a matter of fact, Heidegger saw it as his phenomenological mission to remain true to the motto to the things themselves and study phenomena as they are articulated in human self-interpretation. Gadamer 2016, 254. Gadamer and Heidegger saw Aristotle as a model for remaining true to the phenomenological motto to the things themselves. Aristotle was not some obsolete apothecary, but rather a thinker who used ordinary language in order to describe and thereby make evident the essences of phenomena in human experience. He avoided needless technical jargon and the scholastic construction of philosophical systems that are not borne out by experience. De César is correct that, despite all this high praise, Gadamer's view of Aristotle was not uncritical. She is also correct that for Gadamer the problem with Aristotle's conceptual analyses was their striving for what she calls apodicticity, that is, for their attempting to express the essences of phenomena in universal and necessary definitions. The problem with this demand for universal and necessary definitions is that such definitions require univocal terms. True univocity, however, is not possible because of the occasionality of language. According to Gadamer, all language is occasional in the sense that the meanings of words always depend in part on the occasion in which they are understood. Every occasion is different, and so the meanings of words will differ depending on the occasion. This makes univocity impossible and, as a result, we cannot hope to render truly universal definitions. 6. Aristotle's phenomenological descriptions. That criticism notwithstanding, Gadamer insisted that Aristotle's ability to describe phenomena from every aspect constitutes his real genius. 2013b, 327. Gadamer often appealed to Aristotle's insightful phenomenological descriptions in order to guide his own thinking. Those appeals, moreover, were not limited to Gadamer's discussions of practical wisdom and how it serves as a model for hermeneutic understanding. Aristotle had a much broader influence on Gadamer. Indeed, Aristotle helped Gadamer describe underlying structures of experience, Erfahrung, and presentation, Darstellung, that make possible not just practical wisdom, but all other forms of understanding. This is not to suggest that Aristotle shared Gadamer's hermeneutical questions. Gadamer was quick to point out that Aristotle himself was not concerned with the hermeneutical problem and certainly not with its historical dimension. Gadamer 2013b, 322. But Aristotle could nevertheless be helpful because he, like Gadamer, was interested in how we experience universals in particulars. 214. Carlo Davia. 214. The conception of universals, experience. On Gadamer's reading, Aristotle held that humans acquire concepts of universals through experience, and that human experience, empiria, is linguistic in nature. That human experience is linguistic becomes clear if we consider Aristotle's well-known claim that among animals only a human has logos, for example, Poli.2, 1253 and 910. Following Heidegger, Gadamer understood this claim to mean that humans are the only animals with language. Because humans have the capacity for language, they are able to indicate what is advantageous and harmful, as well as what is good and bad. Animals, by contrast, have voice, phn, which only allows them to indicate pleasures and pains. But the human capacity for language has more than just these ethical implications. To be able to indicate good and bad involves being able to step back from our appetitive desires and reflect on the way the world is, die Sachverhalt, and how we ought to act in it. Gadamer 2013b, 461. Language is not just that which enables humans to think. It is also that which founds human community. We are born into a community rather than choose it, and the language we learn articulates an understanding, shared by members of our community, about the way the world is. When Aristotle said that a word is a voiced sound that signifies something by convention, kata sunth kn, inti.2, 16a19, he did not mean that the words of a language were created by convention. A community does not at some point decide on the meanings of its words. Rather, the community is made possible by the conventions of language its members already share. The conventional meanings of words make possible their debating and gaining new understandings of the world. Gadamer 2013b, 448-49, 463. 7. Given that human community is founded in language, and given that we as infants join a community in part by learning language, Gadamer suspected that for Aristotle language acquisition and concept acquisition go hand in hand. Aristotle did not make this connection explicit, but it seemed to follow from other things he said, particularly in Posterior Analytics 2.19, 103 ff. That passage describes how we acquire universals from experience, and how from those universals nous grasps the first principles of a science. 8. We acquire universals after having perceived the same thing many times and retained those perceptions in memory. At some point we come to grasp the universal which is common to our perceptual memories, and that grasping of a universal is an experience, empiria. By reflecting on these experiences, we in turn can acquire craft or scientific knowledge. Gadamer was careful to note that Aristotle did not ever state explicitly that experiences of the universal were linguistic. 2000a, 12. 2013b, 360. Yet Gadamer also noted that the connection was clear enough at least to the paraphrased Themistius, who explained the development of nous and its ability to grasp the highest universals in terms of a child's learning language. Nous, then, is the thing which grasps the first principles arche, and nous is the thing furnished first and by nature in the linguistic animal. But while it is in potentiality, this i.e. nous is quite simple and like some irrational and undiscerning sight of the soul, according to which the human is, from the beginning, by nature a linguistic animal. This nous is always growing and increasing in us as we also develop, first with regard to simples, which we call terms heuris. For children begin first both to speak and think no in human or white whenever they are furnished with language logos. When the ability to put these simples together also advances, it i.e., nous gains power and it is now possible to think through dianous thigh what a human is. And whenever it takes more strength, it also becomes more capable with respect to putting together and thinking the universal, as long as we make solid our possession of language. In this 215. The role of Aristotle in Gadamer's work. 215. Way, in fact, nous is first able only to name and to think things by their names, but next both to put together names and think through them, then, finally, after establishing some universal judgments, it secures them away in itself. Themistius 1900, 65.12-66.3. Not only did Aristotle seem to hold that all thinking is linguistic, he also suggested that there is nothing that cannot find expression in language. In his Descensu, I.1, 437-1115, Aristotle argued that hearing contributes more to understanding, since language, by being audible, is the cause of learning. By this, Gadamer understood him to mean that hearing enjoys a kind of primacy because it can express all that can be thought and subsequently taught to others. 9. The presentation of universals, tragedy. Gadamer praised Aristotle's analysis of tragedy for aptly describing how tragedies make evident to audiences the tragic nature of the human condition, see 2013b, 130-35. But for Gadamer that analysis has a wider import, since it may also serve to exemplify the structure of aesthetic being as a whole, Gadamer 2013b, 130. 10. Aristotle's analysis articulates the structure by which any artwork discloses its truth to an attending audience. In fact, the import of Aristotle's analysis of tragedy is even wider still when we consider that, according to Gadamer, the mode of being of artworks is a model by which to understand the being of texts and other cultural objects handed down by tradition, see 2013b, 159-68. This is because the being of artworks and other cultural objects essentially depends on the objects presenting themselves to us as we try to understand their meaning. Gadamer found in Aristotle a description, although not intended by Aristotle as such, of this event in which a particular cultural object presents its universal meaning to an audience attempting to understand it. According to Aristotle, poetry is more philosophical than history because it is more apt to convey the universal, history more so the particular. Poet 9, 1451b16. History tells us what some particular person did, whereas poetry tells us what sorts of things a certain sort of person will either likely or necessarily say or do. Gadamer never missed the opportunity to cite Aristotle on this very point, see, for example, 1986d, 120, 1986f, 13, 2013b, 119. But how are poetic works like tragedies able to convey such universal truths? To answer this, we must first appreciate that poetic works are works, erga, and all good works possess a unified structure by which they can convey meaning. As Aristotle said, people often say about well-made works that it is possible neither to take away nor to add, ETHNIC 2.6, 1106b 911. In the particular case of tragedies, the plot is a presentation or mimesis of an action, and that action constitutes a whole such that no part can be added or subtracted. Poet 8, 1451-30-34. The unity of a tragedy enables the mimesis of its plot to convey a universal truth. Mimesis is often thought to be a representation of an original. In Plato's Republic, for example, the mimesis of the painting is said to be a representation of the object depicted, 595a608b. But according to Gadamer, Aristotle understood mimesis not as imitative representation, Vorstellung, but as presentation, Darstellung. Mimesis is a presentation in which we know and have in view the essential content of what is presented, 1986d, 119. Aristotle's description of children playing pretend exemplifies this. When children play pretend, they are trying to make present the person they are pretending to be, Gadamer 2013b, 11718, with reference to Poet 4, 1448b 5-6. The parents, for whom the children are pretending, are supposed to recognize not the children in disguise, but rather the people they are presenting. The pretending children surely cannot present exact replicas of people, nevertheless, the children can make present the truth of those. 216. Carlo Davia. 216. People such that those people can be recognized by the parents. In tragedy, mimesis works in the same way. The plots present tragic figures in their truth. The audience recognizes that this person on stage is that figure, Poet 4, 1448b16. Yet the audience recognizes more, because in that tragic figure they recognize a universal truth about humans. Or, as Gadamer put it, the audience recognizes themselves, as the Aristotelian doctrine seems to suggest. All art of whatever kind is a form of recognition that serves to deepen our knowledge of ourselves and thus our familiarity with the world as well. 1986a, 100. In this way the performance of a tragedy is an event in which the truth of the tragic play becomes present to an audience. During its performance, the tragedy as a work, ergon, is in the state of being at work, energia. The latter is a coinage from Aristotle which he himself never applied to the performance of tragedies, but Gadamer found quite fitting. Although Aristotle also never intended this, what can be said of tragedy can be said of any artwork, as well as any other cultural object. The being of these works is such that in their performance, even if their performance only involves being read, the works present their truths to an audience. The application of universals, practical wisdom. The influence of Aristotle's analysis of practical wisdom on Gadamer's hermeneutics is unmistakable and well known. 11. That analysis, in ETHNIC BK 6, describes the nature of good practical reasoning and how its application of ethical universals to particular situations made it a mode of thinking different from craft and science. This analysis was especially insightful for Gadamer. He held that the chief task of modern philosophy was to defend practical and political reason against the domination of technology based on science. 1975, 316. Aristotle showed how such a defense was possible. Practical wisdom differs from science insofar as it correctly deliberates and makes decisions about objects that undergo change. Science, episteme, by contrast, correctly understands and demonstrates objects that are eternal. The difference between practical wisdom and craft is less obvious, since both concern particular objects that undergo change, and both involve applying universals to those particulars in order to do something. Practical wisdom applies ethical universals like bravery and temperance to particular situations in order to act nobly. A craft such as medicine applies universals concerning bodily health to particular patients in order to treat them. Despite these analogies, Aristotle identified essential differences. First, practical wisdom and craft reason differently about their ends. The practical agent is always already involved in a moral and political context and acquires his image of bravery or temperance from that standpoint. Gadamer 2013b, 330. That is why practical wisdom cannot be forgotten. ETHNIC 6.5, 1140b 2930. That is also why upbringing is so important. It is the process by which we acquire ethical universals like bravery. ETHNIC I.4, 1095b 48. When we deliberate about how to act bravely in a particular situation, we do not already have a fully determinate conception of bravery. We instead only have a schematic conception of bravery which we must consider anew and concretize in the present situation. This is not so when practicing a craft. The product of a craft can be determined fully before the craftsperson goes to work. It need not be considered anew and concretized as the craftsperson produces it. The doctor, for example, can know what health is before she finds herself in the situation in which she needs to apply her understanding of health to a particular patient. From this it follows that practical wisdom and craft also reason differently about the means for achieving their respective ends. We cannot know in advance the means by which to act bravely, since an act of bravery needs to be carried out in the proper way, and determining the proper way requires being able to see the ethically salient features of the situation. The doctor, however. 217. The role of Aristotle in Gadamer's work. 217. Can know the means by which to achieve health in advance of treating a particular patient. The doctor may have to modify those means in light of the extenuating circumstances of a case, but that does not thereby change the doctor's understanding of health or the means of achieving it. The doctor is just being forced to make do. In this way, practical wisdom, as opposed to craft, involves deliberating well about both means and ends. For that reason Gadamer thought that Aristotle's definitions of phronsis have a marked uncertainty about them, in that this knowledge is sometimes related more to the end, and sometimes more to the means to the end. 2013b, 331. 12. Aristotle's account illuminated more for Gadamer than just the nature of practical wisdom. Just as Gadamer saw in tragedy a model for the way in which universals become present to us, so similarly did he see in practical wisdom a model for the human sciences. Practical wisdom can serve as a model in part because the human sciences also have as their object man and what he knows of himself. 2013b, 325. Moreover, both practical wisdom and the human sciences involve a similar application of universals to particulars. Like ethical agents who are always already involved in a moral context, inquirers in the human sciences are always already involved in a tradition which confers them with their objects of inquiry, as well as their schematic preconceptions of those objects. Their tasks of application are therefore analogous. The philologist, for example, is always already involved in the tradition which has handed down not only the particular tragedies she studies, but also the preconception of tragedy she applies in her coming to understand a particular play. Understanding the universal truth of tragedy, however, only occurs when the philologist applies her schematic preconception of tragedy to the particular play she is presently reading or watching. Gadamer admired Aristotle for offering a wealth of insights, both with respect to phenomenological method and the descriptions produced by means of that method. In the epigraph of this chapter, Gadamer rhetorically asked what truth could not already be found in Aristotle. Given just how much truth Gadamer did find in Aristotle, we should probably understand that question as only half rhetorical. We should also disabuse ourselves of any suggestion that Gadamer was a Platonist as opposed to an Aristotelian. He was certainly both, and he would certainly think we should be, too. 17. Gadamer's Kant. Robert J. Dostal. Nowhere in Gadamer's writings do we find any extensive treatment of Kant. In his Gesammeltwerke, collected works, Volumes 3 and 4 collect most of his publications on modern philosophy, Neue Philosophie. While the fourth volume is primarily thematically organized, the structure and content of Volume 3 is particularly telling. It has three divisions dedicated, respectively, to Hegel, Husserl, and Heidegger. These are the three modern philosophers to whom Gadamer returns again and again throughout his writing. The 5 studies of Hegel that appear here had earlier been published as a small book. 1. He often acknowledges his debt to Hegel's dialectical thought. He also acknowledges that his hermeneutics has a phenomenological basis. And he says, time and again, that through his work he hopes to send the reader to Heidegger. He presents himself as a kind of Heideggerian, although he has some important disagreements with Heidegger. There are, however, only a very few essays in his entire corpus dedicated to Kant, and these, for the most part, concern not Kant's work itself but Neo-Kantianism, which dominated German philosophy when Gadamer was a student, and arguably still does today. To put it simply, Gadamer gives very little direct attention to Kant in his published work. Yet Kant is very important to Gadamer. Kant, for Gadamer, and for most contemporary philosophers, is the preeminent thinker of the Enlightenment. He is the culmination of Enlightenment thought. For Gadamer, this is both positive and negative, since Gadamer is ambivalent about the Enlightenment. Gadamer has often been interpreted as anti-Enlightenment, part of the reaction against the Enlightenment. David Detmer, for example, writes of Gadamer's radical anti-Enlightenment views, Detmer 1997, 275. Gadamer responds by saying that he is astonished that anyone would read him in this way. He writes that what Kant calls enlightenment in truth corresponds to what hermeneutics has in view, Gadamer 1997a, 287. In a late essay he also writes that we are all children of the Enlightenment, Gadamer 2000, 28. Yet Gadamer should not have been so astonished to find himself identified with the anti-Enlightenment. In Gadamer's most important work, Truth and Method, there is not a positive comment about the Enlightenment to be found, and there are many negative comments in a work that clearly attempts to undo important aspects of the legacy of the Enlightenment. Further, the features of the Enlightenment that Gadamer opposes are, for the most part, to be found in Kant. 222. Robert J. Dostal. 222. The key to understanding Gadamer's ambivalence with regard to the Enlightenment and his embrace of Kant, such as it is to see that Gadamer distinguishes between the bad, schlecht, Enlightenment and the Enlightenment of Kant. This is a distinction he does not make in Truth and Method. Here he refers simply to the Enlightenment. In later writings he sometimes refers to the bad Enlightenment as the radical Enlightenment or as the ideal of a complete Enlightenment. Gadamer claims that Kant and Rousseau brought the bad or radical Enlightenment to its end while maintaining the Enlightenment in its better and proper sense, although the legacy of the early radical Enlightenment lives on in various ways. He does not make these claims in Truth and Method but in subsequent writings. 3. In order to understand the significance for Gadamer of Kant's bringing to an end the radical Enlightenment, let us first look briefly at the chief characteristics of this bad Enlightenment, and ask how much Kant rejected them or furthered them. We will then turn to the reasons why Gadamer finds Kant so positively important. The radical Enlightenment and Gadamer's critique. Among Gadamer's criticisms of the Enlightenment we might distinguish between the theoretical and the practical aspects of this movement. Although these are distinguishable, they are closely related, as we shall see. The epistemology of early modernity is a representational epistemology. What is first for us in experience are the ideas or representations that we have in our mind. This is what we are immediately aware of our own ideas. Idea here, as in Locke, simply means the stuff of consciousness, whatever is in our mind. The epistemological question is whether these ideas accurately portray what is external to consciousness, to the mind. We are left in a quandary, however, since all we have are our own ideas and there is no way to get out of our heads, that is, to compare our ideas with the real world to see whether they truly correspond. This representationalist epistemology with its Cartesian paradigm is basic to both continental rationalists and the British empiricists. Locke, for example, asks the following question: how shall the mind, when it perceives nothing but its own ideas, know that they agree with things themselves? Locke 1996, 251. This problem led Berkeley to his idealism. Locke's answer was found wanting by Hume and resulted in his skepticism. This is, of course, the very problem that Gadamer is referring to in the chapter title of Truth and Method, Overcoming the Epistemological Problem Through Phenomenological Research, 1999, Part 2.I.3. Phenomenology and Gadamer reject the Cartesian paradigm and its notion that our experience of things is mediated by a mental image of things. For however much there remains a controversy over the idealism or realism of Husserl's phenomenology, it is unarguably the case that Husserl rejected the Kantian distinction between appearances and things in themselves. He writes, for example, that every representation relates to its object by way of a mental copy, I hold to be a theoretical fiction. Husserl 1979, 305. Husserl abandons the epistemological primacy of the representation, Vorstellung, for the central role of the presentation, Darstellung. Heidegger likes to write about how things present themselves to us. Gadamer follows Heidegger in this regard. 5. This self-presentation of the things themselves, a kind of common-sense realism, does not entail a God's eye view of things. We inevitably have a certain perspective on things. Gadamer writes, the multiplicity of these worldviews does not involve any relativization of the world. Rather, what the world is not different from the views in which it presents itself. The relationship is the same in the perception of things. Seen phenomenologically, they. 223. Gadamer's Kant. 223. Thing in itself is, as Husserl has shown, nothing but the continuity with which the various perceptual perspectives on objects shade into one another. Gadamer 1999, 447. Additionally, we might note that Gadamer not only writes about the various perspectives that we might have on a matter, but he also writes about the aspects of things that present themselves to us. 6. Talk about the aspect of something is less subjective than talk about one's perspective. Accordingly, hand in hand with this modern epistemological problem and the failure to show how we might get out of our heads comes subjectivism. The Cartesian starting point is the ego's mind. The question or problem concerns the mind's, or the subject's, grasp of the object by way of the mind's representations. Language is considered an instrumental sign, a tool of the subject, by which the subject communicates to others whatever grasp the subject has of the objects of experience. To ensure the objectivity of the subject's grasp of the object, the subject must follow the scientific method, which requires a rejection of previous assumptions, or traditional ways of taking the object, or any prejudgment or prejudice about the matter at hand. We are to start with a clean slate. The method ensures success, and truth. Modern science is the arbiter of truth. Subjectivism, scientism, and methodologism come hand in hand. This subjectivism finds a parallel practically. The early Enlightenment is marked by the attempt to establish an ethics and politics on the basis of well-founded rules and laws. The ancient and medieval tradition of a virtue ethic in which prudence, Francis, is paramount is rejected. 7. Prudence becomes demoted to a kind of cautionary principle, a careful avoidance of risk. Ethical decisions are not to be the function of judgment of what the situation requires but an ethical calculus, a derivation from a rule. The modern approach, as best seen in Hobbes and Locke, is a kind of atomistic individualism that ethically culminates in utilitarianism for which the ultimate principle is pleasure mine, yours, or ours. Politically it leads to a science, a political science, of engineering happiness for the state and its people. It pays little attention to friendship and solidarity. It rejects authority and belittles rhetoric. It enthusiastically understands its project as establishing a republic of reason and sees evidence of the progress of humanity as it embraces modern science, democracy, and human rights. A number of basic dichotomies underlie this Enlightenment project: subjectivity and objectivity, ought and is, feeling and reason, authority and reason, rhetoric and reason. This list can be extended: body/mind, female/male, compulsion/freedom, and so on. Gadamer finds these to be false antitheses. Gadamer embraces the two core contributions of early modernity, modern science and democracy. But he finds that the radical Enlightenment fostered not only science but scientism, that is, the notion that science is the sole arbiter of truth. He finds also that the radical Enlightenment fostered not only democracy but a technocratic individualism. Gadamer would rehabilitate authority, rhetoric, and tradition, all of which the radical Enlightenment finds inimical. Gadamer does not find that authority, rhetoric, and tradition are opposed to reason as did the Enlightenment. Friendship and solidarity are fundamentally important to his ethical and political thought. These are notions neglected in the individualism of the Enlightenment. A way to understand Gadamer's more expansive concept of reason is to see it as frenetic. It is a matter of judgment that is not merely the derivation from a rule or principle. 8. Gadamer hopes to rehabilitate Aristotelian phronesis. At one point late in life Gadamer says simply that my whole philosophy is nothing but phronesis, Gadamer 2003, 54. He also writes that phronesis is the fundamental hermeneutical virtue, die Hermeneutische Grundtugend, and that it served as a model that shaped the development of his thought, Gadamer 1993, 328. 224. Robert J. Dostal. 224. Kant and the Enlightenment. Kant shares much with Gadamer's bad enlightenment. This makes it difficult to understand or embrace Gadamer's claim that he brings it to an end. If anything, Kant brings epistemological representationalism to its culmination. Anything intellectual for Kant is a representation, Vorstellung. Intuitions and concepts, the stuff of consciousness, are representations. As everyone knows, Kant finds a way out of the dilemma of modern epistemology by abandoning any claim of knowledge of things as they are in themselves. We know only appearances, that is, things as we represent them to ourselves. Appearances are very much a function of the human subject. They are subjective in an important sense. This way out of the modern epistemological dilemma Kant's Copernican turn in philosophy is led by the question as to what are the conditions of the possibility of experience. But experience for Kant theoretically ultimately means science, the natural sciences. It is not an accident that the late 19th century turn away from Hegel and back to Kant was motivated largely by a concern for an adequate account of science. Neo-Kantianism is often, especially in its positivistic mode, a scientism. Gadamer, 2000, 31, recognized Kant's legacy in the scientism of the 19th and 20th centuries when he writes that under Kant's authority, the life world is ignored on behalf of science. Kant's ignoring the life world for theoretical reasons is directly related to the practical side of the early Enlightenment, that is, the ethics and politics of the Enlightenment. At the heart of the Enlightenment project, as we have just seen, is the demotion of prudence on behalf of moral science and its ethical principles and rules. Kant's German for prudence, Latin, prudentia, Greek, phronesis, is Klugheit. Klugheit for Kant is not moral. It is a matter of skill and is merely pragmatic. The practical law from the motive of happiness I call pragmatic, rule of prudence Klugheit, but that which is such that it has no other motive than the worthiness to be happy I call moral law. Kant 1997, A806/B834, emphasis in original. This means for Kant that prudence is a function of the hypothetical imperative and not the categorical imperative. By his definition, prudence is the ability to determine how best to accomplish one's goals, whether they are moral or not. Best here may be taken to mean most effective or efficient. As such, it is not a moral virtue. From an Aristotelian, and Gadamerian, perspective, the moderns, including Kant, have turned phronesis into dienos, that is, cleverness. 9. Kant's approach to ethics is rule-governed and principle-based. However much some contemporary advocates of Kantian ethics want to show us the importance of the virtues for a Kantian ethic, and they are important, it is undeniable that virtue is subordinate to principle and rule. Virtue is a matter of establishing the character such that one follows the moral law. Similarly, Kant is also one with the Enlightenment rejection of tradition and authority as antithetical to reason. In accordance with Kant's well-known and much commented upon essay on enlightenment, tradition and authority are characteristic of the child, the person in her or his minority, who looks to others and to tradition and authority in order to understand the world and in order to know what to do. Kant famously calls for the individual to think for herself or himself, sapere aude. Kant 1996, 8. In his political writings he embraces much of Hobbes's view of the human endeavor. Kant finds unsocial sociability, 2007, 111, to be a basic characteristic of humans. This fits with his acceptance of Bernard Mandeville's and Adam Smith's idea of the invisible hand at work through the greediness and cleverness of competing. 225. Gadamer's cant. 225. Individuals, which affects a sort of progress in human history. Kant is ambivalent about this progress in science, economics, and even in politics, since this progress is not moral progress, the only kind of progress that really counts. Gadamer, by contrast, makes friendship and solidarity the basis for our living together in our politics. He complains that friendship is almost entirely ignored by Kant and reminds the reader that Kant gives it only one page in his Anthropology, Gadamer 2000, 56. He also criticizes Kant for his revision of the Christian commandment to love one another, Gadamer 2007, 283. We could extend much further this list of the many ways in which Kant is an exemplar and proponent of what Gadamer counts as the bad Enlightenment. But on behalf of brevity, let us take notice of two other significant matters: 1. Rhetoric, and 2. The subjectivization of aesthetics. Kant writes that rhetoric is not worthy of respect at all. He goes on that the art of persuasion is the art of deceiving by means of beautiful illusion, and that it moves men like machines. 2000, 2045. 10. In short, it violates human freedom and is in opposition to reason. Gadamer acknowledges that, of course, rhetoric appeals to feelings, but that in no way means it falls outside the realm of the reasonable. 1999, 568. 11. The disparagement of rhetoric, according to Gadamer, relies on a false antithesis, reason versus feelings, or emotions. In defense of his attempt to rehabilitate rhetoric, and against its critics, Gadamer writes, "I find it frighteningly unreal when people like Habermas ascribe to rhetoric a compulsory quality that one must reject in favor of unconstrained rational dialogue." 1999, 568. Gadamer writes that hermeneutics and rhetoric have a very close relationship. 2007, 251. He identifies his own work with the long tradition of rhetoric that began in classical Greece and continues today. He calls not so much for a revival of rhetoric but rather a revival of the appreciation of the fact that all discourse has a rhetorical aspect. Rhetoric is ineluctable. Rhetoric is the universal form of communication, which even today determines our social life in an incomparably more profound fashion than does science. Gadamer 1986, 17. With regard to aesthetics, Gadamer is critical of Kant for laying the basis for the subjectivization of aesthetics in the 19th century and for severing the connection between aesthetic experience and truth. In fact, the only important discussion of Kant in Truth and Method comes in Part 1 with Gadamer's criticism of this subjectivization. According to Kant, the play of beautiful representations, so again, Kant's representationalism, provides us with disinterested aesthetic pleasure. The basis for this pleasure is the fit between our cognitive faculties, intuition and conception. The locus of the aesthetic experience is in the subject. The aesthetic domain is distinctive and is not a matter of truth or morality. For Kant, the theoretical domain of the natural sciences, the moral domain of ethics, and the aesthetic domain of the experience of the beautiful and the sublime are each distinctive domains, irreducible to the other. All, of course, are a function of reason. Kant ties the aesthetic domain to the all-important moral domain by claiming that the beautiful serves as a symbol of morality. The neo-Kantianism that later takes hold sharpens the distinctiveness of these domains. A result of this is the understanding that art is for art's sake. Gadamer is not only critical of the subjectivization of aesthetics for which Kant laid the groundwork, but he importantly reconnects the experience of the beautiful with truth and with the good. In the concluding section of Truth and Method, in which Gadamer develops his hermeneutical ontology, he turns to Plato and particularly the Phaedrus, in which the experience of the beautiful awakens our memories of the truths we once beheld. Gadamer writes here, Plato was the first to show that the essential element in the beautiful was aletheia, truth. 1999, 487. In beauty, the gap between the intelligible and the sensible is overcome. The beautiful thing presents itself to us as radiantly beautiful and true. However much Gadamer in Truth and Method is at times critical of Plato and Platonism, in his conclusion he affirms Plato's treatment of 226. Robert J. Dostal. 226. Beauty. The continuity of this Platonic tradition is attested by the affinity between the Platonic theory of beauty and the idea of a universal hermeneutics, 1999, 487. In sum, Kant's theoretical epistemology is representational. Gadamer's is not. Kant's moral philosophy is a function of rules, law. Gadamer's is not, it is rather frenetic. Kant's aesthetics severs the beautiful from the true, Gadamer reconnects them. These aspects of Kant's thought are continuous with what Gadamer refers to negatively as the bad enlightenment. So why and how does Gadamer write that with Kant, and Rousseau, the idyll of the Enlightenment is over? How can Gadamer identify his hermeneutics with the Enlightenment? Reclaiming Kant for hermeneutics. Gadamer's reclamation of Kant for hermeneutics and his claim that Kant brings to an end the idyll of the Enlightenment relies primarily but not solely on Kant's ethics, even though his practical philosophy pushes aside Aristotelian phronsis. Three things stand out: 1. Human finitude, 2. The primacy of the practical, and 3. Freedom. The first of these, human finitude, follows from the check on theoretical reason that Kant puts forward in the first critique. He finds it necessary, he writes in the B preface BXXX, to deny knowledge in order to make room for faith, 1997, 117. This limitation of knowledge and science is, for Gadamer, a recognition of human finitude. At the same time it points to the second characteristic of Kant's work that is of importance for Gadamer, the primacy of the practical. Hermeneutical philosophy is a practical philosophy according to Gadamer. As is well known, Kant declares freedom, the realm of the practical, to be the keystone of his thought. The concept of freedom constitutes the keystone of the whole structure of a system of pure reason, even of speculative reason, 1996, 139, emphasis in original. It is important that this architectural metaphor is that of a keystone and not a foundation stone or cornerstone. Two important aspects of Kant's thought related to this metaphor of the keystone are, first, Kant's clear rejection of mathematics as a model for philosophical thought, and, second, his declaration that, although philosophical thought must be systematic, philosophy is not to produce a system. Descartes and Hobbes and their progeny saw the system of Euclidean geometry to be a model for philosophy. By this model the terms of the system are defined. Kant argues that philosophy cannot define its terms in the way that mathematics can. The goal for philosophy modeled on mathematics is a single system of deductive inference that lays out all knowledge. Such a system requires first principles that are known with certitude. This goal of a unified science based on verified principles remained the goal for 20th-century logical positivism. Yet for Kant philosophy cannot provide a system on the model of mathematics and Euclidean geometry. Kant distinguishes philosophy from mathematics in the often overlooked doctrine of method, method and Lehre, in the concluding section of the Critique of Pure Reason. It follows that Kant is not a foundationalist. One might argue that the title of his most read book, at least among his ethical writings, works against this claim. It is sometimes translated as Foundations, Grundlegung, for a metaphysics of morals. This title suggests providing a foundation for a system of morals, that is, a foundationalist ethics. This title notwithstanding, Gadamer would reply in the negative. Gadamer reads Kant phenomenologically. There have been endless debates about whether Kant's argument succeeds in providing an adequate foundation for a system of morals. The argument appears to be circular. The moral law presupposes freedom and our grasp of freedom relies on our experience of the moral law. The transcendental deduction of the Critique of Practical Reason appeals to freedom as a fact of reason, factum der Vernunft. Kant in no way attempts to prove this fact. The phenomenological reading of Kant merely describes our presupposition of freedom. This reading. 227. Gadamer's Kant. 227. Finds Kant providing a description of moral experience as we experience the humiliating and sublime moral law in ourselves and in the person we face. Gadamer claims that Kant clarifies but does not justify. He relies much on Gerhard Krüger's 1967 treatment of Kant's ethics in his book Philosophie und Moral in der Kantischen Ethik. 12. Following Krüger, Gadamer criticizes those readers who see Kant's ethics as a solensthik, an ethic of principle from which one derives what one should do. 13. Gadamer argues that Kant's ethics is rather a critical ethic. By this he means that the categorical imperative serves not so much as a principle of what one should do but rather a critical guide to what one should not do. In response to Alasdair MacIntyre, who might be seen as an ally in the effort to rehabilitate Aristotelian Francis, Gadamer writes that MacIntyre and others miss Kant's wisdom, 1987a, 357. This wisdom includes the irreducibility of the moral and the aesthetic to theoretical science. Although Kant in his Ethics denigrates prudence, Gadamer finds an echo of Aristotle in Kant's distinction between the hypothetical imperative and the categorical imperative. This distinction echoes for Gadamer the Aristotelian distinction between Francis and techn, prudence or good judgment, and technology. Gadamer writes of Kant's contribution in this regard that it remains true against every attempt to replace human moral action, praxis, with technology, technic, and against every attempt to confuse the rationality of our planning, the certainty of our calculation and the reliability of our prognosis with what we are able to know with unconditioned certainty. Gadamer 1987a, 221-14. This latter, which we can know with unconditioned certainty, is our moral duty. Accordingly, for Gadamer it is Kant's great service to preserve the distinctively moral against the merely useful. Gadamer is referring to utilitarianism when he writes, "We owe Kant our unending thanks for disclosing the consequential impurity of moral reasonings, that disgusting mishmash of moral and practical motives which the practical worldly wisdom of the Enlightenment validated as a higher form of morality." Gadamer 2007, 288. He writes more straightforwardly elsewhere, "The point is to overcome conceptually the utilitarianism of the Enlightenment and to restore once again the simple evidence of duty." 1987a, 357. Gadamer thus identifies the ethics of the Enlightenment, the bad Enlightenment, with utilitarianism. Closely connected with this criticism of the Enlightenment ethic of utilitarianism is what Gadamer sees as the great mistake of much of contemporary political thinking, both popular and scientific, that is, the replacement of praxis with techn. This replacement is what the Frankfurt School refers to as the instrumentalization of reason. It is also what Hannah Arendt points to as a basic and common fault of modern political thought. The figure who came a generation, or two, before these leaders of German 20th century thought and provided the sociological and political groundwork for this insight, that goes back to Kant, is, of course, Max Weber. It is not too much to say that German political philosophy of the 20th century, whether in Freiburg, Heidelberg, or Frankfurt, presents a kind of Weberian consensus with regard to a core critique of modern and contemporary politics. 15. It is in this context that Gadamer reclaims Kant's borrowed motto for the Enlightenment to dare to think for oneself. This call sapere ode. Gadamer hopes will wake us from what he calls our technological dream, the dream that we can solve all our problems with the right technology. 1998, 83. 228. Robert J. Dostal. 228. Conclusion. One might make a number of objections against Gadamer's reclamation of Kant for his hermeneutics. Though Kant may have preserved the distinction of Francis and techn in his distinction of the hypothetical and categorical imperatives, he accomplished this at the cost of the concept of Francis. We might also object, that although there are reasons to accept a phenomenological reading of Kant's ethical writings, Kant did not present them as such, and he explicitly uses the language of principle and ground. And, as we have noted above, there is much of the Enlightenment legacy of which Gadamer is very critical which is maintained by Kant. Kant's epistemology is representationalist. He pays insufficient attention to the life world. He rejects rhetoric. He subjectifies aesthetic experience. His politics are individualistic with insufficient regard for solidarity. The list goes on. A neater, cleaner, simpler Gadamer might have simply included Kant in his critique of the Enlightenment as such. Yet in a comment on Francis Ambrosio's essay in the Library of Living Philosophers volume, Gadamer writes, "I do not want to dispense with Kant and his concept of freedom. One cannot say this word in Greek, 1997b 274. For Gadamer, Kant is the philosopher of freedom. As mentioned above, the large major features and accomplishments of modernity, modernity as a function of the Enlightenment, are modern science and democracy. Gadamer embraces both. Although democracy may have its origins in ancient Greece and Rome, the ethos of freedom that Gadamer would encourage goes beyond what we can find in Greece and Rome. It has at its center the Kantian sense of duty and respect for the dignity of the person, although we should also note that Gadamer's persistent call for solidarity goes beyond the Enlightenment individualism of Kant. With regard to science, Gadamer follows Kant in his critically limiting the claims of science. Kant, for Gadamer, appropriately checks the overweening Enlightenment pride in the unlimited capacity of reason and its strong identification with the natural sciences. Kant destroyed the moral philosophical rationalizations of the Enlightenment and its blind pride in reason. From this madness Kant helped us recover. 2007, 288. We saw above how Gadamer appealed to Kant's motto to save us from our technological dream. This appeal is made in a publication in 1972. In the same year, in the afterword to the third edition of Truth and Method, Gadamer rejects the motto as abstract and indicative of the Enlightenment's rejection of authority. Blindness to the fact of human finitude, he writes, is what leads one to accept the Enlightenment's abstract motto and to disparage all authority. 1999, 571. This almost simultaneous acceptance and rejection displays Gadamer's ambivalence toward Kant and the Enlightenment. Kant shares in the Enlightenment blindness, but at the same time he points us toward the fact of human finitude which is so important for Gadamer. The importance both of Aristotelian phronesis and Kant's treatment of freedom and human dignity leads Gadamer to refer to the continued viability of the Aristotelian Kantian legacy, 1987a, 366. These two names do not join one another very readily, although one might argue that both Hegel and the Heidegger of being and time in their different ways bring together Aristotle and Kant. Gadamer himself does not profess to contribute much to ethics beyond the effort to reclaim and rehabilitate phronesis. He writes that the very idea of a moral philosophy seems to be stuck in irresolvable difficulty, 1987b, 177. He also writes that he sees no way from the later Heidegger to an ethics, but that the way to a moral philosophy remains open through Kant and Aristotle. Neither can do justice to the possibility of ethics per se, but both can do so for their parts of it. 2007, 279. 16. 229. Gadamer's Kant. 229. So the question that Gadamer leaves us with is, how do we put together Aristotle and Kant to establish a politics and an ethics for this highly technological and globalized world? Hegel might provide a starting point. He preserves much of Aristotle and he relies enormously on Kant. Here too is another puzzling question. Gadamer, who so often turns to Hegel in other contexts, in his essays which explicitly concern ethics inexplicably invokes the name of Hegel almost not at all. 18. Hegel's Truth in Gadamer's Method. Daniel O. Dahlstrom. Theta epsilon nu omicron delta epsilon phi iota lambda omicron sigma omicron phi epsilon. Plato, Symposium, 204a1. Critical engagement with Hegel's thinking figures prominently at practically every major juncture in Gadamer's Wahrheit und Method. A year after the publication of the first edition in 1960, Hans-Georg Gadamer published two studies of Hegel's thought, followed by a third in 1964. He subsequently published them, together with two previously unpublished papers, in Hegel's Dialectic, FUNF Hermeneutische Studien in 1971. The appearance of these publications on the heels of his opus magnum is telling, as is the number of subsequent publications where he addresses Hegel's thought. 2. Gadamer himself speaks of his tension-filled proximity to Hegel, a formulation, as Merold Westphal aptly notes, that we are not likely to improve on. 3. While scholars have not failed to note Gadamer's ambivalence towards Hegel, some have nonetheless seen in Gadamer's later works a penchant to stress points of agreement. 4. Yet this view is not universal. 5. Indeed, advocates for Hegel in particular, often drawing on those same works, have lobbied for the short-sighted and even dated quality of his critique of Hegel. 6. Each of these readings of the Gadamer-Hegel axis has its merits, and the present chapter makes no attempt to adjudicate among them. But, for all their differences, they tend to emphasize Gadamer's later treatments of Hegel's thought, including retrospective reflections on its meaning for his philosophical journey. While Gadamer's own trajectory, as noted above, may invite this approach, it runs the risk of neglecting the considerable significance of that engagement for the central argument in Wahrheit-und method. Without denying that Wahrheit-und method is by no means Gadamer's last word on the topic, the present chapter provides a counterpoint to this interpretive tendency by demonstrating how Gadamer builds the case for his hermeneutics in Wahrheit-und method by critically appropriating Hegel's thought at 4 key junctures. 7. The first juncture is Gadamer's rousing endorsement of Hegel's conception of cultural formation, at the very start of Wahrheit-und method. The second juncture includes his Hegelian account of the ontology of art and insistence on its truth in the face of aesthetic subjectivism. The third juncture is his plea for a Hegelian hermeneutics combined with a critique of Dilthey's allegedly half-hearted Hegelianism. The final juncture is his differentiation of the speculative and dialectical character of the hermeneutical experience of language from Hegel's metaphysical dialectic. In conclusion, I recapitulate the success of this appropriation of Hegel. 233. Hegel's truth and Gadamer's method. 233. And weigh in on possible implications of what I regard as the lingering ambiguity of the sense of ontology in the concluding argument of Wahrheit-und method. Cultural formation and the fundamental movement of the human spirit. In the opening chapter of Wahrheit-und method, Gadamer sets the stage for transcending the aesthetic dimension, the title of the first chapter, with a gloss on the meaning of the humanist tradition for sciences of the human spirit, the title of the chapter's opening section. Gadamer begins a review of the leading 19th-century concepts of these sciences with that of cultural formation, Bildung, and, in particular, Hegel's treatment of it, Gadamer 1972, 7-9. In the course of registering the superiority of Hegel's treatment over interpretations of the concept by Kant and others, Gadamer makes his sympathies with Hegel plain from the outset. Indeed, to a certain extent Wahrheit-und method begins not with a simple endorsement but with a ringing defense of Hegel's conception of cultural formation. Gadamer singles out 3 interconnected aspects of Hegel's treatment. The first aspect found, aptly enough, in Hegel's Philosophisk Propädeutik is Hegel's contention that philosophy exists only to the extent that we abstract from our own individual standpoints and look to something universal for guidance, something true, Gadamer adds, for every science of the human spirit. The essence of cultural formation consists in acquiring this ability. This ability to elevate one's individual perspective, whether theoretical or practical, to a universal level is the essence of human rationality. 8. This elevation to a universal perspective is at once a process of self-consciousness. To illustrate this second crucial aspect of cultural formation, Gadamer relates it to Hegel's characterization of the formative significance of servile work. According to Hegel, the work takes form, bildet, as the slave/worker produces something lasting, instead of satisfying a desire in a transient act, for example, consuming what lies outside it. Hegel 1969-71, 3:153. 9. With this act of forming comes an enhanced level of self-relatedness on the part of the worker. Rather than simply having a passing unmixed feeling of itself, unvermischt Selbstgefühl, tied to a desire, the worker comes to himself as pure being for itself precisely by seeing himself in an independent entity, what he has formed outside himself. Hegel 1969-71, 3:153. What seemed to be denied him in the selflessness of serving insofar as he submitted to someone else's sense of things, is imparted to him insofar as he has the consciousness of someone who works, Gadamer 1972, 10. The third aspect of cultural formation coincides with the fundamental historical calling of the human spirit, to reconcile oneself with oneself, to recognize oneself in another's being, Gadamer 1972, 11. This self-recognition in something alien to one's own immediate experience is particularly evident in the cultural formation of theoretical sciences where the elevation to the universal, grasping what is objective without any selfing interest, is patent. But it also applies, Hegel points out, to the appropriation of languages and worlds that are alien, including those of antiquity. After identifying the return to oneself from the being of another as the fundamental movement of the human spirit, Gadamer locates the essence of cultural formation not so much in the alienation itself as in the return home to oneself that, of course, presupposes the alienation, Gadamer 1972, 11f. Cultural formation, he adds, is not simply the elevation of the human spirit to a universal level but also the very element in which the person culturally formed moves, Gadamer 1972, 12. Gadamer does not explain this last remark, but presumably he means something like the historical yet shared world in which, for example, a musician, a politician, a native speaker, or a builder lives. 234. Daniel O. Dahlstrom. 234. Nonetheless, Hegel's account of that element cannot be satisfying, Gadamer submits, since, on that account, cultural formation comes to a close in a complete domination of substance, in the dissolution of any objective essence, a dissolution that is attained in the absolute knowing of philosophy, Gadamer 1972, 12. These charges are common fare, perhaps explaining why Gadamer makes the claim somewhat peremptorily. He also claims, however, that Hegel's account of cultural formation is not wedded to these philosophical pretensions and that the ideal of a complete cultural formation remains a necessary ideal of the very historical sciences of the human spirit that disavow this account, Gadamer 1972, 12. The perils of such claims are patent and, given the structure of Wahrheit-und method, no doubt by design. Adopting Hegel's account of cultural formation's self-conscious character while presumably holding his metaphysics at bay makes it incumbent on Gadamer to demonstrate that there are other and, indeed, more suitable ontological grounds for that account. Thus, Hegel's philosophy is at the epicenter of the way Gadamer prepares readers of Wahrheit-und method from the outset for the argument that he makes in it for an ontological turn. The ontological turn and Hegel's decisive truth. Gadamer presents a microcosm of this general structure of the book's argument and the pivotal role of Hegel's thought therein in the ensuing discussion of art and aesthetics, the transition to the second chapter of the first part. As is the case for cultural formation generally, the essence of art consists for Hegel in bringing the human being face to face with herself vor sich selbst, Gadamer 1972, 45. Gadamer is effusive in his praise of how Hegel's aesthetics directly counters the Kantian approach by bringing out the content of truth that resides in every experience of art and conveying it, furthermore, with historical consciousness such that aesthetics becomes a history of the truth that becomes visible in the mirror of art, Gadamer 1972, 93. To be sure, Gadamer again wastes no time qualifying his endorsement by acknowledging that Hegel is only able to recognize the truth of art by having philosophy surpass, supersede, and even disavow it. 10. Yet even in this regard, he submits, it is impossible to see only a wrong turn, abwegig, since Hegel moves in this way far beyond the realm of subjective spirit, therein lies a lasting truth of Hegelian thinking, Gadamer 1972, 94. The opening chapter of Wahrheit-und method, transcending the aesthetic dimension, thus aims at exposing the inadequacy of subjectivizing approaches to art, in the form of aesthetic consciousness and a so-called aesthetic difference. Hegel's insistence that aesthetic consciousness is dependent upon art rather than vice versa shows the way. In the second chapter, Gadamer aligns Hegel's opposition to that subjectivism with the necessity of taking an ontological turn, hence, the chapter's title, Ontology of the Artwork and its Hermeneutical Significance. The clue to the ontological explication is the concept of play, Spiel. 11. Art, like play, has its own essential character, consisting in a repeatable to and fro movement irreducible to the mindsets, beliefs, intentions, of those who play, those who engage with the artwork, a movement, furthermore, with an indeterminate outcome and no purpose beyond itself. While players have to take play seriously, immersing themselves in it rather than relating to it as an object, everything is in play in the unfolding of the play. What distinguishes the play in art from other forms of play in general, Gadamer adds, is the fact that it is intended for someone. Actors, for example, play their roles but for the purpose of getting the audience to take up those roles. Indeed, it is the audience for which and in which the play plays. 12. Gadamer labels this transformation of play into art, where the play acquires its ideality via a potential audience or viewer, the transformation into a created structure Gebilde, Gadamer 1972, 105. This structure is a veritable creation, not a mere transition from one state to another that retains an identity with what went before. Like play but unlike the 235. Hegel's truth and Gadamer's method. 235. Artist, the audience, and their worlds. Each of art's created structures has its own measure that is incomparable with any reality outside it or preceding it. As a created structure, the artwork is a transformed world and what it portrays is what is true and essential, albeit regularly concealed. This truth is its measure. It cancels what otherwise counts as real, so that what is true supersedes, off het, that reality. Gadamer 1972, 108. Without mentioning Hegel by name, Gadamer characterizes the experience of an artwork in the very same terms used by Hegel to capture cultural formation. What one actually experiences in an artwork and what one is directed at is, how true it is, i.e., how much one comes to know and recognize something and oneself in it as it sets aside what is contingent and incidental, and displays what truly and essentially is. Gadamer 1972, 108f. This essential character of art cannot be accommodated by any construal of it as merely an object of aesthetic consciousness, since our very way of relating to the artwork is a part of the process of its display of the truth, a process that is inherently ontologically play. Just as play genuinely exists only in being played, so an artwork acquires its genuine being by actually displaying a truth in the performance and viewing. Gadamer 1972, 111, 116. 13. To construe the artwork as, in essence, an object of aesthetic consciousness is to fail to recognize that this consciousness essentially belongs to the artwork's aesthetic being. 14. As Gadamer presses the case for this ontology for different arts, he recognizes the apparent problem presented by literary works of art, capable as they are of being read intermittently and privately. Yet the problem, he submits, is only apparent since reading a novel is, no less than viewing a picture, an original event in which some content presents itself. Gadamer 1972, 133. 15. The same holds, moreover, for written works, literature, generally, historical and scientific documents. Gadamer pivots here from the theme of art and aesthetics to that of hermeneutics, introducing the theme of the second part of Wahrheit-und method. Just as viewing, listening, and reading are integral to realizing the truth displayed in painting, music, and poetry, so understanding is integral to realizing the meaning of texts. 16. At this pivotal juncture, Gadamer again appeals to Hegel, contrasting his hermeneutical approach with that of Schleiermacher. On the supposition that a work's actual meaning is determined by the world it originally belongs to, the central idea of Schleiermacher's hermeneutics is to restore its original meaning, to replace what was lost, to reconstruct its original conditions. Yet while this pursuit is certainly helpful, Gadamer questions whether what is obtained by it is the meaning sought and whether the understanding is rightly construed as a second production, reproduction. On the face of it, the endeavor is absurd, widersinnig, since the reproduced is not indeed, cannot be the original. Hegel's approach is different, not least because he appreciates the impotence of all restoration. In this connection Gadamer cites Hegel's likening of artworks to beautiful fruit, broken off from the tree, not affording us, the tree that bore it, not the earth and the elements that made up its substance. In this way, with works of that art, fate does not afford us their world, but instead only the memory of this reality. Hegel 1969-71, 3:547 f. Hegel describes the activity of reconstructing the framework from elements handed down as an external action that remains incapable of restoring the original. The true task of history is instead to bring the human spirit to see itself elevated in it on a higher level. Gadamer 1972, 161. After thus redeploying the terms of Hegel's treatment of cultural formation, Gadamer adds: with this Hegel articulates a decisive truth, insofar as the essence of the human spirit insofar as it is historical consists not in the restitution of the past but in the thoughtful mediation with contemporary life. Gadamer 1972, 161. 236. Daniel O. Dahlstrom. 236. This ringing endorsement of Hegel's decisive truth iterates what Gadamer finds so compelling in Hegel's thinking and why it figures so prominently in Gadamer's hermeneutics, his method of sorts. What Hegel deems essential to the history of the human spirit is hermeneutics' realistic task of thoughtfully mediating between the past and life in the present. Because it places this thoughtful mediation on the same level as the truthful self-display of art, Hegel's hermeneutics is fundamentally superior to Schleiermacher's. 17. Dilthey's half-hearted Hegelianism. After introducing Part 2 of Wahrheit und method by stressing the importance of following Hegel more than Schleiermacher as just described, Gadamer 1972, 162, Gadamer turns to 19th-century approaches to history. Ranke and Droysen, the leading figures of the so-called historical school, remained beholden to the spirit of Schleiermacher's hermeneutics by construing the object of history, like a text, as something with a meaning ultimately detached from the historians themselves. Despite unmistakable Hegelian echoes in their work, neither could accept Hegel's account of history as the human spirit's path to itself. Gadamer 1972, 197. For all their differences, they continue to think of the historian's task only in aesthetic hermeneutic categories, reconstructing fragments from the great texts of history where the reconstructions themselves are fully dispensable. Gadamer 1972, 205. Just as the aesthetic approach to art loses sight of the truth that Hegel finds in art, so the historical school fails to accommodate Hegel's insight into the self-knowledge that is the truth of history. Gadamer turns next to Wilhelm Dilthey, the champion of hermeneutics whose relationship to Hegel's thought is even more conflicted, in no small part because he recognized both his predecessor's theoretical insufficiencies and the enormous relevance of Hegel's conception of spirit to historical hermeneutics. That recognition led to him to question how historical experience can become a science, Gadamer 1972, 208, and to seek to do for the sciences of the human spirit roughly what Kant did for physical science. Dilthey looks not to Hegel but to Kant here because a 19th-century concern with epistemology coincided with the discrediting of Hegelian philosophy and with it the definitive destruction of the self-evident correspondence of being and logos. Gadamer 1972, 207. The rejection of a purely rational reconstruction of history forced inquirers to limit historical knowledge to experience, albeit with the understanding, which differentiates Dilthey from the Neo-Kantians, that the relevant experiences are different from those that figure in the natural sciences. Gadamer 1972, 208. 18. Yet Dilthey recognized that the historian's task is to understand historical contexts as they are collectively experienced and not by a single individual alone. He thus found himself faced with the challenge of providing a basis for the transition from a psychological to a hermeneutical foundation of historical sciences, without bringing himself into an unwanted and unacknowledged nearness to speculative idealism. Gadamer 1972, 214. Gadamer claims that Dilthey never got beyond drafts of responses to this challenge. Grounding philosophy in the concept of life supposedly renders it fundamentally superior to Hegel's intellectualism, and yet it is hardly clear how his characterization of life as the thought-forming work of life differs from Hegel's concept of spirit. Gadamer 1972, 213 f. The fact that the concept of spirit increasingly displaces that of life in Dilthey's later work would seem to signal unwanted or at least inescapable ties to Hegel's speculative approach to history. To be sure, Dilthey incorporates Hegel's fecund concept of objective spirit into his historical hermeneutics. But he transforms the concept by subsuming the forms of absolute spirit, art, religion, philosophy, under objective spirit and by understanding it more expansively too. 237. Hegel's truth and Gadamer's method. 237. Encompass every form of life, not only family, civil society, and state. Yet since art, religion, and philosophy, precisely as expressions of objective spirit, remain the preeminent ways in which the spirit is known, this transformation of the Hegelian concept does not amount, Gadamer submits, to the difference that Dilthey presumes it to be. Their opposition comes down to the difference between the cognitive meaning, Hegel, and the expressive meaning, Dilthey, of philosophical concepts, Gadamer 1972, 215f. Nonetheless, Dilthey accords to historical consciousness, the understanding of life's expressions, a version of the full transparency reserved by Hegel for philosophy, absolute cognition. As Gadamer puts it, not in speculative knowledge of the concept but in historical consciousness is the human spirit's knowledge of itself complete, Gadamer 1972, 216. Art and philosophy continue to enjoy a certain priority, to be sure, but as particularly accessible, meaningful gestalts of life's becoming. It is particularly revealing for Gadamer's own hermeneutical theory and ontological pretensions that he explicitly questions whether this historical consciousness can take the place that Hegel assigns to absolute knowing. 19. His extensive gloss on how Dilthey appropriates Hegel's thought is meant to underscore the need for a suitable alternative to Hegel's speculative idealism and the lack of it in Dilthey's theoretical reflections. Dilthey insists on our finite, historical situatedness but does not see in it any fundamental impairment of the possibility of objective knowledge in historical studies. But one must ask, Gadamer submits, how this claim is supposed to be justified without implying a concept of the absolute, philosophical knowledge over all historical knowledge, Gadamer 1972, 221. According to Gadamer, while one will find no explicit answer to this question in Dilthey, his entire scientific work exhibits such an answer indirectly, Gadamer 1972, 221. With unmistakably Hegelian overtones, the answer consists not in extinguishing the historian in favor of her subject matter, but in finding herself in it, such that historical consciousness is a manner of self-knowledge, Gadamer 1972, 221. Just as one of the marks of cultural formation for Hegel is a human life's elevation of itself beyond its fleeting particularity, so Dilthey regards all the dominant forms of human expression as configurations of objective spirit. Yet, Gadamer submits, Dilthey failed to see these implications of his approach because of a residual Cartesianism, an assumption of the object's self-sufficiency, independent of the historian, leaving her with the impossible task of securing the epistemological conditions of her research. Just as nature presumably stands fully constituted opposite the natural scientist, so too, does the historian's subject matter present itself in Dilthey's view as fully formed, that is, a complete text, independent of the historian herself. Historical research is construed as a matter of deciphering and not as an historical experience itself. Gadamer links this alleged inconsistency between Dilthey's practice and theory precisely to his conflicted relation to Hegel's philosophy of spirit. After noting how Dilthey draws the conclusion that one needs only to decipher history as a text, Gadamer observes, the implication was that in the end history was reduced to the history of the human spirit, a reduction that Dilthey in fact already acknowledges in his half-negation, half-affirmation of Hegel's philosophy of spirit. Gadamer 1972, 227. Gadamer is likely referring to Dilthey's expansive adoption of Hegel's conception of objective spirit along with his rejection of Hegel's construal of philosophy as the epitome of absolute spirit. But the remark is telling, too, for what it says about Gadamer's own relation to Hegel. Gadamer plainly appreciates Dilthey's appropriation, half-affirmation, of Hegel's notion of objective spirit into the overriding model of life and its expression. Thus, Hegel's truth. 238. Daniel O. Dahlstrom. 238. Underwrites Dilthey's hermeneutical method, much as it does Gadamer's. At the same time, Gadamer shares Dilthey's rejection, half-negation, of the metaphysical idealism of absolute spirit. Yet he is also unconvinced that Dilthey has provided the theoretical foundation for scientific objectivity that Hegel's thinking affords. 20. The implication of this criticism is clear. Dilthey and his predecessors lacked the adequate theoretical resources to avoid historical relativism precisely because they positioned the historian outside history. Presumably what is needed is a way to retain Hegel's insight into cultural formation, including art and history, as a form of self-knowledge without entailing absolute idealism. Gadamer finds a solution in Graf York's presentation of the structural correspondence of life and self-consciousness. Self-consciousness, like life, consists in distinguishing oneself from the world and yet relating to it, precisely for that reason, as integral to oneself and thus recognizing oneself in it. York extends this correspondence of life and self-consciousness, already developed in Hegel's Phänomenologie des Geists, to the essence and task of philosophy. Philosophical reflection is legitimate if and only if it corresponds to that correspondence. There are no more basic principles, epistemological or otherwise, than what enters into this process of life and its augmentation in self-consciousness. In this way York removes the epistemological constraints of Dilthey's approach by holding fast to the metaphysical connection of life and self-consciousness as Hegel had elaborated it. Gadamer 1972, 238 ff. 21. Genuine experience, hermeneutical conversation, and the hermeneutical dialectic. Yet the foregoing endorsement of York's appropriation of Hegel invites rather than allays the charge that Gadamer sustains his hermeneutics, his method, only by relying on Hegel's metaphysics, the truth of absolute idealism. Indeed, in the final section of Part 2 of Wahrheit und Method, Gadamer explicitly asks whether the fusion of horizons contained in his account of effective historical consciousness entails Hegel's absolute dialectic. Are we not forced to give Hegel his due, and is it not still necessary for the absolute mediation of history and truth, as Hegel thinks it, to appear as the foundation of hermeneutics? Gadamer 1972, 324. The challenge of freeing his hermeneutics from the hybrid consequences of speculative idealism can only be met, he submits, by refusing to be satisfied with an irrational, watered-down version of it and by holding fast to the truth of Hegelian thinking. Gadamer 1972, 326. He needs, as he puts it, to determine the structure of effective historical consciousness by looking to Hegel and setting it off from him. Gadamer 1972, 328. 22. Gadamer looks to Hegel's concept of experience insofar as it focuses on how a person becomes conscious of herself in making the experience of something, so that she is rightly said to be experienced. The object of consciousness is by itself not what, or at least not all, that she consciously thought it would be. Experience is for Hegel this dialectical movement from the object of consciousness back to the consciousness itself and, with it, to a new object that does not cancel but contributes to explaining the original object, and does so because consciousness recognizes in it a content that is one with consciousness' own self-certainty. Like cultural formation, once again, experience on this account is the way in which a person becomes conscious of herself in something or someone else. 239. Hegel's truth and Gadamer's method. 239. Gadamer sets off his account of experience from Hegel's insofar as Hegel's conception purportedly culminates in a form of self-knowledge that no longer has anything exceeding its grasp. Such an absolute identity of consciousness and object is, Gadamer contends, the antithesis of experience. Gadamer may be short on argumentation, but his reason for distancing himself from Hegel in this regard is unequivocal. Hegel's conception of experience cannot do justice to hermeneutical consciousness because experience itself can never be science. Gadamer 1972, 338. And it cannot be science because experience in the genuine sense never exhausts or supersedes what is other than the experiencing consciousness, other objects, persons, or experiences. Not to be confused with the iterative character of experiences presupposed by science, experience in this preeminent sense is always new, involving a negative component, for example, something other than we expected or wanted, yet yielding a liberating insight. This insight, not to be equated with cognition of this or that condition of things, is an awareness of not being the master of the future. Someone experienced is accordingly open to new experiences and not merely in scientific mode to reconfirming old ones. In all the ways suggested above, experience is, above all, an experience of finitude, of a person's historicality. Gadamer applies this general account of experience, critically appropriated from Hegel, to hermeneutical experience. What we experience hermeneutically are, at bottom, others, including what they have said and passed down to us in the form of tradition. 23. Applied to the hermeneutical experience of others, the openness to new experiences without any pretension of mastering what we experience takes the form of a conversation. In a genuine conversation, no one dominates. Instead there is a fusion of horizons as questions and answers are exchanged and common meanings emerge. Those who converse do not lead so much as they are led by a conversation that has its own spirit and bears its own truth. Gadamer 1972, 361. 24. While not identical, the hermeneutical situation is sufficiently similar, Gadamer contends, to justify talk of a hermeneutical conversation between the text and the interpreter. Here, too, both parties in the conversation necessarily play a part in finding the common language that coincides with understanding the matter discussed or, in the case of hermeneutical experience, what the text communicates, the sense of its wording and, as much as possible, the full ideality and possible truth that sense entails. Gadamer 1972, 368 f. 372. 25. Language is at the center of this discursive understanding. It is the medium of the hermeneutical experience, that is, the medium in which understanding is implemented. Sich Valsiet, Gadamer 1972, 361, 365. 26. As such, it is for hermeneutics generally what the artwork is for aesthetic hermeneutics, the enabling, constitutive condition of understanding and interpretation. Thus, both the hermeneutical object and the hermeneutic act, what is understood and the act of understanding it, have an inherently linguistic character, Sprachlichkeit. The essential connection of this linguistic character with the understanding, thinking, reason, verbum cordis, underwrites the dynamic unlimitedness of hermeneutical consciousness and the universal significance of the hermeneutical phenomenon. Gadamer 1972, 379, 382. 27. Far from being limited to previous uses of words, hermeneutical experience takes the form of a constant process of concept formation through which the language's life of significance develops further, where metaphorical transference, the living metaphoricity and non-instrumentality of language, is the order of the day. Gadamer 1972, 405 f. 409 f. The hermeneutical phenomenon has universal significance, moreover, precisely because our experience of the world in its entirety and, indeed, in its entire unfolding is bound to language, again, so construed, while the linguistic experience of the world never exhausts or overtakes the world, and there is no place outside that experience from which the experience could become itself an object. Gadamer 1972, 424 f. 429, 432. 28. 240. Daniel O. Dahlstrom. 240. Having made his case for the linguistic character of our experience of the world, Gadamer notes that this character was also the guiding thread or clue, Leitfaden, for Greek metaphysics. Hence, he continues, it is necessary to ask to what extent the answer given by it that reaches to Hegel does justice to the inquiry that guides Gadamer's investigations. Gadamer 1972, 432. Stripped down to its essentials, the answer given by Greek and Hegelian ontology is theological. They think the being of beings, as a being that completes itself in thinking, the thinking of the nous, an infinite presence. Gadamer 1972, 432. 29. Dismissing without argument the splendid self-forgetfulness of this notion, Gadamer still feels compelled to ask how far we can follow the renewal of it Greek metaphysical thinking, that Hegel's absolute idealism displays. Gadamer 1972, 433. Immediately alerting his readers to his differences from Hegel in this regard, Gadamer declares that he is guided by the hermeneutical phenomenon, the finitude of our historical experiences as the all-determining ground. Language is the trace of finitude in the sense that it constantly develops as an event that corresponds to human finitude. It is the center of language mit der Sprache alone that, related to the whole of beings, imparts and mediates/conveys vermittelt the finite historical essence of the human being with itself and with the world. Gadamer 1972, 433. The very occasionalness of words brings a totality of sense into play without being able to say it totally. Gadamer hardly conceals his own bit of ontological hubris here, one of the few clues to his use of ontology, rejecting as he does the infinite presence of being to itself in Greek metaphysics, good infinity, but allowing a conception of language that relates to the whole of beings, harboring a non-finite totality, bad infinity, of meaning. Gadamer 1985-95, 3:221. In an effort to clarify this nearness to metaphysics, Gadamer begins by explaining why he reads Hegel's metaphysics as a renewal of Greek metaphysics. For the Greeks, knowledge was not the fraught activity of a subject confronting objects but a part of being, such that mind and world belong together in a primary sense, much as human beings, interpreters all, belong to a linguistically constituted world. With his peers, Hegel shared an appreciation of the trenchancy of this Greek legacy of grounding thinking and knowing in being rather than vice versa, the modern alternative. 30. He also recognized the pivotal role of dialectic in this legacy, a way of unfolding that counters what is first posited, typically by a subject, thereby superseding it. Hegel's dialectic of the determinations of thought and the forms of knowing explicitly repeat the total mediation of thought and being that was previously the natural element of Greek thinking. Gadamer 1972, 436. 31. In the hermeneutical experience of listening and letting others and the things themselves have their say, there is also a kind of dialectic. Here, too, the experience begins with a self-negating, putting one's own subjectivity in check, and results in a dialectical conclusion, an interpretation that fits the meaning of the text as a whole. Yet while hermeneutics kinship to the all-mediating role of the dialectic in Greek thinking and its renewal by Hegel is patent, so too is its difference. Far from claiming to free itself from the power of language in a repeat of the flight to the logoi, hermeneutics seeks to think from the center of language. Gadamer 1972, 432, 440f. Again, language as the universally mediating trace of finitude rather than any onto-theological science of logic becomes the horizon of a hermeneutic ontology. 32. Gadamer presses the comparison and contrast further by invoking an element common to 241. Hegel's truth and Gadamer's method. 241. Hermeneutical and metaphysical dialectic. The common element is speculation, a mirroring that exists only in conveying something else. Circa 1800, speculation signified the opposite of everyday dogmatisms, a capacity to reflect and see for oneself what things are. A thought is speculative if it mirrors, reflects, nothing but the appearance of what is thought. 33. Hermeneutics is speculative inasmuch as speakers use words that for them have a prima facie limited sense to mean something that others can understand, something that, at the same time, is neither limited nor intended to be limited to that use or meaning. Even the most ordinary events of speaking and understanding have a speculative dimension since their words do not simply copy beings, scenes abelden, but express a relationship to the whole of being, ein Verhältnis zum ganzen des Sens, embracing what is said and unsaid in one unified meaning. Gadamer 1972, 445. 34. This speculative dimension of the hermeneutic experience corresponds to its dialogical character, an event in which meaning unfolds and in which, like the Platonic dialogues, the language of questioning and answering is the order of the day. But it is precisely this experience of language that fundamentally distinguishes the hermeneutic speculative dimension from Hegel's speculative dialectic. For Hegel, like Plato, dialectic rests upon the subordination of language to the assertion Aussage, Gadamer 1972, 444, 35 assertions are declarative sentences in the indicative mood. Not surprisingly, they are conceived in the 20th century as the well-formed propositions that are truth-bearers. To be sure, Hegel reads their subject-predicate structure speculatively. His dialectic remains speculative, moreover, in the sense of driving the respective content of the assertion to the point of contradiction. 36 Nonetheless, the fundamental role assigned to the concept of assertion is, Gadamer contends, completely at odds with the essence of hermeneutical experience and the linguistic character of the human experience of the world altogether, Gadamer 1972, 444. Notwithstanding Hegel's insight into the speculative spirit of language, he insists on hearing in language only the play of reflection of thought determinations and elevating them in the totality of known knowledge to the self-consciousness of the concept, Gadamer 1972, 444. This concept of the assertion is at odds with the conversation that makes up the linguistic experience of the world, at odds because it privileges what is asserted, the reflection of thought determinations, over that experience. The presumption that what is asserted is capable of being dialectically determined, subjecting rather than being subject to the experience of language, is inconsistent with the open-endedness of that experience, including what is not yet known. In short, what Hegel fails to countenance is the radical finitude underlying the hermeneutical experience, Gadamer 1972, 447. By way of conclusion, an ontological sleight of hand? From Hegel's account of the fundamental movement of the human spirit in cultural formation to his recognition of the decisive truth for hermeneutics that history is not about restoring the past but mediating with contemporary life, from his elaboration of the connection between life and self-consciousness to his dialectical conception of genuine experience, Hegel provides Gadamer with key elements of his argument for a universal, philosophical hermeneutics in Wahrheit-und method. Gadamer shapes his method with his eye firmly on what he takes to be the truth of Hegel's philosophy. Yet while Gadamer effectively marshals Hegel's insights into the service of his argument, the ontological conclusion he draws is problematic. The problem is not so much Gadamer's objections to Hegel's absolute metaphysics or even his insistence on being able to exploit Hegel's analyses of self-consciousness without having to endorse their metaphysical trappings. To be sure, both those objections and that insistence are 242. Daniel O. Dahlstrom. 242. Often short on argument. But there is an even more basic issue, and it concerns the very idea of a hermeneutic ontology. Gadamer couches his Hegelian opposition to subjectivism in aesthetics as a matter of ontology. The aim of his analysis is ontological, its focus is the manner of being of aesthetic being, Gadamer 1972, 122, 130. He characterizes that manner of being as the eventful play that only exists to the extent that players play and find themselves in the play. His Hegelian opposition to the polarization of subject and object underlying the historiographical parallels to that subjectivism is also ontological in his view, albeit in a sense relying upon Heidegger's rendering of the ontological structure of understanding, Gadamer 1972, 277, 281. At the same time, as noted above, Gadamer repeatedly insists that his appropriation of Hegel's insights cannot entail an embrace of Hegel's ontology. So in a sense Gadamer has prepared his readers for the final argument of Wahrheit-und method, namely, the introduction of language as the ontological horizon of hermeneutics, Gadamer 1972, 450. 37 Still, despite the clues provided by the analysis of artworks and the nod to Heidegger's fundamental ontology, Gadamer provides no specific treatment of ontology as such. Part of the reason may be traced to the fact that his reliance upon the open-endedness of a conversation animated by questions is at odds with traditional senses of ontology. 38. To the extent that ontology includes general assertions about different manners of being or a process of being, to use Gadamer's own terms, hermeneutic ontology would seem to be an oxymoron. After all, he faults Hegel's ontology precisely for its assertoric character. Given this apparent dilemma, it is hard to view his talk of hermeneutics' ontological horizon as, if not a sleight of hand, a metaphor, designed at best to transport his readers to a different or transformed, albeit still developing understanding of being. 39. 19. Gadamer, Dilthey, N. The Aporias of Historical Enlightenment. Eric S. Nelson, Schleiermacher and Dilthey. Hans-Georg Gadamer is no doubt indebted to while being a trenchant critic of 19th-century hermeneutics in the German-speaking world and, in particular, the key figures of Friedrich Schleiermacher and Wilhelm Dilthey. Schleiermacher and Dilthey are, each in their own ways, inheritors and critics of the Enlightenment and modernity that they reconsidered from the perspectives of the lived experiential subject of, respectively, religious and historical life. Two of Schleiermacher's primary works addressed the justification of religion in response to its enlightened despisers, On Religion, Speeches to its Cultured Despisers, first published in 1799, and The Experiential and Theoretical Integrity of Christianity, The Christian Faith, first published in 1821–22. Schleiermacher endeavored to reconcile the universal impulses of Enlightenment rationality and the particularity and subjectivity of Christian faith. He was accordingly considered a liberal defender of modern Christianity, and would subsequently become a principal target of conservative pietistic Christianity, such as Dilthey's friend and critic Count Paul York von Wartenburg, and neo-Orthodox theologians, such as Karl Barth. One in response to the prevalent positivism and empiricism of his era, represented by philosophers such as Auguste Comte and John Stuart Mill, Dilthey's unfolding philosophical project articulated the uniqueness and autonomy of the human sciences, Geisteswissenschaften, in the To the Human Sciences, 1883, the psychological dynamics of the experiential subject and ideas concerning a descriptive and analytic psychology, 1894, and other psychological writings of the 1890s, and the fundamental historicity of biographical and self-reflective life in the formation of the historical world in the human sciences, 1910. Dilthey presented himself in the introduction to the human sciences with the task of rectifying, on the one hand, the one-sidedness of a scientific positivism lost in universal theorizing and an objectivity that suppressed the role of historical subjects and, on the other hand, the richly detailed research of the historical school that was adrift in historical facticity and implicitly and uncritically assumed theoretical presuppositions while rejecting theorizing. 2. The historical school was in need of its own philosophical articulation. In light of this current disputed state of the human sciences, I have undertaken to provide a philosophical foundation for the principle of the historical school and for 247. Gadamer and Dilthey. 247. Those modes of research into society currently dominated by that school, this should settle the conflict between the historical school and abstract positivistic theories. Dilthey 1914–2006, 1:17, 1985–2019, 149. To overcome the dispute between positivism and historicism, the Kantian critique of reason would be transformed into a critique of historically embodied forms of reason. Dilthey would speak here of overcoming the limits of the Enlightenment by historically radicalizing it as well as by addressing the need for a historical contextualized form of enlightenment. 3. Hermeneutics, subjectivity, and structure. It is in such interpretive contexts that the conception of hermeneutics develops in the works of Schleiermacher and Dilthey. Neither thinker identified hermeneutics with the entirety of philosophy, or considered hermeneutics to be first philosophy, even as their writings are hermeneutical to an extent in tracing the constitutive interpretive character of experiential life. The projects of expanding and transforming Enlightenment rationality in relation to experience and subjectivity inform and limit their conceptions of hermeneutics as the doctrine and art of interpretation. Hermeneutics, which had previously primarily signified the elucidation of biblical and classical texts, became in their works, and those of other contemporaries that deserve more attention than can be considered here, linked with the expressivist lineage in German thought, paradigmatically articulated in earlier thinkers such as Johann Gottfried Herder, as the interpretation of the expression of experience. For expression is not limited to testing and verifying claims of cognitive and theoretical validity. It encompasses the entire range and fullness of affective, dispositional, and practical life that requires appropriate forms of description, reflection, and theorizing. 5. Schleiermacher formulated the distinction between a necessity of both linguistic, textual, and psychological, authorial, interpretation in hermeneutics. In addition to classical hermeneutical questions of appropriate linguistic interpretation and translation of texts, the subjectivity and historical situatedness of both the author and the contemporary interpreter becomes problematic. This problematic of understanding individuality, which Gadamer describes as a product of interrupted tradition and alienation in which understanding becomes a special task, Gadamer 2013, 186, is evident in the conjuncture of linguistic and psychological interpretation in facing the author's individualized linguistic creativity in new and idiosyncratic uses of language. The aesthetic subjectivity and free productivity at the core of hermeneutics in Schleiermacher and Romanticism, in which conversation is the stimulation of subjectivity, is contrasted with the social reciprocity of dialogue and play, Gadamer 2013, 194, 201. 6. Gadamer depicts in Truth and Method how in Schleiermacher's hermeneutics there is a fundamental shift from the continuity of the contents of tradition and their truth claims to a new priority of universal unintelligibility and misunderstanding, grounded in an alienation from tradition that requires the recourse to method and technique, as well as a transformation of problems of textual interpretation into questions of subjective understanding, Gadamer 2013, 186. 7. But language is not principally about understanding and expressing individuality. Language is being that can be understood, and is the mode of mediation in which the continuity of history transpires over all distances and discontinuities, Gadamer 2013, 470. 8. The self-reflexivity of the hermeneutical problematic in Schleiermacher would become paradigmatic for the human sciences as a whole in which historical life investigates itself. In Dilthey's formulation, the historical and human sciences are sciences, structured systems of knowledge that claim cognitive or theoretical validity, that presuppose, and cannot eliminate. 248. Eric S. Nelson. 248. As constitutive of historical life, the threefold structural nexus of understanding, Verstehen, the expression, Ausdruck, of lived experience, or Leibniz. Dilthey employed a structural processual discourse to express hermeneutical concerns. In the 1910 Aufbau, understanding and experience are structurally mediated through expression and the objective spirit, that is, the entangled objectification and sedimentation of social and intersubjective relations, of historical life, and the uniqueness of individuals is due to their positionality in the relational nexus. 9. Dilthey's structuralism does not eliminate the individual as it is also operative in his descriptive and analytic psychology. 10. The singular ethical personality transpires in relation to a unique configuration of intersecting forces and structures, Nelson 2019, 10. Yet as the individual is a relative structured whole through its feeling of life, autobiographical sensibility, and self-reflection, Dilthey's plurality of intersecting yet relatively autonomous and conflicting structural wholes led to his rejection of strong forms of collective and holistic explanation in favor of methodological individualism and his interpretive conflicts with proponents of the psychology of peoples, v. Oelker psychology, the collective soul or mentality of races and peoples. Folksiel, and the emerging field of sociology. 11. It is arguably the structural tendencies in Dilthey's thinking that continue to resonate most deeply in Gadamer's philosophy of language and concepts such as the reciprocity of tradition and historical inquiry in effective history, Wirkungsgeschichte, in Truth and Method, Gadamer 2013, 294. 12. There is an illuminating brief discussion of 19th century hermeneutics in Gadamer's 1988 lectures in Naples on the origins of Greek philosophy, published as The Beginning of Philosophy. Gadamer described there how Dilthey's philosophical significance lies in his conception of structure, and how Dilthey's articulation of historical structures, in particular the affective nexus, Wirkungszusammenhang, played a vital role for his own thinking. Gadamer 1996, 27-29. Historicity, holism, and individuality. Gadamer's approach in Truth and Method to Schleiermacher and Dilthey focuses on art, history, and the human sciences in order to emancipate them from the dominance of romantic subjectivity and scientistic methodology. Gadamer's analyses trace what might be called a form of the dialectic of enlightenment at work in 19th century hermeneutics, which in part hints at the ontological and philosophical hermeneutics of the 20th century, while being ensnared in the aporias of reason and lived experience, objectivity and subjectivity, universality and historical particularity. 13. Gadamer's interpretation of Dilthey in particular raises a number of questions about Gadamer's hermeneutics. Dilthey's failure is not only as a thinker of historical structural wholes. In a criticism that resonates with York's comments in the Dilthey/York correspondence and their appropriation by Heidegger in the 1920s, the aesthetic ocular-centric model views history as a spectator from a distance, im Abstand der Distanz, Gadamer 1985-95, 10:178. This distance is not only an issue which concerned Nietzsche, 1997, 66, in the second essay of Untimely Mediations of the Aesthetic Perception of Diverse Eras from a Universalizing Suprahistorical Perspective. It concerns for earlier German thinkers encompassing Herder, Ranke, and Dilthey the problem of historical difference and its worth. Dilthey's exposition of the distance and discontinuity between epochs as historical wholes was informed by skeptical questions of understanding across distinctive contexts, as well as the historical school's conception of the autonomy and irreducibility of distinctive historical cultures and peoples that are each, according to Herder, equally near to God. Ranke stated in a similar vein in 1854 that 249. Gadamer and Dilthey. 249. Each historical epoch is immediate to God, and its value, worth, depends on its own unique particular existence rather than on its consequences and effects for later eras. 14. The historical turn from Herder to Ranke and Dilthey resisted abstract theorizing for the sake of the concrete historical particularity. It justifies the particularity of ages, cultures, and peoples in response to the universalizing progressive histories of the Enlightenment, for instance, Kant, and the speculative philosophy of history, for instance, Hegel. Such historical consciousness is a consequence of modernity, a continuation rather than an overcoming of the dialectic of enlightenment, and the fundamental breakdown of tradition. Gadamer 2013, 187. The autonomous particularity of epochs articulated by the historical school and Dilthey as its theorist treats them as if they have the internal coherence and self-containedness of texts. Gadamer 2013, 204. This sense of history entails the distance and discontinuity of epochs and the need for reimagining and reconstruction that cannot rely on the presentism of the current state of the tradition. This tendency is palpable in Heidegger's appropriation of historicity and generation from Dilthey in the 1925 Kassel Lectures and 77 of Being and Time. Dasein is not only being a self but historically belonging to a generation. Heidegger 2012, 174. 15. The epochal and generational understanding of history introduces a pluralistic conception of historicity, and entails the problems of relativism discussed by critics of Herder and as seen in Husserl's Logos article Philosophy as a Rigorous Science. Dilthey. Its sense of epochs as wholes stands in tension with the notion of the historical continuity of the tradition as a whole in Gadamer's philosophy of history and his criticisms of Dilthey through which it is articulated. There are accordingly two different senses of historical holism at work in Dilthey and Gadamer. One concerns the formation of as well as the conflicts and discontinuities within epochs and generations, the other the adaptive transmission of a form of language and history. Gadamer 2013, 470, 1985-95, 2:143. Gadamer, again in kinship with the critiques of Dilthey expressed by York and Heidegger, links such concerns with the critique of the individualistic, psychological, and subjective aspects of Dilthey's thought in the context of 19th-century philosophy. Autobiographical narrative and self-reflection, Selbstbesinnung, Dilthey's pre-theoretical points of departure for the human sciences in historical existence are neither primary nor an adequate basis for the hermeneutical problematic, according to Gadamer, because through them history is personalized and privatized. Gadamer 2013, 288. As Dilthey described individuals as social and political participants, privatized here signifies that life is individuated. While interrelated with others and the social nexus, individuals have an ineffability to others, each life has its own sense. Dilthey 1985-2019, 3:221. Gadamer describes the centrality of the individual in Dilthey as a relic of Romanticism that denies collective and universal subjects and only allows for historical individuals. Gadamer 2013, 226. The realities of society and culture refer back to individuals, who are differentiated structurally related wholes of memory, experience, and expectation. Dilthey 1985-2019, 3:216. And are necessarily interpreted in relation to the first-person perspectives of individual social participants in Dilthey's social thought. Dilthey's thought proceeds from the immanent historicity of lived experiences to social systems. The structure of the historical world is not based on facts taken from experience which then acquire a value relation, but rather on the inner historicity that belongs to experience itself. Gadamer 2013, 219. Impersonal objectified social structural wholes are only understood from the perspectives of individuals who participate in them and make them meaningful for themselves, such that biographical life, experiencing, interpreting, and making sense of its life immanently from out of its own life contexts and conditions, and personal memory receive excessive prominence in Dilthey's understanding of history and society. Gadamer 2013, 226. Dilthey analyzed the 250. Eric S. Nelson. 250. Individual as the temporal, spatial and social historical formation of an acquired psychic nexus, Erwerbener seelischer Zusammenhang. The structural nexus of coherence and significance in the individual's lived experiences that forms the sense of the self over time, which operates much like a melody or a style, is inadequate to historical formation of coherence and meaning that are external to individual consciousness and experience. Gadamer 2013, 219. The movement from individual to social structures in Dilthey's a posteriori phenomenology of spirit fails. Gadamer 2016, 77. Gadamer reconfirms this interpretation of Dilthey in his 1984 essay in his remark that in Dilthey there is too much emphasis on individual self-understanding and too little on its conditioning. Gadamer 2016, 80. Gadamer delineates in Truth and Method and in later essays on Dilthey, such as the 1984 essay The Problem of Dilthey, Between Romanticism and Positivism, 2016, 73-122. The positivistic empirical, social structural, and romantic individualistic impulses in Dilthey's philosophy, and maintains that they are ultimately incoherent, whereas in contrast the Dilthey scholar Frithjof Rode, 2003, emphasizes their coherence through the structural moment. 16. The concept of structural connectedness allows Dilthey, whether effectively, Rode, or ineffectively, Gadamer, to transition from conditional historical subjects and their prejudices to social scientific knowledge of social and collective realities that individuals and groups do not directly experience, creating an aporia between the hermeneutical maxim of understanding individuals and epochs immanently out of themselves and reflectively interpreting them in relation to the objectivity of trans-historical natural and social conditions and structures. Gadamer 2013. 226. Dilthey methodologically and ultimately ethically in practical life prioritizes the individual, and the first-person perspective as the point of departure for interpretive, verstehend, psychological and social scientific inquiry, and links it with a commitment to modified Enlightenment conceptions of scientific knowledge with their impersonal third-person perspective. In response to these tendencies in Dilthey's works, which appear to be in conflict, Gadamer offers an alternative strategy in Truth and Method. The structural moment expressed in Dilthey is unfettered from a dual subjective/scientistic model of history as individual lived experience, or Erlebnis, and as objectified scientific experience, Erfahrung, which Heidegger, 2012, 173, would rethink with reference to Dilthey and York in the 1920s as the happening, Geschehen, of ontological Geschichte and ontic empirical Historie. Dilthey's plurality of structural wholes is displaced in an account of effective history, that is, the reciprocity of effects of tradition and historical study, as integrating wholes for the life world and their humanistic elucidation. Dilthey and Gadamer appear to focus on two different levels of social existence, while Dilthey elucidates the conflicting and irreconcilable sentiments, practical interests, values, and worldviews in each generation, and thus the individuals need to negotiate with and resist others in their historical world. Gadamer explicates the deeply shared presuppositions operative across generations. Gadamer consequently maintains that history does not belong to individuals, but individuals fundamentally belong to it. Gadamer 2013, 278. Long prior to understanding and reflecting on ourselves through processes of self-description and self-examination, we pre-reflectively understand ourselves in a self-evident way in the nexus of family, society, and state in which we live. Dilthey's prioritization of individuality and subjectivity operates as a distorting mirror for this relational nexus, as the self-awareness of individuals is a flickering in the closed circuits of historical life. This is why force structures and prejudices shape individual life far more than self-reflections and reflective judgments and constitute the primary historical reality of historical beings. Gadamer 2013, 278. The apparent impersonality of history expressed in determining linguistic and cultural forms is moderated by Gadamer in the dialogical appropriation and intersubjective transmission of a tradition. 251. Gadamer and Dilthey. 251. A number of issues can be formulated in this context. First, for a social theorist such as Habermas, 1984, 1078, the conflicts between impersonal structuring social systems, capitalist economic and social systems, and the intersubjectively and communicatively reproduced life world are themselves social-political consequences of existing society. 17. It is unclear whether the relation between the impersonal ontological history that happens to and shapes humans and the intersubjective history formed in human ethical and communicative relations resolves or recreates the same problematic tensions between structure and agency that Gadamer identified in Dilthey. Second, a clearer demarcation can be made in interpreting Dilthey between, first, what he delineated as the real categories of life, Dilthey 1985-2019, 3:214, which operate as constitutive force structures modified and pluralized in their various historical modes of embodiment and enactment, and, second, the historical prejudices including the presentism and prejudices of the Enlightenment itself which are contested in his vision of a new historicized form of the Enlightenment that would cultivate a historical sensibility that overcame the presentism and prejudices of one's own time. Gadamer 2013, 225. 18. The dialectic of tradition and enlightenment. The dialectic of self-undermining enlightenment has an extensive philosophical history prior to Gadamer. Hegel noted in 565 of the Phenomenology of Spirit how the Enlightenment is unenlightened about itself concerning faith. Adorno and Horkheimer, 2002, traced in the dialectic of enlightenment how the progressive aspirations of the Enlightenment are betrayed as rationality reverts to domination, myth, and prejudice. 19. In Truth and Method, its aspirations are interpreted as prejudices. The fundamental prejudice of the Enlightenment is the prejudice against prejudice itself, which denies tradition its power. Gadamer 2013, 273. In contrast to prejudice as biased and false judgment, this notion is reconsidered, on the one hand, in relation to the four structures of understanding elucidated by phenomenology and, on the other, the reliance on appropriateness, customary precedents, and provisional decisions. Gadamer's critical engagement with Dilthey's interpretive individualism and historization of the Enlightenment leads into the rehabilitation of the hermeneutical priority and moral power of authority, prejudice, and tradition in determining human customs, dispositions, and institutions. Gadamer 2013, 278. These structures are not arbitrary impositions, and they are required to do justice to the historical realities of finite modes of existing. Gadamer 2013, 278. These moral realities of existing forms of ethical life serve as points of departure for reconsidering the hermeneutical problematic in light of the rationality of tradition vis-a-vis the abstraction and radical character of Enlightenment rationality. Gadamer 2013, 282. Gadamer's assessment of Dilthey's project of a critique of historical reason, as a historical transformation of Enlightenment rationality in a renewed historically enlightened form of rationality, is central to Gadamer's revaluation of hermeneutics. If, however, the ideal of the historical enlightenment that Dilthey pursued should prove to be an illusion, then the prehistory of hermeneutics that he outlined will also acquire a quite different significance. Its evolution to historical consciousness would not then be its liberation from the chains of dogma but a transformation of its nature. Gadamer 2013, 278. Gadamer concludes that the Romantic and historicist response to the Enlightenment that he traces in Schleiermacher and Dilthey is a triumph for the Enlightenment and of Logos over. 252. Eric S. Nelson. 252. Mythos, 2013, 275. Accordingly, despite Dilthey's historicist and life philosophical criticisms of the abstract rational subject, in which no genuine blood flows, and the intellectualism of the Enlightenment, which lacks historical sense, Dilthey's life philosophy is incompatible with his lingering commitments to the idea of science and a Kantian conception of autonomous critical reflection and self-reflection, Selbstbesinnung. At the same time, arguably drawing on the paradigm of Kant's critique of judgment, Dilthey locates this reflectiveness more deeply within life itself in the feeling of life, Lebensgefühl, and its reflexive self-understanding, Inwerden. 20. It is the interpretive hermeneutical orientation that links life philosophy and critical reason in Dilthey's project. Self-reflexivity and reflectivity are immanent to life itself, and therefore not alien to it or merely externally imposed onto life. The task is then life's self-articulation and interpretation from out of itself, including its immanent categories and structures. The task of a hermeneutics of factical life was adopted by Heidegger in the Kassel Lectures, which redescribe life's self-reflexivity as an originary access to life, 2012, 155, that allows us to interpretively grasp and conceptualize life. Historical consciousness, Heidegger, 2012, 149, notes, is an awareness that emerges from and is a standing in one's own historical situation, and it liberates the past for the future, and it is then that the past gains force and becomes productive. 175. In contrast to the interpretive immanence of life unfolded in Dilthey and Heidegger's early phenomenological interpretation, Gadamer underscores the non-immanence and incompatibility that would undermine Dilthey's hermeneutics of factical life receptively and reflectively understanding itself. Historical consciousness no longer simply applies its own criteria of understanding to the tradition in which it is situated, nor does it naively assimilate tradition and simply carry it on. Rather, it adopts a reflective posture toward both itself and the tradition in which it is situated. It understands itself in terms of its own history. Historical consciousness is a mode of self-knowledge. Gadamer 2013, 228. Dilthey's argumentation for the reflexive and interpretive bonds between life's historicity and knowing oneself as a historically informed embodied being, the conditions of historical enlightenment, becomes paradoxical in Gadamer's account of a tradition and effective history that are both interpersonal and dialogical and independent of individuals and their autobiographical formation of, in Dilthey's vocabulary, meaning, purpose, and value. It is worthwhile to recognize here the sociality and other-orientedness of the individual self and its self-reflection in Dilthey's Aufbau. A significant difference between Dilthey and Gadamer concerns the import of autobiography, which is overly subjective and private for Gadamer, and the intersection of historical structures and individual existence in Dilthey, Gadamer 2013, 219, 278. Dilthey is among the few philosophers who conceives of autobiography and biography as a philosophical problem and task, a model that was extended in the monumental history of autobiography written by his student and son-in-law George Misk. 21. Autobiography consists of narrative and stylized expressions of the self-description and self-reflection of finite and contingent human beings within and about the formation of their own life courses that transpire in the midst of natural and social historical forces, conditions, and their resistance, distance and strangeness. Dilthey 1914-2006, 7:131. In the rhythms of a life, a practical and autobiographical sense of coherence and self is formed and cultivated, repeatedly stylized and restylized, and the self's sense of individuality, responsibility, and ethical agency is not given a priori but acquired. This first-person perspective informs the historical and human sciences. 253. Gadamer and Dilthey. 253. In which individuals are both subjects and objects, that cannot evade and presuppose the hermeneutical and practical role of interpretation, norms, and values in motivating historical agents, events, and their interpretation. Gadamer portrays at length the tensions between particularity and universality, the finitude of human existence and the infinity of human understanding and imagination, which are at play in Dilthey's explication of historical understanding. Gadamer 2013, 234. Gadamer mentions the decisive role of the imagination in this passage, which can be creative, schaffend or schöpferisch, and formative generative, gestaltend, in science as well as art, but does not see it as answering this problematic of finitude and infinity. 22. Gadamer consequently describes a paradox of how historical observers are inexorably entangled with their own generational time and place, and yet enlightened historical sense becomes universal in transcending its conditionality, in dislodging our own prejudices and recognizing the autonomy of other times and places. Gadamer 2013, 219, 278. How can finite conditional understanding rise above its limits in a historical sense? Gadamer 2013, 234. All the functions and truths of the human sciences are disclosed for Dilthey through understanding that opens up a world. Dilthey 1985-2019, 3:226. The first-person perspective is open to others and the world. It appears that Dilthey is committed to a form of perspectivalism that allows for proceeding through affective, volitional, and cognitive means a multiplicity of perspectives, such as the classification of underlying worldviews and comportments, without the prospect of reconciliation and resolution in a final complete perspective. A world is a relational nexus of signification, and we have a sense of one world running through the variety of experiential worlds. Self-reflection, according to Dilthey, renews itself to one extent or another in individual life, expressing itself in varied and new forms, and provides the basis for historical vision that interprets the diversity of expressions of human existence as meaningful. Dilthey 1985-2019, 3:322. This model becomes the basis for intercultural philosophy in George Misk's 1926 work De Weg in die Philosophie, Nelson 2017, 3031. In Dilthey's later thought, meaningfulness and value are primarily bound up with practical interests and affairs. Expressions can be true or false about a matter as in the sciences. Insofar as they reveal more than conscious intentions and the structural patterns of historical life, they are considered as truthful or untruthful, and their truth is bound up with the struggle of practical interests. Dilthey 1985-2019, 3:229. These struggles demand clarification, although they cannot be cognitively resolved on the basis of theory alone but are mediated through the practices, institutions, and norms of social-political life. Gadamer contends that the historical consciousness that arises in Romanticism and is developed by Dilthey is a radicalization of the Enlightenment. Gadamer 2013, 277. At the same time, This transformation incorporates moments from the critique of the Enlightenment, such as the mediating role of the customs and institutions of objective spirit that Dilthey, as a 19th-century German liberal who rejected more radical forms of politics such as social democracy, called to reform rather than destroy. Social reform and policy thus could not be only an issue of method and scientific planning but rather required the public to form its own historical sensibility. 23. It is in this historical setting that Dilthey critically adopted the categories of Hegelian social political philosophy that are desubstantialized, liberalized, and given minimalistic structural interpretations. There are the mediations and objectifications of ethical life, objective spirit, and social form, as entangled structurally reproducing systems rather than as collective substances, in Dilthey, in which the past is unremittingly reproduced in the present, and that extends from popular lifestyles, forms of social intercourse, and associations to purposive codified social systems such as custom, law, state, religion, art, the sciences, and philosophy. Dilthey 1985-2019, 3:229. 24. 254. Eric S. Nelson. 254. Conclusion. Truth and Method offers without doubt one of the most important critical readings of the scope and limits of Dilthey's hermeneutics. Gadamer's alternative to the individual-oriented hermeneutics of Schleiermacher and Dilthey is the dialogical appropriation of tradition and the fusion of horizons, Horizontverschmelzung, in which language or history actualizes itself. Gadamer 2013, 578. This is potentially a model for communication across the distances and discontinuities of distinctive cultures, languages, and ways of life that concern the expressivist lineage from Herder through Dilthey to Misk. Gadamer reposes the epistemic problematic posed by Dilthey as one of the legitimacy of prejudices, asking what is the ground of the legitimacy of prejudices and what distinguishes legitimate from illegitimate prejudices that it is the task of critical reason to overcome. Gadamer 2013, 278. Gadamer's justification of tradition against the Enlightenment is to this degree qualified. Authority, prejudice, and tradition are linked with truth and the possibility of discovering their truth, that is, with the dialogical task of appropriation in the give and take of good reasons. Gadamer 2013, 281. The cultivation of an appropriateness and sense of tact broader than rational justification in the art of right living, ethics, and legislating, politics, indicates the advantage of classical ethical philosophy over modern moral theorizing. Gadamer 2013, 281. Nonetheless, this is conceived as a response to the modern dilemma posed between tradition and enlightenment. To a certain extent, Dilthey is less a figure of radical enlightenment than Gadamer suggests in his more polemical moments against 19th-century hermeneutics. Dilthey did not want to overcome either tradition or the Enlightenment, and did not himself oppose them in the manner attributed by Gadamer. He rather modified and fused both in a distinctive way. Dilthey is without question a modernist in regard to art and knowledge. His modernity is mediated by the recognition of the traditions that shape and are modified in individual life. Thus, for example, in his correspondence with York, the secularism and multi-perspectivalism of Dilthey, a former theology student, an advocate of Schleiermacher in his early career, and the son of a Reformed pastor, did not entail the exclusion but rather the recognition of conservative pietistic forms of Christian faith in modern intellectual and cultural life. Further, we might reflect in conclusion how the Enlightenment itself becomes part of the fabric of effective history and tradition in modernity and a source for the dialogue about good reasons. It could well be argued that Gadamer himself is similarly still an heir to the Enlightenment and modernity while attempting to make it more self-critical by acknowledging the role of the non-critical and non-reflective. Yet this in many ways keeps Gadamer in proximity to Dilthey, who furthered enlightenment through the recognition of the non-cognitive and practical dimensions of historical life. Gadamer 2013, 278. 20. Gadamer's Heidegger. On Language and Metaphysics. Niall Keen, neither follower nor trailblazer, it is undoubtedly accurate to say that the Gadamerian mind displays an uncommon alchemy with that of his teacher, as well as a healthy element of treason. Schmidt 1994, XXIII. For instance, speaking retrospectively, Gadamer acknowledges that his own thought would not have been possible without Heidegger's, and that he could be considered both a follower, ein Nachfolger, and one who stayed behind, ein Zurückbleiber, Gadamer 2007, 424. On the basis of this claim, Gadamer appears to see himself as a thinker who both breaks with the philosophical tradition and remains with it in a way that Heidegger never could. Yet resisting the temptation of choosing one over the other, Heidegger or the tradition, he makes the rather astute claim that will guide the remainder of this piece: when people claim to be against Heidegger or even for him, then they make fools of themselves. One cannot circumvent thinking so easily. Gadamer 1994a, 112. This notwithstanding, assessing the influence of Heidegger on Gadamer is best approached through their distinct interpretations of the metaphysical tradition and through the lens of Gadamer's critical response to Heidegger on the impediments of the language of this tradition. Gadamer writes, "My own attempts are a following of Heidegger to the extent that they seek from the basis of linguisticality a way to leave Greek metaphysics behind." Gadamer 2000, 34. In this one sentence there appears little tension in Gadamer's reflections on language, metaphysics, and his debt to Heidegger. And yet the above sentence does not capture fully Gadamer's resistance to what he sees as the excesses of Heidegger's reflections on the language of metaphysics. Gadamer 1994a, 78-79, one defining it on other occasions as a poor, inexact expression and claiming, eventually, that there is no language of metaphysics. Gadamer 1989, 121. Given the above, is it the case, as Donatella de Cesar claims, that Gadamer's hermeneutics is neither metaphysical nor anti-metaphysical, but rather ametaphysical, de Cesar 2013, 13? Or is it the case, as Gu Enter-Figel argues, that hermeneutics is post-metaphysical, Figel 2010, 2? While I find these claims well-founded, I think, unlike Heidegger's arguably more monochromatic onto theological rendering of the history of metaphysics, Gadamer is trying to find resources within Western metaphysics, and within the humanistic tradition that emerged from it, to resist the ahistorical and absolutizing tendencies of that very tradition. 2. And Gadamer is trying to find resources within metaphysics to demonstrate that such. 258. Niall Keen. 258. Overlooked or marginalized resources can aid in world understanding and self-understanding differently. Thus metaphysics, as Gadamer reiterates many times, is never overcome or left behind for the sake of an ametaphysical or a post-metaphysical thought model. 4. As he puts it, we cannot escape the language of metaphysics because the grammar of our languages binds our thought to it. Gadamer 2007, 339. While Gadamer argues that Heidegger is himself of a piece with such an approach, it is this position, not to mention his commitment to the universal character of hermeneutics, which forms the core of his critical fidelity to the language of tradition. It is this that makes him a critical Zurückbleiber, while his commitment to challenging the metaphysics of subjectivity in the name of the historical finitude of language makes him ein Nachfolger. Gadamer and destruction. In order to assess the above concerns, it is first necessary to address their development in Gadamer's attempts to follow Heidegger's lead, while simultaneously resisting some of Heidegger's bolder and more enigmatic claims. This Gadamer does in the name of staying with the metaphysical tradition where he felt it was richest. To this end, it is important to start from one of the key operative concepts developed by Heidegger in his early Freiburg lectures, and that is the notion of destruction, 1962, 1925. 3. This term is interpreted by Gadamer as the process of dismantling or deconstructing, abbauen, the Western philosophical tradition in order to lay bare various elements or experiences that were at worst occluded or at best marginalized. Following Heidegger, Gadamer terms this the Abbau zur Freilegung, Gadamer 2007, 365, the process of dismantling so as to unearth elements of experience, specifically linguistic ones, that have been covered up. From his earliest lectures, Heidegger expresses a desire to break with the technical language, Schoolsprache, Gadamer 2007, 354, of academic philosophy, skull philosophy, in order to return to an analysis of the experience of life's movement in the world. The claim is that the Western philosophical tradition, preferring to examine the essence of nature or of being as an abstract concept, passed over the concept of world, conceiving the former as a collection of objectifiable things or entities underpinned by an explanatory substance. Yet it would be incorrect to say that Heidegger's aim was simply to come up with a new anti-metaphysical idiom in order to abolish and replace the more traditional metaphysical approach. If anything, Heidegger's early lectures returned to central metaphysical themes such as being, actuality, possibility, movement, privation, and difference, so as to reroot these concepts in the worldly movement of life and language. Accordingly, Gadamer's hermeneutical reflections seem to be at one with such an approach, or are at least in keeping with its fundamental aspects or tendencies. As Gadamer recalls, it was like a revelation to me when I realized that the logos, the legomena, the categories, and, fundamentally, the entirety of the conceptual tradition of metaphysics referred back to the life-world experiences of speaking and language. Gadamer 2016, 213. With Heidegger, and thanks to his quarrying and dismantling method, Gadamer was given the means of experiencing the language of philosophy and its connection to lived experience in a way that he had not previously thought possible. Heidegger's so-called destruction of the history of ontology, Heidegger 1962, 44, as a dismantling of the technical academic language of metaphysics and a reformulation of the question of being, led Gadamer to an ontological hermeneutics of self and world as opened up to us by language and history in a way that convinced him that the early Greek thinkers had come to conceive their world analogously. It was thus Heidegger's great merit to have unearthed a critical and dismantling approach to the history of philosophy that put his readers and students in touch with experiences that the earliest Greek. 259. Gadamer's Heidegger. 259. Thinkers had written about when thinking had yet to become the enterprise of philosophy that we know today. On the theme of the destruction or dismantling of metaphysics, both Heidegger and Gadamer could not be clearer. Gadamer asserts that it does not mean destroying or dispensing with the history of philosophy, but instead getting beneath the sedimented layers of metaphysical abstraction so as to access, more originarily, the experiences of thinking and its rootedness in everyday language. See Gadamer 2016, 178. In this way, Gadamer interprets and appropriates Heidegger's early use of the term formal indication, formale Ansicht, Heidegger 2001, 1028, for to designate the experience of speaking as an indicating of what is beyond or behind traditional philosophical terminology. 5. He does this to move closer to an experience of the self and the world of language in which metaphysical concepts are rooted. A concrete example of this influence on Gadamer is Heidegger's dismantling and reappropriating interpretation of the ancient Greek concept of ousia. In his interpretation, Heidegger demonstrates that the concept of ousia originally meant property or possessions in the sense of the goods of one's estate that can be cultivated or developed, and not simply the metaphysical concept of being or essence, Wesen, from which a substance ontology was developed. See Heidegger 1982, 168. It is this that causes Heidegger to translate ousia as Anwesen, which in German can mean estate or property. And from this he interprets the ancient Greek notion of being as Anwesenheit so as to distinguish it from the Latin substantia or sentia. This is done in order to show that an abstract and atemporal concept of being or explanatory essence has suppressed the ordinary language in which ousia was rooted. With Heidegger, then, Plato's flight into the logoi, Phaedo 990, was taken seriously for the first time. See Gadamer 2016, 185. Or as Gadamer puts it, Heidegger's destruction of Greek metaphysics was concerned not just with the consciousness-based idealism of the modern age, but likewise with its origins in Greek metaphysics. What a contrast to the bloodless academic philosophizing of the time, which moved within an alienated Kantian or Hegelian language and attempted once again either to bring transcendental idealism to perfection or else to overcome it. Suddenly Plato and Aristotle appeared as co-conspirators and comrades in arms to everyone who had found that playing around with systems in academic philosophy had become obsolete even in the form of the open system of problems, categories, and values, on the basis of which both the phenomenological research into essences and the analysis of categories in the history of problems understood themselves. Gadamer 2007, 11. Remarking on the tendency within classical metaphysics to pass over or miss the phenomena of world and language, it is clear that Gadamer felt Heidegger had, by going back to the Greeks, freed up various suppressed or underprized elements in philosophical thinking. Heidegger had successfully re-anchored it in the world of temporal experience and in the living language in which we find ourselves prior to our attempts to systematically organize this experience into a taxonomy of fixed concepts and categories. With Heidegger, Gadamer remarks, the philosophical tradition came to life because it was understood as answers to real questions. 111. Thus the dismantling and liberating approach to the history and language of metaphysics that Heidegger develops in the early 1920s is endorsed fully by Gadamer, who sees the task of hermeneutic reflection as one of bringing the abstract and solidified language of technical academic philosophy back to the fluid, although enduring, ground of speaking with one another. Yet in what is a subtle deviation from Heidegger, this approach is what Gadamer terms moving. 260. Niall Keen. 260. From concept to word, and he puts it thusly to emphasize that philosophical concepts, traditionally formed by moving from word to concept, must not lose touch with their original task of beginning from and returning to the spoken word so that we can, as he has it, reach the other person and allow their views to be recognized. Gadamer 2007, 120. Because of this move, a move initiated by Heidegger, it is no surprise that Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics returns to the dialogical model of ancient Greek philosophy by using the communal and spoken word as the guiding thread of his analysis. And even if Gadamer returns to the Greeks, and to Plato in particular, in a manner quite distinct from Heidegger, he nonetheless acknowledges the breakthrough Heidegger made in shaking up academic metaphysics so that concepts can be indexed to their original spoken character and allowed to speak again. In this way, again emphasizing his fidelity, Gadamer learned to follow Heidegger's tendency to show from language what the true lineage of concepts is. Gadamer 2007, 425. Building on the above subtle deviation, however, Gadamer sees that in bringing concepts back to words we can recognize the many-sidedness of the semantic elements, Gadamer 1989, 121, that shape and operate in the background of our metaphysical concepts. More importantly, it is not only that metaphysical concepts can be brought back to language and be allowed to speak again, but also that they should be understood as concerns that originate in the dialectic of question and answer in which, Gadamer claims, philosophical thinking already resides. Here Gadamer is perhaps most Socratic Platonic. Accordingly, the dismantling of the history of metaphysics coincides, for Gadamer, with reconceiving the centrality of dialogue to philosophical thinking, and with it a reconceiving of our inner dialogue, the actualization of which Plato had identified with philosophizing itself. Yet, if Gadamer is correct and Heidegger's dealings with the history of philosophy are burdened with the violence of a thinker who was veritably driven by his own questions and a desire to rediscover himself everywhere, Gadamer 1994a, 165, it remains to be seen more explicitly where Heidegger's and Gadamer's philosophical approaches diverge. The challenge here is to read Gadamer between the lines and to tease out his resistance to Heidegger's interpretative tendencies. This is the case because the more explicit rejections are few, with his fidelity to Heidegger front and center. Is there such a thing as the language of metaphysics? The priority that Gadamer assigns to the dialogical model and to what he terms in truth and method the logic of question and answer, Gadamer 2013, 333, carries with it another important consequence that has a bearing on the issues addressed above. Dialogue, in which Gadamer believes there is to be found the genuine essence of language as a living being, is a symmetrical reciprocal, inter- and multi-generational movement in which we find ourselves participating and responding to questions before we even know ourselves as participants. Therefore, in the very activity of participating we know tacitly that we can never have the first or last word. And we slowly come to an understanding of ourselves as participating in responding to words and questions that come from the other, both the other speaking to me now and the other as tradition. With this claim, Gadamer is, I believe, rejecting all attempts to get back to the beginning of philosophy, to a first or more original word, and even more stridently rejecting all attempts to address the possibility of another beginning for philosophy understood as distinct from the Greek beginning. Gadamer 2016, 268. There is no transition to another beginning, which Heidegger broached in Contributions to Philosophy and in other private writing from the late 1930s and early 1940s, Heidegger 2012, 259. Instead, Gadamer avers, we must remain critically faithful to the multiplicity of voices and questions that both precede. 261. Gadamer's Heidegger. 261. And exceed us and enter into a conversation with the tradition in which the past resounds in a new voice. Gadamer 2013, 285. In this way, his dialogical model, going back to the Socratic Platonic example, is a critical and self-critical endeavor which singles out and vets the questions and claims that come from the other, while at the same time remaining aware of our historical constitution as recipient participants of tradition, negating the possibility of getting back behind metaphysics to a pre, post, or a metaphysical experience. And if there is any tendency in Gadamer's thought to address the beginning of philosophy, it is always done so through his reflections on anamnesis. Gadamer 2016, 267. In Plato's concept of recollection, Gadamer finds dialogically mediated insight and understanding, for instance, when something dawns on us, or when we are struck by understanding or perplexity. This connects us to the Greek experience of speaking and understanding as being struck and transfigured by something. It is here that Gadamer points to a knowledge of the enduring nature of things or knowledge of the whole which is contained nascently in the language of tradition and yet which we nonetheless bring out into the open through the always incomplete and participative movement of dialogue. The point that Gadamer is at pains to emphasize is that language, as dialogue, is not simply an instrument that provides us with sharper concepts and categories, subsequently abandoned when its work is done, but instead is the element in which we live, move, and understand and to which concepts must return in order to breathe. The task of philosophical hermeneutics is thus to shed light on the concepts in which thinking is formulated because such concepts stand silhouetted like dark shadows on a wall. Gadamer 2007, 33. Hence language opens up the world for us and binds us to others insofar as I am always responding to concepts that are embedded in the words of others and to the tradition of which I am a part. On the face of it, Gadamer appears to be a card-carrying Heideggerian. The epochs of metaphysics have an inherent tendency towards calculative rationality and are enthralled to the language of abstraction and absoluteness. And like Heidegger, he sees in language an openness to varied types of experience that are historically and linguistically mediated. But unlike Heidegger, he also sees in the so-called language of metaphysics traces of this openness that need to be quarried so that the hidden resources of language can be brought to the surface again. It is for this reason that Gadamer refuses to accept Heidegger's arguably monochromatic interpretation of the Western philosophical tradition and the language of metaphysics. Gadamer writes, "There is no such thing as the language of metaphysics. There exist only metaphysical concepts, the content of which is determined on the basis of the usage of words, as it is with all words. The language of philosophy, even the weight and influence of Aristotle's metaphysics and its Latin translation, attempts continually to make what is given in language fluid again." Gadamer 1986a, 1112. The principal message that Gadamer wants to get across is that language, and the multiplicity of languages, while participating in universality, is primarily a form of life that expresses an ever-increasing openness to new horizons of experience in its attempt to draw closer to what is unthinkable. Gadamer 2000, 45. In order to draw closer to it, we search for the right word and yet need to acknowledge it can never be the last word. Gadamer 2007, 371. Thus, for Gadamer, there is no such thing as the language of metaphysics in Heidegger's more robust sense of the term, and such an idea should be limited to an articulation of how the concepts of metaphysics emerged, took shape, and subsequently forgot their origin in the 262. Niall Keen. 262. Living Word. For Gadamer, the language of philosophy does not necessarily impede thinking differently, nor is it simply reducible to the abstract, subsumptive, and absolutizing tendencies of metaphysics. Or as he writes, no conceptual language represents an unbreakable constraint upon thought, Gadamer 2007, 160, precisely because the concepts and their metaphysical determinations take their start from one's own language and return to one's own language where such concepts live on in a variety of transformations and a manifold of layers, Gadamer 1989, 121. It follows, then, that while a living language is estranged in the abstract metaphysical concepts and that such concepts can become ossified and unworldly, they can be brought back to the open-ended dialogue of the living language that sustains them. Accordingly, it was Heidegger's method of destruction that enabled Gadamer to see the problematic for the first time while resisting the overly determining narrative that Heidegger built up around it. One of the key points here, for Gadamer, is that the history of metaphysics has left its imprint on the language we speak because metaphysics itself grew out of this language and is present in our grammar. Thus, any resistance to the so-called abstraction or theoretical bias of metaphysics must necessarily take its start from the traces of metaphysical thinking in our language. As Gadamer has it, without these traces, even Heidegger, in his effort to question back behind the beginning of this way, would have been left speechless, Gadamer 1994a, 165. Aside from the above resistance, the upshot of these reflections is Gadamer's largely Heideggerian-inspired value judgment. What makes a thinker great is the extent to which she or he is capable of seeing the limits of the metaphysical concepts they have acquired while at the same time demonstrating an ability to shake up the petrified layers of such inherited concepts. Gadamer 2007, 35. It is this ability, for Gadamer, that also defines the great metaphysical thinkers, from Plato's dialogues to Hegel's science of logic, their ability to shake up and transform the way we think and yet to do so in dialogue with the past. And if such a shaking up is still connected to metaphysical language, I think it is fair to say that, for Gadamer, there would be no philosophizing without metaphysics and that to reflect on the nature of metaphysics always means to reflect on its limits and on the possibility of pushing up against them. It is clear then that while Gadamer is drawn in by Heidegger's dismantling of substance ontology, he nonetheless has great difficulties with Heidegger's incessant and repeatedly frustrated effort to bypass the language of traditional metaphysics. Gadamer 1994b, 108. His response to Heidegger is that phenomenology, hermeneutics, and metaphysics are not three different philosophical points of view, but are a way in itself of philosophizing. 110. 6. One could add that Gadamer is not his usual careful self in claiming that Heidegger tries to bypass the language of metaphysics, for one could easily make the case that Heidegger always turns towards and subverts the language of metaphysics, that he sought to look metaphysics in the face, so as not to lose sight of it again. Heidegger 1995, 4, emphasis in original. Consequently, any talk of overcoming, überwinden, and subsequently recovering, verwinden, from metaphysics should be read cautiously and minimally. In fact, Gadamer carefully and repeatedly makes this very point in most of his reflections on Heidegger. He writes, for instance, Heidegger saw his own thinking as a continuing dialogue with metaphysics, which means that he was always speaking, to a greater or lesser extent, the language of metaphysics. He would have been completely locked within the language of metaphysics if he had not found, situated at its pinnacle, a new interlocutor, namely H. Hölderlin within the history of metaphysics. Gadamer 1994a, 164. 263. Gadamer's Heidegger. 263. That said, there is a largely overlooked and further sense in which Gadamer retains the expression language of metaphysics and feels it is justified. This pertains, however, not to the language of academic metaphysics, but rather to how conceptual formulations, originating from the Greeks, have imprinted themselves in the living languages of present-day communities. Gadamer 1989, 106. And Gadamer extends this reflection on language to address the neutrality of scientific terminology, by which he means the conventional use of concept words and the exact language of mathematical symbols to refer to natural elements or states of affairs available to all. 107. Unlike philosophical concepts, these elements or states of affairs no longer bear any relation to the meanings the terms have in the living language or semantic field, nor do they bear any relation to their semantic lineage in the history of metaphysics. Instead, they build solid theory pertaining to verifiable fields of experience, understandable only to those who know and are familiar with that specialized language. 7. But what Gadamer refuses to accept is the use of the phrase language of metaphysics to designate a field of general experience which is accessible and verifiable thanks to a preordained philosophical terminology. Again, the concept words of philosophy can never completely attain such impartiality or independence and necessarily refer back to their origins in the semantic life of language, returning to where the concept emerges out of speaking itself. Gadamer 2016, 187. Thus, both qualifying and resisting Heidegger's at times blanket use of the phrase language of metaphysics, Gadamer claims, there is only a metaphysically thought-out coinage of concepts that have been lifted from living speech. Gadamer 1989, 107. And yet, simultaneously, Gadamer accepts the risk that the coining of such concepts can establish a fixed conceptual tradition and consequently lead to an alienation from the living language. Referring to Heidegger's method of destruction, Gadamer appropriates it as a way of bringing concepts back to the words from which they sprung in order to keep those concepts grounded in their original and fluid semantic context or linguistic coordinates. Hence, what is being dismantled, for Gadamer, is not the language of metaphysics, but rather the academic metaphysical concepts and their tendency to alienate us from their original sense context, and from the experiences that gave rise to them. Again, showing his fealty to Heidegger, even his more apocalyptic side, Gadamer writes, the conceptual words of philosophy become estranged from themselves because they have nothing to say about beings, rather they enter into the compulsion of thought. Heidegger recognized in metaphysics the fate of our world, a fate that is being fulfilled by the control of the world through science and by the collapse toward which we are rushing. Gadamer 2007, 150-51. Philosophy, poetry, and struggle for language. If there is no such thing as the language of metaphysics, understood as an impediment to thinking differently, it is important to add that, by extension, there is no such thing as the language of philosophy, for Gadamer. What I mean by this is that Gadamer refuses to accept that there is such a thing as a privileged philosophical language, that is, no specific language that is better suited to philosophical thinking. And while Gadamer shared Heidegger's philosophical interests, he rejected the later, more cryptic formulations such as being sense or being reveals, preferring instead to translate the experiences that Heidegger was trying to articulate into the shared language that we normally use. Gadamer 1992, 128. This marks what I take to. 264. Niall Keen. 264. Be another important point of divergence from Heidegger's Greco-Germanic linguistic bias. The Greek and the German language, in virtue of their so-called inner affinity, do not offer themselves as the languages through which genuine thinking can be most fully actualized. 8. And Gadamer points out that anyone who wants to think, regardless of the language they speak, has the ability to search and find the right word in dialogue with one another and in dialogue with the tradition as other. 9. However, while ontology is central to Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics, the experience of language, or better linguisticality, Sprachlichkeit, does not simply lead us to an ontological question or a set of ontologically grounding principles. Instead, hermeneutical reflection forces us to consider and experience worldly individuals who speak to us and to whom we respond in order to understand together what is common to all. De César 2013, 14. What is common to all is not simply the analogical linguistic structures of various languages. It is instead the preservational and revelatory power of language and its non-instrumental ability to disclose and sustain the meaningfulness of our historical word. Or as Gadamer has it, if every language is a view of the world, it is so not primarily because it is a particular type of language, in the way that linguists view language, but because of what is said or handed down in this language. Gadamer 2013, 441. Importantly, however, the diversity of existing languages does not indicate a relativistic and fragmented experience of the world because, for Gadamer, the phenomenon of linguisticality founds the multiplicity of languages and every language is on its way to mutual agreement, Übereinkommen common, and to an understanding of what is common to all. 10. That said, it is also obvious that different languages shape the way we think and how we articulate our thoughts. Evidence of this is Gadamer's sympathetic reflections on Heidegger's critique of the Latinization of Greek concepts and the alienation from the living language that it brought about. Gadamer 2000, 41, 2007, 150, 413. However, Gadamer's point here is that Latin, as the dominant language of Western culture and scientific thinking up to Kant, displayed a particular propensity towards classifying, categorizing, and ultimately burying the living concepts of Greek philosophy, occluding their provisional nature and their proximity to the living word, as well as their embeddedness in the praxis of social and political life. In this way, the return to the Greeks, kick-started by Heidegger, needed to pass through the critical destruction of Latinized concepts in order to rediscover the forgotten proximity of word and concept, of speaking and thinking, concealed by monological abstraction and the search for explanatory causes. And while Gadamer is convinced that the Latinization of living Greek concepts led to an abstract and monological idea of reason, not to mention the establishment of subject and object, he nonetheless criticizes Heidegger's attempts to index the so-called original Greek experience of speaking and thinking to the German language, referring to it as a risible chauvinism, la Scherlicher Chauvinismus, Gadamer 1995a, 24. While I believe Gadamer could and should have been more critical of Heidegger on this point, he goes further than Heidegger, notwithstanding Heidegger's late particular interest in Japanese and Chinese thought, Gadamer 1995a, 24, by claiming that in truth, thinking is always actualized in speaking and that such actualizing speech is present in all languages, even those that are different from the Western philosophical tradition. But it is wrong to assume that, for Gadamer, there is no tension between his hermeneutics and metaphysics, traditionally conceived, or that his reflections on language are completely at home in conceptual metaphysical thinking. As such, Gadamer's brand of philosophical hermeneutics most certainly belongs to contemporary philosophical reflections on the boundaries and limits of metaphysics and to sketching the contours of a different way of philosophizing. 11. 265. Gadamer's Heidegger. 265. Drawing on a Heideggerian term borrowed from H. Olderlin, Heidegger 2003, 51, the subsequent point Gadamer makes is that philosophical thinking is marked by an intrinsic linguistic need, Sprachnot, which starts from the particular relation that exists between language and the things and states of affairs which are expressed through it. One could say, with Gadamer, that while philosophy today cannot and should not try to dispense with questions of propositional language, truth conditions, verificationism, and logical structure, philosophical language is, nonetheless and in a certain sense, without an object. Gadamer 1986b, 137. He claims it is without an object because it is disingenuous to suggest that the object of philosophy is given and known in advance, like the processes and things we observe in the world. Yet the difficulty, for Gadamer, is that philosophy, citing Plato's Republic, 511c, operates solely by means of conceptuality, in ideas, through ideas, toward ideas. Yet, in determining itself by means of its conceptual propensity, it leaves its origins in ordinary speaking behind. Obviously, Gadamer has Hegel's speculative model in mind and is at pains to stress that philosophy, as pure concept formation, comes at a cost, which is the negation of its linguistic roots in affirming the concept of nothingness and simultaneously tending towards the whole. 12. Thus, Gadamer submits that the spoken word resists the objectifying tendencies of philosophical analysis, moving as it does in and towards the world of experience and understanding, Figl 2000. Whereas metaphysics, which pushes beyond the world and beyond the concrete given towards the concept or idea, can never conceive of a language that is adequate to the task it sets itself. This is the case because the language of philosophy can never define or locate a stable object for itself and is thus forced to construct one. Gadamer 2007, 36. The takeaway here is that while philosophy exists necessarily in language, it does not find the abstract model it needs in the spoken word and lives self-obliviously in a peculiar tension between its speculative ambition and its roots in ordinary language. Gadamer 1985, 257. But as Gadamer sees it, the language we speak was not created with the intention of philosophizing, and because of this philosophy finds itself perpetually straining at the limits of language in its attempts to get beyond it. Philosophy finds itself always in need of language and simultaneously at a loss for words, sprach in its attempts to stammer after its object. 13. However, because the language of philosophy has the inherent propensity to overcome its own linguistic nature, philosophizing is no longer the carrying out voljug of a shared philosophical process. Gadamer 1991a, 5. Here, pointing to the self-isolating and subjectively reflective nature of modern metaphysics, thinking has lost touch with its beginnings in the interpersonal life of participative praxis and in speaking together of what is common. Importantly at this point, Gadamer, again both following and subverting Heidegger, attempts to narrow the gap between philosophy and poetry, indicating their internal affinity when it comes to the creative power of thought, Gadamer 1985, 257, and the intuitive power of language, Gadamer 2007, 36. I believe it is precisely at this juncture that Gadamer stays behind with the underprized resources of Western philosophy, and specifically with the exemplarity of Plato's dialogues, in order to find within the tradition a way of resisting the absolutizing excesses of speculation and the attempts to overcome language by means of concepts and ideas. It is perhaps even an attempt to find within the tradition another way forward by going backward. 14. For Gadamer, the creative power of thought and the intuitive power of language are harnessed by both philosopher and poet in reflecting on the word and pushing it further in order to amplify what remains unheard in the living language, illuminating the horizon of communication. Gadamer 2007, 36. Drawing inspiration from Plato's seventh letter and the discussion of the limits of logos in apprehending the thing itself, die Sach selbst, Gadamer 1980, 104, Gadamer clarifies the difference between technical academic philosophy, understood. 266. Niall-Keen. 266. As concept formation and propositional system building attempting to overcome language, and how it differs from genuine philosophizing. He writes, "The means that one uses for philosophizing are not the same as philosophizing itself. Simple logical reasoning is not everything. Not that logic does not have its own evident validity. But thematization in logic restrains the horizon of questioning in order to allow for verification, and in doing so blocks the kind of opening up of the world which takes place in our own experience of that world." Gadamer 2007, 36. Thus, in bringing poetizing and philosophizing together, Gadamer is attempting to address the dialogical back and forth between word and concept, concept and word, in which language emerges not as an instrument in the process of its own overcoming but rather in its full autonomy vol Selbstständigkeit. Here language just stands on its own, it brings itself to stand before us autonomously, whereas normally its words are taken over by the intention in the speech. Gadamer 2007, 37. Accordingly, Gadamer's hermeneutics attempts to reawaken the language of philosophy, overdetermined as it is by propositional attitude and theoretical predisposition, to the intuitive power latent in it, so as to bring it closer to the creative force of poetizing. In doing so, he attempts to show that the affinity of the two modes of expression is to be found in the fact that neither refer to an object that exists in a sphere beyond the speaking, and in fact refer both to the experience of reality and to the self-actualization of thought and speech that wants to reach the other and be heard. Risser 1997, 181. It is for this reason, Gadamer claims, that neither philosophizing nor poetizing can be false, Gadamer 1986b, 139, in a certain sense of the term, insofar as neither can be measured against their correspondence to an external standard. Yet he is quick to clarify that this does not mean their respective expressions or self-actualizations are merely arbitrary. Gadamer emphasizes that both have genuine criteria in that these modes of expression run the risk of failing to live up to themselves, which again does not mean they fail to correspond to a given factuality, but rather that their words ring hollow, prove empty or unfulfilled. In the case of poetry, this occurs when a poem simply mimics other poems and, in doing so, fails to be itself. And in philosophy this occurs when philosophical language limits itself to purely formal argumentation or degenerates into empty sophistry. Gadamer 1986b, 139. Gadamer's central position appears to be that both poetizing and philosophizing, when done properly, Gadamer 1986b, 139, actualize their respective tonality and potentiality, and do so in accord with their respective tasks, to do justice to the living word, to point to where it fulfills itself, and in so doing to touch on the matter of thought. Thus, the respective vocations of poetizing and philosophizing overlap on the issue of confronting the following task: to express in language what is at stake in thinking, to bring it to light, and thus to call a halt to what is fleeting. Gadamer 2007, 155. Simultaneously, however, they are tasked with both being led by and giving word to the matter of thought, die Sach des Denkens, in such a way that their expression points to what is as yet unsaid or unfulfilled in speaking. Gadamer 1986b, 139. It is this, according to Gadamer, that makes the right word or the true word never the last word. Gadamer 2007, 371. For both genuine philosophizing and poetizing, the goal is to reach the true word, war's word. Gadamer 2007, 371. And by true word Gadamer means the word that is most telling, the one that expresses something both actualized and enduring in saying what it says, while simultaneously pointing to what it has left unsaid. The true word is thus characterized by the fact that it stands and that one stands by it. 137, emphasis in original. Showing his Platonic. 267. Gadamer's Heidegger. 267. Credentials. Gadamer sees in the true word or in true speaking the power of eliciting the impermanent from the transient. Gadamer 1986b, 47. Yet there is a further sense of the true word beyond this more ontologically oriented statement. He also makes it abundantly clear that the true word belongs constitutively to the event of encounter. Gadamer 2007, 219, which means it always addresses and transforms the participants in the interpersonal dialogue from which philosophizing always starts and to which it must return. I do believe, however, the event of encounter and the nature of the true word, connecting us to the past and readying us for the future, can be found throughout Heidegger's work in terms of an encounter in which one is changed and being opened by the other. However, I also believe that Heidegger's trenchant critique of metaphysics opened him to a unique form of ontological excess that is largely absent in Gadamer's work, 15 mediated as it is through the more bounded excess of question and answer. Yet it must be said that Gadamer brings the dialogical and interpersonal nature of our experience of speaking and the breadth of our encounter with others into focus in a way Heidegger was unable or unwilling to do. And in doing so, he preserves aspects of traditional philosophy, finding the untapped resources within metaphysical concepts and words that Heidegger could never countenance. Not limited to the language of philosophy, however, the element of Sprachnot, for Gadamer, is to be found most pronounced in thinkers that, with great effort, push beyond the strictures of the metaphysical tradition in attempting to open up new and unexplored avenues. It is precisely this pushing beyond that gives genuine speaking and searching for the right word its unmistakable intensity and uniqueness, its authentic urgency, Eigentliche Insta Endigkeit, Gadamer 1999, 153, 160. And this is particularly evident for him in the work of Heidegger. It is Heidegger's tragic struggle for the right language and a concept with the ability to speak, Gadamer 1994a, 25, that the Sprachnot of his thought insisting on its own articulation, shows itself in his extreme and almost tragic struggle against a fall back into the language of metaphysics, Gadamer 2007, 339. Equally evident in this struggle is Heidegger's desire to tap into another type of pre-metaphysical language, to invert Umsatz-Ulben language and to search for a counter-word, Gadamer 1999, 160, to the language of philosophy that might immunize thinking against the more calculative and theoretical biases of metaphysics. Avoiding what he saw as a lapsing back into metaphysical thinking, Heidegger sought continually to find a path away from metaphysics and towards a form of thinking and speaking that was seeking the wholly other, Heidegger 2012, 318. And he did so by means of violent interpretations of the pre-Socratic fragments, as well as wordplay and enigmatic etymology, exposing the language of philosophical thinking to poetry in the name of a futural, unique, and transformative thinking. Gadamer is right when he says that Heidegger's language often resembles a tormented stammering, Gadamer 1994a, 25. Yet Gadamer is also undoubtedly correct when he acknowledges with great measure and insight that Heidegger's words and phrases could be of such visual force and power that they allowed us to think of materialized phenomena, whose words made something spiritual tangible. This same man extracts out of the shafts of language the most peculiar lumps, breaks up the extracted stones so that they completely lose their usual outline, and moves around in a world of fragmented word rocks, searching, checking. Gadamer 1994a, 25. Yet more often than not, Heidegger remained, for Gadamer, trapped within this tormented stammering or tragic struggle, Gadamer 1994a, 25, for a language more apt to articulate and sustain a wholly other way of thinking, Heidegger 2012, 184. Heidegger's Sprachnot. 268. Nialkeen. 268. Remained, however, becoming even more strained, frustrated, and acute in his private writings from the 1930s and 1940s and in his confrontation with H. Hölderlin. 16. Ever the dialectical thinker of ambiguity, this was, for Gadamer, an adventurous journey into error, Gadamer 1989, 104. And while he acknowledges the precious veins of gold, 105, in Heidegger's attempts to get back to the so-called beginning in pre-metaphysical thinking, he also sees in it an uncommon naivety, writing. Even when tracing one's own ancestry, one can never reach back to its beginning. It always slips away into uncertainty, as it does for the wanderer on the coast in the famous depiction of stepping back in time that Thomas Mann gives us in The Magic Mountain, where each final promontory of land yields to yet another in an endless progression. 105. In one of his more explicit critical remarks, typically indicating his critique of Heidegger and simultaneously telling his readers that Heidegger was all too aware of this problem, Gadamer asserts that Heidegger accomplishes as little a beginning before all metaphysics as an overcoming of metaphysics, Gadamer 2016, 218. In this sense, Gadamer believes that Heidegger became acutely aware that there was no pre-metaphysical idiom or neologism that can be drawn on in order to fortify one's attempts to think and write about what is wholly other, Heidegger 2003, 51. And yet, for Gadamer, Heidegger continued to look for traces, searching for secret veins in the primordial sediments of language, and did so partly because his radicalism always bore the stamp of his religious background and was driven by an endless search for God. Gadamer 2007, 425. Conclusion. In sum, for Gadamer, there is no hidden or lost meaning in original words, Urworden, Gadamer 1989, 108, needing to be quarried and retrieved, because both metaphysical and poetical words belong intimately to the operative linguisticality that underlies the languages we speak and have in common. Therefore, understanding together and engaging in the endless task of trying to understand what resists comprehension amounts to looking for words that can bring us a little closer to the matter at issue. Gadamer 2007, 417. Because of this, it would be wrong to view Gadamer's hermeneutics as advocating a teleologically driven model of consensus or even total understanding, insofar as there is always an element of ontological resistance at play in terms of that which does not give itself to understanding. This resistance engenders further discussion of the matter at issue, which is neither purely mine nor yours, and yet marks us in our attempts to participate in the life of understanding and to put the matter into words which are always provisional and subject to revision. That Gadamer owes a philosophical debt to his teacher and has a deep and abiding affinity with his thought is beyond question. However, that his thinking is merely a gentrification of the wilder and more excessive elements of Heidegger's thinking is simply fallacious. In a 1924 lecture course at Marburg University that we know Gadamer attended, Gadamer 1991b, 367, Heidegger claims that ruthlessness toward the tradition is reverence toward the past, Heidegger 1997, 286. Gadamer's appropriation and extension of Heidegger's thought, as part of that very tradition, is perhaps a living and breathing example of this motto. And as Gadamer remarks, to follow someone in doing thinking does not mean to repeat the marks of such thinking. Such mere repetition generates no life-awakening language. Gadamer 1999, 160. 269. Gadamer's Heidegger. 269. Part 4. Contemporary Encounters. 21. Ricoeur and Gadamer. Timo Helenius, Heidegger, Gadamer, and Ricoeur. Both Gadamer and Ricoeur consider themselves as post-Heideggerian hermeneutists, Ricoeur 1995a, 34. In this sense, there is much that they both share. Both Gadamer and Ricoeur are committed to the hermeneutic stance. First of all, there is a shared conviction that understanding is always situated, linguistic, perspectival, and historical. Put differently, there is no absolute understanding as it always takes place in the fusion of past and present horizons. As George H. Taylor puts it, for Gadamer and Ricoeur our contemporary horizon is infused, a perhaps better term than fused with horizons from the past. Taylor 2011, 105. Both Gadamer and Ricoeur hold it to be true that the past interpreted constitutes us, the subject is in and with the undergoing process of understanding. This key tenet of their respective hermeneutics leads them both also to hold that such understanding is never merely reproductive, whereas understanding as an infusion of horizons brings forth the productive aspect of interpretation. This also means that we always understand in a different way than the understanding in the original context. Taylor 2011, 105. Both Gadamer and Ricoeur remain critical of the idea that there is an access to the original text. Understanding remains in front of the text rather than makes claims regarding anything that remains before or behind the text. The original cannot simply be reproduced, whereas in the infusion of horizons a certain distance always remains or is created regarding the past. As Taylor points out, this notion of productive understanding allows for certain elasticity and expandability. The infusion of horizons is never completed or totalized, whereas there always remain other horizons to be infused with the ones the subject is already engaged with. But as there is much that Gadamer and Ricoeur share at the outset in their respective hermeneutics, this is not to say that there would not be any differences. To respect their shared general line of thought is to begin by admitting that they both are situated thinkers. In general, the difference between them grows out from this situation and lies in the emphasis they respectively put in the notion of critical distance. The question of the difference between the two is, therefore, not about the hermeneutic circle itself, whereas it concerns the manner how a subject is situated within such circle. For Gadamer, the leading thought concerns belongingness, whereas Ricoeur, making very much a similar kind of point, still emphasizes distanciation more strongly. His conflict of interpretations model, Ricoeur 1974, explicitly includes, albeit also overrides. 276. Timo Helenius. 276. And overcomes, the hermeneutics of suspicion and alienation put forward by Feuerbach, Marx, Nietzsche, and Freud. In spite of criticizing their respective hermeneutic thoughts, Ricoeur acknowledges the role their hermeneutics had for his philosophical formation as well as for his own hermeneutic philosophy. In particular, the passage through Freud was of critical importance, Ricoeur 1995a, 21. The main point Ricoeur has in this regard is that one cannot separate truth from a method, because meaning and being is born out of the conflict of numerous interpretations that all are bound by some method. For Ricoeur, interpretation remains conflictual and open-ended as there is no non-methodological manner of arriving at a meaning, a total fusion of horizons or a full assimilation is not attainable. The same general stance between Ricoeur and Gadamer can be seen, in a performative manner, in their respective approaches to Heidegger's contributions. Whereas they both acknowledge Heidegger's indisputably crucial role in developing or ontologizing Husserl's phenomenology, Gadamer can be said to be more explicitly appreciative of Heidegger's project and in some senses carrying it on, especially as it comes to his disclosure of the four-structure of understanding in the aesthetic, historical, and lingual sphere, Gadamer 2004, 268. In contrast, Heidegger's phenomenology of facticity, or his phenomenology of beginning again to ask about being, constitutes more or less a point of critical comparison for Ricoeur. Even though Ricoeur would also aspire to reach the level of describing fully disclosed being, he always retains himself on the side of being explicitly cautious and merely metaphorical, that is, on the critical side of stressing the plurality of languages and human traditions or those methods by which human experience unfolds as alethic. Here one can see that a bridge is nevertheless made toward Gadamer's appropriation and development of Heidegger's phenomenology, albeit with a clear distinction. For Ricoeur the question of tradition always opens up as the question of tensional duality between belongingness and critical distance. In brief, Ricoeur's critical hermeneutic is dialectical whereas Gadamer's emphasis lies in the appropriative fusion of horizons. This view also pertains to Ricoeur's own philosophy as situated. As is clear to his readers, Ricoeur's thought situates at the intersection of various philosophical traditions later also including those of analytic philosophy that are not reconcilable with one another. The so-called continental tradition itself is a non-unified field of various approaches that, when brought together, expose their conflictual and dissonant characters. As Ricoeur put it himself, I have found myself from the start in a multi-cornered debate among various heritages, that of existential philosophy, Gabriel Marcel and Karl Jaspers, that of reflexive philosophy, Jean Nabert, that of phenomenology, Husserl, and that of hermeneutics, Heidegger and Gadamer, Ricoeur 1995b, 445. In spite of openly acknowledging the difficulties regarding the ultimately unachievable harmonization of these various discourses and heritages, there is no single or universal horizon. Ricoeur nevertheless maintained that his philosophical pursuit in general is both phenomenological and hermeneutical as well as concerned about human existence. In short, such willingness to firmly, albeit critically, retain his one foot on the Husserlian soil distinguishes him from Gadamer. In one of his last interviews, Ricoeur explained this dual effort by clarifying that the goal of his hermeneutic reflection was to reveal the capable meaning actively able human being. The ultimate purpose of hermeneutic reflection and attestation, as I see it, is to try to retrace the line of intentional capacity and action behind mere objects, which we tend to focus on exclusively in our natural attitude, so that we may recover the hidden truth of our operative acts, of being capable, of being capable. So if hermeneutics is right, in the wake of Kant and Gadamer, to stress the finitude and limits of 277. Ricoeur and Gadamer. 277. Consciousness, it is also wise to remind ourselves of the tacit potencies and acts of our lived existence. My bottom line is a phenomenology of being able. Ricoeur and Carney 2004, 167. Emphasis in original. In spite of a multitude of hermeneutical studies concerning language and linguisticality and, in general, cultural situatedness and productivity. All these studies relate to the fundamental phenomenological pursuit of exposing the contours of human experience through the vantage point of being able or I can. As is clear, in this context the philosophical explorations into the acts of our lived existence are not confined to those focusing more specifically on intentional capacity and action, but the question of human intentionality should be regarded as implicitly present and relevant for the broader or refashioned scope of investigation. To stress this point, even though Ricoeur clearly placed his emphasis on language and hermeneutics particularly in the period that ran from the 1960s to the 1980s, he nevertheless retained his explorations close to or tied in with phenomenology. This intention is made explicit in the opening lines of Existence in Hermeneutics. In this essay Ricoeur aims at the renewal of phenomenology through hermeneutics in ways what could be called the graft of the hermeneutic problem onto the phenomenological method. Ricoeur 1974. 3. Emphasis in original. Ricoeur's use of the French word lographe to describe his attempt to apply hermeneutics in conjunction with phenomenology is indicative of his aim to transplant, insert, add, or join the two together in a dynamic and philosophically and potentially also existentially enriching manner. Ricoeur's goal, in other words, is not to substitute phenomenology with hermeneutics but to enrich his phenomenological pursuit by taking full use of those modes of analysis that hermeneutics offers. This, in short, is the essence of the well-known hermeneutic wager Ricoeur commits himself to in his 1960 work The Symbolism of Evil. The way he phrases this move indicates of continuity and an organic relation between the pursuits that took place both before and after the wager. I wager that I shall have a better understanding of man l'homme and of the bond between the being of man and the being of all beings if I follow the indication of symbolic thought. Ricoeur 1969, 355. In spite of the shift of emphasis at the level of his investigation, therefore, in no manner did Ricoeur leave phenomenology behind. As it comes to the project of grafting or grounding hermeneutics in phenomenology, Ricoeur's manner of doing that explains the expansion of his exploration into the realm of symbols and language. Distinguishing his hermeneutic phenomenology particularly from that of Heidegger, Ricoeur proposes to traverse the long route, Ricoeur 1974, 6, of symbolically expressed existence. According to Ricoeur, the Heideggerian short route, by which he means Dawkesian's fundamental ontology as explored in being and time, lacks attention to the semantically and linguistically tied epistemologies of interpretation in it, according to Ricoeur, thereby makes too sudden a jump to the ontology of understanding. Ricoeur argues that for Heidegger the question of truth is no longer the question of method, it is the question of the manifestation of being for a being whose existence consists in understanding being. Ricoeur 1974, 10. Maintaining that Heidegger's project of such methodologically discounting direct ontology is nevertheless akin to his own, Ricoeur strongly emphasizes that his criticism does not amount to dismissing the whole pursuit. Using his long, arduous, roundabout, and gradual approach of detours that acknowledge the needed mediation through the application of various methodologies, Ricoeur himself desired to reach an understanding of being. The long route which I propose also aspires to carry reflection to the level of an ontology, but it will do so by degrees, following successive investigations into semantics and reflection. Ricoeur 1974, 6. Ricoeur's project of grafting hermeneutics onto phenomenology and vice versa opens up, therefore, as a series of disciplined approaches to symbolic expression, meaning semantic. 278. Timo Hellenius. 278. Analyses of language, and furthermore to the reflective capacity of self-understanding, meaning analyses concerning the problematic of the cogito. All these, Ricoeur argues, not only relate to human action, they also draw us close to exposing the fundamental capacity of I can, or an originating activity that establishes the capable. Such phenomenologically informed project also distinguishes Ricoeur's overall philosophy from that of Gadamer. But just like Gadamer, however, Ricoeur considers a subject's understanding to be grounded in the other than the self. This is the ultimate meaning for his long route. The self is never immediately present to itself, whereas it gains a mediated working notion of itself through exteriorized mechanisms that can be called cultural works. The self is available to itself only as a cultural being. This is the ultimate, albeit always only an incomplete and tentative achievement, or the inadequate icon of a capable self. Ricoeur's methodic truth and Gadamer's truth about method. Given Ricoeur's crucial remarks on Gadamer in works such as Hermeneutics and the Human Sciences, Time and Narrative I and III, From Text to Action, and Hermeneutics, Writings and Lectures, it is not too expedient to state that Gadamer was a key hermeneutic sparring partner for Ricoeur. As Ricoeur puts it himself in his intellectual autobiography, Gadamer's Truth and Method is not only a great work but also for Ricoeur a privileged reference, Ricoeur 1995a, 22. Such praise did not prevent Ricoeur from approaching Gadamer's thought critically, just as he would do with his other sources of philosophical inspiration. For Ricoeur, Gadamer's work situates in the context of hermeneutical reflection that, according to his leading thesis concerning the hermeneutical approach as a whole, results in internal aporias and, insofar as any philosophical congruity is to be maintained, thereby calls for a reorientation. In Ricoeur's eyes, hermeneutic philosophy had been insufficiently able to take on and respond to the challenge of opposing explanation, Erklärung, and understanding, Verständnis, an opposition analogous to the one Gadamer makes between method and truth. This, according to Ricoeur, was the disastrous central problem of hermeneutics to which he aimed to provide some clarity. In short, Ricoeur's goal was to strengthen the hermeneutical position by way of 1. Identifying the initial gains and shortcomings of the Romantic hermeneutics of Schleiermacher and Dilthey, as well as 2. The overextended ontologization by Heidegger and Gadamer, and 3. By bringing forth in an applied Kantian manner the need of an epistemological clarification concerning the complementarity and not dissociation of explanation and understanding. Historically speaking, the situation is, of course, not that straightforward or unambiguous. If Schleiermacher and Dilthey provided means for a more general hermeneutics, they also attempted to provide, in their respective manner, an epistemology for it. The internal conflict of such epistemology, however, was recognized by both Ricoeur and Gadamer, particularly in relation to Dilthey's work. In Gadamer's words, Dilthey let himself be profoundly influenced by the model of the natural sciences, even when he was endeavoring to justify precisely the methodological independence of the human sciences. For Dilthey, scientific knowledge obliges one to sever one's bond with life, to attain distance from one's own history, which alone makes it possible for that history to become an object. Gadamer 2004, 6, see also 214-235. But in spite of stressing the same point on his own behalf, Ricoeur's critical reading of Gadamer begins by noting that the presupposition of hermeneutics construed as epistemology is precisely 279. Ricoeur and Gadamer. 279. What Heidegger and Gadamer place in question, Ricoeur 1981, 53. The point Ricoeur makes is that whereas Schleiermacher and Dilthey in a way focused on the epistemological enterprise, Heidegger and Gadamer did not aim to extend the methodological investigation but to undercut it by way of making a shift to an ontology. Instead of asking how do we know, it will be asked what is the mode of being of that being who exists only in understanding. Ricoeur 1981, 54. It is this overall situation in the field of hermeneutic philosophy that Ricoeur aimed to clarify. Ricoeur's critical appreciation of his hermeneutic peers concerns both Heidegger and Gadamer. As is clear, for Heidegger the main concern and observation was about Dasein's ontological pre-understanding, or the four-structure of understanding, Vorhabe, Versicht, and Vorgriff, as outlined in 32 of Being and Time. Understanding, in short, is concerned about and oriented toward its possibility of being. If anything, Heidegger's task was to provide a being grounding for an epistemological and methodological clarification, and not to engage in one himself. In this manner, Ricoeur argues, the aporia hermeneutics suffers from is no longer between two modalities of knowing within epistemology, but it is between ontology and epistemology taken as a whole. Ricoeur 1981, 59. The undeniable gains of fundamental ontology will therefore, lamentably, result in an aggravated challenge of somehow needing to tie this ontology back in with an epistemology, but without any clear roadmap of how such endeavor could be done. This aporia, Ricoeur writes, becomes the central problem of the hermeneutic philosophy of Hans Georg Gadamer in Truth and Method, Ricoeur 1981, 59. In Ricoeur's reading, Gadamer both continued Heidegger's ontological project, and tried to provide a response to the fundamental problem of hermeneutics resulting from the very same project. In order to summarize Gadamer's position in Truth and Method, albeit in a far too rough manner, we could say that for him the truth resides in belongingness, Zugehörigkeit, whereas any methodological approach badly aspired by Schleiermacher and Dilthey will only result in alienation, Verfremdung, by distancing the understanding from its being conditions and casting it into a state of modern consciousness. Still, it does not escape Ricoeur's reading of Gadamer that Gadamer's work marks, in relation to Heidegger, the beginnings of the movement of return from ontology towards epistemological problems, Ricoeur 1981, 60. In spite of his inclination to follow Heidegger's insight, Gadamer nevertheless recognizes the cruciality of Dilthey's attempt at arriving at a methodology for the human sciences. Heidegger's fundamental ontology is challenged in Gadamer's very notion of historically affected consciousness that can be understood as a nod toward Dilthey's grand thesis. But it would obviously be too far-fetched to claim that Gadamer was more a Dilthean than a Heideggerian thinker. I will now try to put this in my own terms, making some connections with the notion of culture that I have explored in the past. As is made evident by his use of play as a metaphor to explain the foundational playful activity, it is clear that Gadamer stresses the notion of this interpretative or hermeneutic action at the expense of the first-order subjective experience that a person has. This activity that is not primarily my activity or your activity, an activity that would be reducible to mere subjectivity, is the overall focus of his argument in Truth and Method. In beginning his critique of the radical subjectivization, Gadamer 2004, 36, or the claim that human subjects determine the world around them as rational agents, Gadamer introduces enculturation, Bildung, as the first guiding concept of humanism. It is our tradition that forms our understanding in our belongingness in the world. The human understanding, Gadamer maintains, is both the participation in an event of tradition, and the fusion of present and historical horizons, Horizontverschmelzung, Gadamer 2004, 291. Put differently, consciousness only emerges as being affected by a cultural history tradition or as being primarily aware of the hermeneutical situation, Gadamer 2004. 280. Timo Helenius. 280. 301. Gadamer's thought effectively is that the cultural condition and context that provides us our basic understanding of the world around us already interprets the world for us as it is presented to us in a certain light. We are always within history and tradition that surpass us as individuals. There cannot be a radical subject that would not be tied down to this same condition of being cultured. This is the historically affected consciousness, Wirkungsgeschichtliches Bewusstsein, that Gadamer's Truth and Method is famous for, Gadamer 2004, 336-41. It is tradition that plays us players in our living through a culture that shapes and affects our consciousness of being here. Consciousness, in other words, is part of the history to which it is exposed. Such modification of Heidegger's ontologizing stance is not favorably received by Ricoeur. In his view, the concept of historical efficacy provides the backcloth against which I should like to pose my own problem: how is it possible to introduce a critical distance into a consciousness of belonging which is expressly defined by the rejection of distanciation? Ricoeur 1981, 61. Such rejection is not only problematic because of its consequences to which we will turn later in this chapter, but it also makes Gadamer's own position untenable. Ricoeur observes that the notion of distance is evident in the very casting of consciousness as historically affected, that is, as viewed under the condition of historical distance, Ricoeur 1981, 61. The same applies in terms of the fusion of horizons that imply a distance in the tension of both non-closed and non-unified horizons, and in terms of linguality, Ricoeur 1981, 62. That is manifested as nothing else but texts that remain at a distance for both their authors and readers. The thesis of belonging that includes the aim of putting distanciation at a distance to oppose belonging with distanciation is, in Ricoeur's view, nothing but an antinomy that should and can be overcome by framing the analysis differently. But before opening Ricoeur's proposal for a corrective, the nature of this antinomy must be made clear. In Ricoeur's words, on the one hand, alienating distanciation is the attitude that renders possible the objectification which reigns in the human sciences, but on the other hand, this distanciation, which is the condition of the scientific status of the sciences, is at the same time the fall that destroys the fundamental and primordial relation whereby we belong to and participate in the historical reality which we claim to construct as an object. Whence the alternative underlying the very title of Gadamer's work, Truth and Method: either we adopt the methodological attitude and lose the ontological density of the reality we study, or we adopt the attitude of truth and must then renounce the objectivity of the human sciences. Ricoeur 1981, 131. This untenable antinomy neglects the view that Ricoeur takes to be fundamental in terms of historically understood human experience, namely, that setting belonging and distanciation in opposition with each other misconstrues historicity that should be grasped as nothing else but communication in and through distance. Ricoeur 1981, 131. Gadamer's mistake, Ricoeur argues, was not to see that distanciation is not only alienating and negative but also productive and positive. Ricoeur 1973, 160-61. Ricoeur's theory in ways aligns here with Heidegger more than Gadamer's rendering of his fundamental ontology. In short, for Ricoeur, distanciation is to be understood as the fundamental activity of projection that brings out the decisive problematic of hermeneutics. Ricoeur 1981, 132. As Heidegger theorized about Dossian's projects of the self as the mediated way of being engaged and involved in the world, Ricoeur stresses the projection of the world of the work and the concurrent distanciation as the mediation of self-understanding. Ricoeur 1981, 132. 281. Ricoeur and Gadamer. 281. Using discourse as an example of such mediation, it can be understood as an AUS sage that serves not only as a mark of our fundamental capabilities but as an action conveying and making manifest those capabilities at the same time and thereby as a possibility for self-identification and understanding. Put differently, one labors toward having a notion of one's own self as capable. As I have put it elsewhere, there is no autonomous subject without cultural labor pains. Hellenius 2016, 190. The key here is that the constitutive work of objectification and the objectified works, such as religion, law, values, technology, art, or a literary work, are already on the path of interpreting one's being, they are expressions and manifestations of it. In this respect, Ricoeur explains, the model of the artisan is particularly instructive, the stamp on furniture in the 18th century, the signature of the artist, etc. Ricoeur 1981, 137-38. The key hermeneutic question of reappropriation or refiguration concerns reading, interpreting, or recognizing these works as distanciated and yet productive as well as positive expressions. This activity of interpretation is precisely positing as it gives oneself a position in that very world of cultural labor, work, and practical action that itself can be understood as the meaning-bearing discourse of being human. Ricoeur argues that all this dialectical action of laborious multilevel production, of works as interpretations and the interpretations of those works, encourages us to recognize a positive significance in Verfremdung, a significance which cannot be reduced to the nuance of decline which Gadamer tends to give to it. Ricoeur 1981, 139. Ricoeur's point is that distanciation, work both as a verb and a noun, itself is positive and that the activity of interpretation, reading, is able to overcome the alienation in understanding. Regardless of the valid stance that the world of the work or text remains autonomous with regard to its authors and readers, there is strong complementarity between objectification and interpretation. In short, Ricoeur's thesis is that to interpret is to explicate the type of being in the world unfolded in front of the text. Ricoeur 1981, 141. By this he means that the world of the text that calls for interpretation is a proposed world which I could inhabit and wherein I could project one of my own most possibilities. Ricoeur 1981, 142, emphasis in original. In this manner a path is opened for a novel reading of one's own being in the world, or a meaning-bearing positing of oneself in the world. The text opens up a possibility for an imaginary variation or an expansion of the self as something. To understand is to understand oneself in front of the text. In contrast to the tradition of the cogito and to the pretension of the subject to know itself by immediate intuition, it must be said that we understand ourselves only by the long detour of the signs of humanity deposited in cultural works. Ricoeur 1981, 143, emphasis in original. Such self-constituting and yet paradoxically disappropriating as the self is its imaginary possibilities appropriation or einenung, what Gadamer calls the matter of the text and what I call here the world of the work, an application or enwendung is the decisive problematic of hermeneutics Ricoeur set himself to be after. Ricoeur 1981, 143. This is why we now need to turn to the dialectic of distanciation and appropriation. It is clear from above that for Ricoeur distanciation does not only mean temporal or historical distanciation, but that it should be understood more broadly as objectifying projection. And as it comes to appropriation, Ricoeur defines it in relation to the subject's positing as we just saw. By appropriation, I understand this, that the interpretation of a text culminates in the self-interpretation of a subject who thenceforth understands himself better, understands himself differently, or simply begins to understand himself. Ricoeur 1981, 158. This means that appropriation, just as the word einenung indicates, effectively amounts to receiving a possible and inhabitable redescription of the self as guided by the text in the self's orienting itself in front of it. Here the fundamental importance of interpretation as self understanding as well as its attempt at overcoming alienating distanciation appears clearly. To interpret is to. 282. Timo Hellenius. 282. Follow the path of thought opened up by the text, to place oneself en route towards the orient of the text. Ricoeur 1981, 162. In interpretation, meaning is actualized and refigured by the actively engaged and thereby capable reader. This, according to Ricoeur, amounts to what Gadamer explained by his famous play metaphor, play or, rather, the receptive metamorphosis, Verwandlung, of it, is played is the proper mode of being of appropriation that itself also brings out the actualizing self. See Ricoeur 1981, 185-90. But this, Ricoeur points out, should lead us to see that a thorough critique of subjectivity is an elementary part of hermeneutics. Appropriation as an imaginary variation of the self inherently includes the aspect of disappropriating the self in its refiguration or a dispossession of the narcissistic self-sufficient ego. A critical space must therefore be maintained and, if needed, opened, for a mutually evaluative dialogue between hermeneutics, construed in the above described manner, and the critique of ideology. The dialectic of distanciation and appropriation necessitates us to keep this critical space open. The conflict, hermeneutics and the critique of ideology before venturing into the critical triangular space of Gadamer, Ricoeur, and Habermas's respective and interlinked philosophies pushed in that direction by Ricoeur's thesis that we can no longer oppose hermeneutics and the critique of ideology. Ricoeur 1981, 144. Ricoeur's critical acceptance of Gadamer's hermeneutics as well as Gadamer's response to this honoring application must be recorded. In sum, Ricoeur maintains in contrast to Gadamer that there is a fundamental dissymmetry even at the level of most agapic and accepting fusion of horizons. In other words, I cannot become the other as if letting the other overshadow myself in the communalization of our horizons or those of the historical past. There remains an unbridgeable gap between these two even when a sunny break of mutualization takes place. The sense of belonging is achievable only through the critical detour in which a utopia or an imaginary variation points out the actual condition of being situated in a history, a tradition, an ideology, or, in a word, in culture. This knowledge, sense, of belonging that cannot be totally reflected remains utterly mute and silent unless an opening to the other is first made under the critical notion of having recognized the other. To accept the condition of being situated means that the muteness of ideological pre-understanding can be surpassed in the critical distance of utopia. Ricoeur maintains that the very condition of cultural belonging is what is revealed by this distance enabled by acceptance. Ricoeur's understanding of our cultural belonging is thereby not the same as Gadamer's that, according to Ricoeur, stresses belonging at the expense of critical distanciation. To stress it once again, Ricoeur nevertheless argues for a hermeneutical model that in some sense is much akin to that of Gadamer. As is known, Truth and Method argues that the essence of Bildung is clearly not alienation as such, but the return to oneself which presupposes alienation, to be sure, Gadamer 2004, 13. This return to the ontological condition of one's self, or to one's belongingness in the ontological event of Bild, however, lays out one's situatedness in linguistic tradition that is the ground of validity constantly affirmed, embraced, and evolved, thus describing an element of the ontological structure of understanding. 2. One's radical finitude, whose counterpart is the foregrounding, abhebend, hermeneutical horizon in which we move. 3. The understanding as both participating in an event of tradition, and thus also as the fusion of present and historical horizons, Horizontverschmelzung, and also 4. The consequent legitimate ambiguity of Wirkungsgeschichtliches Bewusstsein or the consciousness of being affected by history that is primarily consciousness of the hermeneutical situation. Gadamer 2004, 291-304. 283. Ricoeur and Gadamer. 283. In spite of sharing with Gadamer such arc of distanciation and return, Ricoeur nevertheless remained critical of Gadamer's concept of tradition, Überlegung. Time and narrative 3 stresses, in the wake of Horkheimer and Adorno, the necessary critical assessment of one's traditionality, only through which an understanding of this condition is possible. Ricoeur 1988, 219-27. Put differently, in contrast to Gadamer's emphasis on ontological understanding and belongingness, Zugehörigkeit, Ricoeur's critical hermeneutics emphasizes the critical or objective moment in spite of seeking the always retreating horizon of ontological belonging. Taylor 2011, 10511, Ridevoy 2011, 6982. In fact, Ricoeur speaks of the opening up of a cultural world of belonging as the correct usage of the critique of ideology. It is as necessary as it is an unceasing task, a process that will always have to begin anew from the midst of the given. Ricoeur 1991, 269. Holding such views, Ricoeur is tapping directly into the extended debate or perhaps rather an intense dialogue between Hans-Georg Gadamer and Jürgen Habermas, one arguing for a hermeneutical and the other for a critical consciousness. Arguing himself for a critical hermeneutics, Ricoeur's proposal in 1973 was to explore whether it is possible to formulate a hermeneutics which would render justice to the critique of ideology. Ricoeur 1981, 63. In brief, the problem at the background of this query expanded and further explored in terms of cultural heritages in another essay, Ricoeur 1973, 154, is that Gadamer's theory stresses tradition and history, and their authority, so that they always precede a subject, and a critical attitude is therefore impossible in the fusion of horizons as there is no alternative point of origin for that criticism but the tradition itself. In Habermas's case the problem is the opposite. His theory emphasizes the regulative ideal of communication, directed not from the past but from the future, and freed from ideologies, or the unexposed mechanisms of exploitation and violent powers. Through its critique, and such critical reflection is not subsumed under any historically affected hermeneutic consciousness but in its emphasis on explanation rather than understanding excludes it instead. Providing a concise analysis of both Gadamer's hermeneutics of tradition, Ricoeur 1981, 64-78, and Habermas's critique of ideology, Ricoeur 1981, 78-87, see also Ricoeur 1986, 232-53, Ricoeur's firm stance is that the two theories necessarily complement and are integral to each other, and that the two are crucially and seriously mistaken in some of their respective core theses. In Ricoeur's view, Gadamer's hermeneutics amounts to the rehabilitation of prejudice and the defense of tradition and authority, Ricoeur 1981, 66, whereas Habermas's critique flatly misses the point that it would be necessary to show that understanding requires an explanatory stage, such that the sense is understood only if the origin of nonsense is explained, Ricoeur 1981, 85. In addition, the critique of ideology is as programmatic as the hermeneutics of tradition. The interest in emancipation leads back towards the 11th of the thesis on Feuerbach. The philosophers have only interpreted the world, the point, however, is to change it, Ricoeur 1981, 87. Both Gadamer and Habermas are insightful and yet strangely limited in their respective thoughts. Ricoeur's dissatisfaction with both theories lies in their tendency to compartmentalize and dogmatize, either understanding or explanation, either tradition-bound consciousness or critical detachable consciousness. Even though each theory merits attention, the two are too narrow in their respective restrictions and self-imposed limitations. What Ricoeur himself is after is a hermeneutic model that is able to include the critical moment of explanation as a necessary aspect in the process of understanding. As we already know, Ricoeur calls this model critical hermeneutics. His proposal does not aim to merge the two theories but to take into account their respective stances in support of a hermeneutics that has an internal and organic relation to critique. Put differently, the dual challenge is to show that there is a necessary relation between ontology and epistemology, from the side of hermeneutics from one to the other, and from the side of critique from the second to the first. 284. Timo Hellenius. 284. In Gadamer's case, a route to epistemology is actually opened up in his reference to the subject matter, Sach, of the text, Gadamer 2004, 180. Ricoeur's claim is that the text is autonomous. It is decontextualized with regard to the author's world and therefore stands for distanciation that is a necessary part of ultimately productive and positive mediation. Moreover, the matter of the text implies a depth of semantics pertaining to the text. This means that understanding the text also relies on certain potential explanations that contribute to this dialectically achieved understanding. But the term subject matter also points out the movement away from the text to the world opened up by the text. In Ricoeur's view, this gives further support to the notion that a hermeneutics of tradition cannot merely be bound to the historical. As the text opens up a novel dimension, it indicates its possibility to fictionalize, or to transcend the historical past, or to take distance from it, through its redecryption that includes such moment of fictionalization analogous in its operation to the critique of ideology. This remark can be extended to cover the reading subject and his or her self-understanding. In Gadamer's hermeneutics the notion of appropriation is given much weight, but it would not be operative one, without the undeveloped schematic of dialectical relation with distanciation and, 2, at the level of the subject, the notion of disappropriation of the self. There would not be a self that understands more of itself if it not were also able to take a critical attitude toward itself. In short, the critique of false consciousness can thus become an integral part of hermeneutics, conferring upon the critique of ideology that meta-hermeneutical dimension which Habermas assigns to it, Ricoeur 1981, 95. Put differently, Gadamer's hermeneutics is not operational without an opening toward the epistemology represented by Habermas's critical theory. Now, what about the other direction? Is there a similar but opposite movement in Habermas's critique of ideology from epistemology to ontology? If Ricoeur's criticism is to stand, the two should be equally interpenetrating, as he himself phrases the need of reciprocity between the two theories, Ricoeur 1981, 95. As it comes to Habermas's critical theory, Ricoeur's contention is that a clear opening toward hermeneutics is evident in spite of the said emphasis denying such moves. Already in terms of Habermas's theorization regarding the technical, the practical, and the emancipatory interests, Ricoeur argues that these three are not observable or theoretical entities but that their analysis depends upon hermeneutics, insofar as they are at once the closest and the most concealed, so that they must be disclosed in order to be recognized. Ricoeur 1981, 96. This hermeneutics is not directly the one Gadamer espouses, both Gadamer and Habermas rely on a certain hermeneutics of finitude instead. Furthermore, Ricoeur points out that the interest in emancipation clearly cannot, even though the claim is for distinctness, operate without being at the level of communicative action. The question is thereby whether the critique's ideal of undistorted communication is ever reachable or even plausible as it is argued from within and in a direct and necessary connection with the mutilated forms of communication. Granted that ideology today consists in disguising the difference between the normative order of communicative action and bureaucratic conditioning, hence in dissolving the sphere of interaction mediated by language into the structures of instrumental action, how can the interest in emancipation remain anything other than a pious vow, save by embodying it in the reawakening of communicative action itself? And upon what will you concretely support the reawakening of communicative action, if not upon the creative renewal of cultural heritage? Ricoeur 1981, 99. 285. Ricoeur and Gadamer. 285. But as detrimental this observation might be, it still escapes Ricoeur's most fundamental criticism regarding the epistemic purity of the critique of ideology. Critique is also a tradition, Ricoeur 1981, 99. There is a tradition of emancipation or a tradition of liberating acts that itself is not free from the forms of ideology and tradition it has set itself to criticize. Habermas's critique can be seen as a kind of exodus and resurrection. If the question was whether Habermas's critique of ideology is a kind of epistemology that remains distinct from any Gadamerian ontology, and whether the two can be retained in their isolated spheres, Ricoeur's conclusion is clear: it is the task of philosophical reflection to eliminate deceptive antinomies which would oppose the interest in the reinterpretation of cultural heritages received from the past and the interest in the futuristic projections of a liberated humanity. Ricoeur 1981. 100. There indeed is a philosophically explicable need for reciprocity between the positions represented by Gadamer and Habermas, or between positions placing understanding and explanation or ontology and epistemology in non-communicable categories. A fusion of horizons? This chapter has focused on Ricoeur's critical appreciation of Gadamer's hermeneutic philosophy. At this point we can perhaps briefly wonder what Gadamer's response to such two-sided hermeneutical criticism would be. Is Ricoeur not mistaken in his view that there is some criticism that precedes the sense of belonging, or that interpretation is reconfiguration that includes the critical moment of distanciation? At least in Gadamer's 1982 debate with Ricoeur at the University of Texas he seems precisely to open his line of argument from that very angle. Is it possible for philosophy and critical reflection to accept two different and quite irreconcilable attitudes towards any given meaningful whole? Ricoeur and Gadamer 1991, 217. As Gadamer explains in reference to Heidegger, his own argument grows from the notion of a constitutive signifying whole. For the sake of simplicity, I shall speak of a meaningful total or whole as a text. Consequently, by text interpretation is implied the totality of our orientation in the world, together with the assumption that deciphering and understanding a text is very much like encountering reality. Ricoeur and Gadamer 1991, 217. In affirming his commitment to a post-Heideggerian version of the original hermeneutics of facticity, Gadamer aims to criticize Ricoeur's conflict of interpretations by way of reviving the idea of being in a meaningful world in a tradition that cannot be questioned itself but simply taken as a given. In short, he aims to go behind the conflict of interpretations that may preoccupy our scientific and methodological interests. Ricoeur and Gadamer 1991, 220. For someone like Ricoeur, this would certainly sound like a heavy-loaded categorization and placing Ricoeur's critical hermeneutics in the basket of existential instead of existential. Such interpretation is not without merit. Gadamer characterizes interpretation as the element in which we live, and not something into which we have to make entry. Ricoeur and Gadamer 1991, 221. In Gadamer's sense, interpretation is constitutive and appropriative belonging as the fundamental way of communicative life. Ricoeur's response, in turn, again emphasizes the necessary moment of distanciation or self-alienation in the process of objectification as that what enables understanding in the first place. Doing so, Ricoeur's aim and method take the progressive construction of mediation. 286. In their focus, Ricoeur and Gadamer 1991, 224. The point is that epistemology and ontology, or explanation and understanding, complement each other within the process of interpretation. My contention is that understanding without explanation is blind as much as explanation without understanding is empty. Ricoeur and Gadamer 1991, 226. The prime example of this reciprocal duality for Ricoeur is the process of objectifying a discourse into texts. Such encoding is exteriorization or distanciation that nevertheless enables decoding or interpretation and ultimately deepens self-understanding. In Ricoeur's thought, it is therefore a misunderstanding to reduce the thought of the conflict of interpretations into a conflict between various particular interpretations. The fundamental conflict on which Ricoeur grounds his hermeneutics, that, according to him, applies not only to texts but also to human actions as kind of texts, is the one internal to the whole process of interpretation, that is, the positive dialectic polarity between explanation and understanding or distanciation and appropriation. Given his strong commitment to fundamental belongingness, it should not come as a surprise that such dynamism is difficult for Gadamer to swallow. He openly admits that he has real difficulty here about how Ricoeur will get things to combine. Ricoeur and Gadamer 1991, 236. In contrast with Gadamer's fusion of horizons, Ricoeur most certainly argues for such a hermeneutic that is able to achieve meaning, but to do so in a post-critical fashion that could also be called the way of secondary naivety. An integration of explanation with understanding is not only possible but necessary insofar as any understanding or dialogue in Gadamer's sense is to come about. In short, truth and method should not be opposed but seen in a necessary relation with one another. In Gadamer's words that also serve here as a kind of summary, that means that one cannot say for any single point of view that the reintegration of an explanation and a comprehension is altogether impossible. Ricoeur and Gadamer 1991, 239. Perhaps this was meant as a critique, but in the discussion between the two grand hermeneutists Gadamer does not really provide an alternative or even recapitulate his position of belonging in such a way that would also manage to take into account the needed aspect of criticism or distance or explanation as theorized by Ricoeur. It is safe to say that Gadamer remained pessimistic about the possibility of a dialectical hermeneutic, in spite of his insistence on a dialogical hermeneutic. As for Ricoeur, such dialectic is the bedrock of understanding that always finds itself as coming to presence or unceasingly disclosing by the means of cultural work. 22. Dialogue on dialogue. Gadamer and Habermas. Hans Herbert Kogler. The philosophical encounter between Hans-Georg Gadamer and J. Eugen Habermas ranks among the most fruitful and influential of the later 20th century. The combination of shared assumptions, including the foundational role of language for understanding and the primacy of practical reason over theoretical knowledge, with the decisively different starting points, including Gadamer's humanistic and romantic heritage compared to Habermas' critical theory, helped articulate lasting philosophical visions. The exchange in its different stages, most essentially the first debate concerning hermeneutics versus the critique of ideology, marked decisive thresholds in both thinkers' development. I shall show that Habermas' theory of communicative action derives significant impulses from the Gadamerian conception of dialogical understanding, just as much as Gadamer expands his own philosophical hermeneutics beyond its own classic beginning in aesthetic and especially hermeneutic experience towards a truly universal conception of practical thought. To be sure, the focus on the role that scientific and methodologically framed knowledge plays in our historical social existence remains the common focus of overlapping insight and disagreement. In order to capture the most essential ideas and contributions, I shall undergird and enforce the actual debate with reconstructions of the underlying philosophical frames. This chapter will proceed via four thematic foci. First, we will look at the different critiques of Enlightenment thought in order to position the first major disagreement concerning the status of reflexive self-understanding within interpretation and science. Second, I will take up the claim, which both Gadamer and Habermas articulate in different ways, that the inevitable linguistic mediation of all thought and experience commits us to intersubjective standards of rationality. It is here that Habermas' communication theory is majorly inspired by Gadamer. Third, we will reconstruct the classic Habermasian challenge of linguistic idealism in hermeneutics, i.e., that hermeneutic thought neglects, ignores, or is incapable of addressing the undeniable influences of objective social factors and processes on hermeneutic self-understanding, such as economic labor relations and institutionalized power relations. Finally, we will look at how both accounts ultimately position their claim of the primacy of practical over theoretical reason, be it via phronesis or a critical reflexive consciousness, and how both their visions contribute to the ongoing quest to articulate a situated and historical conception of normativity, one that is both historically reflexive and yet capable of critically assessing claims and assertions. 289. Gadamer and Habermas. 289. Towards a critique of Enlightenment thought. Gadamer assumes that for the emergence of the hermeneutical problem as such, a situation must exist where something remote has to be brought nearer, a strangeness overcome, a bridge built between once and now. Gadamer 1985, 277, 278. The overcoming of that strangeness is not an act of a theoretical subsumption of the particular under the general, but the practical recreation of a lost or covered-up bond that exists between tradition and present. Gadamer 1989, Warnke 2014. The true task of hermeneutic thought is thus to reconstruct interpretation in the human sciences as a process and experience that allows for such a reappropriation of the past. It is this practical significance which has been covered up by an Enlightenment ideal of theoretical knowledge. Here, any science and any knowledge consists in the objective representation of something, be it facts or meanings. Gadamer 1985, cf. Rorty 1979. Gadamer's critique of Enlightenment thought is destined to recover the actual hermeneutic experience as a partaking, as an engaged and meaningful participation in the tradition as such, instead of objectifying it as a self-subsisting phenomenon. Understanding is to be thought of less of a subjective act than as participating in an event of tradition, a process of transmission in which past and present are constantly mediated. Gadamer 1989, 290, emphasis in original. To be sure, the legacy of the Enlightenment, as detrimental for a self-conscious reappropriation of tradition as it is nevertheless not total, since it rests on a set of illusions. The idea of a pure subject, unencumbered by its historical and cultural situation, as much as the related methodological conception of a pure and immediate observation of phenomena, are abstractions from the real process. They are conceptual fictions created to project the idea of total knowledge of the external and historical world. In fact, history does not belong to us, we belong to it. Long before we understand ourselves through the process of self-examination, we understand ourselves in a self-evident way in the family, society, and state in which we live. The focus on subjectivity is a distorting mirror. The self-awareness of the individual is only a flickering in the closed circuits of historical life. That is why the prejudices of the individual, far more than his judgments, constitute the historical reality of his being. Gadamer 1989, 276-77, emphasis in original. The idea of a pure and private self, strangely placed over and against a self-sustained objective world, misconstrues how we actually understand and exist within our cultural traditions. This scientific vision is then falsely applied to history, culture, and society, assuming that we can abstract ourselves from our embedded entanglements to fully objectify meaning and content even vis-a-vis our history and culture. Accordingly, Gadamer rejects, for instance, Dilthey's starting points of self-reflection and autobiography for historical thought, as much as the basic ideal, exemplified by Descartes' methodological doubt, that we can erase all our preconceptions and background beliefs to build a true system from scratch, or to observe reality unfiltered by any pre-assumptions or ideology. Francis Bacon. Provocatively phrased as the rehabilitation of prejudices against the Enlightenment, prejudice against prejudices, Gadamer asserts the insurmountable need for some preconception and related frame of reference to disclose and understand if we are to understand at all. 1. Gadamer draws heavily on the reflexive insight that our own finite understanding, what Heidegger termed the four-structure of understanding, provides, for us situated humans, the only possible reference system for making sense. Gadamer 1989, 265 ff, Heidegger 1999. Only an ontologically turned hermeneutic thought, which Gadamer credits Heidegger as. 290. Hans Herbert Kogler. 290. Having provided, is thus able to free itself from the Enlightenment illusions and fully situate the interpreting subject within the constitutive historical cultural reality that defines its being, as well as its intentional understanding. Habermas' stance towards the Enlightenment legacy is more ambiguous. His dialectical appropriation is defined by a young Hegelian perspective, similar to Horkheimer, that aims to realize the ideals of freedom, equality, and solidarity within a socially and historically informed vision. Horkheimer 1995, Habermas 1984, 1988b, 2019. At the time of his first exchange with Gadamer, Habermas envisions its possibility by means of a theory of knowledge interests, Erkenntnisinteressen, Habermas 1971. A technical interest in dominating nature defines the natural sciences, an interest in cultural self-understanding the human sciences, and an interest in emancipation, liberating oneself from, ultimately self-imposed, power and domination, the critical social sciences. These interests are knowledge constitutive since the respective methodologies themselves express the respective practical orientation, experimental control, nature, communicative disclosure, history and culture, and therapeutic reflexivity, society, constitute the knowledge-generating methods in each broad domain. Smith 2015. It is against this background that Habermas criticizes Gadamer's universalization of communicative understanding with the past as a paradigm for human self-understanding as such, at the expense of an adequate methodological self-reflection and a much-needed critical analysis of power, as we will see. To be sure, Habermas grants that Gadamer achieves three major feats. First, his analysis of the constitutive role of prejudgments for understanding displaces the false objectivistic self-misunderstanding of the human and social sciences. While already naive and questionable vis-a-vis the natural sciences, as they too rely on practical measures to test their hypotheses, the epistemic access to the domain of history, culture, and society can only proceed via virtual participation. The very generation of data itself involves interpretive acts of understanding meaning and intentionality. Habermas 1984, 273 ff. Second, Gadamer's reconstruction of the situated openness of all language towards other meaning and action overcomes the encapsulated view of language games as based in distinct forms of life. As in post-Wittgensteinian Anglo-Saxon thought, language games are not self-enclosed life contexts but, while contextually formed and defined, nevertheless dialogically open towards any other possible language or meaning. Habermas 1988b, 177f, Winch 1989. And finally, Gadamer captures the role of language as a medium within which agents act and think, instead of being a tool at the disposal of, prelinguistically constituted, subjects. Habermas 1987, see also 2019. Gadamer overcomes these three misguided assumptions of positivism: that meaning can be objectively represented, that languages are formally closed systems, and that language is a tool for subjects, which constitute for Habermas core errors of post-Enlightenment thought. 2. What Habermas takes issue with in Gadamer, however, is that the ideal of reflexive self-determination seems to be sacrificed on the altar of the newly discovered mediating role of tradition. For Habermas, Gadamer fails to acknowledge that the, granted, inevitable dependency on prejudgments in interpretation cannot be identified with a blind cult of the authority of tradition. It cannot be hypostasized to suggest that the subject is deprived of any critical and reflexive stance vis-a-vis the tradition. Gadamer indeed argues that our dependency on tradition undercuts the illusory abstractions of the enlightenment of a pure subject capable of methodologically subjecting anything to its critical analysis. For Habermas, this entails that the reflexive power of the subject is subordinated to an unreflective integration into existing traditional authorities. Gadamer sees living traditions and hermeneutic research fused to a single point. Against this stands the insight that the reflective appropriation of tradition breaks the quasi-natural substance of tradition and alters the positions of subjects within it. Habermas 1988b. 291. Gadamer and Habermas. 291. 168. The development of scientific practices that objectify and critically reflect on their object domain does not leave the traditional authorities untouched. Instead, it puts the subject's vis-a-vis traditional claims in a position of critical evaluation. For Habermas, this reflexive transformation of traditional meaning seems lost in an account like Gadamer's, for which integration into the event of tradition is paramount. Even in a tradition that has never lost its effectiveness, what is at work is not simply an authority detached from insight, making its way blindly. For every tradition must be woven with a broad enough mesh to permit its application, that is, its judicious transformation in consideration of altered circumstances. But the methodological cultivation of such judiciousness in the hermeneutic sciences shifts the balance of authority and reason. Habermas 1988b. 168. Habermas suggests that the reflexive application of the encountered meaning necessarily transforms the received content, since its appropriation allows for a critical evaluation and assessment of its substance. Gadamer in turn emphasizes that any understanding of meaning entails interpretation, since it requires the aforementioned frame of reference. Yet this means also that it entails application, because such a frame is defined by the practical context within which we think, act and experience, and within which the appropriated meaning must be made to make sense. Habermas foregrounds this relation between the reflexive act of application and the receiving act of traditional meaning in order to carve out a space for critical reflexivity. We have seen that Gadamer indeed asserts, perhaps overemphasizes, the moment of integration in his critique of Enlightenment abstractions. Yet integration does not mean blind subordination for Gadamer. Habermas certainly seems to overstretch the much-needed articulation of the subject's hermeneutic role, which is capable of mediating the tradition with the current context with the reproach of its complete elimination. Gadamer's prejudice in favor of the legitimacy of prejudices, or prejudgments, validated by tradition is in conflict with the power of reflection, which proves itself in its ability to reject the claim of tradition. Substantiality disintegrates in reflection, because the latter not only confirms but also breaks dogmatic forces. Habermas 1988b. 170. While it is certainly plausible to suggest that some claims of the tradition may be rejected, while others actually may be confirmed or endorsed, the idea of a total rejection of tradition seems to come dangerously close to reinvoking a context-free transcendental subject. Such a claim would require an absolute position from which to judge tradition as a whole, which contradicts the inevitable role that a situated and holistic pre-understanding plays within the hermeneutic process. For Habermas, invoking the reflexive powers against the tradition as a whole would entangle him in the supposition of a transcendental or pure realm of cognition, within which the totality of the beliefs could be evaluated. Conversely, before any belief would be subjected to such a transcendental test, no belief, value, or practice could be deemed justified or rationally acceptable. It would have to be considered dogmatic and irrational. Yet this in turn already assumes what cannot be assumed, a transcendental position that judges, as it were, from nowhere. Habermas poses the essential question himself, yet without being able at this point to draw the right hermeneutic consequences. But how is such a system of reference to be legitimated in turn except through the appropriation of tradition? Habermas 1988b. 170. How indeed? It will take a further radical transformation of his thought in exchange with Gadamer to arrive at a convincing answer. 292. Hans Herbert Kogler. 292. The language immanent rationality of interpretation and communication. Gadamer's rejoinder to Habermas draws on the inevitable situatedness of our interpretive and intentional understanding by denying that such finitude and historicity come at the price of giving up reflexive and reason-based thought. The thing that hermeneutics teaches us, as a necessary consequence of recognizing the contingency and finitude which are inseparable from historical involvement, is to see through the dogmatic antithesis between an ongoing autochthonous tradition, on the one hand, and its reflective appropriation on the other. Gadamer 1985, 282. This hermeneutic insight, by displacing a detached transcendental enlightened subject, emphasizes our prior indebtedness to prejudices when disclosing the meaning in a text. Gadamer reconstructs this process as a dialogical encounter necessarily oriented towards the subject matter, which we must address if we are to understand at all. Such a hermeneutic event, like any real conversation, is not in the power of either player, nor can we beforehand separate the productive from the irrelevant and misleading assumptions. Gadamer 1989, 295. Furthermore, the host of background assumptions is holistically tied back to infinite past assumptions and productively subject to changes in future developments, such that meaning can never be metaphysically reified or transcendentally fixed. K. Oakler 1999. Nevertheless, understanding this hermeneutic facticity presents philosophical thought with its own unique insight. For Gadamer, the consciousness of our dependency on a transsubjective affective history of interpretation, its Wirkungsgeschichte, constitutes a higher, more experienced, and ultimately less dogmatic mode of existing within it. While enlightened abstractions are illusory epiphenomena, like foam in the ocean of historical meaning, doing away with these illusions makes historical meaning come to itself. The process of historical mediation thus does not merely exist in itself, but becomes for itself in the ethos of the reflexive interpreter willing to let herself be addressed by tradition. I must allow tradition's claim to validity, in such a way that it has something to say to me. Gadamer 1989, 361. We must be prepared with a readiness to let it speak to ourselves, to open ourselves to its claims. Such a reflexive self-situating of the interpreter within tradition amounts to nothing less than a blind obedience to authority, or to a mindless adaptation to hitherto accepted, uncritically adopted beliefs, values, and assumptions. Gadamer's aim is rather to reconstruct the possible source and force of the reflexive, albeit always situated, thus partial, open-ended, not encompassing, appropriation of tradition, conveyed in the form of major texts, artworks, documents, or other monuments of our past. The acknowledgement of the claim of the past, i.e. the truth claims that, say, eminent texts make on us, is thus essential to create the space of reasons. Sellers, 1997, 36, within which the other can address and challenge our beliefs and assumptions. If the authority of the past is here granted a certain privilege, it is neither to cement its dogmatic assertions nor to assume beforehand its superior validity. The aim is rather, as a necessary starting point, to assume that the other has valid points and insights to offer, which of course in the course of the conversation may either be affirmed or show themselves in need of critical revision or even rejection. Gadamer 1985, 1989, Habermas 1984, 102f. Habermas goes as far in his relentless criticism to suggest that for Gadamer the acknowledgement of authority posits as such a value and one that cannot be transcended because the reflexive power of the subject has been subordinated to tradition. Instead, Gadamer's true aim and achievement is to mediate and integrate the possible force of reflexive and critical thought against a background that overcomes a disembedded transcendentalism or an absolutist metaphysics. 293. Gadamer and Habermas. 293. The notion that tradition should be the sole ground for the assessment of prejudice is a view that Habermas attributes to me flies directly in the face of my thesis that authority rests on knowledge and understanding. The individual who has come of age can but need not adopt on the basis of insight that which he adhered to out of obedience alone. Tradition itself is no proof of validity, at any rate not in instances where reflection demands proof. Gadamer 1985, 286. The assumption that all beliefs need, or can, be grounded in an ahistorical foundation belongs to a misconceived conception of human understanding that demands proof for any possible assertion everywhere. The finiteness of human existence and the intrinsic particularity of reflection seem to make that impossible. Gadamer 1985, 286. The situated and holistic nature of our intentional reflexivity makes all critical assessments a piecemeal affair. Reflexive and critical problematizations necessarily draw just as pragmatism and Habermas later so well understood on a contextual emergence of issues and challenges. Real questions and problems are situated in real-life contexts. This embeddedness in a prior context of interpretation, our inevitable situatedness in a meaningful and shared tradition, is what Gadamer asserts against the detachment ideals that falsely abstract from their historical cultural condition of possibility. Gadamer can justly claim this position as he made clear that the interpretive process of entering into a dialogue with tradition is defined by an immanent rationality oriented towards the truth. I must allow tradition's claim to validity, not in the sense of simply acknowledging the past in its otherness, but in such a way that it has something to say to me. Gadamer 1989, 361. The openness that this calls for is neither optional, nor is it reconstructible from a third person or observer's point of view. A text presents itself as saying something about something. What does it say? What does it mean? Aiming at the author's intention is a detour, a hermeneutic red herring. As we encounter the text, it is what addresses us. So how can we enter or access its meaning? Only by reconstructing what it says about a subject matter, die Sach selbst, about the issue or question that is at stake. Yet this is possible only if we relate what we encounter to our own taken to be true beliefs and conceptions, if we ask and inquire into the subject matter ourselves, by reconstructing what the other says about it. We translate what is presented in the shell of linguistic signs into a meaningful statement or text by bringing it to life as our appropriated meaning. Gadamer's linguistic ontological reflection anticipates Davidson's theory of meaning as defined by truth sentences, as much as Gadamer's anticipation of rational coherence, what he calls foreconception of completeness, recalls the principle of charity. Davidson 1984. I have to maximize true and plausible statements on the other's side in order to make sense at all, which is a precondition for meaningful disagreement. Sensible differences require basic agreement. But with this necessary precondition for understanding, the process of making sense is intrinsically and immanently rational. I can only make sense of what I can deem possibly true or rationally acceptable, under some conditions. Interpretive understanding is compelled to proceed as such if it wants to understand at all. The ensuing reconstruction of the reasons and supportive grounds vis-a-vis the subject matter of the text, by taking its perspective based on initially shared assumptions, defines the dialogical process of interpretation. This reconstruction of Gadamer's account of interpretation as truth-oriented dialogue shows that epistemic, authority and inherited tradition are not separate phenomena. Acquiring the sense of tradition, reigniting our bond with it, is enabled by our rational, albeit always situated, appropriation of the reasons and sources that make it meaningful, and this means true and rational. Now Gadamer does give this process a radically contextual and traditionalist turn. 294. Hans Herbert Kogler. 294. In claiming that any such reappropriation will always be specifically situated. The foreconception of completeness that guides all our understanding is, then, always determined by the specific content. Not only does the reader assume an immanent unity of meaning, but his understanding is likewise guided by the constant transcendent expectations of meaning that proceed from the relation to the truth of what is being said. Gadamer 1989, 294, emphasis added. They, truth-oriented, focus on the concrete content is undergirded and enabled by truth and rationality expectations that derive, as we saw, from the historical cultural background of the interpreter. For Gadamer's main focus, to reconnect and rebond with our past, this circle or dependency poses no problem since our traditional pre-expectations are themselves shaped by the very eminent texts and artworks of what we hermeneutically encounter. 3. For Gadamer, then, the claim to validity of the tradition, and to which we ought to respond reflexively, is dependent on standing within a concrete tradition. It is always determined by a specific content. While this presents a formal precondition of all understanding, its reality requires the substantive existence of valid horizons with regard to which we may or may not heed their call. For Gadamer invokes the hermeneutic operation of executing the law vis-a-vis particular cases and the theological practice of actualizing the message of Scripture in sermons. In both hermeneutic applications, the validity of what is being handed down is assumed, but the concretization of its truth, its ultimate realization as meaning, is achieved in the applicative interpretive acts. Gadamer 1989, 324f. However historical, culturally situated, and contingent such interpretive processes may be, they are defined by an immanent orientation towards existing validity, which transforms tradition into something ongoingly and reflexively acquired, and shuns any undialectical opposition between authority and reason as implied by Habermas' criticism. Yet even with the misguided charge of hermeneutic authoritarianism thus dismantled, there are two serious objections that Habermas can still maintain. Ironically, the framework to which they ultimately lead him will have taken decisive cues from Gadamer's validity-oriented conception of interpretation as well as from its embeddedness in a holistic background of tradition. Both dimensions show up in Habermas' communicative action theory as communication-entailed validity claims and as the life world, defined as a tacit holistic and practical background of all thought and action. Habermas 1984, 1987, 2019, K. Ogler 2019. To be sure, Habermas' two objections both relate to the radically with which Gadamer asserts that our truth-oriented self-interpretations remains inescapably embedded in particular traditions. While no such tradition is self-enclosed, such particularity constitutes the situated ground for ever so many Auslegungen and self-understandings. As he rescinds the search for an absolute ground of knowledge, Gadamer contends that to understand means ultimately to always understand differently, a truly universal, i.e., trans-contextual and substantively shared ground seems out of reach. 5. It is this traditionalist contextualism that smacks for Habermas of unacceptable relativism. Under the influence of Karl Otto Apel, Habermas therefore demands a radical theoretical switch towards a universal theory of communicative competences. Habermas 1990. In a somewhat congenial move, Habermas now considers the Gadamerian hermeneutic capacity to orient oneself towards truth as a universal and formal feature of all human action and thought. What Gadamer analyzes in the perspective of the situated engaged interpreter, aiming to reconnect and reignite traditional truth as rational meaning, Habermas now formally reconstructs as communicative competences that allow us to reflexively and critically engage one another in the world. The idea of communicative competence is loosely modeled after Chomsky's linguistic competence, yet not conceived as a transcendental or neurophysiological depth grammar, but rather as a practically acquired capacity. It quickly makes way to a full-blown 295. Gadamer and Habermas. 295. Analysis of validity claims as inhering in ordinary speech, in the tradition of late Wittgenstein, Austin, and Searle. Habermas 1984. Habermas expands this model to distinguish everyday uses from reflexive institutionalization, such as in scientific, moral, and legal, and aesthetic and other cultural discourses. The analytical philosophical focus on propositions is thereby overcome to include also normative, ethical, aesthetic, and existential speech acts and discourses. Furthermore, the communication immanent reconstruction of validity and rationality is then correlated with another theoretical switch towards a sociological action theory and a critical theory of society in general. Habermas 1984, 1987. In our context, the reconstruction of meaning as entailing validity claims is crucial. Habermas' analysis preserves the essential Gadamerian insight that a phenomenologically convincing account of meaning has to proceed via engagement or virtual participation. Participating in communicative acts entails that we are oriented towards the objects or phenomena that the speech acts make claims about. In order to do that, we have to construct the other symbolic expressions according to our taken for granted beliefs, assumptions, and practices, based on our life-worldly background. We understand a speech act when we know what makes it acceptable, Habermas 1992a, 77. The core communicative situation, in which I communicate with someone else about something, allows for three-world relations. I may express my subjective and emotional states, subjective world, or else refer to something in the shared external environment, objective world, or else appeal to shared norms and institutions, the social world, Habermas 1984. While in unproblematic everyday conversation those entailments do not have to be problematized, they always could be. One may question my sincerity, the truth of my statements, or their normative rightness, or that of my conduct. That such problematizations are possible shows for Habermas that smooth undisturbed communication and communicative action rests, so to speak, on a rationality bonus, that the taken for granted shared meaning of the life world can always be thematized and challenged. Agents are always capable, as he puts it, to say yes or no, Habermas 2003. As indicated, such potential problematizations can be institutionalized in value-oriented discourses which question the truth claims of factual propositions, the normative rightness of ethical and moral claims and norms, or the subjective authenticity of aesthetic or existential expressions. The modern differentiation of scientific discourses, moral and legal discourses, and aesthetic, existential, and religious modes of social reflexivity thus express a domain of modern rationalization that is tellingly distinct from instrumental rationality. For Habermas, the hermeneutic insight into the constellation of meaning/validity serves thus as the starting point for a metatheory of communicative rationality that allows critical social theory to spell out a non-reductive concept of rationality. Furthermore, the formal reconstruction of communication entailed validity orientations escapes the narrow confines of a particular tradition and provides a universal basis for human self-understanding and interaction. Because the reconstruction of such a communicative intersubjectivity provides normative foundations, or orientations, for critical social theory, Habermas is now able to substantiate a second major objection, namely that an analysis of our historical cultural self-understanding must also address the power constraints which shape our cultural tradition and communication. Language, power, and emancipation. Habermas grants that we are inevitably situated in a holistic and never fully objectifiable context, the traditional life world, Habermas 1987, 2019, but it is nevertheless possible to reconstruct the inherent rationality of speech acts as a latent orientation towards validity claims, those claims. 296. Hans Herbert Kogler. 296. Immanently, transcend contexts vis-a-vis truth as ultimate agreement, Habermas 1987, 2003. But we still cannot rest content with this counterfactual reconstruction. To understand our dialogical practices as fully defined by the immanent orientation towards validity would idealize social existence by assuming that its full structuration is determined by language and communication alone. Habermas reads Gadamer's ontology of language against a neo-Kantian background of granting linguistic practices a quasi-transcendental status, according to which i.e., from within the tradition reality is disclosed. Since we are concerned with the relation between human and social scientific interpretation and everyday background understanding, this would amount to an idealistic and badly humanistic imprisonment of hermeneutic interpretation within the walls of tradition. Instead, the unbiased sociological observer will realize that economic practices, as they take a leading role in capitalistic societies, and social power practices, as they express themselves throughout the social body and in administrative systems, equally shape our traditional pre-understanding. Habermas plausibly suggests that an encompassing analysis of the factors that shape tradition and understanding must include labor and power as well, an interpretive sociology that hypostatizes language as the subject of life forms and traditions binds itself to the idealist presupposition that linguistically articulated consciousness determines the material being of life practice, Habermas 1988b, 172. Such an ontological assumption would have detrimental methodological effects as it would lead to the elimination of an analysis of economic and power relations as determining factors on language itself. Habermas proceeds to make an ingenious use of Gadamer's holistic designation of a linguistically mediated pre-understanding by demanding that the inverse causal relation, i.e., how objective and objectifying practices have themselves left their imprint on linguistic pre-structures, be included in the hermeneutic repertoire. These two categories of constraint, labor and power, are not only the object of interpretation, behind the back of language, so to speak, they affect the very grammatical rules in accordance with which we interpret the world. The objective context in terms of which alone social actions can be understood is constituted conjointly by language, labor, and domination. The process of tradition is relativized both by systems of labor and by systems of authority. Habermas 1988b, 174, emphasis added. Because the social self, whose pre-understanding is at stake, is fully embodied and embedded in dialogical and objective social relations, which are all mediated by the background schemes within which particular problematizations can occur, economic relations and social power can affect how we conceive our self-identities and are able to structure and pervade how we intuitively preconceive the world. To be sure, the linguistically enabled reflexivity of social practices also allows for a critical thematization of such implicit schemes of structural power and domination. Habermas thus suggests a methodological break with our intuitive communicative self-understanding, which entails idealizations about our agency and meaning, Habermas 1987, 119f, in order to critically reflect on the extent to which such external forces may have structured our internal taken to be true beliefs and values. Indeed, Gadamer's core pre-assumption that one concedes to authority a superiority in knowledge and judgment and on that ground believes it is just. In that alone, authority rests, Gadamer 1985, 285, emphasis added, now seems to be at least premature, as another set of determining factors may be at play. Habermas thereby carves out the need for a methodological space of an ideology critique to make such a formations of our self-understanding explicit. 297. Gadamer and Habermas. 297. Gadamer in turn is fully prepared to grant the existential complexity and contested facticity of our social being. The groundedness of the dialogical orientation in a pre-understanding is based on Heidegger's four-structure and encompasses social practices, symbolic conceptions and schemes, and individual perspectives, K. Ogler 1999, 83f. Interpretation is thus no pure or detached cognitive act but a life relation, Gadamer 1989, Heidegger 1999. The assertion that being that can be understood is language captures that the reflexive appropriation of meaning happens and is articulatable only in language. It does not suggest that all being is, ontologically, linguistic or consists essentially of words or spirit. Gadamer wonders whether his focus in truth and method on aesthetic and hermeneutic experience led to a falsely narrow interpretation of the true role of language in philosophical hermeneutics. Rather, it is the continual definition and redefinition of our lives, in the concrete dependencies of work and dominance as well as in other dependencies which make up our world. Language is not the ultimate anonymous subject, discovered at last, in which all social historical processes and actions are grounded, and which presents itself and the totality of its activities, its objectifications, to the gaze of the detached observer. Rather, it is the game in which we are all participants. Gadamer 1985, 284. Habermas, of course, agrees that we need to reconstruct the participant's perspective hermeneutically and that understanding is practically grounded. But the supposition that we are generally relying on our taken to be true and linguistically mediated pre-understanding when we want to understand at all still one-sidedly guides the quasi-methodological focus of a dialogical hermeneutics. He thus rightly proposes to expand the hermeneutic circle and favor a critically reflexive circle to include those background relations between social practices and conceptual value orientations that may have shaped our transparent intentional focus. Gadamer, in turn, is rightly concerned about the universalization of such a hermeneutics of suspicion, Ricoeur 1990, and asks, but does that the ideology-critical move mean that we understand only when we see through some subterfuge and expose false presumption? Habermas appears to assume so, Gadamer 1985, 284. Yet this is clearly not so, not even for Habermas, at least not after he adopted the Gadamerian conception of a holistic and never fully objectifiable tradition via his concept of the tacit life world, Habermas 1987, 2019. The life world provides a taken for granted and generally accepted background of assumptions, values, and perspectives, which can only be occasionally and partially challenged, while simultaneously keeping other beliefs and assumptions in place. The critical reconstruction of ideological beliefs is thus never a totalizing process, never capable of absolute or detached representational objectivity. It remains itself part and parcel of the ongoing communicative practices, which at any point may challenge, transform, question, or innovate existing practices and traditions. Yet when, if ever, do we escape or transcend a tradition as such, and do not just challenge and problematize a specific aspect or belief within one? When is our critical reflexivity worthy to be deemed fully revolutionary, a total break with the past and a start of something entirely new? For hermeneutics, these questions are themselves part of our affective history, Wirkungsgeschichte, within which we assess whether a certain belief, act, practice, or institution continued, changed, or ended a tradition. Since the debate with Gadamer, Habermas searched for the right framework within which to present the conception of such a situated critique of ideology, or critical hermeneutics, Thompson 1981, K. Oakler 1999. The first model he presents is based on the psychoanalytic scenario and suggests a transposition of the therapeutic process of self-reflection to the domain of social criticism. Inspired by Alfred Lorenzer's hermeneutic account of psychoanalysis. 298. Hans Herbert Kogler. 298. Habermas projects the overcoming of hitherto repressed dimensions of self-understanding onto the collective species scale, Habermas 1971. This approach belongs to the previously introduced account of constitutive knowledge interests. It is embedded in a left Hegelian conception of grounding social critique by projecting a universal history with a practical intent, that of emancipation. Yet as Gadamer plausibly objects, the presumptuous role of the privileged social critic who confronts whole cultures or groups with their allegedly distorted self-understanding, is significantly different from that of a therapist vis-a-vis a help-seeking suffering self. Habermas eventually abandons this model, transforming its underlying intuition of a normatively justified critique of power into his mature theory of communicative action, Habermas 1984, 1987. The upshot of this social theoretical turn to communication is that the rational criteria and standards that define the normative framework for a society are now intersubjectively generated, so to speak, handed over to the subjects themselves. The validity claim of normative rightness, for instance, is thus actualized in moral and legal discourses, such that agents capable of speech and action commit themselves to nothing but the forceless force of the better argument in order to find common ground. The role of the critical theorist is to outline counterfactually the idealized conditions under which any such discourse must proceed, for instance, that all relevant information is included, only rational grounds for persuasion are accepted, and all those affected by a given norm must be included in the intersubjective deliberation. The advantage of this second model consists in the ideal of an ongoing expansion vis-a-vis formerly excluded groups, as well as an expansion vis-a-vis formerly excluded dimensions of normative and ethical self-realization. The discourse ethical conception could then easily be expanded to a broader political theory in which the legitimacy of democratic governance is tied to the political actualization and institutional realization of practices and processes which adhere to this ideal, Habermas 1992b. In this conception, the internal dialectic between law and social norms promised in the Enlightenment ideals of equality, autonomy, and solidarity are played out against an analysis that focuses on the power-based administrative processes and economic forces which potentially undermine the emancipation and liberalization of society. This mature model thus relates back to Habermas' classic formulation in the wake of the Gadamer debate that labor and power need to be included in our hermeneutic self-understanding. Habermas introduces the struggle between the normative and the power-defined forces of modernity as the dialectical tension between life, world and system, Habermas 1987, 153f. As we saw, the life world and its communicative rationality gets differentiated into certain socially integrated value spheres, such as science, morality, and law, or aesthetics, while certain systematically integrated functional subsystems, such as capitalist economy and administrative power, develop alongside. The capitalistic economy as much as an administrative political system are necessary for maintaining modern complex societies. Their intersubjective action coordination, however, does not operate via communicate validity claims and reason-giving practices. Rather, the steering media of money and power are operative here. Habermas 1987, Weber 1978. Critical theory's task is now to analyze how these functional subsystems may interfere and distort the value orientations in those domains which are based on and require communicative agency and interaction in order to function in a non-pathological way. Accordingly, the specter of the colonization of the life world haunts a dialectically rationalized modernity which both actualizes the rationality potential inherent in communication and those power functional systems that tend to impose the logic of instrumental or functional rationality onto all spheres of social interaction. 299. Gadamer and Habermas. 299. Universality, phronesis, and critical hermeneutics. One way to put the critical theoretical objection to the alleged hermeneutic idealism is to challenge its claim to universality, Gadamer 1990a, Habermas 1990. Yet Gadamer rests content with this claim after granting that power, work, in fact all sorts of real-life practices and phenomena define dimensions of hermeneutic understanding. There is an undeniable quasi-transcendental bent in his thought, as he positions the reflexive insight into our inevitable indebtedness to a trans-subjective affective history of preconceptions as the insurmountable starting point of all understanding. It is not the Cartesian self-consciousness in abstract self-transparency, but the situated, dependent, vulnerable affective historical consciousness which defines the groundless, since historically shifting, ground of understanding. Yet while such a dependency radically transforms our self-understanding, it does not, as we saw, hand the interpreting self blindly over to tradition. To be sure, Gadamer explicitly rejects the modern methodological attitude, not what we do, not what we should do, but rather what beyond our will and action happens with us is what's at stake here, Gadamer 1990b, 16. And in response to Habermas' projection of a philosophy of history with practical intent, which also aims to limit the scope of instrumental reason and technology, Gadamer cautions us to modesty. Hermeneutical reflection cannot claim to do anything about the inherent alienation imposed on our natural consciousness by natural science via its idea of method. It can, however, by elucidating for the sciences the ruling preconceptions of the moment, uncover new avenues of inquiry and thus indirectly be of service to the work of methodology. And, beyond that, it can bring to consciousness what the methodology of the sciences exacts in payment for the progress it makes possible. Gadamer 1985, 289. In light of the overwhelming domination of modern life through the reigning ideals of natural scientific objectivity and technology, i.e., the rule of instrumental reason, Gadamer reminds us of the ethical and meaning-constitutive resources that an undistorted hermeneutic experience is able to retrieve. Indeed, the price of positivism and scientism consists in the cover-up of the essential life-worldly background of tradition without which no meaning or intentional understanding, not even that of the natural sciences, could exist. April 1985. Habermas sees the major achievement of Gadamer in uncovering this hidden source of human scientific, and all scientific, understanding, bringing back the practical ground of interpretation and understanding. This practical dimension is captured by Gadamer's Aristotelian concept of phronesis. It entails three crucial aspects of how the interpretive act, whose cognitive import should by no means be denied or reduced, actualizes the concrete act of application. Gadamer 1989, 307f. See also Habermas 1988b, 163. First, phronesis is neither abstract theoretical knowledge that aims at universal laws or essences for their own sake, episteme, nor is it merely instrumental knowledge that serves as a tool to achieve a pre-given end, techne, in the act of integrating a thought or idea within our social context. we rather articulate its truth such that its own realization is thereby fulfilled. Frenetic reflection is always its own end but never fully achievable in abstract or forever, it always requires the concrete contextual orientation to what and for whom it speaks. Second, the application is thus always intersubjective, i.e., undertaking in a dialogical context with others for whom the interpretation must be convincing. This intersubjectivity is constitutive of me, as I am myself, in my preconceptions, shaped by the social world within which I speak and interpret. Gadamer therefore emphasizes the importance of rhetoric for a full comprehension. 300. Hans Herbert Kogler. 300. Of understanding, and thus hermeneutics. A pure truth could be known by a singular God, a clear-cut goal can be achieved by myself. Hermeneutic interpretation, instead, happens in a shared context of mutually recognized beliefs and assumptions which creates and reaffirms our social bond. Finally, this intersubjective dimension entails a form of normative recognition that is both deeply situational and concrete and yet not bound by any objective, third-personal, external determinants. In forming my thought hermeneutically, I am engaged with another as a conversation partner whom I address as a who, never as a what. Gadamer criticizes objectifying social research, as it only captures the subject as socially determined, but also individualizing historical research, as it solely focuses on the self as singular individual, for missing this peculiar intersubjective recognition. These types of understanding are hermeneutic modes of symbolic power, Gadamer 1989, K. Ogler 2011. Rather, what speaks to me in the act of understanding is always an irreducible you. This you orientation actualizes the universality of hermeneutic understanding in its full moral dimension, as any act or meaning that I am to disclose dialogically will be approached in an intersubjectively recognizing and respecting manner. While our understanding is thoroughly situated, it opens up its horizon by means of setting out some structured and predefined condition vis-a-vis the subject matter. As such, it recognizes each voice and contribution universally. The exchange with Habermas allows for the transformation of an ethically defined affective historical consciousness into a critically reflexive self-understanding of phronesis. The reflexive self is able to methodically reconstruct certain layers of symbolic assumptions and practical contexts which enables an enhanced distanciation. 6. As Ricoeur first analyzed with regard to classic structuralism, and a second wave of critical hermeneuticists did with regard to post-structuralist concepts and methods, Thompson 1981, Hoy and McCarthy 1994, K. Ogler 1999, 2019, the needed vigilance vis-a-vis naive assimilation can be articulated via discourse analytical and genealogical approaches. The trick is to avoid, again, positivistic self-misunderstandings on the side of post-structuralist accounts, as much as overly idealistic and neo-philologistic accounts on the hermeneutical side. The interpretive distanciation of radically different symbolic orders and cultural horizons gets projected in terms of a self-reflexive analysis which allows for a more critical analysis of hidden assumptions and practices, those covered up and sublimated in the immediately available linguistic pre-understanding of die Sach selbst. The reconstruction of the discursive and practical layers of one's pre-understanding furthermore leads to the awareness that the reflexive attitude vis-a-vis those background dimensions deserves special attention. It is thus not enough to suggest that the horizontal coordination of actions via a communication defined by validity claims secures our normative ideals. What is needed is rather to understand how situated agents themselves can, so to speak, pull themselves away from normalizing, objectifying, and disciplining practices. K. Ogler 1999, 2005, 2012, Winter 2001. The cultural heritage embalms the intentional mind in a set of assumptions that maintain the status quo. Sociological analysis shows how a cognitive habitus is created that aligns subjective dispositions with the objective functional imperatives that keep subsystems running. Bourdieu 1984. In the wake of critical theory, Marxism, and post-structuralism, a whole range of new cultural studies emerged that aim to reconstruct how precisely situated agents are both shaped by power and yet capable of its critical thematization and rejection. Winter 2001. Theoretical tools, methods, and media differ respectively to the diverse critical projects of analyzing meaning-power constellations, as in feminism, post-colonial studies, dialogical cosmopolitanism, etc. Code 2003, said 1978, held 1995, K. Ogler 2005. Yet these newly emerging cultural studies can rightly be seen as the exemplification and realization of core tenets of critical hermeneutics as it was articulated after the Gadamer/Habermas exchange. K. Ogler 2017. 301. Gadamer and Habermas. 301. To be sure, the whole approach now exists in a much more globalized and thus interculturally demanding context. Since the late 1960s, the process of globalization accelerated dramatically, and so did the social theoretical awareness of the diversity of cultural processes and traditions. This puts hermeneutics up for an entirely new challenge. Whether its aim is to understand its normative assumptions within its own tradition as a reawakening, Gadamer, or as a reconstruction of its own universal ideals and norms, Habermas, it faces a set of new questions. How can the normative ideals and moral value orientations that emerged within one tradition claim to provide the framework for a world civilization? How can the dialogical mode of recognition be reconciled with alternative and non-Western conceptions of selfhood, social bonds, and socio-political traditions? How can the dependency on tradition be pluralized so as to ensure full inclusion, and yet a normative framework be maintained that ensures both moral and cultural recognition of all members in both their diversity and equality? Any quick and immediate answers will smack of an unacceptable presumptuousness. What we may consider, in good hermeneutic fashion, is how we would have to conceive the condition of possibility of a global intercultural dialogue that could potentially reconstruct shared ideals and norms. However such a dialogue may turn out and whenever or wherever it may be possible, the ideas and challenges articulated in the encounter between Gadamer and Habermas will continue to have an important voice in this renewed conversation of humankind. Rorty 1979. 23. Gadamer and Derrida. Edo Evink. The relation between the philosophical work of Hans-Georg Gadamer and Jacques Derrida is a curious one. They have a lot in common, for both philosophers' texts and their interpretation take a central place in their thought, both emphasize the independence of the work that is to be interpreted, both underscore the limits and finitude as well as the historical and contextual embedding of every interpretation, both deny that interpretation should work with a fixed methodology, both develop their views in line with the philosophical heritage of Martin Heidegger, but also in critical discussion with Hegel. Both take a critical distance from the metaphysical tradition, both do not only discuss philosophical matters and philosophical texts, but also literature, poetry, and art. This list of similarities and agreements could be made much longer, for in many respects Gadamer's hermeneutics and Derrida's deconstruction are very much alike. Nevertheless, the personal exchange of their ideas was far from smooth. Their encounter in April 1981 in Paris became soon known as an improbable or unlikely debate, een onwaarschijnlijk debat, of two philosophers who were talking at cross purposes, got stuck in a dialogue of the deaf, or at best did not succeed in engaging in a real dialogue. Forget 1984a. Many commentaries have been written on the problematic relation between hermeneutics and deconstruction. Some of them clearly choose sides, often without really understanding the worries of the other side. Caputo 1989, Madison 1989. Some of them try to negotiate between the two, looking for a mutual complementing. Risser 1997. Some offer an adequate comparison, focusing on specific aspects. De César 2015. In this chapter, the main difference between Gadamer's hermeneutics and Derrida's deconstruction will be found in their understanding of metaphysics and in the status they give to conceptual philosophical thinking and writing. The chapter will start with a summary of the unlikely debate of 1981, followed by Gadamer's and Derrida's comments on it and on each other's work afterwards. In addition, two notions will be discussed, horizon and play, that can offer a better insight in the diverse approaches of Gadamer and Derrida. Finally, many lines in this chapter will come together in a comparison of Gadamer's and Derrida's views on metaphysics and on conceptual thought. 305. Gadamer and Derrida. 305. An unlikely debate. Gadamer and Derrida met for the first time at a colloquium at the Goethe Institute in Paris, April 25–27, 1981, organized by Philippe Forget and well documented, Forget 1984b, Michelfelder and Palmer 1989. Later they saw and spoke to each other several times on different occasions, including at conferences in Heidelberg and on Capri, where other topics were discussed. There are no recorded meetings where they continued their debate. Actually, the discussion started much earlier, in comments by Derrida on hermeneutics, spread over several texts, Derrida 1981, 1982, and mainly aimed at Heidegger. The most well-known of these, and Piecida Resistance in the 1981 debate, can be found in Derrida's critique of Heidegger's readings of Nietzsche, in Spurs, Nietzsche's Styles, Derrida 1979. Spurs discusses, among other matters, Nietzsche's notorious ideas on women and femininity. Truth, in Nietzsche's eyes, is feminine and is supposed to be conquered or taken. Women and truth, however, do not simply give themselves to be known and possessed, they pretend, vorgeben, to give, geben, themselves, but in the meanwhile they take distance and veil themselves, they seduce, dominate and possess in return. The appropriation of truth thus turns into expropriation. But a summary like this is, of course, just a far too short and simple sketch of Nietzsche's views on truth and women. Nietzsche's texts cannot be appropriated so easily. The different styles of Nietzsche, his autobiographic remarks, aphorisms, stories and songs cannot be taken together in one coherent interpretation. And that, Derrida tries to show in the second half of Spurs, is exactly what Heidegger wants to do. In Heidegger's reading, the name Nietzsche stands as a title for what is at stake in his thought, Die Sache seines Denkens, Heidegger 1979, which is, according to Heidegger, the will to power and the eternal recurrence of the same as cornerstones of a metaphysical system. Heidegger presents Nietzsche's philosophy not just as a critique of metaphysics but as a culmination of the historical development of metaphysics. In Derrida's view, this is a violent appropriation that ignores so many sides of Nietzsche's work. Heidegger reduces the versatility of Nietzsche's texts to one totality and also takes the whole history of metaphysics as one totality. Derrida presents Heidegger's reading of Nietzsche as an example of hermeneutical interpretation, as an effort to dominate a text and to force its many parts and possibilities in one coherent totality, one horizon. In contrast, Derrida wants to defend the Nietzsches against this violent hermeneutic reduction to one coherence. In another text, Timpan, Derrida 1982, 9xxix, Derrida describes hermeneutical interpretation as an attempt to seize and control its object, an attempt that is characteristic of every philosophical reflection. Deconstruction is a critique of this manner of thinking, and, even more, Derrida regards philosophical discourse as a strategy to resist deconstruction. He distinguishes two strategies, hierarchy and envelopment, by which philosophy tries to interiorize every limit as being and as being its own proper, Derrida 1982, 19, emphasis in original. These philosophical strategies aim to dominate their object by surrounding it with a totalizing circle. According to Derrida, Hegel and Heidegger both fit in this encircling strategy of logocentrism. These two kinds of appropriating mastery, hierarchy and envelopment, both follow the movement of the same wheel, whether it is a question, finally, of Heidegger's hermeneutical circle or of Hegel's onto theological circle. Derrida 1982, XX. Thus, Heidegger's reading of Nietzsche, grasping together all the divergent elements of his work in the unity of his thinking, is presented by Derrida as an example of a hermeneutical, that is, metaphysical and logocentric strategy of appropriation and domination and appropriation. 306. Edo Evink. 306. From which Nietzsche's texts inevitably withdraw and which is turned around in expropriation, because it shows Heidegger to be in fact more metaphysical than Nietzsche. In his lecture that opened the debate at the Goethe Institute in 1981, Text and Interpretation, Gadamer 1989a, Gadamer replies to this critique of Heidegger and of hermeneutics in general. He starts by sketching his own position in the tradition of hermeneutics, in order to shed light on the main topic of his discussion with Derrida, that is, the concept of language. Gadamer testifies of his own contribution to this tradition. The discovery that no conceptual language, not even what Heidegger called the language of metaphysics, represents an unbreakable constraint upon thought if only the thinker allows himself to trust language, that is, if he engages in dialogue with other thinkers and other ways of thinking. Gadamer 1989a, 23. By conceiving the original phenomenon of language in dialogue, Gadamer attests to the primacy of language above concepts. Preceding any scientific research, a work to be interpreted says something to us, and it does so in such a way that its statement can never fully be exhausted in a concept. Gadamer 1989a, 23-24. Gadamer thus states the prevalence of language as communication over scientific conceptual language, as well as the prevalence of die Sache, of what is at stake, over its expression in concepts. Text and interpretation are thought of by Gadamer as elements of language as dialogue, as communication between those who understand and what needs to be understood. The circularity of this dialogical movement is inevitable and universal. According to Gadamer, the desire to break out of the circle cannot be fulfilled, indeed such a demand is truly absurd. Gadamer 1989a, 26. Understanding does not come down to a reduction to unity and coherence, but instead implies a potentiality for being other that lies beyond every coming to agreement. Gadamer 1989a, 26. Since interpretation is dialogue, for a written conversation basically the same fundamental condition obtains as for an oral exchange. Both partners must have the goodwill to try to understand one another. Gadamer 1989a, 33. This last statement is chosen by Derrida as a point of departure for the three questions he poses to Gadamer the next day, under the heading Goodwill to Power, Derrida 1989a. He takes the goodwill to understand as an unconditional, Kantian, ethical axiom that presupposes a metaphysics of the will. He also wonders what to do with this goodwill, if one tries to incorporate psychoanalytic hermeneutics into a general hermeneutics. He further suggests that understanding does not only presuppose a goodwill, but also the interruption of the dialogical relation. Derrida 1989a, 53-54. In his reply to these questions, Gadamer denies that his condition of a goodwill has anything to do with a metaphysics of the will or with an ethical axiom. Even immoral beings try to understand one another. Gadamer 1989b, 55. With goodwill to understand, Gadamer means the attempt to strengthen the other's viewpoint as far as possible. Gadamer also never tried to include psychoanalysis in a general hermeneutics. His view of interpretation as an effort to reach mutual understanding and agreement is not at all a kind of metaphysics, but the presupposition that any partner in a dialogue must assume, including Derrida, if he wants to pose questions to me. Gadamer 1989b, 56. Finally, in his own lecture, Interpreting Signatures, Derrida 1989b, Derrida returns to his earlier statements about Heidegger's interpretation of Nietzsche, without even mentioning Gadamer or hermeneutics. It is tempting to interpret this contribution to the colloquium as a refusal to engage in a direct dialogue, and therefore as an indirect reply to Gadamer. The refusal. 307. Gadamer and Derrida. 307. To answer might be seen as a Derridean interruption of the Gadamerian dialogue. But perhaps that would be too much of a speculation about Derrida's intentions, especially because the conference at the Goethe Institute was not explicitly organized to arrange a dialogue between Gadamer and Derrida. At least the encounter, improbable or not, and its documentation opened up a space for a more explicit reflection and discussion on the relations between hermeneutics and deconstruction. Forget 1984b, 129. Gadamer's reflections. Gadamer has undertaken this reflection in several articles, written in the years after the 1981 debate. Gadamer 1989c, 1989d, 1989e, 2007a. The central point of the discussion, to which Gadamer keeps coming back, is his insistence that his hermeneutics is not a form of metaphysics, but a philosophy of dialogue. Several times he sighs that he would really like to know what understanding has to do with metaphysics. Gadamer, 1989c, 96. Where Derrida finds in hermeneutical understanding a violent appropriation, a covering up of otherness, and the identity and continuity of logocentrism, Gadamer underscores that understanding is always understanding differently. Where understanding takes place, there is not just an identity. Gadamer, 1989c, 96. According to Gadamer, hermeneutical philosophy is very well aware of its limits and finitude. It does not search absolute certainty or an ultimate presence. On the contrary, it emphasizes the inevitability of difference in every form of understanding. David 2006. The self-understanding, Selbstverständnis, that hermeneutical interpretation is looking for is not the same as, but in all its forms, the extreme opposite of self-consciousness Selbstbewusstsein and self-possession Selbstbesitz. Gadamer 1989c, 95. In this misconception of what self-understanding is, Gadamer finds the basis of his disagreement with Derrida. Gadamer 1989c, 97. The debate with Derrida reminded Gadamer of his discussion with Heidegger on the language of metaphysics. Gadamer 2007b. Heidegger tried to overcome this language of metaphysics, but acknowledged that one is always in danger of falling back into it, and he thought that this was actually happening in Gadamer's recourse to hermeneutics. But Gadamer wonders what this expression, the language of metaphysics, is supposed to mean. Gadamer 1989c, 98, 1989d, 106, 1989e, 121. I maintain that this is a poor, inexact expression. There is no language of metaphysics. Gadamer, 1989e, 121, 1989d, 107. Heidegger's attempt to overcome metaphysics and its language was already in being and time announced as the project of destruction, the dismantling of the history of ontology. Heidegger 2010, 1925. After the care it was taken up again by Heidegger, but then usually in other terms. In order to clarify the differences between Heidegger, Derrida, and himself, Gadamer distinguishes three ways of trying to overcome metaphysics: Heidegger's destruction, his own notion of dialogue, and Derrida's deconstruction. Gadamer 1989d, 10711. First, then, Heidegger's destruction. If there is any possible meaning of the phrase "the language of metaphysics," Gadamer writes, then it refers to the conceptuality of thought that has been constructed in the history of metaphysics. Gadamer 1989d, 1067. Heidegger's destruction was an attempt to dismantle these metaphysical concepts in order to find a new beginning of thought in which the question of being could be raised after all, after having been forgotten in the history of metaphysics. Gadamer mentions how Heidegger succeeded in tracing the stifled and alienated concepts of the metaphysical tradition back to the natural sense and the hidden wisdom of ancient Greek language. Gadamer 1989d, 107. Heidegger's efforts to find traces of another beginning in the pre-Socratics, however, were doomed to fail, according to Gadamer, because Greek thought was already on the way to metaphysics. Gadamer 1989c, 94. 308. Edo Evink. 308. Even more, Heidegger was also seeking to turn away altogether from the conceptual attempt of metaphysics to ground itself. Gadamer 1989d, 104, and to find a new non-metaphysical language for philosophy. But then it turned out that this language of metaphysics is something which one falls in again and again, as if innovative philosophical thought is no longer possible, if one uses a terminology with a metaphysical history. According to Gadamer, however, this is very well possible. Gadamer 1989e, 121. Gadamer also could not follow Heidegger in his later endeavors to leave behind the language of metaphysics with the help of H. Olderlin's poetic language. Gadamer 1989d, 109. Second, trying to find his own path out of the ontological self-domestication, and move into the open. Gadamer 1989d, 109. Gadamer redefines destruction as a dismantling of petrified philosophical concepts that brings them back to the living language of dialogue. In this redefinition he cuts destruction loose from its association with finding a new beginning of philosophy. The goal of destruction is to let the concept speak again in its interwovenness in living language. This is a hermeneutical task. It has nothing to do with obscure talk of origins and of the original. Gadamer 1989c, 100. Third, there is Derrida's path of deconstruction. In Gadamer's description, it is in an ontological concept of écriture, the background network of meaning relations lying at the basis of all speech, that the very integrity of sense as such is to be dissolved, thereby accomplishing the authentic shattering of metaphysics. Gadamer 1989d, 109. From a Derridean point of view, this is at least a problematic characterization. Derrida would not be happy with the terms ontological, concept, background, basis, authentic and shattering in this description of his work. Nevertheless, if we do not measure it according to Derrida's own precise terminology for his style and thinking, Gadamer's effort to understand his work is quite adequate, describing Derrida's view of language and meaning as inherently imperfect and fragile, and thereby making metaphysics and its conceptual purity impossible. According to Gadamer, it is Derrida's starting point in the Platonic static sense of an ideal meaning. Gadamer 1989e, 118, in combination with his view on language as unstable and changing, that makes him equate understanding with conceptual identification. This position, Gadamer writes, is in itself metaphysical. To make an assumption that such identification occurs within understanding is to disclose verbatim a position that is idealistic and logocentric, one we had already left behind after World War I. Gadamer 1989e, 119. Derrida's post-structuralist approach of language is also considered by Gadamer as being metaphysical in itself. The thing he criticized has a lasting effect as an unacknowledged presupposition in himself. For instance, Derrida speaks as if he were a distant observer of the infinite network of all signs and of all references to other things. This is really an example of his use of the language of metaphysics put forward on the philosophical basis of nominalism. Gadamer 2007a, 388, translation modified. Thus, Gadamer and Derrida both accuse each other of being metaphysical. I shall come back to this at the end of this chapter. In his effort to understand where Derrida's critique of hermeneutical understanding comes from, Gadamer makes a few suggestions that, in fact, are not all convincing. He suggests that Derrida misunderstood destruction as destruction instead of dismantling, but this claim is 309. Gadamer and Derrida. 309. In itself a misunderstanding. Gadamer 1989e, 121, cf. Derrida 1985. Gadamer also states that Derrida's misreading of Heidegger is caused by his interpretation of phenomenological terminology as Husserlian concepts. He takes Heidegger's borrowing of Husserlian concepts as evidence of Heidegger's logocentrism. Gadamer 1989d, 113. Although studying Husserl was an important way for Derrida to develop his own thought, Lawler 2002, Derrida consistently gives similar readings of other texts and thinkers, also without phenomenological terminology. He does not need Husserl to see in Heidegger and in hermeneutics a violent philosophical attempt to grasp meaning in a unifying identification. In a later text in which he looks back on the comparisons of hermeneutics and deconstruction, Gadamer tries to find out what Derrida really has in mind when he uses concepts like presence, metaphysics and logocentrism. He notices how Derrida, despite the many differences and nuances in ancient and modern philosophy, takes all these together, regarding the definition of being as presence as the very matrix of the history of metaphysics. Gadamer 2007a, 378. But if so many metaphysical concepts can be taken together as logocentrism, then, Gadamer asks, what would logos mean? He distinguishes many meanings, in Heraclitus, Socrates, Plato, the Stoa, and the Gospel of John, prefers Heidegger's translation of logos as Sammlung, collecting, gathering, reading, and rejects Derrida's strategy of lumping them all together under one heading of logocentrism. In this way, Gadamer in fact turns Derrida's critique of hermeneutics back against himself. Another effort of Gadamer to understand Derrida's work focuses on his notion of writing, écriture, a term signifying a meaning always dispersed and deferred and shattering all totalizing unity, Gadamer 1989d, 109. Gadamer replies by stating that there is no writing without reading. Reading leads the written sign back to the spoken word, the voice that is an inner voice or verbum interius, which can never be exhausted in its expressions. What is involved in writing is not the ambiguity of a typeface or of a stock of physical marks, but rather an ambiguity as to what these designate when they are actualized by someone reading them, Gadamer 1989e, 118. To écriture corresponds lecture, Gadamer 1989e, 125. Writing needs reading and understanding. In being read, writing has to return to the voice of speaking. It may seem to be a provocation, and probably it is, that Gadamer in this way opposes the voice to Derrida's notion of writing, but this is not the voice that is supposed to be purely present to itself, it is the voice of reading that knows to understand differently, the voice of dialogue that can never be fossilized in concepts, de César 2015. Both the speaking or reading voice and the written sign are moments in the living language of dialogue, Gadamer insists, and not aspects of a violent logocentrism. Logos is not a monologue but participates in dialogue, Gadamer 2007a, 387. In several ways Gadamer also searches for a common ground that may facilitate a dialogue with Derrida. He acknowledges, for instance, the notion of dissemination, which can very well have a place in hermeneutics. But he adds, and here one can find a difference that will remain crucial, that hermeneutics needs to insist that dissemination includes a task for thinking to reach a new understanding, Gadamer 2007a, 376, 395. For Derrida, however, the whole idea that distinguishes dissemination from polysemy is that it withdraws from any understanding, Derrida 1981, Evink 2012. A comparable misunderstanding takes place when Gadamer tries to get along with Derrida in tracking his idea of trace. For Derrida, trace indicates that something withdraws from being made present in understanding. The clue of the trace is in the withdrawal. Gadamer, however, seeks to understand the trace as what needs to be followed by the reader. In order to find some understanding, every trace points one in a certain direction, and indeed is waiting there for someone who is already underway and seeking his way, Gadamer 2007a, 390. 310. Edo Evink. 310. Gadamer thus keeps emphasizing that dialogue is the presupposition and goal of every discussion between hermeneutics and deconstruction. Whoever wants me to take deconstruction to heart and insists on difference stands at the beginning of a conversation, not at its end, Gadamer 1989d, 113. But did this conversation ever have a beginning, and if so, how did it continue? Derrida's reflections. The conversation continued differently. The contributions to the 1981 debate were printed, and this started a still growing number of reflections and interpretations. But did Derrida participate in it? In any case, initially he did not write a contribution or reflection on the debate or on Gadamer's articles. Only after Gadamer's death did Derrida speak in public about their relationship, at a memorial conference in Heidelberg in February 2003. He gave a memorial speech, expressing his admiration, gratitude, and melancholy, while looking back at their debate in 1981, which he now did not call unwahrscheinlich, improbable, but unheimlich, uncanny, and, nevertheless, no failure at all. What is it that remains, even today, so unheimlich about this encounter, which was, to my mind, all the more fortunate, if not successful, precisely for having been, in the eyes of many, a missed encounter? It succeeded so well at being missed that it left an active and provocative trace, with more of a future ahead than if it had been a harmonious and consensual dialogue. Derrida 2005, 136-37. Derrida admitted that he had addressed himself only indirectly to Gadamer, Derrida 2005, 136. In Derrida's experience, the 1981 encounter was an interruption, something other than a misunderstanding, that started a strange and intense sharing partage, what Gadamer would have called interior dialogue, in both of them. By using this word dialogue, a word foreign to my lexicon, Derrida says he lets Gadamer speak in me, Derrida 2005, 136-37. This inner dialogue, from the start marked by a melancholy because of its finitude, never stopped since their first encounter, and remained even after Gadamer's passing away, as an uninterrupted dialogue, Derrida 2005, 138. Nevertheless, Derrida insists, in a friendly and benevolent way, quoting again the third question he asked Gadamer in 1981, on interruption as the precondition of understanding, Derrida 2005, 139-40. In this ongoing dialogue with Gadamer, Derrida interprets a poem of Paul Celan, as an homage to Gadamer, on a path that would cross his, Derrida 2005, 141. Derrida chooses the poem Gros Glu Hen W Olbung, Celan 2005, 210, and focuses especially on the last line, Die Welt ist fort, ich muss dich tragen, the world is gone, I must carry you, Derrida 2005, 141. In Derrida's reading this refers, first, to Gadamer's death. When someone dies, it is the end of the world, the end of a unique perspective on the world. But who has died, is not gone, he can live on in the memory of others, who then have to carry him, Brault and Nas 2001. With several references to Gadamer's careful readings of Celan's work, Gadamer 1997, Derrida interprets the poem and, again more or less indirectly, discusses a methodological distinction between formal and disseminal interpretations. He makes two methodological remarks that, actually, are not entirely clear. The first remark, while pretending to say nothing about it, introduces the distinction between a formal approach of the poem, which includes hermeneutics, and a disseminal reading. These two approaches are irreducibly different, but presuppose each other at the same time. 311. Gadamer and Derrida. 311. I will say nothing, directly, of the insurmountable but always abusively surmounted border between, on the one hand, indispensable formal approaches, thematic, polythematic approaches that are attentive, as any hermeneutic must be, to the explicit and implicit folds of meaning, to ambiguities, overdeterminations, and so forth, and, on the other hand, a disseminal reading writing that, endeavoring to take all this into account, to account for all this, to respect its necessity, also directs itself toward an irreducible remainder of excess. The excess of this remainder escapes any gathering in a hermeneutic. This hermeneutic is made necessary, and also possible, by the excess. Derrida 2005, 149, emphasis in original. This passage repeats Derrida's earlier distinction between hermeneutical understanding and a strategy of dissemination, relating to what withdraws from any understanding, and still makes a hermeneutic understanding possible and even necessary. Then follows for several pages a very formalistic reading of Celan's poem, including remarks on grammar, rhythm, construction, and alliteration. After this formalistic reading, Derrida makes a second methodological remark, now making a more nuanced distinction between three approaches, formal, hermeneutical, and disseminal. The hermeneutical interpretation seems to be located this time somewhere in between the formal and the disseminal reading. This formal analysis can be taken very far. It must, in fact. But it hardly seems risky. It belongs to the order of calculable guarantees and decidable evidence. It is not the same for the hermeneutical response to the Ansprüche of the poem. This response can be pursued to infinity, in uninterrupted fashion, going from meaning to meaning, from truth to truth, with no calculable law other than that which the letter and the formal arrangement of the poem assign to it. But even though overseen by the same law, forever subjected to it, the experience that I call disseminal undergoes and takes on, in, and through the hermeneutic moment itself, the test of an interruption, of a caesura or of an ellipsis, of an inaugural cut or opening. Derrida 2005, 152. In this passage, Derrida seems to acknowledge Gadamer's distinction between a formalistic method of interpretation and a hermeneutical understanding that withdraws from any formal methodology, back to a living language that simply tries to read and understand what the poem has to say. This hermeneutical understanding finds many meanings and truths, all still under guidance of the calculable law of the poem itself. The disseminal reading is in accordance with all this, but adds an interruption to it, that was already presupposed. Derrida 2005, 152-53. The disseminal approach thus testifies of the onchtos of Celan's poem, to which the ram in the poem maybe refers, that initiates and questions any attempt to interpretation. In a perhaps friendlier tone than his earlier interruptions, and acknowledging the values and necessities of Gadamer's style and practice of interpreting, Derrida still holds on to the idea that interruption and discontinuity have to prevail. In this mode he continues his reading of Celan's poem in the last two sections of his lecture, introducing it as follows: let's try now to be faithful, as much as possible, to the hermeneutical demand itself, but also to this singular alterity that carries the demand itself beyond itself, in itself beyond itself. Derrida 2005, 153. In conclusion, one might say that both Gadamer and Derrida try to concede as far as possible to the other, without betraying their own position. Gadamer recognizes the irreducibility of difference and alterity, as well as the possibility of inevitable loss of meaning in dissemination, but all that needs to be seen as moments on the way to understanding. Derrida accepts the 312. Edo Evink. 312. Necessity of hermeneutical interpretation and understanding, but maintains that it presupposes interruption and is always again interrupted by an ungraspable alterity or difference. In the meantime, both philosophers still seem to discern problematic traces of metaphysics in each other's work. Let us focus, therefore, once more on their differences, first within the scope of two terms that are important in the work of both horizon and play, and finally with regard to their concepts of metaphysics and language. Horizon. Gadamer's view of horizon is not easy to grasp. Like with many terms, he uses the concept of horizon in a versatile way. In several passages different aspects of horizon come to the fore. In Truth and Method he discusses Husserl's ideas on horizon and life world, showing how Husserl needs the idea of horizon to surmount the tension between subjective intentionality and the unity and continuity of the world. Horizon intentionality constitutes the unity of the flow of experience, or Lebensstrom, but also stands for the equally comprehensive horizon intentionality on the objective side. Gadamer 2013, 247. This is an anonymous intentionality that constitutes the world horizon as an always already presupposed intersubjective unity. But it also has to count as an achievement of subjectivity. For Husserl, Gadamer writes, this was only an apparent paradox, for a consequent transcendental reduction would lead beyond the subjective and objective side to their correlation. Gadamer 2013, 247-51. In Gadamer's view, however, this tension was only overcome in Count York and Heidegger, leaving the subjectivist part aside. Gadamer 2013, 253 ff. Gadamer emphasizes that the horizon is a limit that moves with us and invites to explore it. The horizon is never fixed, but changes constantly. Both in its literal meaning and as a metaphor, a cultural and historical horizon, it is always already there, related to a situation or vantage point. When Gadamer speaks of having a horizon, he means both the fact that every experience presupposes such a horizon, and our personal awareness of it, which may occasionally be lost. A person who has no horizon does not see far enough and hence overvalues what is nearest to him. On the other hand, to have a horizon means not being limited to what is nearby but being able to see beyond it. Gadamer 2013, 313. Horizon thus implies an intersubjectively shared space and orientation, as well as the personal perspective in which it is given. The horizon is also a historical phenomenon, for the cultural frameworks of our experiences are temporal and changing. The failure of historical consciousness, however, is that it takes past and present as two closed horizons. The idea of a closed horizon is an abstraction. In fact, there is only one horizon, into which we move and that moves with us. Gadamer 2013, 315. Historical understanding is always the fusion of these horizons supposedly existing by themselves. Gadamer 2013, 317. The combination of constructing and overcoming temporal distance is the regulated fusion of horizons that is aware of its historically affected consciousness. Werkingsgeschichtlich Bewusstsein, Gadamer 2013, 315-18, Evink 2010. Derrida's concept of horizon finds its origins in the same Husserlian idea, but the emphasis is different. Derrida points out that the horizons of intersubjective understanding in a language community and in humanity in general are necessary presuppositions for the justification of scientific knowledge Husserl is looking for. Horizons thus function as Kantian regulative ideas. According to Derrida, this is not just a factual presupposition, but a normative ideality that privileges normal and mature mankind. Derrida 1989c, 7080. The horizon does not only guarantee openness for new scientific insights, but also decides what does and what does not count as scientific knowledge. The horizon of an experience. 313. Gadamer and Derrida. 313. Is at once the unity and the incompletion for that experience, the anticipated unity in every incompletion. The notion of horizon converts the abstract condition of possibility of criticism into the concrete infinite potentiality secretly presupposed therein. Derrida 1989c, 117, translation modified. Thus, when Gadamer stresses the inevitability of an all-encompassing horizon that always already surrounds us as something given, Derrida emphasizes that such a unity of being is questionable and that every idea we can have of it can never be neutral and is thus questionable as well. For Derrida, therefore, a horizon is a presupposed unity that embraces its own incompletion. Every concrete idea of a horizon can be seen as a strategic projection of a unity to control the indeterminacy that it also implies. Accordingly, in Derrida's view, there is only a gradual difference between the Hegelian dialectics of absolute idealism and the hermeneutical dialectics within a Heideggerian temporality. In order to find real openness, an invention de l'autre, the strategic unity of the horizon needs to be broken, interrupted, or even exploded. This is what dissemination means to Derrida, the uncontrollable effects of language that break through any horizon. In fact, horizons are always already broken through. Derrida's deconstructive readings try to show that any supposed unity of meaning is already interrupted or contaminated by a radical otherness. For Gadamer, it would be absurd to think of a breakthrough or interruption of a horizon. The horizon is something given to us, beyond our control, not even identifiable, a framework within which our reflections necessarily begin. Attempts to describe this encompassing unity are only abstractions that presuppose the ungraspable coherence in which they can only come up. For Derrida, the horizon is a strategic idea of unity, a part of our efforts to grasp the world in a conceptual coherence, whose incompleteness is just part of its strategy. Such a horizon needs to be broken through and actually always already is broken through, as an effect of writing. These different notions of horizon are clearly related to assumptions of what philosophical reflections and conceptual thought are and how they operate. Evink 2010, 2012, 2013. Play. On several occasions, Gadamer 1986, 2013, Gadamer has developed the metaphor of play in order to understand the ontology of the artwork. His analysis presents the working of play as constitutive for our experience and understanding. In its most basic description, play is a movement of back and forth, that has its own space and time and its own goals in itself. All the parts and participants of the play can only be understood through its own mediation. The primordial sense of playing is the medial one. Gadamer 2013, 108. The real subject of the play, Gadamer insists several times, is not to be found in the players but in the play itself. Gadamer 2013, 10711. All playing is a being played. Gadamer 2013, 111. Play finds its identity in its own movements, in its repetition that includes difference and change. This is the hermeneutical identity of the play. Gadamer 1986, 25. In being played, the play represents itself, its mode of being is self-presentation Selbstdarstellung, Gadamer 2013, 112. This self-presentation is always a presentation for someone, which is all the more the case in a play for an audience, Schauspiel. The audience does not observe the play but participates in its own way. In being played for an audience, Gadamer recognizes the transformation into structure and the total mediation of the play, Die Verwandlung ins Gebilde und die Totalvermittlung, Gadamer 1986, 2227, 2013, 114-25. The back-and-forth movements of play that constitute the artwork are easily recognizable in Gadamer's view on interpretation. The interpreter is involved in a play of mutual questions. 314. Edo Evink. 314. And answers and thereby participates in the effective history of the interpretandum. In this dialogue the meaning of the play constitutes itself. The subject thus participates in the process of meaning constitution. Derrida has a different view on the notion of play. The play of language works in the same way as dissemination. The references of words are beyond control and disrupt any possible attempt to regulate them. In Derrida's own words, one could call play the absence of the transcendental signified as limitlessness of play, that is to say as the destruction of ontotheology and the metaphysics of presence. Derrida 1976, 50. In discussion with structuralism, Derrida shows how the organization of linguistic and social structures is disordered and undermined by the limitless play of references. References of meaning need to be organized in a structure that tries to control the play but will never completely succeed. Writing, the play of language, is presupposed by any structure, but it manifests itself only as play that disrupts structures. Derrida 1978, 278-93. Play is thus inevitably but also uncontrollably at work in any constitution of meaning. It is not only a play within the world or horizon with all its references, Je dans le monde, it is a play of the world itself, Je du monde, Derrida 1976, 50. The result of this comparison in the use of the term play runs parallel to the outcome of the comparison in the use of horizon. Gadamer develops the notion of play as the constitution of meaning in which author and public participate. The artwork works in the acts of interpretation. This is a play no one can control. There is no exact method of interpretation, but the work of interpretation is also not a chaos. It is, more or less, ordered by what might be called the rules of the game. Derrida describes roughly the same process of meaning constitution, but play is the unlimited transfer of signs and references which science and philosophy try to control without success. Meaning is constructed and deconstructed in the tensed difference between structure and play. From a Derridian point of view, Gadamer's idea of play is a loose form of structure, aiming at control, without really acknowledging the otherness that is excluded by this structure, but still operates within it. Metaphysics and language. In the foregoing reflections on the debate between Gadamer and Derrida and on the differences in their thought, the concepts of metaphysics and language play an important role. What exactly do Derrida and Gadamer mean with metaphysics and language? For Derrida, logocentrism and metaphysics stand for the effort to rationally grasp the order of reality. From the pre-Socratics until Heidegger, Derrida writes, logos is taken as the origin of truth. Derrida 1976, 3. The logical ordering of reality is organized around a principle or foundation that, in the long history of metaphysics, has always determined being as presence and has received many forms, arche, telos, consciousness, God, etc. Derrida 1978, 279-80. This metaphysical way of thinking needs to control language, using fixed terminology in order to secure the stable structures of its constructions. Language, however, especially in its written form, undermines this metaphysical strategy and problematizes it from within. Due to the working of difference, its meanings can never be safeguarded as unchanging and fixed. Therefore, metaphysics can also be described as the attempt to limit and control the movements of difference. Metaphysics and difference, logocentrism, and language, can only be understood in relation to each other. This can be traced in Derrida's descriptions of difference. The quasi-concept difference includes the workings of difference, spatialization, and deferment, temporization. Temporization of meaning implies the infinite movements of reference, because of the infinite postponement of a last and ultimate meaning. Difference is thus described as the quasi-transcendental condition of 315. Gadamer and Derrida. 315. Possibility of meaning. The event of difference makes temporary meaning possible, but makes ultimate or absolute meaning impossible. The implicit presupposition here is that language aims at an ultimate meaning of a pure presence. Philosophy, therefore, can have no other form than metaphysics, because the language it has to use is in itself metaphysical. Those who try to reach beyond metaphysics Derrida mentions as examples Nietzsche, Freud, and Heidegger get stuck in the circle of criticizing metaphysics with a language that is itself metaphysical. Derrida 1978, 280-81. Every conceptual distinction functions within a systematical network of other distinctions that in the end presuppose a metaphysical principle. The binary logic of this language can, in a rigorous sense, even be taken as an all-or-nothing logic. In another notorious discussion, this time with John Searle, Derrida claims that in philosophy such a rigor is necessary. Every concept that lays claim to any rigor whatsoever implies the alternative of all or nothing. It is impossible or illegitimate to form a philosophical concept outside this logic of all or nothing. Derrida 1988, 116-17. Derrida does not oppose or criticize this conceptual rigor, neither does he ask for an alternative. He takes it to its extreme by adding the complication of writing, difference, dissemination, and play, that it presupposes. To this oppositional logic, which is necessarily, legitimately, a logic of all or nothing and without which the distinction and the limits of a concept would have no chance, I oppose nothing, rather I add a supplementary complication that calls for other concepts, for other thoughts beyond the concept, another logic that accounts for the impossibility of concluding such a general theory. Derrida 1988, 117. The question that needs to be raised then is, when does language necessarily become so rigorous? Does only conceptual language need this rigor? What about poetic language? Or interpretations of poetic language? If we take a look again at Derrida's remarks on his reading of Céline, we can recognize the same tension between, on the one hand, a formal and calculable approach, and, on the other hand, a disseminal reading that welcomes interruption and ellipsis. According to Derrida, therefore, conceptual language, and perhaps even all language, is metaphysical by definition, while at the same time destabilizing itself from within. It always operates in a tension of extremes, between, on the one hand, calculation and, on the other hand, impossible events or openness for a wholly other, tout autre, that necessarily escapes any conceptual understanding. According to Gadamer, however, language cannot be constrained by such extreme tensions. With this view he started the 1981 debate, stating that no conceptual language represents an unbreakable constraint upon thought. Gadamer 1989a, 23. The living dialogue of language is not per se metaphysical, it is not necessarily aiming at conceptual control. These two views on language and metaphysics are two starting points from which Gadamer and Derrida criticize each other. For Gadamer, language is an uncontrollable practice of meaning and understanding in which we all participate, it is not necessarily metaphysical. For Derrida it is characterized by the tension between control and its derangement, therefore both metaphysical and in deconstruction. From Gadamer's point of view, Derrida wrongly makes language metaphysical and then dismantles it. From Derrida's point of view, Gadamer is not aware of the unavoidable metaphysical effects of his understanding. From Gadamer's perspective, therefore, one may ask Derrida how he can justify the idea that language is always in search of pure meaning, while never reaching it. If he cannot legitimize 316. Edo Evink 316. This view, then there is no reason to label every attempt to understanding as a violent metaphysical move of domination, Evink 2020. But then, from a Derridean perspective, even if one concedes that language is not necessarily metaphysical, one can still pose two critical questions to Gadamerian hermeneutics. First, every effort to understand a text works, at least to a certain extent, within a conceptual framework. Although perhaps not necessary, it always remains possible to ask for the philosophical justification of such a framework, its concepts and its principles. Even when it is not necessary to pinpoint every position, argument, or statement to its metaphysical presuppositions, it is still possible to bring implications to the fore that are in play at a metaphysical level, that is, the level of most foundational questions and principles. This means that, even if language is not per se metaphysical in Derrida's sense, we did not necessarily enter a post-metaphysical era. One can also describe metaphysics as the domain of the most fundamental questions that will always return. Second, within this level of metaphysical questions, one may ask Gadamer how he can justify his own hermeneutical claim to universality. Habermas had earlier asked for such a justification in another discussion, Habermas 1980. Is it enough to refer to the commonly shared experiences of dialogue? If Gadamer is right that we are always embedded in historical and cultural horizons and structures that we can never survey and that we cannot but participate in, isn't that in itself a metaphysical position, even if it can be defended very well? The unlikely debate between Gadamer and Derrida thus finds its core in metaphysical claims and questions that can be clarified, but will not end. 24. Poem, Dialogue N. Witness. Gadamer's reading of Paul Celan. Gert-Jan van der Heijden, Poem and Dialogue. How do thinking and poeticizing relate? In the context of continental philosophy, this is an important concern, and also in Gadamer's work we find an account of this relation. In the essay Poem and Dialogue, Gedicht und Gesper ach, Gadamer 1999, 335-46, he describes it in terms of the relation between poem and dialogue. Both are modes of language that give us something to understand, they both are a disclosure of sense. Yet, they are also extreme cases, standing opposite one another. In dialogue we find the genuine life of language and of thinking, it is the nature of the movement of the spirit that we think in word and answer. 1999, 338, my translation, as Gadamer suggests. The poem, by contrast, is diktat, it belongs to literature and exists as a fixed text, it prescribes, so to say, by its own fixability and repeatability. 1999, 339, my translation. Here, Gadamer uses the etymological kinship between dikten and diktere, thus suggesting that the poem as script writing or script is always Vorschrift, prescription. 1. This difference is reflected in the way the poetical and dialogical mode of language are events of the disclosure of sense. 2. As events of sense, poem and dialogue are both orientation. For Gadamer, sin means Richtungssinn, dialogue and poem orient us, they orient us to sense, and sense is what orients us. In dialogue, sense appears in the temporal movement of word and answer. The life and movement of language is discernible in the different phrasings, articulations, and expressions that form the to and fro of word and answer. The sense of the poem, on the other hand, can only appear if the interpreter carefully listens to and returns again and again to the exact same phrasing that the poem prompts and prescribes. This difference in the event of sense leads, in turn, to a difference concerning another aspect of sense that is central to Gadamer's hermeneutics. Heidegger, 2214, pointed out that the Greek legein, from which logos is derived, should be understood as a form of gathering. Following up on this suggestion, Gadamer emphasizes that the movement of language is a gathering movement, collecting the words of a dialogue or poem in the unity of their sense. In the case of dialogue, it is not difficult to see how its movement is indeed a gathering, to sense. A dialogue begins as a plurality of voices and opinions on a particular subject matter, yet, its movement consists in weaving these voices together in the to and fro of word and answer. 319. Gadamer's reading of Paul Celan. 319. As well as altering the opinions, thus orienting the speakers towards another, unified sense of its subject matter. Even if one would not subscribe to Gadamer's idea that Einverstandnis, agreement, is the goal of dialogue, one could still acknowledge that the movement of dialogue has indeed weaved together separate voices and opinions, and has enriched and altered the perspectives of all speakers on the subject matter involved. The poem, by contrast, offers itself from the beginning as a unified fabric of words. In this sense, there is always already a material or formal unity of the poem. However, as soon as we start to interpret, as Gadamer notes, it is especially the modern poem that falls apart in different, irreconcilable semantic fragments, each word leading in another direction, offering another orientation. 3 is a plurality of orientations, not simply a form of disorientation. Which word to follow, if each word offers its own direction? Nevertheless, despite his awareness of this fragmentation of the modern poem, Gadamer insists that unity of sense prevails in the poem's case as well. The poets are nevertheless assigned the task to bring the unity of a saying their saying into words. A poem is and remains a gathering of sense, even when it is only a gathering of fragments of sense. 1999, 339, my translation. For the latter comment leaves the reader to wonder, fragments of sense are indeed, formally or materially, collected in the fabric of the poem, yet, is this collection a genuine gathering of sense when it disseminates in different directions as soon as one starts to read? Gadamer's subsequent comment, however, is unambiguous and shows the genuine challenge for poets today. The poem gives to understand and experience a response to the quest, for the unity of sense. Especially in the contemporary world of fragments, this quest, has become more urgent and insistent than ever because there seems to be no communal world available that prefigures a unity of sense from which the poem can draw and which the poem can mirror and configure in poetic language. Rather, the poem has to generate its own orientation. Gadamer continues in Poem and Dialogue by arguing that, ultimately, the poem itself is also a dialogue, namely a dialogue with the reader. Thus, he moves into a direction similar to that of truth and method. Gadamer 2013, 352-55. The interaction between poetic text and reader is a hermeneutical dialogue, in which the text addresses me as something like a thou. While I do think that the poem is, in a certain sense, a dialogue, it is so in a somewhat different sense than Gadamer suggests here. To trace this different sense of the dialogical nature of the poem, let us endure the difference between poem and dialogue a bit longer. Let us, in the space opened up by this difference, explore Gadamer's reading of what he considers to be an eminent example of semantic poetry, that is, of poetry marked by fragmentation. This is the poetry of Paul Celan, on which Gadamer wrote at several occasions. To approach Celan's poetry in light of the relation of poem and dialogue is invited by Celan himself, who writes that the poem is a manifestation of language and consequently, in accordance with its essence, dialogical. 2000, 3:186. For Celan, however, this dialogical character of the poem is not simply or naturally given. The poem is in need of finding its essence, of coming into its own by inventing its dialogical nature. His poems often describe how an I tries to find a way to a you, a way to address this you. The question that thus guides this poetry is, how can the poem speak in such a way that it indeed becomes a dialogue, Gasper ach, and an encounter, begegnung? That the poem can do this is never given, but is rather its subdued hope and uncertain orientation. Crumbs of language. In are the poets falling silent. Verstummen die Dichter, Gadamer 1999, 362-66, Gadamer writes that there is a characteristic self-forgetting of language at the heart of our everyday use of language. In everyday communication, the words themselves disappear in front. 320. Gert-Jan van der Heijden. 320. Of that to which they refer. We do not hear the words that are spoken, but simply the meaning and referent of which they speak. The poetic word, however, does not efface itself in front of that which it says. Rather, the poetic word insists on itself, and it insists in the way a witnessing word insists. Witnesses do not only speak about what happened, but in their speaking, they also give their word, vouch for the truth of what they say. Similarly, as Gadamer writes on the poetic word, it is the word itself that also vouches for that about which it speaks. 1999, 362, my translation. The poetic word insists as the word that gives itself and vouches for that which it speaks about. Thus, compared to the self-effacement of the word in everyday communication, the insistence of the poetic word stands out. However, in contemporary lyrical poetry, of which Celan's work is an important example, the reader is confronted with a poetic word that has adopted a tone and a timbre subdued to such an extent that it almost seems as if the poets have fallen silent. The poets speak, as Gadamer suggests, with an expression borrowed from Rilke, with an indescribable discretion. 1999, 363, my translation. While in everyday communication, the self-effacement of the word is required, the subdued tone of the poetic word confronts us with a particular question: if it is the task of poetry to vouch for what it says, should we not fear that a poetic word that approaches silence, that withdraws itself in discretion, does not give itself, and thus has lost its poetic power? Discretion comes from separation. Like discrete communication, Gadamer 1999, 366, which can only be understood by those who are authorized, qualified, informed enough or called on to hear, discrete poetry also separates. Only those whose ears are refined enough to hear the silent voice of the poetic word are addressed by this word. In Are the Poets Falling Silent? Gadamer suggests that this discrete tone has become necessary, as opposed to the anonymous modes of speech represented by the loud, electronically amplified voices that can reach everyone and everywhere. A more discreet speech is needed to reach the intimacy of I and you in the word. 1999, 366, my translation. Thus, Gadamer suggests that the particular task of the poem is to reach a particular kind of dialogical intimacy. This intimacy can be reached between poem and reader thanks to the poem's discretion that does not aim to reach everyone and everywhere, but only the reader as a you. While indeed Celan's subdued poetic word is concerned with reaching an intimacy between I and you, although the you is, for Celan, not in the first place the reader, as we shall see, the particular threat to which his poetry responds does not emanate from the amplification of electronical voices that can reach everyone and everywhere. The threat rather emanates from language as such, or, more precisely, from the German language as such. In this sense it need not surprise us that Gadamer heard, especially in Celan's later work, an intensification of this discreteness. In his later volumes of poetry, Paul Celan increasingly moved toward the breathless stillness of muted silence in words which have become cryptic. 1997, 67, 1999, 383. How can such words, withdrawing themselves in stillness and covering themselves with silence, give themselves as words vouching for what they say? Celan's poetry speaks out of the horrible crimes committed by Germany in the Second World War, and in particular of the catastrophe of the Holocaust. This historical catastrophe is also a catastrophe and bankruptcy of the only language that the poet has at his disposal. 5. In light of Gadamer's question of whether the poets are falling silent, Celan's comment in the Meridian comes to mind: the poem today shows a strong inclination toward falling silent. 2005, 181, 2000, 3:197, as well as his considerations concerning the German language in his Bremen lecture, 2000, 3:185-86. In the lecture, Celan writes that amidst all the losses and despite everything, language remained, it remained reachable, near and unlost. 3:185, my translation. To remain unlost does not mean to remain unharmed, unaffected, or intact. In fact, to say that language remains unlost, is to say that it is the only means available, the only language. 321. Gadamer's reading of Paul Celan. 321. The poet has to speak in. However, to poeticize in such a language can only be done by going through the language's lack of answers, Antwoordloosheden, terrifying falling silent, Furchtbaresverstummen, and the thousand darknesses of death-bringing speech, Die tausend Finsternis Todd Bringender Reed, Celan 2000, 3:186. In this language, death was brought upon thousands, by propaganda written in this language, trust in language was killed, by commands spoken in this language, the death of millions was ordered, and the language of those millions fell silent forever. How to speak, how to poeticize in this language that has thus fallen silent? What capacity to speak, which words, does this language still offer us? If, borrowing Heidegger's expression, language is the house of being, should we not say that because this language has fallen silent, the house fell into ruins and that the poet lives in these ruins because he has no other language at his disposal? To remain unlost therefore expresses a burden formed by language, rather than the availability of linguistic resources. Its nearness is therefore the nearness of something that obstructs poetic activity rather than enables it, and its reachability has made the other, the you who is so often evoked in Celan's poems, unreachable. In the cycle A Tem Crystal, Celan 2000, 2:931, to which Gadamer's long essay Who Am I and Who Are You? Gadamer 1997, 61-165, 1999, 381-451, is devoted, the death-like nature of the language the poet has at his disposal becomes very clear. The poet hungers for other words and for other names by which another language can come into existence that allows the I to address the you, who has no place in the afflicted language of the poet. If dialogue, the to and fro of word and answer between I and you, exemplifies the living movement of language, we see here why the poem here cannot be dialogue from the outset. The poem first has to deal with the unlost remains of a language, it has to find and invent a language it shares with the you so that a dialogue can first take place. With these comments, we enter the heart of the second poem of the cycle A Tem Crystal, entitled Vom Ungeter a Umten Geatzzt, Celan 1997, 74, 2000, 212. Corroded by the undreamed, the sleeplessly traveled breadland digs up the life mountain. From its soil you need anew our names, with an eye like yours on each of my fingers, I probe them for a place, through which I can wake onto you, the bright hunger candle in my mouth. Von ungetre umten geatzzt, Werfeet das Schlaflos durchwundert den Lebensberg auf. Aus seiner Krumm. Natest du nu unsere Namen. 322. Gert-Jan van der Heijden. 322. Die ein die einem gleich Enzog in jedem der Finger, abtaste noch einer Stelle, durch die ich mich zu dir heranaken kann, die helle Hungerkurs im Mund. Gadamer points out that the image of the life mountain means the entire mountain of words, it means language, which is deposited over the entire experience of life like a covering burden. It is language which is probed, that is, tested for its permeability, for the possibility of maybe somewhere permitting the breakthrough into brightness. This seems to me to describe the destitution, as well as the distinction, of the poet. 1997, 78, 1999, 391. He also notes that the I renounces all the richly filling words to which one resigns oneself in life in order to be prepared for the true, luminous word. 1997, 77, 1999, 391. These two quotes together give us a good sense of the reading Gadamer proposes here. Everyday language, the language produced in the course of history and in the course of our life's history, is a burden. The poet can only find the true word he is looking for if he renounces this mountain of words. This interpretation of the life mountain as the entire mountain of words is a key to the poem. Yet, one may emphasize much more strongly than Gadamer does that Celan writes this poem from the particular experience of a language that remains as unlost. The bread land, that is, the land that offers food for poetic life, is completely put upside down in the course of the poet's life, plowed through by a mole. This is Gadamer's image, leaving only a mountain of soil. As a burden, this mountain is as heavy as a language that has fallen silent. The imagery that is used in the first stanza reflects this. The words undreamed, sleepless and especially corroded indicate how the breadland of language has lost its nutritious value and offers no names or words to speak genuinely. Nevertheless, there is another remainder, a strange reserve, the crum. The English translation renders crum as soil, but the translation of crumb seems more appropriate here. The double meaning of crum as both breadcrumbs and crumbs of soil repeats in the second stanza the connection of bread and land that the word breadland names in the first. This repetition suggests that the ploughing of the land results in two, poetically distinguished remainders of what once was a nutritious fertile breadland, on the one hand the life mountain, which is a burden and which does not allow any passageway towards a new, fruitful use of language, on the other hand, the crumbs, the remainders of the breadland that have not lost their nutrition. 6. All depends on this distinction between the life mountain that burdens and obstructs the poetic word and the crumbs of the breadland that have kept their nutritious value, but that need to be transformed into something edible, that allows the hungering mouth of the eye to genuinely speak again. As mere crumbs, the nutritive value cannot yet sustain the eye. In this form, it is not at the disposal of the poet. The poet is not capable of gathering the crumbs in significant words or in the unity of a meaningful poem. Rather, something needs to happen, needs to come from outside the eye and the eye's life mountain. The poem invokes the you as the one who gathers the crumbs, and who kneads them into new names. The poem thus offers us its own account of the problem. 323. Gadamer's reading of Paul Celan. 323. Of the fragmentation of sense in modern poetry. In the Shadows of Nihilism, Gadamer writes, what appears to be a word, bursts as it were, and evokes in its being burst in disseminated Bedeutungsdifferent splinters of word splinter a new significance Bedeutungseinheit, 1999, 371, my translation. Yet, it is exactly these tiny remainders as opposed to the one, big life mountain, the splinters, the crumbs of the words of the language that has fallen silent, that need to be kneaded together. This kneading is itself a form of gathering, not performed by the eye, but rather by someone else, from outside, the you. Once offered, these names are still neither at the disposal of the eye nor the property of the eye. This is the case for at least two reasons. First, the names are called our names. It is the you who, by kneading what is left of nutritious value of the bread land, offers a new names for humans, for things, but they are our names, that is, names that may invent a new language in which the I and the you can address one another. Second, by the kneading of the names, the passageway to the you is not yet simply there. The poem is very clear about this. The movement of passage is initiated, one might say, but the names need to be appropriated by the I. The I needs to start seeing and touching, with the eyes of the you. The I needs to learn to see how these words, kneaded from the crumbs of a language that has fallen silent, can indeed open up a passageway to the you. In this sense, the poetic word is perhaps not so much the true, luminous word that offers the possibility of a breakthrough into brightness, Gadamer 1997, 78, 1999, 391. It is rather the poetic working of the word that allows the I to genuinely receive the names offered by the other, so that these words become common words not in the sense of everyday words, but in the sense of words shared by the I and the you so that they can address one another. Not so much breakthrough into brightness, but passageway to encounter with the you is intended in the poetic word. In this sense, the I longs for the you, hungers for the you. The image of the hunger candle suggests as much. With only crumbs of language to light the way, the I searches for a place to wake onto the you, that is, for a passageway to encounter the U and speak with the U in the language that becomes available if and only if the crumbs have been kneaded, transformed into our names. Gadamer speaks of brightness because the poem speaks of it, Diheli. Yet, this seems to be the brightness that glows from the crumbs kneaded together into something edible. The hunger candle in my mouth suggests that the eye eats the names kneaded from the crumbs. The eye carefully keeps them in their mouth to taste them, hungering for the U, and to taste a particular brightness, that is to say, the light that comes from the U as soon as the words offer a passageway to and a dialogue with the U. Poetry is thus engaged to invent from the crumbs of language that remain, the names that generate and invent a new language in which the U and the I can speak together. The third poem of Atem Crystal, entitled In Die Rillen, Sellen 1997, 78, 2000, 213, offers us a closely related thematic, albeit with significantly different imagery. Into the grooves of heaven's coin in the door crack you press the word, from which I unrolled, when with trembling fists I dismantled the roof over us, slate by slate, syllable by syllable, for the sake of the copper shimmer. 324. Gert-Jan van der Heijden. 324. Of the beggar's pan up there. In die Rillender Himmelsam Enzym tur spalt pre sst du das Wort, dem ich entrolt, als ich mit Babenden fassen das Doc über uns abtrug, Schiefer Schiefer, Silby Silby, dem Kupfer Schimmer der Bettelschall dort oben Zulieb. In this poem, heaven is closed to the eye. Yet, there is a movement coming from beyond, namely from the U who presses the word and tries to reach the eye. The dependence of the I on the word of the U is strongly emphasized, it is the word from which I unrolled. Yet, there is a roof above the I that obstructs the entrance of the word of the U. Gadamer notes that the roof is the roof of language. The covering of words is like a roof over us. They secure the familiar. But insofar as they envelope us completely with familiarity, they inhibit any view of the unfamiliar. Syllable by syllable, that is, laboriously and tirelessly, the poet seeks to dismantle what is covering. 1997, 81, 1999, 393. Indeed, Gadamer's suggestion that the roof is language that covers and thus burdens us with words, speaks clearly from the poem. Yet, also here, it is important to insist on Sellen's specific experience of language. Unlike what Gadamer suggests, language is not simply the familiar language, the house in which we feel safe and that allows us to address the things that we encounter in the world in their everyday, common sense. The poet is not simply aiming at uncovering an unfamiliar or new sense as opposed to this common sense. Rather, the house of language is in ruins and the roof might just as well be the roof that has, partly, fallen on us, so that the tireless effort to tear down this roof, slate by slate, is not simply an effort to regain the word in its newness, but also an effort to find the capacity to speak and address. This capacity is not found in the words that language offers, it rather comes from the outside, from the you. Gadamer interprets this offered word as follows. Thus it seems that the poet himself comes from the word and that his whole effort is geared toward reattaining this word from which he comes and which he knows to be his. No doubt this breathlessly desperate search for the word is intended not just for any word and syllable, but for the true word, the word which contains him who seeks it. 1997, 82, 1999, 394. Yet, in which sense is this word truly the poet's? The poem suggests quite clearly that the word comes from the you. Do I not become an I only because someone addresses me? In exactly this sense, as the word by which the you addresses me, it can be the word from which I unrolled. 325. Gadamer's reading of Paul Celan. 325. Remarkably, the roof is described as the roof above us, that is to say, above the I and the you. Apparently, the roof obstructs the communication for both the I and the you. Language does not or does no longer offer the means to speak to one another. Even the address of the you does not simply and clearly reach the I. The I tears down the roof, but does so in response to this word that is pressed through a crack in the door. In the German, a pressed word ein Jepra ss tes word is a stifled, smothered word. Hence, the poem suggests that the I only hears a stifled, smothered voice from the other side and he tears down the roof in response to it, to be able to hear it more clearly. In this sense, Gadamer is right to connect unrolled to the idea of deciphering, yet, it is not the deciphering of an already clear word from which the I is born. Rather, the unrolling is the attempt to listen more carefully to the stifled word that is spoken. As long as the I does not hear what is said, but only hears that a voice, smothered and stifled, addresses him, this voice is only heard as a call or appeal to come closer in order to hear. Here we see in a different way why the poetic word has become discreet. The I vaguely hears a stifled word calling him, but what it says, is unclear and therefore, the I needs to draw closer and needs to remove the burden of the roof. In this sense, the tireless work of the I is born from a word, that is, from a call of the you demanding the poet to come into the you's vicinity to hear the you's word more clearly. Above everything else, the poetic work on language is motivated and set in motion by this call, this particular demand or prescription, and is done in the hope that the remains of language contain some alms for the I to receive. The poem as dialogue with and witness of its other in light of Gadamer's comments that language, both dialogical and poetical, is concerned with sense and orientation. Sellen's description of the poem in his Bremen lecture is enlightening. Rather than suggesting that the poem is sense or direction, Sellen notes that poetry is the attempt to find direction. 2000, 3:186. In light of the two poems discussed above, it will hardly come as a surprise that, for Sellen, the poetic word does not simply grant direction or sense, but is rather an attempt to find orientation. There is hunger for direction, and there is tireless work for attaining it, and there are anticipations that that which is searched for is actually reached, such as the names and the pressed word. Yet, the fulfillment or completion is never simply there. As Derrida, 2005, 132, has noticed, especially in relation to the meridian, Sellen's assessment of poetry is marked by an insistence on the perhaps, vielleicht, as if he wants to emphasize that the attempt is and remains an attempt. 7 Differently put, the attempt to acquire an orientation is guided by a hope, but this hope is always damped by the repetition of the perhaps. Poems are therefore, as Sellen suggests, better characterized as being on the way. The poem is on the way toward something openafenstehens, inhabitable Besetzbaries, an approachable onspreekbar you, perhaps, an approachable reality. Bruns 1997, 16, Sellen 2000, 3:186. Note that the verb besetzen does not so much mean to inhabit, but rather to occupy, to keep occupied or to keep free, as someone can occupy the seat for another who did not yet arrive. What the poet hopes for is that there is a you and a reality that can be addressed on sprechen and that, in turn, addresses the poet. At the same time, while the poem keeps a seat free in language for the you is still absent, withdrawn. Recall that, for Gadamer, the fragmentation of sense threatens both the orientation and the unity of sense of the poem. Sellen's description of the way in which his poetry uses words and their multiplicity of meaning, points to an interesting discussion between him and Gadamer. In fact, in the opening pages of A Phenomenological and Semantic Approach to Sellen, Gadamer extensively quotes Sellen's account of this plurality. 326. Gert-Jan van der Heyden. 326. Paul Sellen himself once explicitly referred to the polyvalence of his poetic vocabulary. The polyvalence of expression takes into account the circumstance that with respect to anything, we observe facets which make it visible from various angles of sight, various refractions and dispersions which are not mere appearance. I strive to reproduce at least linguistically sections from this spectral analysis of things, to make them visible simultaneously in various aspects and in permeations with other things that are related, subordinate, or contrary. For, unfortunately, I cannot make things completely visible. 1997, 180, 1999, 461. Gadamer continues by immediately objecting to the poet's latter comment. Here I must obviously ask, really? Is that not exactly what the poet can do? The poem itself always unifies the whole. Despite its manifold references, precisely because of them the poem creates a many-sided poetic present. 1997, 180, 1999, 461. As noted before, it remains to be seen whether this unity of the poem is more than a merely formal or material one. As soon as we start reading the poem, the presumed unity immediately disseminates in fragments going in different directions. From where, then, does the poem derive its unity as a unity of sense? How does the poem offer a solution to the dialectic of the unity of orientation and the fragmentation of meaning? It is with respect to these questions that the above quotation, perhaps, holds more in store for us than the argument on the side of the fragmentation of sense that Gadamer seems to discern in it. In fact, the image Sellon brings into play to characterize the polyvalence of expression is striking. He compares his poetic treatment of words with the prism's treatment of light. The prism refracts the unity of the ray of light in a plurality of different colors. Hence, to account for this plurality, Sellon does not bring into play the image of a multitude of, possibly incoherent or mutually exclusive, perspectives. Such a multitude leads to a genuine fragmentation. He rather notes that the prism of poetry allows him to make visible several different aspects of meaning that belong together in the unity of the word. Is this really different from what Gadamer writes himself, namely that the poem creates a many-sided poetic presence? And would Gadamer think that the poet can truly make things completely visible? Are there not always other aspects, other finesses of the semantic colors of a word that remain unsaid in a particular poem? Is it not, after all, Gadamer himself who affirms this when he notes in Poem and Dialogue that the poem, like the thinking word, is placed in the horizon of the unsaid, 1999, 343? Sellon's image of the prism suggests that the poem shows several aspects, several colors of what the word says, but the poem is never complete. This fits with the dialogical attempt of the poem. If it is genuinely on the way towards the you, it needs to reflect that there are aspects of the word that need to be brought into play by the you. In this sense, if the poem genuinely wants to allow the you to speak, it cannot tautalize or be complete. It aims to keep a place free for the you to enter and to speak. This incompleteness, however, is not fragmentation. Fragmentation obstructs the dialogue. The plurality of I and you condition the dialogue. In one respect, Gadamer is fully aware of this dimension of Sellon's poetry, as we can see in The Shadows of Nihilism, in which he discusses the poem Werk nicht voraus, Sellon 2014, 314, 2000, 2:328, the last poem of Lichtzwang. Do not work ahead, do not send out, stand inward. 327. Gadamer's reading of Paul Celan. 327. Transgrounded by the void, free of all prayer, fine-fugued, according to writ's prescript, not overtakeable. I take you in, instead of any rest. Work nicht voraus, send nicht aus, stay hierin. Durchgewendet vom nix, ledig allen gebets, feinfügig, nach der Vorschrift, unüberrollbar. Nimm ich dich auf, statt aller Ruhe. In the first stanza, the I addresses the you. The first two lines emphasize the aus, the out, which disappears in the translation of voraus as ahead, and it contrasts it to the I and the in of inward in the fourth line. The you should not engage in outward movements, but is called on to stand//inward. Gadamer's interpretation of this stand//inward is illuminating. One might think that the you is invited in, as if the I welcomes the you and says, please do come in. However, Gadamer points to the idiomatic meaning of the expression etwas steht hierin, it means something stands in one's way. Thus, as Gadamer suggests, the I asks the you, be there in such a way that I cannot pass you by. 1999, 372, my translation. In the poems we discussed in the previous section, Celan emphasizes how the I needs to find a passageway to the you by tearing down the obstructions of language. Here, he uses a different image. Apparently, the U is difficult to reach, seems to be an almost ghost-like, intangible figure that does not stand still, that tends to move away and move out, or that lacks the particular substance or insistence that is needed for an encounter. Therefore, the I asks the U to stand in his way, so that the I cannot pass by. When the I finds the U there, tangible and on the threshold, unable to be passed by, the I discerns a call from the U, according to a prescription older than scripture and older than writing, Vorschrift, to take the U in. Gadamer, 1999, 373, emphasizes that Vorschrift refers to a prescription older than Holy Scripture. While this particular resonance is clearly at stake here as well, one might wonder, following Gadamer's own attention to the relation between Dikton and Dictere, whether this Vorschrift does not also refer to a prescription older than the written word as such, namely to that of the call made by the U on the I from which the poetic word is born. 328. Gert-Jan van der Heyden. 328. The last stanza of this poem is marked by an intriguing indecision. If we read it as one sentence, it says that taking in the U leads to continuous restlessness for the I. Gadamer, 1999, 373, opts for this interpretation. However, if we consider the arrangement of the words in different lines in this stanza, another meaning imposes itself. First, reading instead of any in relation to I take you in suggests that by taking in the U is withdrawn from anonymity, instead of being simply any, it is the U who is taken in. Read in this pace, the word rua, meaning both rest and stand still, becomes a stand-alone word. The first stanza already called the U to stand, stet. The third stanza completes this stand, and rua names this genuine standstill. We thus see a similar movement as in the poems discussed in the previous section. First, the U is called on to insist, but this insistence needs to be taken in, adopted by the I in order to become a genuine encounter. As always, it is not a matter of deciding between these two interpretations. Rather, this indecisiveness discloses that the poem is indeed an endeavor at reaching the U in a shared language invented in the poem, by the I and the U together. As such an attempt, the poem necessarily wavers between the restlessness brought about by the insistence of the U and the rest that is found in the mutual encounter of the I and the U. In the Meridian, Sellon emphasizes that this endeavor marks the very secret of the poem, or, rather, he cautiously asks, but doesn't the poem participate in an encounter in the mystery of an encounter Geheimnis der Begegnung, 2005, 181, 2000, 3:198, emphasis in original. In a more certain tone of voice, he continues that this is what the poem hungers and longs for, the poem wants to reach the other, it needs this other, it needs a vis ein gegen u ber. It searches it out and addresses it es spricht sich ihm zu, 2005, 181, 2000, 3:198. The poem, thus, speaks itself towards the other, be it a thing or a human being, because only this other allows the poem to come into its own essence. Sellon's remarks on this progression of the poem towards the other deserve to be quoted in full, because they describe how, by paying attention, the poem first observes, perceives, and experiences the other, subsequently questions and addresses the other, in order to, finally, hear the other speak and, thus, to become a dialogue. The poem becomes a poem of one who as before perceives, who faces that which appears, who questions this appearing and addresses it. It becomes dialogue. It is often despairing dialogue. Only in the realm of this dialogue does that which is addressed take form and gather around the I who is addressing and naming it. But the one who has been addressed and who, by virtue of having been named, has, as it were, become a you, also brings its otherness along in the present, into this present. In the here and now of the poem, only in this immediacy and proximity does it allow the most idiosyncratic quality Eigensaint of the other, its time, to participate mitsprechen. 2005, 182, 2000, 3:198-99. Thus, the poem is not a dialogue because it speaks with the reader. Rather, the poem has its own subject matter, a thing or a human being, that it wants to perceive and address. The poem only comes into its own when it finds the words by which this other, this subject matter, is drawn so close that das Eigensein, the most idiosyncratic quality of the other, resounds and speaks in the poetic word. In the poetic word, the word of the other can be heard and speaks also. Mitsprechen means to join in a conversation, and hence it makes sense to translate it as to participate, as is done in the above translation. Yet, one should not forget that the word expresses a form of speaking. The other, be it a thing or a human being, speaks also in the poetic word. When listening to the poetic word, we hear the other speaking in it. This speaking of the other in the poetic word is the dialogue to which the poem strives. The poem gives its word, and it gives its. 329. Gadamer's reading of Paul Celan. 329. Word to the other. In this sense, the words of the poem are never simply the poem's. They truly are our names, as Vamungatar Umtan Geatzzt says. They form the language invented between the poem and its other end, therefore, in it both the I and the you speak. This is what Celan calls dialogue in the Meridian. Elsewhere, in the last the poem of Atem Crystal, entitled Wegabiazd, Celan 1997, 123, 2000, 231, Celan describes this poetic word also as witness. Edged away by the wind of your language, the garish chatter of the commonly experienced, the hundred-tongued my poem, the Noam. Undrifted, free the path through the human-shaped snow, the penitent's snow, to the hospitable glacier rooms and tables. Deep in the time crevice by the honeycomb ice waits, a breath crystal, your irrefutable witness. Wegabietst vom. Strahlen wind diner sprach das Bunt Jared de Anerletten das Hundertsunjig mangi diked, das Genucht. Aus Schwerbelt, free der Weg durch den Menschen gestaltigen Schnee, den Buss Schnee, zu den Gastlichen Glitzerstuben und Tisken. 330. Gert-Jan van der Heiden. 330. Tiefender Zeitensgründe, beim Webnis Wartet, ein Atem Crystal, dein Unumsto ss Liches Zunas. The poem begins with the language of the you. In previous poems, it was the task of the I to tear down slate by slate the roof of language. Here, by contrast, it is the language of the you that etches or erodes away the chatter that articulates its subject matter based on a common experience, which does not genuinely perceive its subject matter but holds on to mere appearances. Using the language of this chatter and the experience from which it speaks, which is itself common and hundred-tongued, a poem is created, but it is one that is both genucht and mangy diked. The first word indicates that such a way of poetic speech ultimately annihilates the subject matter, the poem's other, since it does not allow it to speak in its own words. The second word, as Gadamer, 1997, 124, 1999, 426, perceptively notes, should be read in contrast to the witness with which the poem ends. Mangy diked combines maniad, perjury, and gedicht, poem, thus expressing that such a poem bears false witness and commits perjury. 8. This form of false poetry is accused of perjury. Apparently, poetry always involves a particular promise or oath. The poem, as noted in the opening section of this chapter, gives its word and vouches for what it says about its other or subject matter. In this sense, the poem is committed to speaking the true word. Poetry that does not keep this promise commits perjury. By bearing false witness, it silences the other rather than letting it speak in its poetic word. The poem concludes with the famous image of the breath crystal. This is the ultimate result of the erosion of which the poem speaks. The language of the you lays bare this crystal. What is breath crystal here? Breath refers here to the breathing of the you and thus to the voice of the you that the poem ultimately finds crystallized in its poetic word. Only this poetic word, as the crystallization of the breath of the you, is a genuine witness. The poem bears witness to the you and allows the you to speak in the poem because the poetic word is the breath crystal, that is, the poetic fixation and preservation of the voice, of the breath and the spirit of the you. In its fixation, the poem preserves the breath of the U and is thus the U's witness. One should note that this preserving, bewahren or wahren, according to a sensitivity borrowed from Heidegger's 1977, 348, use of German, concerns immediately the question of the true, das Wahr, or the true word, das wahre Wort, the word that preserves and protects the breath crystal. As Gadamer concludes his reading of the cycle Atem crystal, this tiny detail is, nonetheless, witness. The poem calls it irrefutable witness, apparently in stark contrast to the perjurious testimonies of fashioned Gemachter poems. You is what it testifies to, your witness, the intimate, unknown you which, for the I that here is the I of the poet as well as the reader, is its you, holy, holy real. 1997, 126, 1999, 427. Concluding remarks. To conclude, let us return to Gadamer's account of the relation between poem and dialogue. In which sense is the poem a dialogue? In the course of this chapter, we have seen how the hermeneutic solution to which Gadamer tends in poem and dialogue, namely to c. 331. Gadamer's reading of Paul Celan. 331. The interaction between poem and reader as a hermeneutic dialogue, is displaced by Celan's attention to the dialogical character that belongs to the poem according to its essence. For Celan, the subject matter of a poem is its other. This other is the thing or the human being that the poem speaks about and that, in speaking about it, the poem aims to encounter, for which the poem aims to invent a shared language so that also this other can speak to us, the readers, in and through the poetic word. It is in this particular sense that the poetic word is a witness. The striking figure of the breath crystal captures this. The poetic word offers a fixation on the breath of the other. Because the other should speak in the poetic word, this poetic word has this strange affinity with bearing witness. The poetic word does not simply speak about the subject matter, but it also gives its word. First, it gives its word to the other. In its word, the poem keeps a free space in which the other can take up its abode. It gives its word to the other so that the other can speak in the poetic word. Second, in a different sense, it gives its word to the reader that the poetic word is a true witness of its other, preserves and guards the breath of the other. It is in this latter sense that the etymological kinship between Dichten and Dictere receives a new pertinence. In a dialogue, we freely exchange opinions as equal partners in conversation. In the reading of a poem, however, the dialogical relation between poem and reader has become asymmetrical. The poem, after all, is witness of the other, it preserves the other's true word. In this sense, the poem prescribes the word the reader should attempt to hear more closely and to which the reader should pay careful attention in each of their attempts to read. Johnny Vadimos. Encounter with Gadamer. Hermeneutic ontology from dialogue to conflict. Sylvia Benso. Johnny Vadimos' game of translation. The Gadamerian mind infiltrated Italy primarily thanks to Johnny Vadimo. Vadimo encountered Gadamer in the early 1960s in Heidelberg. He had been sent there to study with Gadamer, and Carl L. with, by his teacher, Italian philosopher Luigi Parisen, 1918-91, whose own important hermeneutic contribution, Veritae Interpretatione Truth and Interpretation, appeared in 1970. Gadamer's cordial interactions with Vadimo soon transformed into serious philosophical conversations due to the need to discuss textual questions concerning the translation into Italian, which Vadimo had undertaken, of Gadamer's recently published major work, Wahrheit und Method. Vadimo's translation, which appeared in 1972, was the first not only in Italy but in the world. Too many years afterwards, in 1995, Gadamer remembered Vadimo as certainly a little younger than my earliest Italian students, but it was he who accomplished the particular task of making my universe of thought known in Italy, by translating my main work, Truth and Method. A certain taste for games and a certain taste for risk, which is peculiar to every player, has constantly shielded him from any infelicitous dogmatism. These same characteristics have made him an excellent translator. Zabala 2007, 9. Vadimo is not, however, merely an excellent translator engaged in a cultural operation. He is also an acute thinker who frames the reception of Gadamer's thought in Italy and makes Gadamer's work relevant and influential. In the introduction with which he prefaces the 1972 publication of Veritae Metodo and in the postilla which he adds to the 1983 reprint, Vadimo clearly and lucidly indicates what he considers to be the main advancements of 334. Silvia Benso. 334. Gadamer's hermeneutic ontology. These accomplishments will never be doubted by Vadimo, who on various occasions recognizes the important mark Gadamer's hermeneutic ontology leaves on philosophy and on his own thinking. In a 2002 essay devoted to Gadamer and the problem of ontology, Vadimo notes how the current configuration of hermeneutics is mostly the result of Gadamer's work, 2002, 299. In a more recent 2018 volume, Essere e Dintorni, Vadimo refers to Gadamer as to our founding father, 2018, 71, with a renewed expression of filial affection. Yet, already in his introduction to Veritae Metodo, Vadimo underscores the most problematic aspects of Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics. These limits become fecund sources for the development of Vadimo's own position under the rubric of weak thought and an ontology of actuality. The analysis of the three components of Vadimo's reception of Gadamer's project, namely, acknowledging Gadamer's innovations, recognizing Gadamer's limits, and elaborating his own philosophy out of and beyond Gadamer's hermeneutics will modulate the unfolding of this chapter. In Proximity Hermeneutics as Koine. The title Vadimo gives to his introduction to Veritae Metodo, namely L'Ontologia Hermeneutica nella Filosofia Contemporanea hermeneutic ontology within contemporary philosophy, attains a double result. First, it unequivocally identifies hermeneutic ontology as the fundamental core of Gadamer's project. Second, it squarely situates it within a context of historical timeliness, meaningful relevance, and potential legacy. In the end of modernity, the generative influence of Gadamer's project is disambiguated by qualifying truth and method as the work that ushers into contemporary philosophical thought, what has become known as hermeneutic ontology, Vadimo 1988, 113. Certainly not an orphan but rather the philosophical child of preceding fathers, Gadamer's work is consistently regarded by Vadimo as fundamental in affirming a new horizon and establishing its legacy. Thus, in 1983, Vadimo asserts that Heideggerianism, in its ability to create culture, to generate developments, debates, etc., seem to be recapitulated mostly in Gadamer's work, 1987a, XXXI, and later, in his 1994 Beyond Interpretation, Vadimo claims that Gadamer contributed more than anyone else to the popularization of hermeneutics and its becoming a Koine, 1997, 38. Gadamer's success rests in turning hermeneutics into a set of philosophical propositions widely accepted by thinkers inspired by traditions as diverse as existentialism, phenomenology, pragmatism, and even some branches of analytic philosophy. Vadimo's more recent judgment cautions that the popularization of hermeneutics and its ecumenical character accomplished through Gadamer's work eventually caused a blurring of its distinctiveness and a consequent vagueness, as hermeneutics became an umbrella term under which to gather thinkers as different as Heidegger, Gadamer, Ricoeur, and Parison, who can be considered hermeneuticians in a genuine sense, as well as Habermas, Abel, Rorty, Charles Taylor, Derrida, and even Levinas in what amounts more to a family resemblance or a common atmosphere than a shared or common thesis, Vadimo 1997, 1. Yet, despite these later reservations, Vadimo remains convinced that Gadamer's merits and contribution to contemporary philosophy cannot be underestimated. Three elements characterize Gadamer's hermeneutic ontology according to Vadimo and make the encounter with the German thinker utterly fecund vis-a-vis contemporary philosophy. First, the reconfiguration of Hegel's objective spirit in terms of the linguistic dimension of the world and its experience. Second, the universalization of the hermeneutic condition that ultimately erodes the positivistic privilege of scientific methodologism, and, third, an 335. Johnny Vadimo's encounter with Gadamer. 335. Understanding of history as an finite process of open dialogue. Let us attend to these three features as they also constitute the critical basis of Vattimo's own philosophical proposal. In the introduction to the Italian translation of Wahrheit und Method, Vattimo opens his considerations on Gadamer's hermeneutic position by making reference to a 1962 lecture Gadamer gave in Paris titled Die philosophischen Grundlagen des 20. Jahrhunderts, the philosophical foundations of the 20th century. In it, Gadamer situates his work in the broader context of the relation to Hegel. In various forms that span from Croce and Gentile's idealism to Christian, Catholic, spiritualism to the Marxist interpretations by Gramsci and others, Hegel's ghostly presence pervades whether as an ally or as an enemy most of the Italian philosophical culture up to the mid-1980s and even beyond. As Vattimo writes, the starting point of philosophy today, Gadamer claims, still remains Hegel, a Hegel in whom the dominating concept is not that of Verordnung, that is, of conciliation and thereby of the accomplished system, of the self-transparency of the absolute spirit, but rather the concept of the objective spirit. 1987a, I. 3. Recalling Hegel's name at the very opening of the introduction to Gadamer's work is, on Vattimo's side, a strategically astute hermeneutic move. It amounts to inserting Gadamer's work within a well-known Italian context of conversation and thus creating that horizon of familiarity from which to stage a dialogue with the German thinker and assess the richness and novelty of his proposal. In Italy as elsewhere, Vattimo remarks following Gadamer's Parisian conference, what has been mostly criticized in Hegel's thinking is the concept of absolute spirit. With this concept, Hegel thought to have succeeded in definitively solving the question of the relation between subjective consciousness and the objective world, laws, morality, the state, social and cultural institutions in general. Yet, Hegel's synthesis as it occurs in the various forms of the absolute spirit, art, religion, and philosophy, remains an operation of self-consciousness. In them, the synthesis is still anchored in, and unbalanced on the side of, subjectivity, Vattimo argues. The author who most successfully exposes and definitively criticizes the subjectivist residues of Hegel's absolute idealism is Nietzsche. More than Marx and Freud, or even Dilthey, Nietzsche universalizes the suspicion against self-consciousness as the ultimate point of reference by revealing the structures and modes of mystification through which consciousness operates. Thereby, Nietzsche liquidates the myth of consciousness as the last point of reference of all critical operations. Vattimo 1987a, 2. It is on the background of Nietzsche's devastating criticism of Hegel and of the problem that such a critique leaves open, or, rather, reopens, that, in Vattimo's reading, Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics finds the most fertile terrain. The problem of contemporary philosophy can be defined, according to Gadamer, as that of taking seriously Hegel's concept of objective spirit while at the same time coming to terms with the discovery which one can call existentialist in the broadest and most general way, from Kierkegaard to Marx to Heidegger, of the non-definitiveness of the stance of consciousness, that is, of the finitude of the human being. 1987a, 3. At the time of its Italian translation, Gadamer's hermeneutic ontology could thus be encountered as possibly the way, or, at least, the most recent way, to cope exactly with the problem of the objective spirit in its relation to a notion of human being that can no longer be conceived either in terms of self, consciousness or as manifestation of absolute spirit. The solution Gadamer proposes lies, following Heidegger and Wittgenstein, in the concept of language. 336. Silvia Benso. 336. And the linguisticality of both the human being and the objective world, culture, institutions, etc. As Gadamer quoted by Vattimo writes, the phenomenon of language has the advantage, appropriate to our finitude, of being infinite like spirit and yet finite like all events. Vattimo 1987a, 4. The meditation on the primacy of language is also at the core of Heidegger's thinking, who refers to language as the house of being which human beings guard. It is, in fact, from Heidegger that Gadamer inherits his own emphasis on the linguistic element. To Vattimo's mind, what Gadamer accomplishes with respect to language is what, in the words of Jürgen Habermas, can be called an urbanization of Heidegger's philosophy. In Vademo's reading, the two key elements of Heidegger's thought are his attention to the ontological relevance of language and his meditation on metaphysics as the history and destiny of being. While sidestepping the oblivion of being, Seinsvergessenheit, that for Heidegger characterizes metaphysics, Gadamer privileges the linguistic component, Sprachlichkeit, as qualifying the entire experience of the world, which can never be encountered except in language. This enables Gadamer to be less esoteric than his teacher and to expand the sights of the presence of being and truth to the entire field of human experience, as Gadamer clearly argues in Truth and Method, a relation with being and an opening of truth occur not, or not only, in poetic language and the words of some foundational poets, and obscure pre-Socratic thinkers, but rather in natural and everyday language. With respect to this, Vademo understands, and translates, Gadamer's claim, in Wahrheit und Method, that Sinn, das Verstanden werden kann, ist Sprache, in a non-restrictive manner as indicating that it is the entirety of being that can be understood and is language. For phrased differently, being can be understood precisely as it manifests itself in linguistic forms that are both the context and the result of the human ability to understand. Being that is, that which is the object of understanding, be it a work of art, a document from the past, or the word that the other addresses to us is identified with language. The linguistic dimension extends to all forms of experience as all encounters with the world, even with things in their immediacy, are linguistic in nature. The event of being occurs through the transmission, Überlieferung, of linguistic acts in which the interlocutors already participate precisely through the natural and conceptual language they have inherited and thus speak. This implies a universalization of the hermeneutic character to the whole realm of experience and relation to the world, from art where the hermeneutic dimension is more evident, as the analysis in Truth and Method reveal to history, politics, morality, the law, the humanities in general, and also the sciences, whether of an empirical or a mathematical kind. As Truth and Method and Gadamer's other works make absolutely clear, not only is there truth outside the confines of the scientific method, but there is no experience of truth that is not interpretative. Vademo 1997, 4. In order to be understood, every text or message, whether written or spoken, in whatever discipline and of whatever nature, undergoes an interpretative process. This also applies to scientific truths, which provide openings of meaning, or events of being, according to and in the form of linguistic questions, structures, paradigms, and approaches that the scientists inherit from the scientific world in which they operate. In this way, and this constitutes, for Vademo, one of Gadamer's principal merits. Gadamer is able to snatch hermeneutics from being a limited, specialized, technical discipline that deals with the interpretation of literary, juridical, and theological texts, as it had been construed in the past, and broaden its meaning to indicate both a generalized modality of all experiences of the world and a philosophical discipline with its own theoretical orientation. That all experience of the world is hermeneutic, that is, interpretative, implies the dissolution of the notion of objectivity as the ideal of knowledge, a notion that was still in the background. 337. Johnny Vademo's encounter with Gadamer. 337. Of Dilthey's subdivision between Naderswissenschaften and Geisteswissenschaften, according to which only a specific way of being subject to understanding identifies with language and becomes accessible via methodic procedures of inquiry. In all disciplines, subject and object do not confront each other as separate entities, observer and observed, interpretans and interpretandum belong together in a same interpretative horizon. The prejudices and prejudgments that mold the human approach to questioning are neither negative nor to be discarded, conquered, or overcome in the self-transparency of the rationalistic, positivistic, or idealistic subject and its alleged neutrality. Rather, they mark the subjects belonging to a horizon of meaning and truth that is the sedimentation of previous openings of truth. This applies to the humanities as well as to the sciences. Truth is not something to be attained from the outside according to a correspondence theory of truth that sees the observer as a neutral spectator, but rather as something that sets itself in play through a dialogue in which each interlocutor both plays the play of interpretation and is played in the play through language. The experience of the truth is true experience, Erfahrung and not Erlebnis, in the sense of being something that transforms and affects both the inquirer and what is inquired into. Thus, consciousness of truth becomes consciousness of the effects, Werkungen, that an event of truth has on consciousness, and these effects occur through a linguistic relation, through an integration of the newly encountered experience into one's own linguistic universe of familiarity. Language becomes the absolute mediation between the interlocutor and the world. There is no world separate from the linguistic experience of it, but also among interlocutors from both the present and the past, and, one could add, the future. In this sense, in Vadamo's reading, linguisticality becomes Gadamer's substitution for Hegel's objective spirit, and Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics becomes the most recent, viable way to respond to the void that the criticism of Hegel's absolute spirit has created while escaping the objectivistic positions advanced by positivism, historicism, and the empirical and mathematical sciences. The I and the world are always completely mediated in the unity of language, which is thus the absolute ground of their encounter. Yet, recalling Otto P. Oegler's analogous remark, Vadamo notes how, in Gadamer's hermeneutic ontology, the absoluteness of language is wrapped in its finitude. Finite are both the speakers and the openings of being and truth, the tradition, that are set at play through the fusions of horizons that the interlocutors generate in the dialogues among themselves, with others, and with the past. Thus, language is fundamentally historical, where history amounts to an finite process of openings that emerge from an open dialogue that continuously occurs among interpreters. Interpreters and interpretative acts situate themselves at the crossroad between familiarity with the horizon, the tradition to which they belong, and strangeness, which in fact spurs the very act of understanding and interpretation. In this encounter, new openings of meaning, truth, and being are constantly generated, which amount to new integrations, new fusions of horizons that, however, will never reach the completeness and conclusiveness of the system as envisioned by Hegel. All integrations are, in fact, subject to subsequent interpretations in light of newly attained integrations, and this keeps the process open, a position that also nourishes the ethical interest of Gadamer's hermeneutic project. In Vadamo's reading, through these three fundamental notions, the linguisticality of the world, the universalization of the interpretative dimension, and the historicity of dialogue, Gadamer advances beyond Hegel's absolute idealism, the positivistic scientism and objectivism of historicism, and also the methodologism of the natural and mathematical sciences. Vadamo concludes with a generous tribute to Gadamer's work by stating that what is marked and modified by Gadamer's inquiry is not hermeneutics as a specific theory of interpretation but rather philosophy itself. 1987a, XXVII. 338. Silvia Benso. 338. At a distance, metaphysical residues. Gadamer's points of strength and innovation are also sources of the most critical questions in Vadamo's reception of Gadamer's hermeneutics. Ultimately, Vadamo's criticism set in place a dynamic of familiarity and estrangement that, in a Gadamerian mode, opens a new event of being, truth, and interpretation. We will see where such a third moment takes Vadamo, and the future of, at least part of, hermeneutics with him. 5. The primary suspicion harbored by Vadamo is that Gadamer's hermeneutic ontology looks all too much like a new metaphysical theory. 1993, 27. The elements of metaphysical resemblance are various and are identified by Vadamo through his reading of Nietzsche and Heidegger, as if the two thinkers were some kind of a lens, a tuning fork, to employ Nietzsche's metaphor in Twilight of the Idols, to test the metaphysical purity of Gadamer's hermeneutic thinking. A first, major element that, to be sure, supports all the others has to do with Gadamer's fundamental recognition of the hermeneutic and linguistic character of all experiences and events of being. Heidegger too makes a similar claim, yet, as Vadamo remarks, in Heidegger the connection between being and language is always problematized and mitigated by parallel assertions ultimately pointing to the history of Saint's Vergessenheit, according to which being both unveils and veils itself in the historical world of which we are part. Thus, Heidegger never says that being is language, as Gadamer does in Vadamo's reading of the expression quoted earlier, both because of the impossibility of using the copula with respect to being and because of being's own entanglement with its own oblivion in the very history of metaphysics. In Vadamo's interpretation, the relation of being to language amounts, for Heidegger, to the most problematic question of the times of the end of metaphysics, certainly not something that can be adjudicated in a statement of identity between the two. In Gadamer, though, the linguisticality of being and existence becomes a description of being, a theory of the structure of the human condition, of the finitude of existence. Vadamo 1993, 28. What Gadamer seems intent in offering is the true and already given structure of historical knowledge and then of all experience and indeed of existence itself, understood as existing in the being that is language. Vadamo 1993, 27. In so doing, Gadamer reveals a certain objectivism and possibly even dogmatism that, to Vadamo's taste, retain an overly metaphysical flavor. Albeit in an often implicit and unrecognized manner, Gadamer gives us a finally true description of the permanent, interpretative structure of human existence. Vadamo 1997, 6. In other words, the hermeneutic condition becomes something similar to a new essence. This criticism leads to a second element of perplexity for Vadamo. In the hermeneutic essentialism we just reviewed, Gadamer displays an evident neglect of the ontological difference, which is precisely the way to escape essentialism by maintaining the discrepancy between being and what, of being, can be said or experienced in historical times or epochs, which, for Vadamo, are always marked by the veiling/unveiling of being. Vadamo notes that the term Gadamer uses to refer to experience is the Hegelian concept of Erfahrung as opposed to the Erlebnis of Dilthey's historicism and the aesthetic consciousness, which Gadamer criticizes at length. Whereas Erlebnis refers to the punctuality, ahistoricity, discontinuity of experience and hence to the possibility of an opaque remainder that resists the hermeneutic exercise. Erfahrung points to a notion of experience understood as modification that the subject undergoes when it encounters something that truly has relevance for it. Vadamo 1988, 123, so that the subject is changed in the encounter, but changed is also what is encountered since it too is affected through the interpretation of it that is given. Erfahrung refers to a transformation integration of the new with everything old that already constituted consciousness. Vadamo 2019, 52. This is what Gadamer names Wirkungsgeist Bewusstsein, which, for Vadamo, reveals the fundamental. 339. Johnny Vadamo's encounter with Gadamer. 339. Integration and continuity of the hermeneutic experience in the Gadamerian formulation. To truly experience something means to insert it in the dialectical continuity of the subject with itself and with its own history. Vadamo 1988, 124. The harmoniousness of this position, its peaceful inspiration underscored in the notion of the fusion of horizons, reflects Gadamer's overall classicism, his rootedness in the Greek tradition of extolling the kalos. Vadamo comments. In light of the ontological difference, though, being cannot be reduced to a being, and the history of being is marked by elements of discontinuity, distance, and exile of being, by Erlebnis more than Erfahrungen. What is thus missing in Gadamer's hermeneutic position is the sense of the opacity and even tragicity of the history of being, which is instead adulterated in another canonization of history as pure passing, as more vergangen than Joasen. Vadamo 1993, 32. The tendency is to exorcise the moments where a possible activity of degrowanding or ungrounding, sfondamento, occurs and to recompose multiplicity into the unity of experience provided by and through dialogue. Vadamo concedes that, in Gadamer, the fusion of horizons is the emergence of a tertium that is truly new with respect to its starting points. In this sense, Gadamer is sensitive to a dislocating, degrounding moment insofar as the transformation undergone by the subject, is not brought back to the identity of a dialectical subject of a Hegelian kind, rather, it actually leads the subject beside itself, THIRD-WORLDISM, involving it in a game that transcends the players and casts them in a more comprehensive horizon. 2012a, 53. Yet, Vadimo also observes how, in Gadamer, it is difficult to say up to what point, there are elements that attempt not so much to recognize as to exorcise this movement. 2012a, 53. The novelty of the third is predicated on an element of commonality and continuity constituted by the linguisticality of all interlocutors, by language as the absolute mediation of all relations. So, the ultimate horizon is one of, albeit infinite, recomposition of differences with the risk of turning hermeneutics into a generic philosophy of culture, Vadimo 1997, 6, and the dialogical position into the relativism of a multiculturalism where every position is legitimate. Hermeneutic would then become a purely relativistic philosophy of cultural multiplicity, Vadimo 1997, 9. As Vadimo puts it, one of the elements of the teachings of Luigi Parison, namely, the idea that interpretation can fail, has always somewhat limited my sharing of Gadamer's theory of the fusion of horizons and in general of hermeneutic dialogue. As if in that theory there were too much optimism, too much irenicism. 2012a, 197. History is, in fact, not pure transmission of messages. History also contains and lets emerge forms of opacity that are expressed in scientism, in ideology, in modes that, in short, seem to deny its primarily hermeneutic structure. Vadimo 2012a, 55. The idea that interpretation can fail or that there are moments of opacity and even obscurity in history is the recognition of the errancy of being, of the fact that there are times when being may be in exile, and that being cannot be reduced to the platitude of the existent, as Heidegger consistently points out. This means keeping open the possibility of the lack of dissolution of being into language, be it the shared language of dialogical consensus. This brings us to a third point involving the charge of conservatism launched against Gadamer from various sides. Vadimo too worries that Gadamer's hermeneutic project turns into an apology of existence because of its resolution of being into common language, its conciliatory tendencies, and its vision of history as a non-problematic development. There is no standpoint from which to exercise an activity of critique. Of course, within the hermeneutic position, such a critical standpoint can no longer be either that of an independent consciousness trying to attain greater clarity, enlightenment, and knowledge in the process of progressive self-transparency or that of an absolute value understood as the criterion of judgment of reality. Yet, for Vadimo, who especially in recent works has become increasingly impatient with the rhetoric of dialogue, 2012a, 198, philosophy should aspire to being something more than a 340. Sylvia Benso. 340. Historical reconstructive description of the hermeneutic condition and the transmission of linguistic messages or a generic, even trite appeal to the desirability of dialogical relations where, in fact, dialogical consensus amounts to alignment with those who are in power and outside of which there is nothing but terrorism with all its derivatives. 2012a, 199. The critical stance appears blocked, in Gadamer, by his understanding of the fusion of horizons as the hermeneutic version of Hegel's subjective spirit through the mediation of language. The two interlocutors realize a third, an opening of truth that is certainly not the result of a Hegel-like dialectic. No one ends up victorious, yet is the dialectical product of dialogical consensus. Vadimo thus notes that Gadamer is not so much a traditionalist, for whom truth is what adapts to common sense, the cultural patrimony inherited by a society, that which is handed down, as he is a classicist. The experience of truth is for him an experience of integration, of non-conflictual belonging. 2019, 88. Radicalizing Gadamer in the wake of Nietzsche, Heidegger, and Marx/Benjamin Vadimo's points of disagreement with Gadamer double-related aspects of Gadamerian strength and focus on three primary threads: the linguisticality of existence to the detriment of being, the continuity of experience to the detriment of moments of difference, ruptures, opacities, and an Hegelian apology of the existent to the detriment of the possibility of the exteriority of radical critique. These 3 points of divergence resonate with 3 authors who have continuously inspired Vadamo's thinking, namely Heidegger, Nietzsche, and Marx, inflected in a Benjaminian key. With the notable exception of Heidegger, these figures are mostly absent from Gadamer's reflection. 6. Vadamo's conversation with these philosophers works as a corrective, even as an antidote, to the perceived limitations of Gadamer's proposals and allows Vadamo to develop his own position with but also beyond the Gadamerian mind. The criticism displays itself at the hermeneutic level, that is, in terms of the different registers of interpretation Gadamer and Vadamo utilize in their readings of Heidegger, Nietzsche, and Marx/Benjamin. The hermeneutic divergences eventually produce weak thought as the orientation out of which Vadamo's ontology of actuality emerges. Even before Heidegger, the inspirational source of Vadamo's thinking is Nietzsche, who is the focus of one of Vadamo's first books, Il Soggetto e la Maschera, Nietzsche e il problema della liberazione, the subject and the mask, Nietzsche and the problem of liberation. What Nietzsche offers in the notion of the Übermensch or Overman, an epitome of the liberated subject, is the possibility of escaping objectivistic historicism, the tyranny of data, the historical sickness addressed in Nietzsche's second untimely meditation, and of replacing it with a type of human being capable of living the unity of existence and meaning, of doing and knowing, historically, and therefore still in time, in becoming, not in the motionless self-transparency of the Hegelian absolute spirit. Vadamo 1993, 33, emphasis in original. These individuals, as the Übermensch can only be plural, open the possibility of a multiplicity of the senses of history, they herald the event of a plurality of historical meanings. Ultimately, they afford the possibility of a history that is not sickness, that is not moved by the gap between in itself and for itself, thereby enabling us to overcome the historical malaise characterizing that form of historicism that aspires to be scientific and objective. Vadamo 1993, 33, translation modified, emphasis in original. What Nietzsche here introduces, and the allusion to Hegel's dialectic is apparent, is the possibility of differences, and of differences that do not get resolved, subsumed, and unified in the continuity of the history of absolute spirit or the linguistic tradition, as Gadamer would have it. These differences, which ultimately bring about the dissolution of dialectical thinking, are historical. 341. Johnny Vadamo's encounter with Gadamer. 341. And thereby rooted in the finitude of existence, which the eternal return does not repeal but rather elevates. Yet, differences are glorified not as metaphysical principles, as unequivocal facts but rather as instances of differing that is put into effect, actualized, messa in atto. Vadamo 1993, 70. 7. The multiplicity of historical perspectives thus attained is captured in an iconic Nietzschean message Vadamo never tires to invoke, the announcement of the death of God. Vadamo reads the announcement of the death of God exactly like that an announcement, that is, an acknowledgement of a course of events to which the very history of metaphysics, in which we are implicated, has led us. This course of events, which is in fact the path of modernity as Nietzsche interprets it, for example, in the famous section of Twilight of the Idols devoted to how the real world at last become a fable, is not something that we describe objectively, but rather something that we interpret speculatively as concluding in the recognition that God is no longer necessary. Vadamo 1997, 7. Thus, the death of God is not a metaphysical statement or truth expressed in poetic language, it is not the scientific realization that objectively God does not exist, it is not a metatheory that provides an objective description of facts and would therefore turn hermeneutics into a purely relativistic philosophy of cultural multiplicity. Vadamo 1997, 9. Rather, the announcement of the death of God is a historicist thesis, a presa di atto or reckoning occurring at a specific point in time of a situation that is the legacy, the horizon, the orientation within which contemporary thought finds itself operating. It is the acknowledgement of our provenance from the tradition of which we are part, which we inherit. That tradition now speaks no longer of unity, stability, and ground, God, but of differences, abysses, and agroundings. There are no facts, only interpretations is the corollary that accompanies the death of God and the decline of all objective notions, values, norms, truth, that have attended such a concept. Combined with the announcement of the death of God, the statement situates hermeneutics as philosophy of interpretation at the culmination of the history of metaphysics, as its most recent consequence that in fact dissolves that history. Vattimo immediately adds an observation that is crucial for his own philosophy and which also he fondly repeats as a mantra. Analogous to the announcement of the death of God, the claim that there are no facts but only interpretations is not a statement of facts. On the contrary, of course this too is an interpretation, Vattimo 1997, 6, a way of reading and understanding, from within a specific tradition and its linguistic concepts, what is happening within that tradition. There is no foundational terrain from which the interpreter objectively interprets the interpretandum. This movement of degrounding, of dissolution, of moving away from all grounds and certainties, a movement that hermeneutics embodies, is regarded by Vattimo as the nihilistic vocation of hermeneutics, which develops not as a preconceived, a priori theory or truth but as a response to the situation of its times, to its now. Here emerges the radicalized sense of hermeneutic historicism, which Gadamer had initiated by recognizing that the phenomenological analysis of experience is never separated from the historical reference to the tradition, 1997, 104, but had then purged via the continuity of the hermeneutic experience. Gadamer does not adequately apply to his own theory the principles that the theory itself wishes to uphold, Vattimo claims, 1997, 105. Via Nietzsche and the emphasis on the self-reflective feature of hermeneutic differences, on the fact that hermeneutics too is subject to and the consequence of the very interpretative project it espouses, Vattimo exacerbates the historical character of Gadamer's hermeneutics and inflects it in the direction of what he names weak thought. Ever since its appearance in the 1980s, much has been written on Vattimo's weak thought. What seems important to emphasize here is that, by Vattimo's initial claim, the notion of weak thought is a metaphor, and in some way a paradox. In any event, it cannot become the heading for some new philosophy, Vattimo and Rovati 1983, 11. Not much can be offered. 342. Silvia Benso. 342. In terms of a positive connotation or description of weak thought, lest falling into some form of prescriptive normativity ultimately reproducing the violence of metaphysical thinking, which is precisely what Vattimo's radicalization of hermeneutics is trying to avoid. Rather, Vattimo notes, the expression weak thought works first of all weakly, as it were, as a polyvalent slogan whose boundaries are deliberately unmarked and which provides a direction, namely, rationality must internally disempower itself, depotentiarsi, give up ground, not be afraid of withdrawing toward the alleged twilight zone, not be paralyzed because of the loss of the luminous, single, and stable, Cartesian reference. Vattimo and Rovati 1983, 11-8. Weak thought thus indicates a path, a way, an orientation, an attitude to embrace at the historical times when human beings roll away from the center toward the X, according to Nietzsche's image. Nietzsche names nihilism the time of the loss of the center. Weak thought is the orientation hermeneutics assumes in response to and at the time of nihilism. As an orientation aligned with hermeneutics, weak thought needs to be applied to the entire apparatus of philosophical thinking and realm of experience. The task of weak thought is to weaken philosophy, to engage in weakened modalities of thinking. It is at this juncture that Heidegger's thought becomes crucial. Gadamer's emphasis on the linguisticality of experience that flattens, at least in Vattimo's reading, being onto language contains the risk of turning hermeneutics into a relativistic philosophy of cultural differences and interpretations, where the choice among various interpretative options ends up being a matter of arbitrariness. To avoid the risk, which is also the risk of aestheticism and irrationalism, Vattimo 1997, 97-111, it becomes necessary, for Vattimo, to ontologize Gadamer, to retie the knot of language and history with being. It is necessary to return to Heidegger's notion of the history of being or Seinsgeschichte. Despite all the emphasis that he places on language, Heidegger never forgets, unlike Gadamer, the primacy of being, a primacy framed in terms of the ontological difference and the history of being that the concatenation of openings articulates. The series of such articulations is what Heidegger names the destiny of being, where destiny, Schicksal, is to be understood in the sense of a Geschick, a Skickung, or sending that ultimately delineates a history, a Geschicht. Hermeneutics conceives of itself as a moment within this destiny, Vadimo 1997, 108. This is what both Heidegger and Gadamer name the tradition, Überlieferung, in the sense of that which is handed down, passed on to us, and that is the result of an interpretative act. Not driven by historical determinism, nevertheless the tradition is not merely a succession of conceptual schemes for thought in this way, it would still leave an ontus on outside itself, a thing thought in metaphysical terms, Vadimo 1997, 108. Mindful of the ontological difference that distinguishes between being and the reduction of being to a being, and heedful of the fact that, according to Heidegger after the so-called care, 9 being is not, because only beings or entities are, but happens, erignit, hermeneutics is aware of its being only an interpretation, that is, a specific, eventful, historical response to the specific way in which being gives itself, occurs in our times. As Vadimo pointedly phrases it, in this ontologized interpretation he himself offers, hermeneutics is not only a theory of the historicity, horizons, of truth as Gadamer maintained, it is itself a radically historical truth, 1997, 6. The endorsement of such an awareness produces weak thought and its corollary, namely, the ontology of actuality. Weak thought is, as mentioned above, the Nietzsche-derived attitude expressing an orientation of thinking that pivots around the programmatic, progressive weakening of the categories of being. The ontology of actuality is the articulation of a form of hermeneutics that takes 343. Johnny Vadimo's encounter with Gadamer. 343. Into account Heidegger's understanding of being as awareness. The ontology of actuality is, for Vadimo, the way in which hermeneutics responds to the way in which being gives itself to us now, in these days and ages, namely, as historicized, as happening, as event. The coming together of Nietzsche's historicism and Heidegger's ontology acknowledges Gadamer's contribution while remedying Gadamer's weaknesses and advancing, via the triangulation, a new hermeneutic position, Vadimo's own ontology of actuality, which, in Vadimo's mind, is a radicalization of the Gadamerian attempt at urbanizing Heidegger, Vadimo 2010. What is, exactly, the ontology of actuality? The ontology of actuality, an expression liberally adapted from a non-hermeneutic thinker, namely, from Michel Foucault's Ontologie de l'actualité, is the position that Vadimo explicitly invokes in the 1988 essay Ontologia de l'actualité and then addresses at various points in his writings. The term actuality, with its evocations of full actualization, presentification, presentism, and presence, is in fact a misleading translation. The most expressive rendition is perhaps ontology of the current times. Vadimo uses ontology in a sense he take s from Heidegger, for whom it denotes the thought of being in both senses, subjective and objective, of the genitive. As for actuality, he uses this term to refer to the common conditions of our life at present, 2014, 726. The ontology of actuality is, in Vadimo's own description, a way to enact, metera in atto, a theoretical response to the acknowledgement, presa di atto, that we are at the times of the end of traditional metaphysics. It is the ontology of Heidegger's ontological difference in act, Vadimo claims. The ontology of actuality attempts to understand how being gives itself to us in this moment, in the event that properly concerns us and in which we are caught up. It attempts to understand what being means today, 2014, 726. Marked by radical historicity, Vadimo's ontology of actuality has thus nothing to do with current attempts by new realists and analytic philosophers to reduce ontology to a theory of objects, the scientism and objectivism against which Gadamer had spoken. Rather, its inspiration is deeply Gadamerian in stressing the hermeneutic dimension of interpretation yet filtered through Heidegger, Ontology, and Nietzsche, historical nihilism. Vadimo sums up the significance of the ontology of actuality into two tasks: making oneself aware of the paradigm into which one has been thrown, yet suspending its claim to definitive validity, and heeding being as that which remains unsaid. 2011, 32. The first task, that of cognizance and suspension of the paradigm that we must yet cannot entirely abandon, is accomplished through the movement of Verwindung, a Nietzschean Heideggerian notion that, for Vadimo, replaces the Überwindung via Aufhebung, overcoming via sublation, of Hegel's dialectics, and points instead to a distortion that recovers while transforming and thereby leaving behind. 10. The paradigm that needs to be comprehended is that of the linguistic horizon, of the social totality, of the metaphysical tradition, but also the Wirkungsgeschichte of which Gadamer speaks. These are all events of interpretation in which being gives itself at a specific historical time. Verwindung, Vadimo writes, means recovering from an illness by preserving its vestiges, resigning oneself to something from which one cannot be set totally free, and even, in my view, distortion, twisting. 2012a, 95. Its necessity is imposed by the impossibility of abandoning a metaphysics without falling into a new one. Vadimo 2012a, 95, a fall that Gadamer's thought for some aspects represents. On the contrary, Verwindung thinks of being as Überlieferung and Geschick, as transmission and sending, rather than as a stable structure or the result of some logical necessity. This leads to the second task of the ontology of actuality, that of heeding being, which is to be attained through another Nietzschean Heideggerian notion, Andenken, that is, recollection or remembrance. Being cannot be approached through presence or presentification but through remembrance, as being is never that which is but rather that which. 344. Sylvia Benso. 344. Is handed down, the openings of meaning within which we find ourselves living and which we recollectively explore. At this point, in what we could qualify as a Verwindung, a twisting recovery of Gadamer's philosophy, we reach a set of third elements characterizing Vadimo's ontology of actuality. This set of thirds brings in the notion of pietas or caritas, compassion, as a third aspect of the ontology of actuality, beside Verwindung and Andenken, as well as the figure of a Marxian Benjamin or Benjaminian Marx, beside Nietzsche and Heidegger, as ways to inflect Gadamer's hermeneutics in the direction of a revolutionary philosophy and thereby remedy the risk of its being an apology of the status quo. Already in the 1980s, and with a clear allusion to Gadamer, Vadimo notices that Geschick hands down not merely workagen, effects that have unfolded and are present as constitutive of our world projects, but also traces, elements that have not become world, namely, the ruins accumulated by the history of victors at the feet of Klee's angel, compassion, pieta, for these ruins is the only true motivation for the revolution. 2012b, 51, translation modified. The push in the direction of a hermeneutics of the traces turns into a weak ethics based not on imperatives but on individuals left at the margins of history, on the continually silenced voices of history losers. Vadimo 2011, 32-33. This push renews the work carried out after the publication of Truth and Method by Gadamer, whose name is linked to a whole movement for the rehabilitation of practical philosophy. Vadimo 1997, 37. Yet, Gadamerian ethics is wholly an affirmation of the value of dialogue. Vadimo 1997, 37, whose possibility and continuity is based on language. Vadimo's suspicion, especially in his most recent works, is that the currently predominating dialogue is the one imposed by the imperialistic homogenization of the planet brought about by globalization, 2012a 200, and the industrialized West, and what predominates is the Pens unique, which Vadimo describes as the most up-to-date, and most elusive, form of domination of classes, groups, and individuals, 2012a 199. Mindful of Walter Benjamin's image of the angel of history inflected in a Marxian sense, Vadimo stresses the coming together of the Heideggerian notion of silence, of being, to which we need to pay attention, and the silence of the defeated, the neglected, the marginalized, the old Marxist proletariat, 2012a 205, to whose ruins pietas or solidarity is owed. 11. In this way Vatimo provides hermeneutics with a philosophy of history that does not fall into either Heidegger's possible mysticism, listening to the oratic words of the poets, or the historicist model, objectivist, linear history oriented by and toward progress, Gadamer too wanted to oppose. As Vatimo writes, listening to the silence of the defeated is not at all a historicist expedient for constructing a more complete and true picture of the past. Benjamin speaks of it rather in terms of a dance of tigers that makes the continuum of history leap by grasping a moment in the past as charged with a sort of eschatological present. 2012a 192. Weak thought becomes thought of the weak, while through pietas and Ondenken hermeneutics is endowed with the possibility of keeping open the narrow gate, to use a Benjaminian image, through which the Messiah can enter, Benjamin 1969. This means ensuring the possibility for revolution and change by recovering the elements of disorientation, shock, disruption. 345. Johnny Vatimo's encounter with Gadamer. 345. Discontinuity, and disturbance that enable the event of alternative openings of being. It means recovering the elements of conflict beyond dialogue. In the form of Vatimo's ontology of actuality, hermeneutics recovers its political and religious, that is, charitable and kenotic, origins and becomes a militant philosophy, a radical philosophy of praxis according to a connection between interpretation and praxis that one finds clearly indicated by Gadamer, 2012a 149, insofar as the identification of interpreting and changing, probably constitutes, the most significant core of Gadamer's hermeneutics, 2018, 325, emphasis in original. 12. In conclusion, a form of conflict is also the dissenting proximity made of appreciation and contestation that links Vatimo to Gadamer. Vatimo's Verwunding image for the hermeneutic philosopher of actuality is captured in two figures Gadamer might have not disliked given their unpretentiousness and playfulness. Not a scientist, not a technician, the philosopher of the now is something more like a priest or an artist, but a priest without a hierarchy, and an artist of the streets, Vatimo writes, 2011, 21. A certain taste for games and a certain taste for risk, which is peculiar to every player, are the words recalled at the beginning of this chapter. Gadamer appreciatively pronounced, remembering the young Vatimo. Retrospectively, such words perfectly resonate with the image, of the philosopher Vatimo himself provides. They sound almost as the prophetic blessing of the father on the child's rebellion, which is thereby legitimated and affirmed. The hermeneutic circle comes here to closure, while Vatimo attests the legacy of the Gadamerian mind. Part 5. Beyond Philosophy. Gadamer and Theology. Morella Oliva. In Memoriam Peter Walter. Preamble, Mediation and Truth. Gadamer's impact on Christian theology starts from his affirmation of the historical and linguistic nature of Christianity. Gadamer, a Protestant philosopher, stresses that Christianity is a religion of the Word manifested in human history. It rests upon the personal acceptance of the kerygma, the proclamation of the message of the Gospel. Through this acceptance, the Christian enters a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, who is God's Word made flesh. Jesus' incarnation and resurrection have oriented human history toward salvation in the kingdom of God. Gadamer accounts for this nature of Christianity by bringing to the foreground history and language, which philosophy tends to dismiss as irrelevant for the search of objective truth. Gadamer thinks that our understanding of reality includes forms of mediation that manifest truth. Mediation is the indirect expression of something that presents itself through a medium. Figel 2010, 46. In Truth and Method, he analyzes three forms of mediation: art, history, and language. They might seem, at first glance, merely cultural constructs that do not yield objective truth. Nevertheless, for Gadamer, they are not just conventional artifacts in the hands of the agents that produce, communicate, or transmit them, the artist, the community, the speaker. On the contrary, they open up an access to the world that is not possible in scientific knowledge. The truth value of mediation is similar to a play. A play surely needs players, no play can occur without players playing the game. Nonetheless, players are not focused on their subjectivity, but on the play itself. For instance, when playing soccer, the focal point of the game is the ball and its movements, as the ball passes from one player to another. When we watch such a game, we do not focus on the players but on the movements of the ball. The essence of the play is independent of the consciousness of those who play, although it could not happen without them. There is a self-presentation, Selbstdarstellung, of the play, Gadamer 2003, 103, in the sense that the essence of the play is the game itself. Like play, mediation occurs through the mediating agents, artists, communities, speakers, but its truth emerges. 350. Morella Oliva. 350. From the presentation of what is mediated. For instance, in art, what matters is not the subjectivity of the artist, but what comes to presentation through the work of art. In the same vein, tradition is attached to a community but manifests universal aspects of human life. For instance, the tradition of Quince en Era celebrated by Hispanic communities in South and North America marks the passage of a girl to adulthood. Although other cultures celebrate it at a different age and in a different way, this important shift in a person's life remains an aspect that can be universally appreciated and understood. Finally, language is the epitome of mediation. Every kind of understanding occurs through language because language and thinking are consubstantial. Language is not just an instrument through which we express truths obtained through thinking. We think in a language, and no truth can be conceived independently of and before language. Among these forms of mediation, history and language have captured the interest of contemporary Christian theology. There are, I believe, two main reasons for this interest. First, theology did not sufficiently develop these central elements of the Christian tradition. Gadamer shows that they stem from the Christian message and shape Western culture. He brings into light a Christian treasure that was half buried, and that needed more attention from the side of theology. God's incarnation in a human being bestowed dignity upon history. The Christian experience is essentially historical because it entails not only a transformation of the human being in relationship with God but also God's intervention within human temporal existence. Theology did not sufficiently stress this historical character of Christianity. Furthermore, theology has not sufficiently emphasized the linguistic nature of the divine and the world. Gadamer claims that language gained in the Gospels a new dignity, not recognized by the ancient Greeks or by the moderns. Jesus is the Word of God, the second person of the Trinity. Gadamer's hermeneutics of the Word of God expands the understanding of God to the Trinitarian inner life. Moreover, it underscores the relation between world creation and the emergence of the Word within the Trinity. The second reason for Gadamer's theological success lies in his reverential attitude toward the Christian tradition and institutions. While emphasizing fundamental aspects of the message of the gospel that were not sufficiently accounted for by theology, Gadamer did so with a charitable spirit. Such spirit was a bit different from the radical critique of Christianity formulated by his teacher Martin Heidegger. Heidegger was the first to work out the significance of the temporality of the human being and of language, which impacted Gadamer's thought. He took inspiration from Augustine's Confessions and St. Paul's letters to the Thessalonians, which displayed the historical nature of the Christian experience. At the same time, although he appreciated early Christianity, Lawrence 2002, 171, Heidegger attacked what he called onto-theology, namely a metaphysical approach that obliterates the difference between being and entities. As the word suggests, this approach collapses the investigation into the meaning of being, what it means to be, with the theological study of the first cause of the entire world. Among the accused, Heidegger primarily focused upon medieval Christian philosophers like Thomas Aquinas. Medieval philosophy inherited, in his view, the Roman vocabulary of efficiency and productivity, which does not make possible a grasp of being as different from entities. Heidegger 1988, 109. Gadamer did not follow his maestro in this critique, although Heidegger's originality stimulated him. He adopted Heidegger's novel ideas regarding history and language but developed them in full continuity with the Christian tradition. Although his work was less theological than Heidegger's, Grondin 2002, Lamy 2008, 3, Vesey 2010, Gadamer still has an enduring influence on Christian theology and Christian churches. For instance, as a friend of Pope John Paul II, Gadamer attended numerous meetings at Castel Gandolfo, a papal summer retreat outside of Rome. In a telegram at Gadamer's death, the Pope praised his acuity of 351. Gadamer and Theology. 351. Thought, cordial respect for the interlocutor, and consideration for the values of the Christian patrimony, John Paul II 2002. History. The interpretation of the Bible and the rehabilitation of tradition. In this part, I will analyze Gadamer's conception of history and its reception in contemporary theology. Gadamer's hermeneutics of history takes its cue from the modern interpretation of the Bible, which marks the rise of historical consciousness. Just like philological hermeneutics interpreting classical literature, theological hermeneutics must confront the historical distance between the modern reader and the ancient text. The interpretation of the Bible rediscovers something whose meaning had become alien and inaccessible through time. In Gadamer's eyes, Luther's emphasis on literal meaning meant to solve this problem, but it did not fully succeed. The literal meaning is not univocally intelligible in every place and at every moment, Gadamer 2003, 175. Moreover, the very unity of the Bible must reckon with the fact that the Scripture had various authors. Thus the old interpretive principle of understanding the part in terms of the whole cannot rely just on the unity of the canon but must also deal with the historical context to which each scriptural text belongs. Schleiermacher took this as a task to understand the author better than he understood himself. Interpretation becomes the reconstruction of the production of the text, which should bring into light the thoughts of the author as they emerge from his concrete life. This sort of divination aims at interpreting the text as the expression of its author's life. The flaw of this conception, according to Gadamer, lies in its problematic treatment of truth and history. Understanding the author better than she understood herself is a procedure supposed to unveil the truth of the text, which might be even hidden from the author. However, because Schleiermacher sees the text as an expressive phenomenon, he ultimately disregards its epistemic contents and is not able to fully account for the truth claim of the text. Besides, history itself becomes the mere display of this free creation of the text, and the reader becomes just the observer of this spectacle. Gadamer 2003, 196. The historical consciousness of the reader and her historical situation remain thus neglected. History is, on the contrary, not a setting that one observes. The mediation between the past of the text and the present of the reader can be realized, according to Gadamer, if we acknowledge that history is not only a dimension of events but also a dimension of the understanding. Understanding is to be thought of less as a subjective act than as participating in an event of tradition, a process of transmission in which past and present are constantly mediated. Gadamer 2003, 290. Tradition is thus the historical feature that mediates the temporal distance between the reader and the text. Gadamer defends the truth value of tradition in contrast to the Enlightenment, which saw tradition and authority as idols contrary to reason. The Enlightenment suppressed tradition to set free the independent exercise of reason, which alone can yield truth. Gadamer's groundbreaking rehabilitation of tradition opposes this view. For him, authority and tradition are based on reason and knowledge. The recognition of authority rests on the assumption that the other has a better knowledge of that field. Authority must, in this sense, be earned and not imposed violently. In the same vein, what is handed down to us through tradition is based on a recognition of knowledge and on a sharing in a common meaning. Tradition is the manifestation of truth in history, the transmission of a knowledge that must constantly be affirmed, embraced, cultivated. Gadamer 2003, 281. It is an illusion to think that only innovation and planning are. 352. Morella Oliva. 352. Results of reason. The process of the preservation of knowledge, too, is a rational one, although less evident than the process of innovation. Tradition is not simply a permanent precondition, rather, we produce it ourselves inasmuch as we understand, participate in the evolution of tradition, and hence further determine it ourselves. Gadamer 2003, 293, see also George 2017, 336. The interplay between tradition and interpreter has the structure of a hermeneutic circle, which, unlike a vicious circle, is cognitively productive. The hermeneutic circle entails that every new kind of knowledge is made possible by an anticipation of meaning grounded in the commonality we have with tradition. We anticipate meaning because we already belong to a meaningful framework represented by tradition. What Gadamer calls for conception of completeness is the expectation that a text constitutes an intelligible unity of meaning and conveys the complete truth. At the same time, new sources of understanding emerge, which reveal unsuspected elements of meaning. Gadamer 2003, 298. This addition of new layers of understanding also includes the filtering of past errors of false prejudices that lead to misunderstanding. Thus, the historical character of understanding plays a double role. It positively brings the text into the life situation of the reader, and it negatively eliminates destructive prejudices that obscured, in time, the meaning of the text. The concepts of horizon, borrowed from Husserl, and fusion of horizons further refine this dynamics of historical consciousness. Our historical situation lies in a horizon, which is the range of vision that includes everything that can be seen from a particular vantage point. Gadamer, 2003, 302. The horizon is, however, not static but moves with the historical movement of human life. We move within a horizon and, at the same time, the horizon moves with us. Thus the horizon of the past and the horizon of the present merge into each other into a fusion of horizons. These two horizons are neither entirely isolated from each other, nor fully assimilable into each other. The tension between them cannot be eliminated, for as soon as the historical horizon is projected by our historical consciousness, it is simultaneously superseded. Instead of the self-alienation of a past consciousness, hermeneutic understanding needs to reach the unity of the historical horizon shaped by past and present. This type of understanding is more similar to the practical, moral knowledge than to the theoretical one. Gadamer takes as a model the Aristotelian phronsis, which focuses on concrete, particular situations, contrary to episteme, which strives for reaching unchangeable universality. According to this model, the understanding of a text from the past is experiential. The distinction between knowledge and experience does not apply here because moral knowledge contains a kind of experience in itself. Gadamer 2003, 322. Gadamer's model of historical understanding became paradigmatic for the theological hermeneutics of the 20th century, both Protestant and Catholic. Most of the theologians influenced by Gadamer employ his model to strike a middle way between exegetically extremes. Anthony this Elton shows that the main difficulties arise when the biblical exegesis focuses exclusively on the present or the past. This Elton 1980, 15. One error is to see the interpretation of the Bible as a purely subjective kind of reading, dominated by either the personal experience of the reader or the theological tradition that educated him. However, this Elton argues, this scenario provides no hermeneutic basis for understanding the phenomenon of conversion, namely the fact that the very reading of the Bible can bring one to faith. The novelty of the text is not limited to the echoes of a reader's attitude or prejudgment. Gadamer deals with this error in his critique of Rudolf Bultmann's concept of demythologization. Demythologization is an exegetical method that aims to bring the contents of the Gospel in accordance with the cultural and scientific situation of the modern reader. 353. Gadamer and theology. 353. Biblical elements that contradict modern science must be qualified as mere myth and eliminated. Gadamer warns against this construal of demythologization based on a scientific lens that should purify the scriptures. The real issue of biblical hermeneutics is not the censoring tool of the reader enlightened by modern science. The ground of demythologization should instead be the acceptance of the kerygma, namely the inner claim of faith, Gadamer 1977a, 52. This claim is historical, in the sense that it touches the reader in her particular situation, but it nonetheless yields the truth disclosed in Revelation. Faith is not a natural possibility of man but a gift of divine grace. Through this gift, human subjectivity raises above itself but, at the same time, reaches a higher degree of self-understanding. From this perspective, self-understanding entails an ecstatic self-forgetting, not a self-possession. In the experience of faith, the believer answers the call of the divine word. The Christian can only understand himself through God's word. In this sense, for Gadamer, the historical character of the Christian experience is intimately related to the manifestation of the divine word in each human life. For the self-understanding only realizes itself in the understanding of a subject matter and does not have the character of free self-realization. The self that we are does not possess itself, one could say that it happens. And this is what the theologian is actually saying when he asserts that faith is an event in which a new man is established. The theologian also says that we must believe and understand the Word, and that it is through the Word that we overcome the abysmal ignorance about ourselves in which we live. Gadamer 1977a, 55. Thus the faithful reception of the Word represents the basis of the inner transformation of the believer. The Pontifical Biblical Commission shared Gadamer's warning about the risks of demythologization and his insistence on the call of faith. In a document titled The Interpretation of the Bible in the Church, 1993, the Commission appreciated the rejection of historical positivism and the exploration of modes of knowledge different from scientific knowledge, both of them pillars of Gadamer's hermeneutics. The document also raised doubts about Bultmann's demythologization, which runs the risk of emptying the message of the Bible of its objective reality. Pontifical Biblical Commission, 1993, 73. The opposite error in the interpretation of the Bible is to see exegesis as an act free from presuppositions and objectively rendering the meaning of the text. Influenced by Gadamer, Werner Jean Rond calls this error a phenomenon of hermeneutical refusal in Christian theology, 1991, 164. The earlier Christian tradition disproves this unhistorical model. From the very beginning, Christianity interpreted the Old in light of the New. The first move of this sort is Jesus' complex dealing with the Jewish tradition, which he both exalts and criticizes. Later on, the biblical interpretations undertaken by Christians have developed a variety of methods. Jean Rond classifies them in two main schools, the School of Antioch, which professed a literal grammatical method, and the Alexandrian school, which privileged the allegorical method. Jean Rond 1991, 42. Contemporary theology needs to develop hermeneutic tools that address the biblical revelation within the situation of contemporary human beings. Jean Rond thus defends a theological paradigm that includes hermeneutics as a theory of interpretation and understanding. This paradigm rejects a strictly orthodox approach to scriptures, which dispenses of any kind of interpretative novelty. It also denies a self-limitation of hermeneutics, which constructs the Christian vision exclusively from inside the Church and biblical theology. Such a paradigm would not simply adopt some tools offered by philosophical hermeneutics but would be engaged in developing them in dialogue with philosophers. 354. Morella Oliva. 354. Gadamer's hermeneutic model offers thus a middle way between exegetic extremes. However, according to some theologians, this moderation comes at a price. Bernd Joachim Hilberath appreciates Gadamer's view of tradition as a manifestation of truth, but he thinks that it does not offer criteria of truthfulness for interpreting a particular tradition such as the Christian one. It is up to theology to ensure the unity of the Christian interpretation, in addition to the historical receptivity to tradition professed by Gadamer. Hilberath 1978, 327. The truth compass of the biblical interpretation, and the Christian tradition in general, must be the event of Jesus Christ's incarnation and resurrection. This objection can be answered in two steps. First, in his critique of Bultmann, Gadamer stresses that the interpretation of the Bible rests upon the acceptance of the kerygma, which is grounded in Jesus' incarnation and resurrection. Second, contrary to Hilberotha's claim, Gadamer does provide a truth compass to assess particular traditions. David Tracy identifies this compass with Gadamer's concept of classical. Gadamer defines the classical in a normative sense, not as a period taxonomy but as a mode of being historical, characterized by preservation, manifestation, and truthfulness. This mode is expressed through terms that have war, true, in their root. The classical is a truly historical category, precisely because it is more than a concept of a period or of a historical style, and yet it nevertheless does not try to be the concept of a supra-historical value. It does not refer to a quality that we ascribe to particular historical phenomena but to a notable mode of being historical, the historical process of preservation, bewahrung, that, through constantly proving itself, bewahrung, allows something true, ein wars, to come into being. Gadamer 2003, 287. Understood in this sense, the classical does not pertain only to a certain period, the antiquity, but characterizes every kind of historical sequence whose fulfillment can speak to everybody, at any time. Tracy shows that the Christian classical is the event of Jesus Christ. This event is characterized by permanence and excess of meaning, which continually demands a new interpretation and never a mere hermeneutic repetition. Tracy 1981, 154. Tracy distinguishes between two poles of the classical Christian event, the manifestation and proclamation of Jesus the always already and the not yet, the presence, and the promise. Both poles activate the interpretation of the Christian tradition. Each Christian is called to understand and conduct his life in light of the manifestation of Christ and the promise of the kingdom of God. In sum, Gadamer's hermeneutics of history influenced the emergence of historical consciousness in contemporary biblical exegesis, both Protestant and Catholic. Lonergan 1971, 154. This exegetical renewal was the first step for an overall renewal of theology as well as for the discussion of social issues such as feminism. Theologians like Elizabeth Schuyler Fiorenza or Sarah Schneiders used Gadamerian concepts to articulate a feminist interpretation of the Bible. For instance, Gadamer's view of the production of tradition allows us to recognize women's role in the community of shared meaning. They also introduced a critical instance that was lacking in Gadamer, namely the suspicion against biblical elements of women's oppression. Schuyler Fiorenza 1984, Schneiders 1999. Pope John Paul II was probably inspired, too, by his friend's thought when he proposed a fusion of horizons in interpreting the much-discussed biblical line "He shall rule over you," Genesis 3:16, in his encyclical on the dignity and vocation of women, John Paul II 2014, 137. 355. Gadamer and Theology. 355. The impact of Gadamer's conception of history on theology is, however, not limited to biblical exegesis. In the next section, I will analyze the issue of the action of God in history, which received less attention in the scholarship on Gadamer. The action of God in history. For Gadamer, history is not a mere temporal succession that has no significance in regards to the eternal kingdom of God. He claims that the event of incarnation has pushed Western culture to free history and language from the constraints of idealism. The uniqueness of the redemptive event introduces the essence of history into Western thought, brings the phenomenon of language out of its immersion in the ideality of meaning, and offers it to philosophical reflection. Gadamer 2003, 419. This vision of history can encourage theology to think more thoroughly about the action of God in history, in terms of the providential plan of God, and the punctual interventions of God in human life. The key element here is the way Gadamer conceives the causal nature of history. His famous term Wirkungsgeschichte means history of effect, with its corollary, Wirkungsgeschichte liches Bewusstsein, historically affected consciousness. Gadamer conceives historical causality in contrast to the modern scientific concept of causality. He most probably has in mind the Newtonian model, rather than the more recent paradigms such as quantum physics. The modern concept of causality cannot help in clarifying historical causality, because it is the result of two major reductions incompatible with the nature of history, the reduction of causality to determinism, and the reduction of Aristotle's four causes, formal, final, material, and efficient, to only one cause, the efficient cause. Modern science has developed a model of prediction based on the necessity of efficient causes, as in the case of the laws of physics. This model, however, does not work for history. If it is an old fundamental principle of the knowledge of nature that the cause must be equal to the effect, the opposite is true when it comes to the experience of history. Small causes have huge consequences. It obviously belongs to the experience of those who stand within history that it surprises them. Gadamer 2016, 4. We cannot predict history in the way we predict the trajectory of a ball launched in the air. As the stage of human actions and affairs, history also involves purposes, forms, and matter, which modern science has eliminated from its causal explanations. All four causes are indeed required to understand human action. The disentanglement of the efficient cause from Aristotle's fourfold framework has also reduced Aristotelian teleology to mere repetition. However, history never repeats itself, thus, its teleological order can never be fully reconstructed nor fully predicted. For Gadamer, the fourfold causality at work in history is predominantly contingent. He defines contingency as singularity and necessity as regularity. Necessity was the core of Greek philosophy and modern philosophy. In contrast, the value of contingent causality emerged fully within the Christian tradition. Jesus' incarnation and resurrection are such examples of contingency. They are singular events that break the regularity of history. Christian revelation demanded from human thinking a totally new type of questioning. In this situation, a totally new problem arises, and it is what we would call, using scholastic concepts, the problem of contingency. Now, what matters is precisely the inconceivable aspect of what is singular. 356. Morella Oliva. 356. Gadamer 2016, 17. A hermeneutics of history must account for the singularity of facts, for the contingency that challenges our experience of meaning. Contingent events that take us by surprise touch sometimes the boundaries of meaning. They are either saturated with meaning, or they hardly convey any apparent meaning. Gadamer's scholastic view of the contingent causal nature of history has two consequences upon a theology of divine action. 1. It helps to understand providence as the transcendent end of history, and 2. It makes room for grasping special divine interventions within history. First, history is a teleological whole that does not have an end within itself but moves providentially toward the kingdom of God. If necessary causes would fully constitute history, their chain would be conducive to a final effect intrinsic to it. Contingency makes this kind of historicism unsustainable. For this reason, Gadamer rejects Hegel's attempt to reduce the historical development to a formula that encloses an end imminent to history. History is contingent and open to the future, it cannot fit into a scheme. Gadamer is also reluctant to adopt Heidegger's notions of Geschick, destiny, and Schicksal, fate, because he wants to maintain the integrity of the historical consciousness. Asked why he did not adopt his teacher's terms, Gadamer answered. But the poeticizing mode of speech used by the later Heidegger, when he spoke of Geschick and the like, that bothered me. It made it easy to raise the charge of mythological thinking against him. I said, here I can show what he means, think of Wirkungsgeschichtliches Bewusstsein. The consciousness which we have of what has happened in history is never adequate to the real effects which have reached us. Therein lies a kind of fatefulness. I can't endorse formulations like, being reveals or being sends. I am opposed to creating a special language and want to make the language which we normally use say what Heidegger speaks about. Gadamer 1992, 128. However, on many occasions, Gadamer does use words such as destiny or fateful course of life to talk about the telos of life, the causality of our actions and of events that are out of our control, Gadamer 2016, 5. He also proposes to identify this telos with the hand of providence. The fateful course of life seems to exhibit two faces, depending upon whether one sees it from the inside, as the consequence of our actions and decisions, or from the outside, as the mere consequence of given factors, or even, hand of providence, Gadamer 2016, 11. This ambiguity in the use of destiny and fate is not an incoherence of thought but rather derives from Gadamer's refusal to admit an imminent end of history. Gadamer adheres to the Christian conception of providence, according to which the unity of history and its total meaning are not immanent but transcendent. History has an order that is laid down by God's providential plan and that human beings cannot fully grasp. The flow of events may appear chaotic to us finite human beings, but it possesses a total meaning in the higher order of divine providence. Gadamer, 1972. According to Hilberath, Gadamer's affirmation of the teleological nature of history as well as his rejection of the Hegelian historicism serves well the Christian conception of providence. Thus a theologian can follow Gadamer and conclude that the total meaning of history can only appear through faith. Hilberath 1978, 289. Moreover, Gadamer's recognition of the special character of the redemptive event paves the way for theology to identify the divine ground of history. Jesus' incarnation and resurrection are indeed the events that reveal the meaning of history and its completion in the afterlife. Hilberath 1978, 327. For Wolfhart Pannenberg, 2. The event of Christ reveals the unity of history and its transcendent end. Following Gadamer, he states that we are dealing not only with the content of a message but with a meaning conveyed. 357. Gadamer and Theology. 357. By a historical happening. The Gadamerian idea of mediation finds here a theological application, Jesus' completion of the history of Israel and his resurrection from the dead. Jesus of Nazareth is the final revelation of God because the end of history appeared in him. It did so both in his eschatological message and in his resurrection from the dead. However, he can be understood to be God's final revelation only in connection with the whole of history as mediated by the history of Israel. Pannenberg 1967, 125. The second consequence of Gadamer's view on the contingent nature of history regards the special divine actions. Contingency makes room for recognizing divine interventions within the course of history in our everyday life. The providential plan of God for humanity and each human being is infallible but is not a chain of natural necessity and allows for interventions that stir the course of events. The dominion of the modern model of causality has pushed Christian theology to neglect this matter. Since causality was restricted to necessary efficient causality, there have not been many efforts to think about God's particular intervention in addition to his plan. Gadamer's emphasis on the meaning of contingent events in human history helps to change this situation. It supports contemporary attempts to argue that God not only directs our whole life as a first cause but also intervenes in certain moments. By insisting on contingent causality, Gadamer shows that special events do not receive their meaning from a fluctuation of human subjectivity. They are special precisely because they have a specific causal nature. As this Elton observes, some theologians use meaning to subjectively define the divine intervention as a way of seeing an otherwise ordinary event. This Elton 1980, 59. It is not the case of Gadamer, who maintains that the meaning of history is a function of its real causal nature. Moving within this Gadamerian framework, Pannenberg defines revelation as an act of God in history. The biblical narrative displays, indeed, numerous special divine interventions. The story of Israel abounds in acts of God who supports his chosen people in exile and who manifests his glory. Pannenberg 1968, 125. However, Pannenberg's approach is too narrow because the interventions of God are not limited to biblical revelation. Theology needs to give an account of other divine acts in the history of humanity and the individual human lives. Does God intervene in our everyday life? How should we conceive such intervention? This field remains open for theological exploration. Gadamer's conception of contingency and meaning in history might be helpful because it provides both the metaphysical concept of causality and the hermeneutic interpretation of meaning. The Word of God. Trinitarian theology. As we have seen in the previous part, Gadamer explains the meaningfulness of history against the backdrop of the incarnation of the Word of God, Jesus Christ. The incarnation reveals the unity of history in light of the divine providence that orients human life toward final salvation. At the same time, the incarnation also accounts for the contingent nature of history and for the fact that God acts within history by disrupting and reorienting the regularity of human life. Gadamer thinks, however, that hermeneutics should not stop at incarnation but move to its root, the divine Trinity. He was among the first philosophers in the 20th century to endorse the Christian tradition of verbum dei, the Word of God. After inheriting from Heidegger the ontological vision of language understood as disclosure of being, Gadamer took a step forward. He 358. Morella Oliva 358. Placed language at the very core of the divine and explained it through the personal character of God, whose inner life and creating activity are manifestations of divine will and divine love. This step has been influenced by the word theology of Ernst Fuchs and Gerhard Ebeling, who were themselves followers of Heidegger. Gadamer's focus on the Word of God engages the Christian doctrines of the Trinity and world creation. While philosophy has integrated the doctrine of creation, it kept the doctrine of the Trinity off limits. But the two doctrines should not be separated. The doctrine of creation cannot be fully understood without the doctrine of the Trinity. Gadamer shows that their separation in the modern culture resulted in a truncated view on creatio ex nihilo, which did not grasp the fundamental role of divine interiority. Moreover, the neglect of the Trinity has impoverished the understanding of God. The philosophy of God usually examines the divine attributes and the arguments for the existence of God without considering God's self-relationality and inward manifestation. I have analyzed at length Gadamer's Trinitarian philosophy of language elsewhere, Oliva, 2009. In this part, I will highlight its main ideas, and I will discuss its impact on theology. The starting point of Gadamer's retrieval of the Christian doctrine of verbum dei in truth and method is the oblivion of language inaugurated by Plato and continued in modern philosophy. Ancient and modern philosophy is guilty of having conceived language as a mere instrument of thought. There is, however, an exception to this oblivion, the Christian tradition of verbum interius, the inner word, developed in medieval philosophy. Gadamer refers mainly to Augustine, Aquinas, and Cusanus. The concept of the inner word serves to give an intelligible account of the Trinity. It explains the inner Trinitarian processions through an analogy with the emergence of language within the human mind. This analogy aims to clarify the idea that God is one and simple but hypostasized in three persons, God the Son, God the Father, and the Holy Spirit. The clarification is, of course, not a demonstration. Gadamer maintains that the Trinity is a mystery that cannot be rationally approached if not through analogies. The analogy is the following: God the Son proceeds from God the Father in the same way in which our inner word proceeds from our mind. Furthermore, God the Son incarnates in a human being, Jesus, in the same way in which our inner word manifests itself in the outer word. Jesus is the same person as God the Son, and the inner word is the same language as the outer word. Just like language is consubstantial with thinking and is not added to our thinking as a useful instrument, so the three persons of the Trinity are consubstantial, namely, they have the same essence. In God, there are three persons but only one essence. The inner Trinitarian processions are of paramount importance to understand incarnation. The greater miracle of language lies not in the fact that the Word becomes flesh and emerges in external being, but that which emerges and externalizes itself in utterance is always already a word. That the Word is with God from all eternity is the victorious doctrine of the Church in its defense against subordinationism, and it situates the problem of language, too, entirely within inner thought. Gadamer 2003, 420. The inner Trinitarian processions manifest God's pure actuality and His abundant goodness and love. God incarnates in a human being precisely because he already has, in himself, an abundance of manifestation. Similarly, the emergence of the inner word in our thought makes possible the outward event of language. The outer word takes the form of a particular language, Latin, English, Chinese, but the inner word is independent of any national language. 359. Gadamerian theology. 359. Gadamer's main concern is the dynamic self-relationality of God. While other philosophers working on mental language like Theodore focus on the question of compositionality, Gadamer is mainly interested in the description of the emergence of verbum int. This interest has to do, first, with the historical character of his hermeneutics, which, as we have seen, depicts understanding as an event. Second, it regards the retrieval of the Trinitarian theology in contrast with the modern culture of productivity and possessive subjectivism. Oliva 2011, 184. The free spontaneity of the Trinity contrasts with the notion of God as a watchmaker, which is the model of the productive human subject. Gadamer takes his cue from Augustine and especially from Aquinas. The inner word is described by Augustine as a procession within the triad memory understanding will and, similarly, within the triad mind knowledge love. Each element of the triads corresponds to a person of the Trinity. Memory/mind to God the Father, understanding/knowledge to God the Son, and will/love to the Holy Spirit. The emergence of the inner word is a spiritual procession animated by love. By understanding himself, God conceives the word through which he loves himself. Augustine 2002, 34. Aquinas continues Augustine's line of thought and adds more details to the description of the emergence. Gadamer's analysis of verbum int concentrates especially on Aquinas' concept of emanatio intelligibilis, which describes God's self-differentiation as an emanation within God that holds together the emanated and the source of emanation. Like the fountain water that remains in the fountain, God the Son remains within the Trinity. Within the Trinity, emanation is a purely spiritual procession. In the process of emanation, that from which something flows, the One, is not deprived or depleted. The same is true of the birth of the Son from the Father, who does not use up anything of himself but takes something to himself. And this is likewise true of the mental emergence that takes place in the process of thought, speaking to oneself. This kind of production is at the same time a total remaining within oneself. Gadamer 2003, 423. This process is not a change, that is, a passage from potentiality to actuality, but, as Aquinas, 1975, 98, claims, an emergence ut actus ex actio, an act from an act. This perfect actuality shows that God the Son is not posterior to God the Father, the same way in which our language is not posterior to our process of thinking. On the contrary, the inner word is the act of knowledge itself, that is, it is simultaneous with the forming of the intellect. Gadamer 2003, 424. The self-relationality of God also manifests outwardly, in the creation of the world and the incarnation of God the Son in Jesus Christ. God's outward manifestation in the created world is rooted in his inward self-differentiation. God creates through his word, and his word incarnates into a human being. Thus the action of God in history must be understood in relation to the emergence of the word within God. History and the word of God are, for Gadamer, fully intertwined. The hermeneutics of verbum int mirrors Heidegger's critique of the classic metaphysics of God, insofar as it proposes an understanding of God different from the notion of a productive watchmaker. However, unlike Heidegger, who develops a radical ontology, Gadamer remains attached to the possibilities inherent within the Christian tradition. To the Heideggerian ontological difference between being and entities, Gadamer adds the concept of theological difference, which has a Trinitarian background. Oliva 2014, 212. While Heidegger strives to capture the very differing that makes the ontological difference possible, Gadamer sees in Christ the differing that makes possible the theological difference between God and his creation. In 360. Morella Oliva. 360. Christ, both the difference and the differing take place, namely the difference between humans and God, and the inner Trinitarian self-differentiation, Gadamer 2007, 358. Gadamer's interpretation of the verbum interius received extensive attention in the past years, especially among philosophers, Grondin 1994, Murad 2001, Eberhard 2004, Zimmermann 2004, Arthos 2009, Oliva 2009, Morovicova 2013, Romili 2013, Casarella 2017. This new openness of philosophers to the doctrine of the Trinity will also benefit theology, which can gain insights into the contemporary situation of Christianity via philosophy. Gadamer's focus on the Trinitarian processions stems from the contemporary need to think the divine dynamically, both in regard to the nature of God and in regard to his relationship with the created world. As we will see in the next section, the doctrine of the Trinity has significant consequences for our contemporary understanding of creation, human creativity, and religious experience. World creation and religious experience. In Gadamer's eyes, the modern understanding of the Christian doctrine of creation is based on the Greek logic of negation and does not fully integrate the Christian revelation. The modern reception of creatio ex nihilo is too much focused on the idea of nothingness and fails to see the link between the world creation and the divine rich inwardness. While ex nihilo is formally correct, we should nonetheless place the accent on the emergence of the divine word and its manifestation in creation. That is why it is only a formal description of the becoming of creation that is found in Greek negation, if one can name this a becoming out of nothingness. The ontological structure of the creator, of the creational, is different. It presents itself as the essence of the Word. For this is the miracle of the Word, that, without making use of any beings, or transforming them, or casting them into new forms, it nevertheless makes present, calls into being. Gadamer 2002, 78. This linguistic conception of creation has several consequences. First, it approaches the concept of being from the perspective of the manifestation of the divine word, rather than the perspective of a present at hand grasped through perception or intellectual intuition. While Western metaphysics appealed mainly to sight, it should also include hearing, which has a more active nature than seeing. Oliva 2016, 417. Second, this manifestation character of the word has a personal aspect, as it is a word that emerges through God's will. Thus our process of understanding, too, is not a neutral but personal endeavor. Finally, the similarity between God and human beings is fundamentally a similarity of the word. Human creativity has to do with the richness of human interiority, although the human word does not create the world in the way in which God's word does. Gadamer finds this consequence exposed in detail by Cusanus, who completed the tradition of verbum interius inaugurated by Augustine and Aquinas. Cusanus teaches that the Word made flesh gives human creativity a new dignity, which mirrors the self-relationality of God. Like the divine mind, the human mind enfolds, through what Cusanus calls complicatio, the whole world in itself and unfolds it, through explicatio, in language. Cusanus 2001, 86. Gadamer interprets the vocabulum naturale, the Cusanian equivalent to verbum interius, as the passage from complicatio to explicatio, namely the flowing of the inner richness of the mind into an outward linguistic manifestation. This human linguistic creativity is, however, incompatible with relativism and subjectivism because its dignity is grounded in the divine word. 361. Gadamer and theology. 361. The actual essence of every view, of every image, is the encounter of spirit with itself. None of these things are anticipations of modern subjectivism or of that relativism of points of view that is supposed to have conjured up the power struggle of world views at the end of the theological metaphysical traditions of the West. Rather, here the subject, the I, is adapted to the structural relation of the relative, and his ascent above the relative, his vis creativa, which allows him to construct his image of the world on the basis of his spirit, does not make him into a god, but instead leads him to understand himself in terms of the divine incarnation in Jesus Christ. See Usanian Anthropology is Christology. Gadamer 2002, 77. These consequences are not only theoretical milestones. The hermeneutics of the Word of God must ultimately account for the concrete religious experience. In this sense, Ingolf Dalforth, 2003, 267, distinguishes between a philosophical theistic account of the Trinity that has a merely explicative value, and a hermeneutics of the Trinity embedded in the concrete life of Christian believers. Gadamer is well aware of this difference and stresses the kerygmatic character of the Scripture. Gadamer 1977b, 390, 1980, 91, 1999, 75. The Word is indeed a promise first expressed in the Scripture, then through the sermons. The believer must recognize in the biblical narrative his future situation and accept the grace of God. Unlike divine law, divine grace requires an acceptance that defies the human logic of distributive justice. For this reason, a theological hermeneutics of the Gadamerian sort is a reflection inherent to the practical life of the believers. Gadamer 1977b, 390, Car 1996, 194. The revealed Word of God has a historical nature not only because incarnation took place at a determinate moment in history, but also because the Word addresses the believer in his particular temporal situation. The inner dynamism of the Trinitarian language grounds, therefore, the historical character of the religious experience. Conclusions. The hermeneutics of history and the hermeneutics of the Word of God are, for Gadamer, two faces of the same coin, that is, of the novelty of Christianity. He works out this connection by appealing to elements from various confessional traditions, the modern Protestant hermeneutics, the Catholic scholastic metaphysics of verbum, actus, and causality. His thought offers the opportunity of a theological fusion of horizons in an ecumenical spirit moved by the search for truth. Colombo 1995, 46, Staub 1981, 214. Gadamer's hermeneutics of history has theological relevance for the interpretation of the Bible and the theology of divine action. First, his analysis of the historically affected consciousness shows that the truth of the Bible can only be grasped from the personal perspective of the reader. This perspective includes the individual existential situation of the reader, as well as her belonging to a tradition that witnessed the evangelical truth to the future generations. Second, the truth of revelation can go along with the causality of history, which is dominated by contingency. The Gadamerian notion of historical contingency rejects determinism and opens history to the divine providence. History does not have an end in itself but moves toward the kingdom of God. In this sense, the teleological orientation of history is not immanent, as in Hegel's case, but transcendent. At the same time, Gadamer's view of historical contingency makes room for grasping special interventions of God within the collective or individual history. These interventions are not only the various instances of revelation narrated in the Bible but also the acts of God in each human life. 362. Morella Oliva. 362. According to Gadamer's hermeneutics of the Word of God, the divine inner life shows up in language. The Trinitarian tradition of verbum interius expands our understanding of God by focusing on his inner self-relationality. The divine inner word is a self-manifestation of divine will and love. This self-manifestation out of the abundance of love is the basis of God's manifestation in the created world. God creates through his word and incarnates in a human being through his word. Modernity has understood world creation exclusively from the perspective of nothingness, ex nihilo, neglecting God's inner richness. Therefore, Gadamer's assessment of the modern cultural situation and its possible transformation in light of the Trinitarian tradition is helpful to theology. In sum, history and the Word of God are fully intertwined. God's manifestation in history is rooted in his inner Trinitarian self-manifestation. The understanding of this novelty of Christianity goes beyond the mere art of interpreting the Bible. It has to do with the way we understand God, his action in history, and our relationship with him. Gadamer's hermeneutics is, therefore, not only an art of interpretation but also a speculative philosophy that gives an account of reality employing old and new conceptual tools. His impact on theology goes beyond biblical exegesis and reaches into other branches of theology, dogmatic theology, theological anthropology, among others. 27. Gadamer in Jurisprudence. Francis J. Moots 3. My influence in the world is minimal. In all cultural circles I am considered someone who pointed the way down a particular path. Will anyone take it? Apparently not. In the next century I will be treated simply as one of the philosophical thinkers of the past. So much is clear to me. And for now? I am a living anachronism because I do not belong to the present any longer but am still here. 1 Hans Georg Gadamer, age 93. We might attribute a false humility to Gadamer for believing near the end of his life that his intellectual legacy was in question. His work is impressively wide-ranging, and he nearly single-handedly reinvigorated hermeneutical philosophy in the modern era. With regard to legal practice and theory in the United States, however, Gadamer's lessons have indeed fallen on deaf ears. To American jurisprudence primarily is a conceptual enterprise, and perhaps is best understood as a coordinated and sophisticated attempt to repress, and thereby to avoid, the implications of Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics. Admittedly, the situation is different in Europe and South America, where legal scholars regularly attend to contemporary European philosophy. Even there, however, Gadamer is not as influential as his teacher, Heidegger, nor his more radical contemporaries such as Derrida or critical theorists such as Habermas. We may seriously ask, then, whether Gadamer will have an enduring legacy in legal theory. In this chapter I argue that Gadamer has provided abundant resources for clarifying and advancing legal practice and jurisprudential theory. Whether these resources are understood, appreciated, and utilized is a different matter altogether. It is difficult to predict with any assurance that Gadamer will have lasting influence, given the current inattention to his philosophical insights. This short chapter permits me to discuss only a single topic as an illustration of the scope of Gadamer's potential but, as of now, underappreciated relevance for legal theory. The most important hermeneutical debate in American law today relates to new originalism. 3. The theory that legal meaning is just the meaning that the words of an authoritative legal text had for the average, competent speaker of the language at the time of enactment. New originalism strives to reduce legal judgment to a historiographic inquiry that answers an empirical question. Proponents insist that legal interpretation can be objective if it is yoked to the fixed linguistic. 365. Gadamer and jurisprudence. 365. Meaning of the legal text. In sharp contrast, Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics exposes the implausibility of new originalist methods. More important, Gadamer provides a theoretical account of judging in accordance with law, principally by rejecting the conclusion that the absence of an objective rule consigns judging to the subjective imposition of the judge's values. Gadamer's insistence that interpretation is effectuated historically and occurs only in the application of the text to a pressing case provides a robust rebuttal to the new originalist theory of legal meaning. New originalist theories of legal meaning. New originalism is founded on the fixation thesis, which asserts that textual meaning is fixed at the time of its adoption by legal authorities. Professor Larry Solomon, the leading legal theorist to defend the fixation thesis, explains that the object of constitutional interpretation is the communicative content of the constitutional text as that content was fixed when each provision was framed and/or ratified. Solomon 2015, 15. Solomon is quick to insist that the fixed meaning is not the same as the effective legal meaning, drawing the old distinction between interpreting the communicative content of a text and constructing the legal rule based on that content. Solomon 2015, 15. Interpretation is defined by the fixation thesis, but this is sufficient to provide an objective basis from which to construct the applicable legal rule. Interpretation is an empirical inquiry. The communicative content of a text is determined by linguistic facts, facts about conventional semantic meanings and syntax, and by facts about the context in which the text was written. Interpretations are either true or false, although in some cases we may not have sufficient evidence to show that a particular interpretation is true or false. Constructions are justified by normative considerations. This is true even in the cases where the constructions seem compelled by the meaning of the text. Solemn 2015, 12. Reducing interpretation to an empirical inquiry that is subject only to the available evidence of the fixed communicative content has become a leading jurisprudential theory of constitutional meaning in the United States. For the fixation thesis is not just a topic of academic debate. The late Justice Antonin Scalia famously advanced new originalism from his position on the Supreme Court as a matter of constitutional methodology. Justice Scalia ostensibly was motivated to reduce the power of judges by constraining their decisions to applications of clear rules, Scalia 1989b. In his early articulations of the theory, however, Justice Scalia acknowledges that new originalism is not without its warts, Scalia 1989a, 856, and concedes that there are significant challenges to uncovering the fixed communicative meaning. Properly done, the task requires the consideration of an enormous mass of material in the case of the Constitution and its amendments, for example, to mention only one element, the records of the ratifying debates in all the states. Even beyond that, it requires an evaluation of the reliability of that material. Many of the reports of the ratifying debates, for example, are thought to be quite unreliable. And further still, it requires immersing oneself in the political and intellectual atmosphere of the time, somehow placing out of mind knowledge that we have which in earlier age. 366. Francis J. Moots 3. 366. Did not, and putting on beliefs, attitudes, philosophies, prejudices and loyalties that are not those of our day. It is, in short, a task sometimes better suited to the historian than the lawyer. Scalia 1989a, 856-57. At the end of his career, Justice Scalia had replaced this careful and realistic assessment with a dogmatic and vitriolic assertion that new originalism provided certain answers to most legal questions that other justices were too obtuse or unprincipled to acknowledge and follow. Moots 2019b, 97. Professor Solemn's articulation of a theory of legal interpretation that must be tempered by the normative construction of a legal rule, and Justice Scalia's early acknowledgement that judges face steep epistemic challenges, seemingly indicate that new originalism will not be able to deliver the objectivity touted by its supporters. Recently, however, Justice Thomas Lee and Stephen Muritzen have initiated the next great defense of objective constitutional and statutory interpretation by arguing that corpus analysis can recuperate textual meaning as an empirical fact of the world. Lee and Muritzen 2018. They begin with the widely acknowledged principle that legal texts should be interpreted according to the ordinary meaning of the words. To critics who suggest that judges may manipulate the ordinary meaning of words by relying on intuitions and biases, they respond. Our thesis is that words have meaning, and that meaning can be theorized and measured using principles and methods devised in the field of linguistics. When we speak of ordinary meaning, we are asking an empirical question about the sense of a word or phrase that is most likely implicated in a given linguistic context. Linguists have developed computer-aided means of answering such questions. We propose to import those methods into the modern theory and practice of interpretation, and we identify problems in the methods that the law has been using to address these issues. Our proposed methodology is a set of tools utilized in a field called corpus linguistics. Corpus linguists study language through data derived from large bodies corpora of naturally occurring language. They look for patterns in meaning and usage in large databases of actual written language. And we think their methods may easily be adapted in a manner that will allow us to conceptualize and measure the standard picture of legal interpretation in a much more careful way. Lee and Muritzen 2018, 795. Lee and Muritzen are careful throughout their article not to overstate their claims. They acknowledge that ordinary meaning may not be discernible in some cases, or that there may be good reason to ignore the ordinary meaning in favor of other grounds for a decision in certain cases. Lee and Muritzen 2018, 795. Nevertheless, they claim that corpus analysis can resolve many cases objectively. 5. And so it goes. New originalists pursue the holy grail of an interpretive method that can constrain judges from enforcing their own policy preferences and bind them to scrupulously adhering to the fixed law. In contrast, Gadamer's account of legal interpretation undermines the plausibility of new originalism as a guide for, or account of, legal practice. Gadamer embraces an ontological account of meaning that precludes the fixation thesis and points toward a fundamentally different understanding of legal hermeneutics. 367. Gadamer and jurisprudence. 367. Gadamer's ontological account of understanding in Truth and Method. Gadamer famously develops a philosophical hermeneutics that uncovers the hermeneutical dimension of all understanding rather than cataloging methodological approaches to specific interpretive tasks. He provides an ontological account of interpretation as our way of being in the world. We do not understand a text by choosing to undertake a cognitive task of interpreting a meaning that exists independent of our inquiry. Put simply, interpretation is not an occasional, post facto supplement to understanding, rather, understanding is always interpretation, and hence interpretation is the explicit form of understanding. Gadamer 1989, 105. The subject does not stand apart from the text as an independent object in the world, rather, the subject enters into a playful encounter that occurs not only without goal or purpose, but also without effort. It happens, as it were, by itself. Gadamer 1989, 105. Later methodological efforts to precisify the meaning of a text are parasitic on the intersubjective experience of understanding as a fusion of horizons. Gadamer's claim that the ontology of understanding is a fusion of the horizon of the reader and the horizon of the text has often been misunderstood. The so-called fusion is always an incomplete and ongoing experience. There is no new synthesis that resolves all tensions between text and interpreter. A reader comes to the text with a forestructure of meaning that she brings into play and puts at risk before the horizon of meaning that is the text. Gadamer 1989, 388. Gadamer explains that all understanding is motivated by the dialectic structure of question and answer. We pose questions of the text, but it poses questions to us as well. Gadamer 1989, 361-62. Meaning is possible only on account of this playful questioning. Regarding the text as being lodged in a supposedly closed and objective past culture falsifies the historically affected meaning of the text and presupposes an interpreter from nowhere. Thus, if we are trying to understand a historical phenomenon such as a text from the historical distance that is characteristic of our hermeneutical situation, we are always subject to the effects of affective history. It determines in advance both what seems to us worth inquiring about and what will appear as an object of investigation. Gadamer 1989, 301. Understanding does not occur prior to, and outside of, application. The traditionary text is brought to bear in the present and is not subject to a neutral retrieval of a meaning that has been fixed in the past. Gadamer characterizes Aristotle's ethical philosophy as a model of Gadamer's ontological claim that understanding occurs only through application. Gadamer 1989, 312-24. Ethical decision-making does not begin with understanding a universal tenet and later applying it to a particular problem. Instead, understanding the tenet is inextricably bound up by the consideration of the ethical problem facing the interpreter. Gadamer concludes, if we relate Aristotle's description of the ethical phenomenon, and especially the virtue of moral knowledge to our own investigation, we find that his analysis in fact offers a kind of model of the problem of hermeneutics. We too determined that application is neither a subsequent nor merely an occasional part of the phenomenon of understanding, but CO determines it as a whole from the beginning. Here as with Aristotle's ethics, application did not consist in relating some pregiven universal to the particular situation. The interpreter dealing with a traditionary text tries to apply it to himself. But this does not mean that the text is given for him as something universal, that he first. 368. Francis J. Moots 3. 368. Understands it per se, and then afterward uses it for particular applications. Rather, the interpreter seeks no more than to understand this universal, the text, i.e., to understand what it says, what constitutes the text's meaning and significance. In order to understand that, he must not try to disregard himself and his particular hermeneutic situation. He must relate the text to this situation if he wants to understand at all. Gadamer 1989, 324, emphasis in original. Understanding occurs only in application, which is an incomplete and ongoing fusion of the horizon of the effective history of the text and the horizons of those posing questions to the text. The exemplary significance of legal hermeneutics. We need not hypothesize how Gadamer's ontology of understanding relates to law. At a critical juncture of truth and method, he contends that legal practice exemplifies his philosophical thesis. The practical demands of lawyering insulate practitioners from the methodological hermeneutics that has held sway for more than a century. Although theorists may seek to reduce legal interpretation to a recovery of objective meaning, the practical demands of judging require that the judge embrace the historical character of meaning. In law, the work of interpretation is to concretize the law in each specific case, i.e., it is a work of application. Gadamer 1989, 329, emphasis in original. This is not a destabilizing reality, but rather the core of legal certainty. It is part of the idea of the rule of law that the judge's judgment does not proceed from an arbitrary and unpredictable decision, but from the just weighing up of the whole. Anyone who has immersed himself in the particular situation is capable of undertaking this just weighing up. This is why in a state governed by law, there is legal certainty. And yet the idea of a perfect legal dogmatics, which would make every judgment a mere act of subsumption, is untenable. Gadamer 1989, 329-30. Although meaning does not exist apart from the historical character of understanding, this is not to claim that meaning is wholly subordinate to the interpreter's prejudices. The fusion of horizons signals Gadamer's insistence that the interpretive activity considers itself wholly bound by the meaning of the text. Neither jurist nor theologian regards the work of application as making free with the text. Gadamer 1989, 332. By claiming that understanding occurs in application as a fusion of horizons, Gadamer is insisting that understanding is inescapably historical. He rejects the project of historicism to rise above history in such a way as to ignore the researcher's embeddedness within it, and render his or her own standpoint insignificant. Veith 2015, 17. He emphasizes this point by arguing that there is no fundamental distinction between the judge and legal historian. Moots 2017, 164-67. Against the claim that the original meaning is fixed, and that a judge supplements the work of the historian by bringing that meaning to bear in the present, Gadamer argues that the historian also understands meaning only through application. The hermeneutical situation of both the historian and the jurist seems to me to be the same in that, when faced with any text, we have an immediate expectation of meaning. There can be no such thing as a direct access to the historical object that would objectively reveal its historical value. Gadamer 1989, 327-6. 369. Gadamer and jurisprudence. 369. The pragmatic task of a judge seeking to answer a current question of law is not a supplement to interpreting the meaning of the law, but instead is the very means by which the law has meaning. 7. Gadamer's conception of legal interpretation is easily misunderstood, and at times is turned inside out by commentators. For example, Ralph Pasher agrees that legal practice illustrates the nature of understanding, but he argues that Gadamer erred by placing a singular focus on the application of the text to current questions facing the interpreter. Pasher embraces the self-understanding of legal theorists, who regard meaning as the result of the intentions of the author, pragmatics, as well as the ordinary understanding of the words of the text, semantics. In easy cases the semantic and pragmatic meaning of the law will not diverge. The legislature will usually rely on expressions to convey its intentions that an average speaker would have chosen in the same circumstances. Pasher 2015, 453. The judge must apply the law in the sense that the empirical meaning of a text must be brought to bear on a particular problem. For example, the Constitution requires that the President be at least 35 years of age, and this can easily be interpreted to forbid a candidate born 30 years ago to serve. Interpretation may take effort, but it amounts to the application of an objective rule to resolve a dispute. Posher 2019, 327-35. Following Lieber's 19th-century hermeneutical philosophy of law, Posher 2019, 337, see Lieber 1839, Posher argues that interpretation can fail whether due to ambiguity, vagueness, or simply the failure to address the precise problem at hand. In this case, the judge must construct a legal rule to resolve the question, which threatens to undermine the goal of judicial deference to objective meaning. Posher 2015, 454-55. Although deeply entwined, Posher argues that construction is an element of legal decision-making that is wholly distinct from interpretation. Their nestedness in legal practice does not alter their fundamentally different nature. They are not distinct in purely quantitative terms, with one fading into the other, but in a sharp metaphysical sense, with one being an empirical, the other a normative enterprise, one being reconstructive, about finding the pre-existing law, the other creative or construction, about amending the law. Posher 2017, 208. Posher asserts that this distinction continues to be central to legal hermeneutics, citing new originalist theorists, Posher 2019, 351-52, and 37. Posher solves the apparently destabilizing necessity of construction by arguing that judges can avoid raw lawmaking by yoking their construction to the meaning of the text, even if the construction is not fully specified by that meaning. A legal construction must be justified as the attribution of a specific communicative intention to a text. Legal construction has to make the case that its content is an intention that an intentional subject could have connected to the text, that the construction is a construction of even though the real author of the text had no such intention in mind. If we do not or cannot rely on the actual intentions connected with an utterance, we must still justify our constructions as intentions that some intentional subject could plausibly have connected with them. The point is no longer to find an actual, empirically instantiated intention, but to construe a communicative intention that a 370. Francis J. Moots 3. 370. Sensible, rational, legally knowledgeable, intentional subject could have connected with the legal text for the specific case at hand. The justification is no longer empirical, but rational in the normative sense. Posher 2015, 458. See generally Posher 2017, 2019, 335-39. Construction is constrained by the requirement that the interpreter essentially create a fictive legislator with intentions that correspond with the meaning of the text. Posher rejects Gadamer's central thesis that law is never the recovery of a fixed meaning that is only later brought to bear on a particular problem through subsumption to the rule or construction of a fitting rule. He insists that interpretation and construction are distinct, even though construction is hermeneutic in character because it attends to the text. Posher 2017, 213-14, 218-22. Posher specifically rejects Gadamer's ontology of understanding as application. Posher 2015, 459-61. Instead, he argues that the complexity and intertwinement of interpretation and construction in legal hermeneutics is the genuine model for hermeneutics writ large. Posher 2015, 463. 8. Legal hermeneutics is an internally complex phenomenon sometimes encompassing difficult to distinguish, related, and intertwined activities. An analytical perspective that distinguishes the different elements can clarify the complex nature of hermeneutics. It can relate the different elements to different theoretical issues that are not specific to hermeneutics in the philosophy of language, action, rationality, and ontology. The law shows in many of its doctrinal and methodological aspects an intuitive awareness for these distinctions. The law distinguishes between interpretation and construction, between interpretation and judicial faculty of judgment, judice, between construction and association for contexts of justification and discovery, between interpretation and the exercise of discretion, and also between meaning and historical significance. In theoretically following up on the distinctions inherent in legal doctrine and methods, hermeneutics in general can live up to Gadamer's observation that there is something to be learned from looking at the law. Posher 2019, 347. Posher has flipped Gadamer's principal claim on its head. Gadamer argued that the dogmatic demands of legal practice in which the judge must reach a verdict that does justice, and cannot defer due to inadequate information reveals something important about the ontology of understanding. In contrast, Posher contends that it is the sophisticated methodological approaches developed by legal theorists that can be instructive for hermeneutical philosophers. Beyond originalism, recuperating the insights of philosophical hermeneutics, Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics brings clarity to the debates surrounding new originalist theory and practice. However, this clarity is often obscured by reading Gadamer methodologically, as Posher does, rather than as offering an ontological critique of methodological hermeneutics. Originalism continues to morph in response to what are perceived as epistemological limitations that can be overcome with further refinement of originalist methodologies. Solemn and Scalia declare that meaning is fixed but then concede the regrettable necessity of construction. The effort to objectify legal meaning continues to fall far short, spurring a relentless quest. 371. Gadamer and jurisprudence. 371. For methodological approaches such as corpus analysis that can constrain the judicial practice of interpreting and constructing, Gadamer provides the solution to the problem by dissolving the ontological assumptions of new originalism. It is impossible to separate interpretation and construction because all understanding occurs only in the context of providing an answer to a question posed by the reader. Interpretation is application, even if we can later render this indissoluble for analytical purposes. Consequently, interpretation is never the apperception of meaning that is fixed and invariable. There is merit in developing methodological approaches to understanding legal texts, but only if they align with the ontology of understanding. We find confirmation of this lesson in Lieber's early articulation of the hermeneutical features of legal practice. Writing in the mid-19th century, Lieber was influenced by Romantic hermeneutics to define meaning in terms of the intentions of the author. Lieber 1839, 17, 23, 99, 134. Lieber established the old originalism that ultimately failed and yielded to the new originalism embraced by Scalia and Solemn. On close reading, Lieber acknowledges the implausibility of any methodology of originalism being able to eliminate the need for judgment. Lieber begins by noting that only a closed system such as mathematics can communicate truths without need for interpretation and construction. Lieber 1839, 7, 39, 45. In ordinary discourse, language cannot establish the full manifold of meaning that will address issues for all time, because the contexts in which the text will be read are constantly changing. Lieber 1839, 42, 162-66. It is construction alone which saves us, in many instances, from sacrificing the spirit of a text of the object, to the letter of the texts, or the means by which that object was to be obtained, and without construction, written laws, in fact any laws or other texts, containing rules of actions, specific or general, would, in many cases, become fearfully destructive to the best and wisest intentions, nay frequently, produce the very opposite of what it was purposed to effect. Lieber 1839, 57-58. The inevitability of construction would appear to engender uncertainty and subvert the rule of law. Lieber's response to this challenge bears emphasis. Lieber emphasizes his commitment to stable practices of legal interpretation, but this is not achieved by assuming that interpretation is objective. A code is not a herbarium, in which we deposit law like dried plants. Let a code be the fruit grown out of the civil life of a nation, and containing the seed for future growth. The impossibility of closing the law, as it were, has already been acknowledged. Never has interpretation been dispensed with, never can it be dispensed with. This necessity lies in the nature of things, of our mind and our language. Liber 1839, 44-45. Because construction is always in play in determining textual meaning, it is dangerous, and so it is critical to strive the more anxiously to find out safe rules, to guide us on the dangerous path. Liber 1839, 64. He emphasizes that the need for construction does not empower the judge to proceed without rule or arbitrarily. He has to draw conclusions, of course correct and faithful ones, from the elements given in the text. Liber 1839, 58. The idea of correct and faithful interpretation is to find out the true sense and meaning, not to impart them, but since this true sense is occult hidden, we may be bound to use various means to arrive at it. To the 372. Francis J. Moots 3. 372. Best of our ability, and according to the conscientious desire of finding the true sense. Liber 1839, 66. This sensitive account by Liber acknowledges the impasse that all interpreters face when seeking objective interpretation, but also the necessity for the judge to be guided by the law, even if the law is not given as a fixed rule that can subsume the case at hand. There is a truth of the matter in legal interpretation, but the truth of the law's meaning in a particular case is achieved only through the exercise of what Liber terms common sense and good faith. Liber 1839, 29, 65. Because every demagogue, tyrant, or selfish man engages in extravagant construction of governing texts under the guise that the times demand it. Liber 1839, 137, Liber seeks a check. In the end, the polestar of legal and political hermeneutics is acting in good faith and in accordance with common sense. In no case of human life, in which we are called upon to act, to apply rules or to understand what others say, can we dispense with common sense and good faith, but they are peculiarly requisite in interpretation, because its object is to discover something that is doubtful, obscure, veiled, which, therefore may admit of different explanations. Common sense and good faith are the leading stars of all genuine interpretation. Be it repeated, our object is not to bend, twist, or shape the text, until at last we may succeed in forcing it into the mold of preconceived ideas, to extend or cut short in the manner of a Procrustes, but simply and solely to fix upon the true sense, whatever that may be. Good faith in interpretation means that we conscientiously desire to arrive at truth, that we honestly use all means to do so, and that we strictly adhere to it. When known to us, it means the shunning of subterfuges, quibbles and political shuffling. It means that we take the words fairly as they were meant. Liber 1839, 88-89, 93. Judging and legal argumentation have integrity, they are not the exercise of brute power. I contend that Liber presciently understood the ethical dimensions of legal interpretation that Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics uncovers through an ontological critique of method. New originalists seize upon Lieber's methodological distinction between interpretation and construction as a key to legal hermeneutics without appreciating his caveat that methodological rules cannot secure objective interpretations. Gadamer's ontology of understanding makes sense of Lieber's theory and also provides a means of understanding the scope of Lieber's reference to common sense and good faith. Understanding occurs in application, a fusion of horizons. Judging well entails a surrender to the fusion of horizons. Textual meaning is not an empirical fact to be discerned, but an activity of understanding that involves placing one's horizon of understanding at risk. Our nature as interpretive beings implies an ethic of understanding, a challenging call of conscience. Hermeneutical philosophy understands itself not as an absolute position but as a way of experience. It insists that there is no higher principle than holding oneself open in conversation. But this means, always recognize in advance the possible correctness, even the superiority of the conversation partner's position. Is this too little? Indeed, this seems to me to be the kind of integrity one can demand only of a professor of philosophy. And one should demand as much. Gadamer 1985, 189. 373. Gadamer and Jurisprudence. 373. Gadamer regards law as exemplary precisely because there is an effort by lawyers and judges to interpret with integrity, a practice that is reaffirmed by comparing it to instances of an interpreter seeking to impose his prejudices through disingenuous interpretations. Lieber was unable to push past the intentionalist philosophy of interpretation, but he clearly understood that no method could ensure accurate interpretations. Gadamer's ontological critique confirms Lieber's insights and provides a more sophisticated sense of good faith and common sense through his metaphors of play, fusion, and conversation. One might ask what we achieve by embracing Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics. He doesn't provide a method for objective interpretation, and so we are left with the fear that judges may impose their will. Rather than trying to avoid the reality of judgment by hiding behind an implausible method, we should embrace our condition and draw appropriate conclusions. We fail as faithful interpreters if we pretend to seek objective answers. Gadamer provides the intellectual framework to determine what it means to judge well under the conditions of uncertainty in all interpretive encounters. Authentically and honestly confronting the history of effects of the governing text, with regard to a particular question, and in a particular context, calls for an ethical activity that can be assessed and critiqued in accordance with hermeneutical principles. It bears emphasizing that judging well does not call on a judge to choose to adopt a strategy, as this would be an exercise of will. As Gadamer stresses, philosophical hermeneutics provides a phenomenology of understanding, an ontological description of what happens to us over and above or wanting and doing. Gadamer 1989, XXVIII. To judge well, the judge must comport herself in accordance with the nature of rhetorical knowledge, Moots 2019a. This means to hold herself open to the text as it has been received in the tradition and to relinquish subjective goals that would be achieved by imposing meaning on the text. Only by directly addressing what it means to judge, and what it means to judge well, can we best facilitate the hermeneutical knowledge upon which our democracy depends. Gadamer is a most trusted guide for this perilous journey. 28. Hermeneutic practice. What Gadamer has to teach nursing. Nancy J. Mules, Being All Too Human. Human sciences rather belong to orders that constantly configure and reconfigure themselves through our own concrete participation in them and thereby contribute to our knowledge about the human possibilities and normative commonalities that affect us. Thus, the human sciences bring us before ourselves. Of all the sciences, it is especially the so-called human sciences that contribute the most to the nurturing of these capacities. They force us to confront constantly in all its richness the entire scale of what is human and all too human. Gadamer 2016-1988, 41. As much as Gadamer is attributed with the explication of a philosophical hermeneutics, we see the ways that hermeneutics is less concerned with itself as a philosophy but the ways that we make sense of philosophy within living examples. In the discipline of nursing, among other practice disciplines such as psychology, education, and social work, Gadamer's philosophy of hermeneutics becomes applied to topics that inhabit our lives and professions, interpreting living examples of being in the world. This is philosophy as a verb, the action of philosophy, and catching it in the act and action of human concerns. Caputo 2015, 9, Mules and McCaffrey 2015, 1, 2016, 2. In his recent book, Hermeneutics, Facts and Interpretation in the Age of Information, John Caputo, 2018, 1845, dedicated a chapter called Gadamerian Nurses where he discusses his encounters with the nursing-led philosophy group, the Canadian Hermeneutic Institute, CHI, an annual gathering of practice professions such as nursing, psychology, social work, and education in an annual 3-day institute featuring a different renowned hermeneutic philosopher each year. The institute was founded in 2009 by Drives. Nancy Johnson, Debbie MacLeod, and Nancy Mules with the intent to bring together in creative dialogue scholars of hermeneutic philosophy and hermeneutic research in practice. To date, the CHI has hosted scholars Drs. David Jardine, John Caputo, Richard Carney, James Olthuis, Gail Weiss, Nicholas Davey, Jean Grondin, Kim McLaren, Walter Brogan, Theodore George, and James Risser. In the experience of these gatherings, hermeneutic philosophy meets the hermeneutic situation in the concrete, glowing white-hot and jumping off the pages of 377. What Gadamer has to teach nursing. 377. The Philosophy Books, Caputo 2015, 11. In many regards it was in these meetings, where the utility of philosophical hermeneutics became enacted, as it was applied to practice in professions such as nursing. In 2011, upon the inspiration of Dr. Richard Carney, we started the Journal of Applied Hermeneutics, which features the work of hermeneutics in its application to topics that inhabit our lives and professions. https://journalhosting.calgary.ca/index/php/ya/index. The strength of hermeneutics lies in its understanding of the interpretability of the world, and the journal allows a venue for philosophy and practice to intertwine and speak to each other. Nursing and hermeneutics, a natural fit. I make the substantive claim that nursing is interpretive. Nurses are situated in the middle of understanding, and understanding is interpretive in nature. The kinds of discretions that are called forth in the practice of nursing are about making sense of particulars, putting them in context, assigning relevance and meaning, and acting on the implications of that meaning. This is an interpretive practice that occurs in a shifting in-between, in the middle of relationships, contexts, and particularities. As such, nurses are brokers of understanding. In nursing, there is no such thing as an uninterpreted observation. Even the measure of an elevated blood pressure is contextualized. We ask, is the patient anxious, in pain, upset? Nurses innately are always in the process of contextualizing, appreciating that facts are not separate from the meaning of facts. Walsh 1996, 233. Caputo extends this critique of fact as truth. In hermeneutics, we defend the idea that there are no pure facts. Behind every interpretation lies another interpretation. We never reach an understanding of anything that is not an interpretation. No matter how loudly you proclaim you are just sticking to the facts, you are only raising the volume of your own interpretation. Caputo 2018, 4, emphasis in original. In subtle reference to the old expression of turtles, or rocks, all the way down, Wikipedia, ND, Caputo argues that interpretation goes all the way down, 2018, 4, and this very argument is at the heart of nursing practice. It is interpretation all the way down in nursing. Understanding occurs through language and in tradition, and nursing has long known this interpretive tradition. Interpretation is an interaction between a historically produced text and a historically produced reader. Allen 1995, 175. Nurses recognize the importance of history, how a disease developed, what symptoms came first, and when, and they know how to read this history into its current context of particularities. Therefore, the kinds of knowledge that come from hermeneutic research is knowledge that can be obtained, appreciated, and used by nurses, for nurses do have access to this kind of knowledge and, more importantly, a practice legacy of interpretive wisdom means they know what to do with it. Despite nurses' interpretive orientation to practice, an important question remains: how could a philosopher such as Gadamer have so much to teach a practice profession such as nursing? It is not a coincidence that nurse researchers have been drawn to this particular philosophy as a guide to approaching their topics of inquiry. Gadamer himself may or may not have been surprised by how hermeneutics resonates with nursing. One of Gadamer's concepts that speaks most naturally to nurses is his retrieval of phronesis, or practical wisdom. Nursing done well demonstrates the exercise of 378. Nancy J. Moules. 378. Judgment in the moment, drawing upon knowledge of various kinds, and applying it judiciously and helpfully according to the contours of the unique instance. McCaffrey and Moules 2016, 4. Nursing, since before it was even a named profession and was practiced at the hands of what were seen as healers or sometimes witches, Ehrenreich and English 2010, 1, has always drawn on practice wisdom, a refinement of sensibilities, and an acuity of perception that is practiced repeatedly. In earlier times there was the medicine man or the wise woman in the village. And then there was the almost paternal role of the family doctor. In smaller social structures there was a form of local praxis which did not expose the anxious patient to white coats and wearisome waiting rooms. But we live in the age of institutions and mass society. Science itself has become one such all-encompassing institution. Yet we must not deceive ourselves. There is no going back. What we need to do is to learn to build a bridge over the existing divide between the theoretician who knows the general rules and the person involved in practice who wishes to deal with the unique situation of this patient who is in need of care. Gadamer 1996-94. This kind of practice has always required tact in the way that Gadamer describes tact as a special sensitivity and sensitiveness to situations and how to behave in them, for which knowledge from general principles does not suffice. Gadamer 1989-1960, 16. Nursing is a profession that involves this sense of constant tact, employing a knowledge about what to pay attention to, and how to make sense of what is encountered, how to respond to it or not, and knowing when things should be passed over. But to pass over something does not mean to avert one's gaze from it, but to keep an eye on it in such a way that rather than knock into it, one slips by it. Gadamer 1989-1960, 16. Gadamer teaches nurses, as practitioners and researchers, how to keep an eye on things that need to be seen and understood, without necessarily addressing those things bluntly or indiscriminately. Gadamer teaches nurses to keep a focus on something without knocking into it or averting it. This is the attunement that Gadamer so carefully employed in conversation and thoughtful deliberation that nursing attempts to employ in practice. Tact truly is an art of special and knowledgeable sensitivity and of being willing to recognize and receive difference, otherness, and sometimes even warnings. In nursing, tact is what tethers practitioners to this sensitivity of knowing to look for difference, change, and response. Nursing is inherently dialogical, seeking answers to questions both said and unsaid, in both practice and in research. Nursing is inherently relational, and relationship is often the locus of hermeneutic application in research into the topics of interest to the discipline. The kinds of questions that nurses strive to answer or respond to in research in this discipline are questions of relationship, and Gadamer's centrality of dialogue as the portal to open understanding is clear. A hermeneutic practice, then, is one that regards relationships as complex, dialogical, historical, contextual, and changing. So, if nursing is inherently interpretive, then the hermeneutics of nursing must be practiced, and we become better in these relational endeavors and understandings only through practice. Hermeneutics is an honoring of the particular, the fecundity of the individual case. Gadamer 1989-1960, 38, and this power of the particular is vitally important in nursing. 379. What Gadamer has to teach nursing. 379. It is in the recognition of one voice, one experience, one diminishment of suffering, one experience of healing that our professions have always found their real power and their real, living knowledge. It is in the moment of being present at the death of one child, or watching one patient walk for the first time on artificial limbs, or the privilege of being present while this family hears bad news or good news. It is in the richness of the power of these individual, particular moments of grace, kinship, and human relationship where the professions have always found their own graceful and powerful place in the context of one human life, here and now, in this, and this, and this. Mools et al. 2013, 2. To be an experienced practitioner, knowledge becomes not a commodity to be stored and then applied but rather a kind of readiness for the arrival of something new, a hermeneutic wager of welcome to what we cannot see coming. Caputo 2015, 13. Experience also requires humility, it must be permeable and receptive to the new, and not simply a response from knowledge already held and assumed. Hermeneutics teaches us, then, that nursing practice requires more than scientific and technical knowledge and professional experience. Gadamer 1996, 172. Technical knowledge does not ask the question of the good or the just. Gadamer 2007b, 232, as understanding, then, is more passion than an action. Gadamer 1989-1960, 366. The influence of hermeneutics on practice invites us to not apply rules to cases or particulars, but to apply particulars or cases to rules, responding to the demands of the new case. Application is neither a subsequent nor merely an occasional part of the phenomenon of hermeneutic understanding, but codetermines it as a whole from the beginning. But this does not mean that the text is given for him as something universal, that he first understands some pregiven universal per se, and then afterward uses it for particular applications. Rather, the interpreter seeks no more than to understand this universal, i.e., to understand what it says, what constitutes its meaning and significance. In order to understand that, he must not try to disregard himself and his particular hermeneutical situation. He must relate it to this situation if he wants to understand at all. Gadamer 1989-1960, 324. The individual case on which judgment works is never simply a case, it is not exhausted by being a particular example of a universal law or concept. Rather, it is always an individual case, and it is significant that we call it a special case, because the rule does not and cannot comprehend this individuality. Gadamer 1989-1960, 39. Recognizing and acknowledging the individual case requires practice, and hermeneutic practice is not automatic. Bildung demands effort and practice. Hermeneutic experience has an ethical dimension of choosing to make oneself available to the difficulty of life. The Pathii Ma Those, Mules et al. 2013, 8. For example, in a medical specialization such as oncology, we see it as a practical science of handling natural science research. However, it is also a practice that is deeply hermeneutic in character. Oncology is always contingent, next case handling, and is not identifiable simply as something determined and guided by natural sciences alone. In the face of this, we 380. Nancy J. Mules 380. Propose that there is an obvious, profound, and natural fit of hermeneutic research in understanding the lives, relationships, suffering, and experiences that are affected by cancer. Mules et al. 2013, 1. Within this practice we recognize the importance, vitality, and generativity of the individual case even in the face of the amassed, verified, and aggregate knowledge that is derived from the natural science research. I am not claiming that hermeneutic practice is unique to nursing. On the contrary, I would offer that hermeneutic practice is embedded within and implicated in human understanding. This is not just a repeat of Gadamer's claim of universality but the linking of universality to application in practice. I explore this practice through the prism of a specific view of nursing, but other practice disciplines, such as education, therapy, medicine, or social work, are intrinsically hermeneutic. I supervise a Doctor of Philosophy in Nursing candidate who is also studying for his Doctor of Medicine degree. He claims that, as a medical doctor, he aims to practice hermeneutic medicine. I asked him what this means to him and he said that he wants to approach his patients with the same carefulness and attentiveness that he has approached his hermeneutic research. Approaching in this way involves a curiosity and wonder, an openness to what is unknown and not anticipated, and a leaning towards finding truth in what the other is saying. When we listen to find the truth in another, we are truly listening to the other. When we listen to find how what the other says agrees with what we already know, we are only listening to ourselves. The possibility that the other might be right is the soul of hermeneutics. Gadamer at the Heidelberg Colloquium, July 9, 1989, cited in Grondin 1994, 12. Hermeneutic medicine, then, like hermeneutic nursing and all good hermeneutic practice, is a careful attentiveness to the other. Hermeneutic practice is an openness to the difference and newness that might come to meet us. More than this, it is a discernment that helps us greet difference tactfully and a sense of how to welcome what needs to be welcomed while we anticipate what might need to be mitigated. We cannot understand without wanting to understand, that is, without wanting to let something be said. Gadamer 2007a, 129. Understanding does not occur when we try to intercept what someone wants to say to us by claiming we already know it. Gadamer 1976-1964, 102. Finally, hermeneutics, like nursing, requires a practice amid uncertainty and ambiguity, a willingness to tolerate unknowingness and awe, being prepared to meet the unexpected and, more importantly, to respond to it. Gadamer claimed that hermeneutic work is based on a polarity of familiarity and strangeness, and, the true locus of hermeneutics is this in-between. Gadamer 1989-1960, 295, recognizing that things are never quite this or are quite that, or sometimes they are both this and that. Nursing strives to embrace the ability to find space and tolerance in suffering, the in-between. Hermeneutic research. In the book Conducting Hermeneutic Research, Moules, McCaffrey, Field, and Lang, 2015, apply Gadamer's philosophy to hermeneutic research. The intent behind this endeavor was not to prescribe a formulaic research method but to offer a philosophically grounded approach to researching the human condition. Method, in this applied and practical sense, is not a scientific method but rather akin to the deeper etymological sense of making one's way along, meta, the path, odos, to truth, Caputo 2015, 11. This research enacts features of Gadamerian philosophy such as application and phronesis, universality and finitude, historically affected consciousness. 381. What Gadamer has to teach nursing. 381. Language, conversation and dialogue, play, prejudices, the hermeneutic circle as a metaphor of understanding, Erlebnis, and Erfahrung, Bildung, fusion of horizons, tact, althea, and transformation into structure. In the discipline of nursing, we have been guided by Gadamer's work for over 20 years. The dissertations of hermeneutic studies in nursing alone are prolific. Some of the topics from our own Faculty of Nursing at the University of Calgary that have been researched hermeneutically include families and cardiac disease, therapeutic letters, grief, spirituality, advanced care planning, experiences of families with children with progressive life-limiting illness, Buddhism and mental health nursing, vicarious trauma on nurses working in mental health, families living with a family member with treatable but incurable cancer, children's cancer camps, family presence during resuscitation, sexuality, relationships, and spinal cord injury, grandparents' experiences of childhood cancer, impacts of deaths of children on pediatric oncology nurses, impacts of cancer on adolescent sexuality, on boyfriends and girlfriends of adolescents with cancer, and on parental relationships, grief and social media, the artwork of dying children, and pediatric oncology nurses' relationships with families of children with cancer. These studies are hermeneutic in nature in terms of how they are approached, conducted, analyzed, and presented. The end result is a dissertation/thesis if it is a graduate student, or, if a faculty member, a research paper or papers that demonstrate a rich, thick interpretation of the topic under inquiry. Because nursing is a practice profession, it is always the intent to disseminate the interpretations of the studies back to practice so that it can make a difference in how we conceptualize, understand, and guide our practices. The studies, therefore, become practical and active and have what has been termed an actionability or utility. Sandalowski 2004, 1367. Utility can come in the form of initiating instrumental change. Sandalowski 2004, 1361, in terms of the research having a concrete application in a tangible and visible way, but it can also hold symbolic utility, using the research as a persuasive lever to change policy or legitimize a position or practice. However, more often, hermeneutic research into human experiences results in a conceptual utility. Sandalowski 2004, 1372, where change happens at the level of thinking about people, practices, problems, or relationships. It is well documented that when thinking changes, behaviors and practices follow. One such example is the study conducted on grandparents' experiences of having a grandchild with cancer, Moules et al. 2012, 119. Upon publication of the interpretations of this study, the articles were distributed both to practitioners in the field and also to grandparents undergoing this experience. It has been reported from pediatric oncology centers across Canada, the United States, Ireland, and Australia that nurses and physicians who read the study altered their practices to attend to grandparents as members of the family who experienced both a doubled hurting for their own children as well as the grandchild, and a silenced protecting their own children from their own worry impact of the cancer experience. Grandparents who read the studies reported a sense of kinship and understanding in knowing they were not alone in their suffering and finding advice from other grandparents in how to respond to the experience. For each of the studies identified above, practice examples could be drawn in similar ways because the hermeneutic research undertaken in nursing is not intended to just reach an understanding of the topic simply out of interest and curiosity but more out of an obligation to allow understanding to make a difference in the ways nurses address suffering. The interpretations that arise from this kind of research guide the nurse into greeting the unexpected and unanticipated in the sense of necessitating an openness to thinking differently about nursing practice within a context where practitioners are embedded within the topic. Practiced pediatric oncology nurses are invited to think differently and discern if this thinking differently compels them to act differently. Hermeneutic research findings invite practitioners. 382. Nancy J. Mules. 382. To reflect on practice, suspend certainty, and be open to the possibility that there might be better ways to practice with different results. This is the notion of application that Gadamer invokes, application that is situational and flexible according to a structure of understanding, conditioned by historically affected consciousness. Application is interpretation within a concrete situation that is reinterpreted in light of changing circumstances. Therefore, principles are reinterpreted in light of circumstances and circumstances reinterpreted in light of principles. Mules et al. 2015, 50. Research guided by Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics can be enacted in many ways ranging from interpretation of many forms of text. Text can be generated through interviews with research participants who have something to offer in understanding the topic of investigation and transcribed from recordings of the interviews to written text. Analysis of text of literature, art, music, poetry, film, or drama is often incorporated. An address of the topic is the common starting point for hermeneutic research. Understanding begins when something addresses us. Gadamer 1989-1960, 299. Being caught in some aspect of the world's regard is an experience of being caught off guard and asked to take note of something because it is important. Mules et al. 2015, 71. The interruption of an address calls us to be unsettled and unknowing addresses can erupt suddenly or arrive slowly, where the topic begins to both haunt us and hide itself from understanding. The address of a topic involves a troubling and problematization. Understanding begins with an address but it only begins there. Mules et al. 2015, 83, emphasis in original. Gadamer is not suggesting that things are not already in the world prior to us attending to them. Things are available for us, but rather than just a call or summons, there is also choice involved in what we choose to attend to. As Mules et al. Explain. In the bigger picture of the conduct of hermeneutic inquiry, we start here with the experience of address the ways one is called by topics, invited into positions of curiosity and wonder, tethered by what is known, and untethered by the possibilities of what remains to be discovered. Address is the call to and uncovery as well as the call to recovery of what was forgotten. It is the beacon that summons and lures us to topics, but also the quiet warning and reminder that we are obligated to do well by them. Mules et al. 2015, 84. Research conversations as research interviews. As mentioned, the text to be interpreted is very often generated through interviews with people who know something of the topic and help to produce rich, thick descriptions of their experiences or understandings. Unlike interviews in a formal interrogative sense, interviews in our research take on the form of deliberate conversations. In hermeneutic research, subjects are referred to as participants. As Gadamer reminds us, participation is a strange word. Participation is not taking parts, but in a way taking the whole. Everyone who participates in something does not take something away, so that others cannot have it. The opposite is true. By sharing, by our participating in the thing in which we are participating, we enrich them, they do not become smaller, but larger. Gadamer 1984, 64. 383. What Gadamer has to teach nursing. 383. In interviewing participants, we look to having conversations with those who can help us move towards an understanding of the topic. These interviews, which are conducted in the spirit of conversations, Latin root conversa, meaning to turn around together, become the data that are transcribed to text to be interpreted. These are intentional conversations that do not try to mirror Gadamer's notion of a genuine conversation, which was never intended to describe a therapeutic conversation or a research interview. Instead, the interviews reflect the openness in dialogue that Gadamer insists is necessary to make any conversation work. We seek conversation not only in order to understand the other person better. Rather, we need it because our own concepts threaten to become rigid, and also because when we say something we want the other person to understand what we are thinking. My own efforts at thinking are led by yet another evident fact: the problem is not that we do not understand the other person, but that we don't understand ourselves. Gadamer 2007c, 371. Unlike other research methods, the researcher does not enter into the research conversation with a set script of questions to be asked. Although there may be guiding questions, and certainly it is acknowledged that some questions are better than others, the conversation is guided by the topic and by understanding the topic under inquiry. Unlike Gadamer's above quote, in our research, it is perhaps not so much about coming to understand ourselves, but to understand the topic under study in a new, different, or more expansive way. In this regard, it is almost as though the topic is having a conversation with the participants and the researcher. Analysis, interpretation. We do not take up hermeneutic philosophy as a research method to encapsulate the object of inquiry. Rather, hermeneutic research is a way to encounter the questionability of the topic at hand. Hermeneutics, Gadamer teaches us, is the art of strengthening, and paying attention to what happens to us over and above our wanting and doing. Gadamer 1989-1960, XXVIII. Nursing, like hermeneutics, is an art of being open to the possibility that the other might be right, and in this openness, this strengthening, dialogue is central and necessary. Analysis in hermeneutic research is about arriving at interpretations of data that extend understanding of the phenomenon of inquiry, or more often called, the topic. Topics come with topos, meaning they are located in something, they are placed in something, and in nursing, this location or place is very often in the human condition, a condition that very often concerns health. Interpretation moves outward through the perspectives offered by each participant and returns inward to turn back to the topic in a transformative way that is reflective of the worldliness of the topic itself. In interpretation of the interviews that are typically recorded and transcribed to text, the researcher engages with the text as data to be understood. A person trying to understand a text is rather prepared for it to tell him something. That is why a hermeneutically trained consciousness must be, from the start, sensitive to the text's alterity. Gadamer 1989-1960, 269. In engaging with the text, the researcher then opens a world of other things that inform understanding, as the text leads him or her to other literature, theories, poetry, art, research that might too have something to offer in this interpretive endeavor. As interpretation opens up and begins to reveal the topic, other voices begin to enter and help to flesh out the interpretation into one that holds understanding, resonance, and coherence. 384. Nancy J. Mules. 384. Interpretive writing. Nothing is so purely the trace of the mind as is writing, but nothing is so dependent on the understanding mind either. That is why the capacity to read, to understand what is written is like a secret art, even a magic that frees and binds us. Gadamer 1989-1960, 163. The interpretive writing that occurs in hermeneutics has a discernible signature. David 2006, 18. As the researcher moves to think with the data, moving it from interpretive conjectures to fully elaborated and revealing interpretations that uncover something. Thus, Althea is the character of hermeneutic writing, uncovering, unconcealing, opening, remembering, and enlivening. Mools 2015, 1. There is undoubtedly a question of style involved in philosophical hermeneutic writing, a valuing of creative expression that goes against the grain of contemporary belief that technical language necessarily betokens substance. This is one of the challenges of hermeneutic research, both because it is not easy to do and because style cannot be allowed to run away with sense and purpose. McCaffrey et al. 2012, 221. As creative as interpretive writing is, it also has to take responsibility for holding the topic well, not allowing a seduction of engaging writing to obscure the clarity necessary to represent understanding of the topic. The interpretations and the expression of them necessarily must be supported by the data obtained in the interview and by other forms of knowledge, theory, and philosophy. While maintaining the generative spirit of interpretive writing, one needs to remain scholarly and citaceous. If one pursues a hermeneutic study, it is not enough to write about different things. I must also write differently, in a way that acknowledges, attends, and waits upon the agency of the world. Jardine 2008, 110, emphasis in original. The totality of a lived context has entered into and is present in the thing. And we belong to it as well. Our orientation to it is always something like our orientation to an inheritance that this thing belongs to, be it from a stranger's life or from our own. Gadamer 1994-1960, 192. The character of interpretive writing is discernible through a creative, evocative, engaging expression of the understanding of the topic. In striving towards understanding something, interpreting it, the expression of it in writing strives to embrace respectfully the depth of the topic and the complexity of it. As an example, Dr. Catherine Lang at the University of Calgary was studying the meaning of children's cancer camps to children and families. Her very last paragraph in her doctoral thesis is a sophisticated embodiment of all of her interpretations throughout the thesis and in a few short sentences captures the beauty and complexity of the topic of children's cancer camps. Camp is a vast, open, empty space that is full of possibilities for new understandings, diminished suffering, and the telling of stories. Its empty space becomes filled with words, stories, emotion, laughter, and play, kinship, fit, and community, and often, pain and suffering can be left there, to echo through the trees. Lang 2013, 163. 385. What Gadamer has to teach nursing. 385. Summary, living hermeneutic practice. In nursing, hermeneutics compels us as practitioners and researchers to live in the world differently, to not just interpret the world but act differently within it. Understanding requires this of us because it is not a passive event, rather a living, oxygenated, and actively responsive experience. There is an obligation that comes with knowing something, and I do not think that Gadamer would have disagreed with the Chilean neurobiologist, Humberto Maturana, who wrote, "The knowledge of knowledge compels. It compels us to adopt an attitude of permanent vigilance against the temptation of certainty. It compels us to recognize that certainty is not a proof of truth. It compels us to realize that the world everyone sees is not the world but a world we bring forth with others. It compels us to see that the world will be different only if we live differently. It compels us because, when we know that we know, we cannot deny, to ourselves or to others, that we know." Maturana and Varela 1992, 245. Davy, 2006, 16, suggested that hermeneutics does not constitute a philosophical position but a philosophical disposition, inhabiting the tense and liminal space of being in between. This hermeneutic wager on understanding and openness in liminal spaces has much at stake in nursing, for what we strive to understand are matters of human consequence and situations that may likely occur in between and are often inhabited or accompanied by suffering. Nursing knows something of human suffering and embraces it. What it means to be human and all too human, Gadamer 2016-1988, 41, is the connection that nursing makes in linking Gadamer's philosophy to the real world of human experience, suffering, and understanding, accepting the obligation to help others flourish in the difficult and ongoing task of living well with and for others in just institutions. Ricoeur 1992, 352. Perhaps what nursing has to remind philosophy is that concepts are always much more than well-articulated and well-argued logic. Concepts live in and are enacted in the frail and exquisite human conditions of mortality, suffering, life, grief, birth, and love. 29. Gadamer's critique of historicism. Andersdenstedt. History as magistra vitae. History did not become an academic pursuit until the 19th century. Of course, history has been pursued in something like its modern form ever since Greek antiquity. Before the 19th century, however, history was often seen as a magistra vitae, that is, as a teacher of life. 2. On this view, the task of the historian is to extract teachings of relevance to the present from the past. Historical study does not provide knowledge which is only, or even primarily, historical in its function, although it should be faithful to the facts. It was not until the 19th century that history became seen as a distinct and autonomous form of historical knowledge that has a value in itself. 3. History is not, it began to be argued at this time, a mere means for political, moral, or social ends, or even a form of inquiry that may incidentally aid in achieving such ends. It is a scientific enterprise engaged in wholly for its own sake. Leopold von Ranke, 1795–1886, one of the leading figures of the new science of history, famously said, "To history has been assigned the office of judging the past, of instructing the present for the benefit of future ages." To such high offices this work does not aspire, it wants only to show how it actually was. Wie es eigentlich gewesen, Ranke 1874, 7, my translation. To be sure, Ranke holds that history is instructive but only in the sense that everything human is worth knowing, Ranke 1973, 61. History should not attempt to instruct the present age in, for example, political or moral questions. If it wants to be scientific, it should only provide knowledge of the past. History is not pragmatic history, that is, it cannot be justified pragmatically through appeal to an external function that it may allegedly perform. For a heightened sense of what was perceived as the distinctiveness of historical contexts emerged at this time. Historians began to worry about the danger of anachronism, that is, the danger of misapplying current modes of thought to historical contexts where they do not belong. Ranke believed that each century has its unique essence and that pragmatic history therefore runs the risk of anachronistically imposing the concerns and assumptions of the present on the past. Ranke 1973, 61. The historian who assumes that one epoch may be used in order to understand another is more susceptible to this mistake than the historian who is simply trying to know the past as such, although both of them have to guard against anachronism. And the philosopher and historian Wilhelm Dilthey, 1833–1911, criticized the pragmatic history. 388. Andersdenstedt. 388. Writing of Enlightenment philosophers and historians, Dilthey 1996, 382–83. This form of history writing rested, Dilthey argued, on the anachronistic assumption that the beliefs and actions of historical figures can be understood independently of the specific circumstances under which they occurred, so that knowledge of them can guide thought and conduct in the present. And the philosopher G. W. F. Hegel, 1770–1831, famously said the following about pragmatic history. Rulers, statesmen, and nations are often advised to learn the lesson of historical experience. But what experience and history teach is this: that nations and governments have never learned anything from history or acted upon any lessons that they might have drawn from it. Each age and each nation finds itself in such peculiar circumstances, in such a unique situation individuellen Zustande, that it can and must make decisions with reference to itself alone. Hegel 1975, 21. Let us briefly note two examples of views against which Hegel, Ranke, and Dilthey reacted in this context. Enlightenment philosophers and historians tended to believe, and thereby continued the tradition that saw history as a magistra vitae, that the function of history is to provide inspiring or deterring examples of trans-historical kinds of human thought and conduct. See, for example, Voltaire 1973, 44. So the claim that history is a magistra vitae may be understood in a double sense as saying both that history writing is a teacher of the past in judging its merits and faults, as it were, and that the past, when judged in this way, functions as a teacher of the present. And the philosopher and historian David Hume, 1711–76, argued that information about the past is directly and practically relevant to our understanding of the present because of the constancy of human nature. He said, "Its history's chief use is, to discover the constant and universal principles of human nature, by showing men in all varieties of circumstances and situations, and furnishing us with materials from which we may form our observations and become acquainted with the regular springs of human action and behavior." Hume 1976, 83. An increased sense of the need for methodological reflection developed when history emerged as an academic discipline. And it was held that a key ingredient of this reflection is an awareness of the distinctive nature of historical contexts. This awareness was called historical consciousness, Geschichtliches Bewusstsein. According to representatives of the new science of history, Enlightenment historians and philosophers, and the whole tradition which saw history as a magistra vitae, lacked this consciousness and rather naively tried to use the past for present purposes without noticing differences between the historical contexts in question. The rise of historicism, historismus, is a designation for a cluster of views, some of which we have noted in Hegel, Ranke, and Dilthey, for example, that historical consciousness is of crucial importance, that pragmatic history is unscientific, or that it at least runs the risk of being unscientific, and that historical contexts are more distinctive phenomena than previously assumed. 5. 389. Gadamer's critique of historicism. 389. Now, Gadamer is very critical of historicism. 6. He says, "Historicism, which sees historical determination bidding feet everywhere, has destroyed the pragmatic meaning of historical studies. Its refined art of understanding weakens the strength to value Wertung unconditionally, in which the ethical reality die sit like reality of life consists. Its epistemological culmination is relativism, its consequence is nihilism." Gadamer 1994, 27-7. What does this terse passage mean? Let me offer an interpretation of it that is admittedly underdetermined by what it explicitly says, but that I shall try to substantiate somewhat more fully in what follows. Historicism weakens, Gadamer perhaps holds, our spontaneous tendency to assess claims and actions, etc. in terms of their perceived validity and worth, and thus to value unconditionally. It is in this sense that historicism weakens the ethical reality of life. 8. Instead of taking a stand on the value of historical phenomena, historicism understands them as examples of determination by, for example, the spirit of the age in question. It thereby practices a disinterested, refined and unspontaneous form of understanding. In this way it destroys the pragmatic meaning of history and its potential to function as magistra vitae. But one may ask why historicism should lead to nihilism, which is the view that there is no meaning or value in a given domain, or more generally. Indeed, a key component of historicism, and Gadamer is of course aware of this after all, was the view that there are values and meanings everywhere in history. For instance, Ranke says that he imagines God, as seeing the whole of historical humanity, and finding it all equally valuable. Ranke 1888, Part 2, 5-6, my translation. The task of the historian is to approximate to this divine impartiality without favoring any epoch over the others, the historian's own epoch included. 9. And views of this kind were frequent in historicism in general. So Gadamer's claim that nihilism, here understood as a nihilism of value, is a consequence of historicism is quite hard to understand. According to Dilthey, Enlightenment philosophers and historians failed to understand historical phenomena like war and religious fanaticism, and mistakenly dismissed them as absurd or even deranged. This mistake resulted from a lack of understanding of the force that the historical context may exert on the individual. Dilthey 1996, 344-46. The task of the historian is to understand the meaning, for example, actions had for the people who performed them, and this understanding cannot be achieved independently of an understanding of the contexts in question. And such claims were also quite common in historicism more generally. So Gadamer's view that nihilism, here understood as a nihilism of meaning, is a consequence of historicism is also quite difficult to understand. Is historicism a form of skepticism? Skepticism may perhaps be understood as weakening what Gadamer calls the strength to value unconditionally insofar as it undermines our everyday confidence in certain claims to knowledge, and as conforming to his account of historicism in that respect. Let us consider Dilthey and ask ourselves if he was a historicist in a skeptical sense. He certainly believed that history can be scientific and was no skeptic in that domain. However, philosophy is different. Dilthey says, "The anarchy of philosophical systems continually provides one of the most compelling reasons for skepticism. Historical consciousness of the limitless variety of such systems contradicts the claim each of them makes to universal validity in a way which supports the skeptical spirit much more powerfully than any systematic argument." Dilthey 1976, 133, translation modified. 390. Andersdenstedt. 390. And this view would not appear to be an example of that disinterestedness as regards the truth value of claims that Gadamer sees in historicism. The anarchy of philosophical systems sometimes seems to create an unsettling skepticism in Dilthey. To be sure, historical consciousness of this anarchy does not lead to a skeptical argument in Dilthey. It rather leads to the procedure that we shall now consider. Dilthey classifies metaphysical systems according to a small number of types that they belong to. These types are the following: I. Objective idealism, Plato, Hegel, Leibniz; 2. Idealism of freedom, Kant, Bergson; and 3. Naturalism, Dilthey 1976, 122-23, 147f. Metaphysics should be replaced by a classification of metaphysical systems according to these types. And this view seems to be beyond skepticism in the sense that it does not doubt or deny that we may have knowledge or justification in metaphysics, which would be skeptical positions. Dilthey treats claims as types of claim without raising the question of their epistemic status. One might perhaps even say that he disregards their presumption of being truth claims. Dilthey in this context seems to treat them as attempts to create metaphysical systems belonging to the respective types, and not as attempts to reach the truth. He does not even appear to treat them as in principle failed attempts to reach the truth. Dilthey thus says that historical consciousness rises above the systematic effort of philosophy as traditionally conceived, Dilthey 1931, 161. But historical consciousness does not argue against this effort, which is what skepticism does. Historical consciousness simply notes that different philosophical systems have been created and subscribed to in history, without denying that they constitute knowledge. Maybe it is this that Gadamer has in mind when he says that historicism has alienated, from det, philosophy in treating it as a series of system buildings, Systembauten, Gadamer 1987b, 87. If Dilthey is not a skeptic, or at least not a consistent skeptic, is he then a relativist, and does he thereby illustrate Gadamer's claim that relativism is the culmination of historicism? Now, relativism does not say that there are no truths at all. It rather says that there are as many truths as there are, for example, communities of believers. Truth is a function, contextually produced and relative, but real nonetheless, of the community in question. But relativism does, of course, deny that there is an absolute truth irrespective of any community of believers. By contrast, Dilthey does not affirm or deny the truth, absolute or relative, of claims. He excludes their truth value from consideration altogether. In any case, this is one of Gadamer's allegations about historicism, and it does seem appropriate as regards Dilthey's typology of metaphysical systems. But relativism says that communities of believers function as truth makers, and Dilthey does not seem to have assumed that metaphysical beliefs are made true in that way. To be sure, Dilthey says that every worldview Weltanschauung is historically conditioned bedingt, and therefore limited and relative. Dilthey 1931, 222, my translation. And this may sound like a relativist claim. However, an aspect of the human experience of life as such, irrespective of any community of believers, is, Dilthey holds, captured by each of the types of metaphysics: objective idealism the experience of value, idealism of freedom the experience of willing, and naturalism the experience of being determined by nature. Metaphysical claims are expressions of life, Lebensausserungen, in this sense, Dilthey 2002, 168. And this is not a relativist claim. Each type of metaphysics is partial in its understanding of life and reality in a more general sense, and this is what its relative nature consists in. But one may ask what Dilthey means by saying that every worldview is historically conditioned, and that it is this fact which somehow makes claims limited and relative. The types of metaphysics exist side by side, but history selects among them. Dilthey 1976, 141. The experience of life gives rise to all these types in any historical context. But the unconditional positing of one of them as valid and the dismissal of the others as invalid by a majority of the people in question results from the limitation of the historical context. Dilthey 2002. 391. Gadamer's critique of historicism. 391. 194. So it is not the truth, or even the content, of the types of metaphysics that is historically conditioned and relative, but rather the status of one of them as dominant worldview and the status of the others as minority worldviews. This is not a relativist claim to the effect that the historical context makes claims, relatively, true. For reasons such as these, Gadamer's view that relativism is the culmination of historicism is also quite difficult to understand when applied to Dilthey. So what does Gadamer object to in this context? Dilthey seems to have assumed that metaphysical claims are unintentional reports on the human experience of life, and that they should not be treated even as in principle failed attempts to deal with, let alone to adequately account for, their purported subject matter, that is, reality in a more general sense, which would be skeptical views in this regard. And Gadamer rejects this claim. A text that is treated as an expression of life in this way is not, he tells us, taken seriously in its claim to truth. Gadamer 1989, 297. Of course, an author may very well intend to express his experience of life, in which case Gadamer would perhaps not object to Dilthey's approach. What Gadamer objects to is the general reduction of claims to truth to such expressions. According to Gadamer, this reduction is at odds with the tenor of everyday conversation, Gespräch, where the focus is precisely on the subject matter of claims. And historical science generally should try to respect this tenor. Only if the conversation partner has shown himself to be, for example, systematically untrustworthy or mistaken, and not only occasionally untrustworthy or mistaken, is the focus on the subject matter replaced by a perception of him as, unintentionally, expressing himself in his claims. And Gadamer argues that historicism regrettably perceives the claims of the past as expressive phenomena in a similar way. Historicism and the history of philosophy. Let us turn to a somewhat more general consideration of the study of philosophy's history in our attempt to understand Gadamer's critique of historicism. The historian of philosophy does not normally ask whether the claims that she studies are true. She is only trying to understand them. And one might ask if this really destroys the pragmatic meaning of historical studies, as Gadamer, as we have seen, puts his critique of historicism. The historian of philosophy that is simply trying to understand what authors are saying need not proceed in this way due to, for example, any prior, skeptical conviction that metaphysics is futile, and that one should thus restrict oneself to trying to understand and not raise questions of truth value. By contrast, the skeptic believes that metaphysical knowledge, or even justification in this domain, is impossible. She is not simply trying to understand what authors are saying and tries to go beyond their self-understanding in a way that differs from the normal approach of the historian of philosophy. But neither the skeptical approach nor the approach of the historian of philosophy who is simply trying to understand has to be at odds with a perception of the history of philosophy as a magistra vitae with pragmatic meaning. According to a possible skeptical view, the teachings that can be had from the history of philosophy are negative, but they are nevertheless relevant to us insofar as we are still engaged in attempts to answer the philosophical questions involved. Similarly, the historian of philosophy who is simply trying to understand may achieve insights regarding historically variable ways of answering such questions. Although she does not assess their truth value, she may nevertheless take an interest in the history of philosophy that is not purely historical. Faced with a historical plurality of beliefs in a certain domain, she may come to relate to her own beliefs in that domain in a more reflective way than before. But Gadamer sometimes seems to hold that an approach to the history of philosophy that is not purely historical must involve a decision as regards the truth value of claims. He laments. 392. Anders Edenstedt. 392. The attempt to simply understand what an author is saying and describes the approach which he objects to in this context thus. This, then, is the clear hermeneutical demand, to understand a text in terms of the specific situation in which it was written. A person trying to understand a text, does not, apply anwenden what it says to himself. He is simply trying to understand what the author is saying, and if he is simply trying to understand, he is not interested in the objective truth of what is said, not even if the text itself claims to teach truth. Gadamer 1989, 334-35. Now, the expression "not interested in the objective truth" is ambiguous. It may mean that the interpreter does not believe that what is said is objectively, in the sense of absolutely, true, which would be a relativist belief, or that she does not even raise the question whether it is objectively true. So Gadamer perhaps argues here that it is not the attempt to understand what an author is saying as such, or even a relativist critique of, for example, metaphysics, that is to be resisted. It is rather the attempt to understand texts in terms of the specific situation, as he puts it, in which they were written. This approach does not even raise the question if what is said is objectively true. It is similar to the skeptical and relativist approach in that it goes beyond the self-understanding of authors. For instance, the classical philosophers surely did not see their own claims in terms of their specific situation, for example, their historical situation, and rather saw them as attempts to deal with the subject matters involved. But the analysis of claims in terms of this situation differs from the skeptical and relativist approach in that it does not take an interest in their truth value and rather sees them as providing information about the circumstances under which they were once made. But Gadamer maybe sees relativism as an enterprise of this kind, and maybe it is this which informs his claim that relativism is the culmination of historicism. However, that would be a somewhat improper understanding of relativism, which of course does take an interest in the truth value of claims. And maybe he would argue that relativism in this sense has destroyed the pragmatic meaning of the history of philosophy. Moreover, his claim that nihilism is a consequence of historicism may be understood as referring to a nihilist view which says that the question of the truth value of claims may be ignored. Now, in addition to nihilism of meaning and value, there is a nihilism of truth which says that there is no truth in a certain domain, or more generally. But this type of nihilism does not, or so it might be argued, ignore the truth value of claims in declaring that the property true does not belong to them. So maybe it is a nihilism in the sense of indifference towards questions of truth value, and not a nihilism of truth in a proper sense, which explicitly denies that there is truth, that Gadamer sees as fostered by historicism. Nihilism of truth does not appear to be an example of that indifference which Gadamer laments in historicism. On the other hand, Gadamer's claim that the problem with historicism is that it undermines the tendency to value unconditionally suggests that it is not only the attempt to analyze claims in terms of their specific situation and a concomitant indifference of this kind that he objects to, but any attempt that does not take a stand, or even an unconditional stand, on questions of truth and falsehood. Indeed, Gadamer sometimes even seems to regard the ideal hermeneutical attitude as searching for a position to which the interpreter may subscribe. In this context, Gadamer does indeed seem to hold that it is the attempt to simply understand what authors are saying that is to be resisted, and not only the attempt of historicism to understand what authors are saying in terms of their specific situation. When arguing in this way, Gadamer stresses application, Anwendung, Gadamer 1989, 307f. 10. The interpreter should apply, Anwenden, history to herself instead of treating it. 393. Gadamer's critique of historicism. 393. Historically. And Gadamer sometimes argues that application means regarding oneself from another standpoint, which is then seen as valid, or at least as possibly valid. He says the following when discussing Hegel's theory of Bildung, acculturation and education in a more specific sense. 11. That is what, following Hegel, we emphasized as the general characteristic of Bildung, keeping oneself open to what is other and deres to other, more universal allgemeinere points of view. To distance oneself and from one's private purposes. Zweck means to look at these in the way that others die anderen see them. Gadamer 1989, 17. Gadamer does not explain what he means by one's private purposes here. But the gist of the passage is perhaps clear enough. The encounter with the perspectives and beliefs of others somehow leads to a situation in which one, as it were, looks at oneself by means of them, and thus subscribes to them. Gadamer also argues that interpretation is in some sense always influenced by the interpreter's prejudices, Vorurteil, Gadamer 1989, 270f. They form the Horizont, of the interpreter. However, a fusion, Verschmelzung, of the interpreter's horizon with that of the text she is studying may occur if this study is characterized by sufficient openness. Gadamer 1989, 3067. 12. Gadamer says the following when describing what he takes to be the proper attitude towards tradition, Die Überlieferung 13. I must allow tradition's claim to validity, not in the sense of simply acknowledging the past in its otherness Andersheit, but in such a way that it has something to say to me. Someone who is open to tradition in this way sees that historical consciousness is not really open at all, but rather, when it reads its texts historically, it has always thoroughly smoothed them out nivellered beforehand, so that the criteria of one's own knowledge can never be called into question by tradition. Gadamer 1989, 361. Gadamer here seems to say that historical consciousness makes the past unable to address the present. Gadamer tells us that there is an attempt to discover typical behavior in one's fellow men in such a way that predictions about others on the basis of experience can be made. In the case of historical study, this approach does not recognize the actual or even merely possible otherness of the past and rather assumes that, for example, current modes of thought and conduct are transhistorical. We thus understand the other person in the same way as we understand any other typical event in our experiential field. Erfahrungsfeld, Gadamer 1989, 358. This perception of other persons, be they contemporary or historical, brings to mind Hume's aforementioned claim that history informs us about the constant and universal principles of human nature, Hume 1976, 83. In contrast to this perception of the other, there is an approach which claims to understand the other person from his point of view and even to understand the other better than the other understands himself. Gadamer 1989, 359. As examples of this approach, Gadamer mentions charitable or welfare work and the teacher-pupil relationship. Leaving aside the question what this might mean in these specific cases, we may note that Gadamer seems to say that this approach correctly recognizes the other as a unique person, and does not merely see her as an example of allegedly trans-historical types of thought and conduct. But Gadamer goes on to say. 394. Andersdenstedt. 394. In the hermeneutical sphere, the parallel to this experience of the Thou Erfahrung des Du is what we generally call historical consciousness. Historical consciousness knows about the otherness of the other, about the past in its otherness, just as the understanding of the thou knows about the other as a person. In the otherness of the past it seeks not the instantiation of a general law but something historically unique. Gadamer 1989, 360. And Gadamer asserts that this approach is seeking to master Herzia word in the past, as it were, 1989, 360. Against which view is Gadamer reacting more specifically in this context? 19th century hermeneutics tended to involve the assumption that the interpreter may understand authors better than they understood themselves because of his superior historical consciousness. The theologian and philosopher Friedrich Schleiermacher, 1768–1834, says that the hermeneutical task is to understand a text just as well as or even better than its author, Schleiermacher 1990, 93. And Dilthey calls the ability to detect influences, for example, contextual influences, of which authors themselves were unaware genius, Dilthey 2002, 237. Gadamer does not deny the presumption of knowing better as regards influences of this kind, but he nevertheless holds that interpretation should focus on the subject matter of the text and not on them. When it comes to the subject matters of philosophy, for example, the nature of knowledge and morality, the present age should not assume that it knows better than the past. Gadamer 1989, 192. Understanding and application. In opposition to these two attitudes to the other, Gadamer praises what he calls the highest type of hermeneutical experience, which involves openness to tradition. Gadamer 1989, 361. What does this openness consist in? Gadamer says, in a passage that I have already quoted, that it consists in allowing tradition's claim to validity, not in the sense of simply acknowledging the past in its otherness, but in such a way that it has something to say to me. Now, this claim seems to make a case for what Rorty calls rational reconstruction of the philosophers of the past, an approach that treats them as contemporaries, as colleagues with whom one can exchange views. Rorty 1984, 49. According to Rorty, we should not hesitate to treat the history of philosophy as we treat the history of science. In the latter case, we feel no reluctance in saying that we know better than our predecessors. Similarly, when studying the history of philosophy we should not hesitate to extract, as it were, those things that appear valuable to us and ignore the rest. Rorty 1984, 49. We should rationally reconstruct the philosophies of the past instead of making them the object of historical reconstruction. In Gadamer, there is, as we have just seen, no such presumption of the superiority of the present age. But what Gadamer calls application requires an ability to see the past as a partner in conversation, as it were, and in this respect it resembles what Rorty calls rational reconstruction after all. As we have seen, Gadamer sometimes describes the difference between the historical approach and application in a rather stark fashion. Either one is simply trying to understand a claim in a historical, disinterested fashion, or one applies it so that either it, or a fusion of the horizons involved, becomes a position to which one may subscribe. To be sure, Gadamer also holds that historical consciousness may have philosophical import, and that it may aid in application in that sense. He says, as we have also seen, that to perceive oneself from other points of view, which would appear to require historical consciousness, can have philosophical consequences insofar as it allows the adoption of more universal points of view. Conversely, understanding the historical otherness, andersmening, of a text requires suspension. 395. Gadamer's critique of historicism. 395. Suspension, of one's prejudices, Gadamer 1989, 299, which would seem to require philosophical reflection. Thus, it may perhaps rightly be said that hermeneutical truth-oriented and historical motifs interpenetrate in Gadamer's thought. Pannenberg 1986, 125. Once again, it may be suspected that when Gadamer questions the value of historical consciousness, he does not question the attempt to understand in a historically sensitive way as such. If this suspicion is correct, Gadamer is instead denying, for example, the validity, or perhaps rather the fruitfulness, of the attempt to understand in terms of the specific situation, as he puts it, in which claims were once made. It is maybe the contrast between this form of historical understanding and application that is seen by Gadamer in a stark fashion. Thus, for instance, Dilthey's view that historical consciousness rises above and utterly replaces the systematic and truth-oriented effort of philosophy is anathema for Gadamer. Similarly, Dilthey argues that there is a causal nexus, causal Zusammenhang, connecting philosophy with its historical context, from which context it emerges. Dilthey 2000, 2. Dilthey's examination of this nexus is also beyond both relativism and skepticism, and is not concerned to raise questions of the truth value of claims. And Gadamer would reject this approach as well. But it might be argued that even the attempt to trace causal relations between historical contexts and philosophical beliefs may be a form of application in Gadamer's sense insofar as it permits reflection on the possibility that one's own philosophical beliefs are not arrived at in an autonomous, reflective way, that they are rather caused by one's historical context, and that one may overrate the degree to which one justifiably holds them insofar as one disregards this causality. In this sense as well, the distinction between historical understanding and application may be fluid. But Gadamer does not argue in this way himself. Now, Rorty approves of Quentin Skinner's view that the indispensable value of studying the history of ideas is to learn the difference between what is necessary and what is the product merely of our own contingent arrangements. Skinner 1969, 52-53, quoted in Rorty 1984, 51. Historical knowledge is not of merely historical significance. The ability to distinguish between the necessary and the historically contingent is the key to self-awareness itself. Skinner 1969, 53, quoted in Rorty 1984, 51. However, the discovery that some of our arrangements are specific to our historical context would not be sufficient to warrant the conclusion that they are contingent in the sense that they should be dispensed with by us, or even the conclusion that the possibility that they should be dispensed with should be considered by us. This discovery only shows, or perhaps even only indicates, that they are contingent in the sense that they might not have transpired and that they might someday come to an end. But insofar as one assumes that a belief that one holds is trans-historical, that there are good reasons for this fact, and not only historical causes of it, and that these reasons are accessible to any normally rational individual, regardless of historical context, the discovery that this belief is not trans-historical should give rise to self-reflection. So there is perhaps at least something to be said for Rorty's and Skinner's views here. Similarly, Gadamer would not seem to consistently deny that historical consciousness may aid application as long as it does not, for example, focus on the specific situation of claims. But he also, as we have seen, appears to hold that it is not only the reduction of philosophy to a historical source in this sense that is to be resisted, but also the analysis of the philosophies of the past in terms of the properly philosophical standpoints that they involve, an analysis forming part of an attempt to simply understand what the authors in question are saying. Gadamer thus argues that Bildung means transposing oneself, sich versetzen, into other standpoints. This process should not occur in such a way that one's own standpoint is left behind, for what do we mean by transposing ourselves? Certainly not disregarding. 396. Anders Edenstedt. 396. Ourselves. This is necessary, of course, insofar as we must imagine the other situation. But into this other situation we must bring, precisely, ourselves. Gadamer 1989, 305. It is this transposing that allows the past to address the present and to function as something more than a mere historical source, as it were. Gadamer says that understanding is not playing, in the sense that the person understanding playfully spielerisch holds himself back and refuses to take a stand with respect to the claim made on him. Gadamer 1989, 490. And when discussing the character of Plato's dialogues, Gadamer says, here again it is not a matter of leaving the subject undecided. Someone who wants to know something cannot just leave it a matter of mere opinion meinungen, which is to say that he cannot hold himself aloof distancieren from the opinions that are in question. Gadamer 1989, 368. Gadamer is here perhaps pointing out that knowledge requires belief. One cannot know something which one does not believe. Alternatively, he may be understood as saying that the very understanding of a claim, knowing it, requires taking a stand on it. On this, more radical, view, there is no historical understanding of a claim. Understanding a claim involves making it oneself, however provisionally, or at least taking a stand on it. To be sure, one may understand a claim in a verbal sense without making it or taking a stand on it. But this, Gadamer would perhaps say, is something else than understanding it properly, that is, understanding it as true, or as possibly true, or at least as a claim to truth. And Gadamer argues that we only inauthentically understand questions that we do not pose ourselves in terms of the historical circumstances under which they were once authentically posed. Gadamer 1989, 375. The very understanding of a question in an authentic sense, whatever that may mean in more detail, involves asking it oneself. But, as we have seen, Gadamer does not consistently deny that historical consciousness may have applicative relevance. He stresses the need for a form of self-reflection which is in some sense applicative, but which is nevertheless not concerned to take an immediate stand, or a stand at all, on the truth value of claims. Gadamer discusses the encounter with persons who speak an alien language or live in an alien culture and thereby says, every encounter of this kind allows us to become conscious of our own preconceptions voormening in matters which seemed so self-evident to oneself that one could not even notice one's naive process of assuming that the other person's conception was the same as one's own, which generated misunderstanding. Gadamer 1997, 45. The encounter with a belief challenging a belief of one's own may, Gadamer seems to say, lead to a situation in which they are jointly considered as possibilities, without a decision being made in favor of one of them. It cannot be denied, however, that Gadamer often appeals to a form of application which is more directly truth-oriented than such a joint consideration of beliefs seen as mere possibilities. Anders Edenstedt. 398. The continuing reactions to and interpretations of all texts in the widest sense in a historical context. Gadamer's account of tradition has a somewhat nominalist and individualist ring. He does not, however, himself use these terms in this context. Tradition is not a substantial entity in its own right with causal power. It is only a name, Latin, nomen, that may be attached to all, collectively, individual texts in the widest sense in a historical context, and to all the individual appropriations of them. A holist, from the Greek holos, which means whole, in this regard argues that cultures or traditions exist as wholes with causal powers and that they, to some extent at least, cause the behavior of individuals. By contrast, an individualist argues, for example, that the cause of an individual interpretation of a text is not a culture or a tradition in the holist sense, but rather other interpretations and texts and so forth. And Gadamer seems to hold such a view. So what is our tradition in our historical context? Gadamer sometimes speaks of a single, fundamentally uninterrupted Western tradition going back all the way to Greek antiquity. Gadamer 1985, 10. Gadamer's individualist view in this regard does not mean that he sees tradition as heterogeneous and as subject to constantly shifting appropriations of individuals in that sense. For a discussion of this issue, see Edenstedt, 2017, ch. 5. Hermeneutics and Rhetoric. 401. Pains to correct his incredulous student, who assumed rhetoric must subordinate itself to ethics and practical wisdom, but we have to understand that there's something prior to Francis, and that is rhetoric. Rhetoric is the starting point. The whole of ethics is rhetoric, and the idea that phronesis is rhetoric already occurs in Aristotle, 2006, 53. The argument he develops in his conversation with Daughtery begins to fulfill the agenda he had announced to Grandin. To understand this late movement in Gadamer's thought, we have to unpack his view of the rhetorical legacy that was carried forward in Renaissance humanism and its progenies in Protestant hermeneutics. 1. Although much of this history of influence has already been told, there is still the lingering question about what Gadamer had in mind by his intimation of the more profound meaning of rhetoric. Grandin, who agrees that Gadamer developed a more ambitious conception of rhetoric after truth and method, theorized what this more profound meaning might be, 2014, 139. He pointed to Gadamer's unflagging interest in Augustine's doctrine of the verbum interius, and argued that the verbum was a precursor to hermeneutic understanding as the genes qua of linguistic being all that language points to but cannot fully express, Grandin 1995, 104. But Gadamer's view of the verbum interius as a formal indication of rhetoric's function, in its Thomistic as well as Augustinian origins, is actually an argument about the structure of the ineffable, Arthos 2009, Oliva 2009. What Gadamer will explore after truth and method is how the immediately evident, eikos, as an intimation of truth is worked out in our practical being in the world, prudentia. By explicating the doctrine of the hermeneutic circle, the inventional mechanics of legal judgment, the dialectic of the sensus communis, the humanist unity of logos, ethos, and pathos, and the interrelation of author, meaning, and reader, he was in effect deciphering the more profound meaning of rhetoric as it became hermeneutics. Gadamer 1981, 119. When Gadamer appends the subtilitas application andi, acuteness of application, to pietist hermeneutics, he is repeating Cicero's effort to rejoin what Aristotle had separated rhetorical techn, ars, and practical judgment, prudentia. 2. My plan in this chapter is to marshal the rhetorical bits and pieces scattered throughout Gadamer's work into a coherent picture in order to help us flesh out his developing sense of rhetoric's more profound meaning. His late claim that the rhetorical and hermeneutical aspects of human linguisticality completely interpenetrate each other durchdringen sich auf vollkommenweise will serve as the warrant and interpretive key to my exegesis. Gadamer 2008, 25. 1999b 238. Gadamer's rhetorical humanism. The groundwork for Gadamer's interpenetration thesis is what I am going to call his rhetorical humanism. With the exception of Ernesto Grassi, Gadamer remains far more predisposed and closer to both the manner and spirit of classical humanism than his philosophical counterparts. 3. Gadamer certainly develops his own unique, rich, and magisterial voice out of a palimpsest of critical, speculative, existential, neo-Kantian, phenomenological, and Heideggerian threads, but his manner of expression somehow remains faithful to the idioms of the older legacy. Habermas, Derrida, Ricoeur, Perelman, Foucault, et.al. rely heavily on and work closely with classical rhetorical concepts, but immediately transmute and weave these borrowings into continental idioms. It is because of this fidelity to humanist idioms that he was able to translate Heidegger's strange idiosyncratic vernacular into the direct and simple vocabulary of person, action, life, and choice. Where Aristotle says that we deliberate about things for which we have no systematic rules, 1926b, 23, Gadamer simply adds that there are no rules governing the reasonable use of rules, 1981, 121. Just as prudential judgment is always determined, according to Aristotle, relative to us, at the right time, on the right occasion, towards the right people, for the right purpose. 402. John Arthos. 402. And in the right manner, 1926a, 93, so, for Gadamer, a text that is in need of interpretation, a law, decree, claim, communication, work of art, must be understood at every moment, in every concrete situation, in a new and different way. 1993, 3067. Aristotle teaches that moral judgment comes under no science or professional tradition, and the agents themselves have to consider what is suited to the circumstances on each occasion. 1926a, 77. To which Gadamer adds that human judgment is directed towards the concrete situation and is acquired through living in the community and is determined by its structures and aims. 1993, 21-22. Echoing Aristotle's characterization of the art of rhetoric on the first page of his lectures, Gadamer avers that rhetoric and hermeneutics are both natural talents possessed by everyone, improvable by reflection, 1997, 315, 2006, 51-52, and sovereign over method in their own domain. Determining what is rational in the specific, concrete situation in which you find yourself, which certainly can have many parallels to other situations yet remains the specific situation in which you stand, is something you must do for yourself. What is rational in the sense of the right thing to do in this situation is not prescribed to you in the general orientations you have been given about good and evil, in the same way that the instructions for use that come with a tool tell you how to use it. Rather, you have to determine for yourself what you are going to do. 2001, 79. Philosophical hermeneutics does not simply have deep ties to classical and early modern rhetorical humanism, it is rooted in that soil. When Gadamer says that rhetoric and hermeneutics completely interpenetrate each other, he is talking about a close, genuine, and living collaboration. In what follows I flesh out 5 classical rhetorical principles that anchor Gadamer's vision of hermeneutics as a direct heir to rhetoric. It would be possible to develop this interpenetration in more than one way, but this map will establish the main coordinates accurately. My list retains the Latin version of the terms even where the original Greek is more well known, because I want to underline the primacy of the Latin tradition for Gadamer's assimilation. This linguistic decision bears on the substantive argument my chapter will advance. 5 guiding rhetorical concepts. Verisimile. Gadamer's most frequent shorthand for rhetoric's special virtue is its power of revealing what is true in its immediacy. His teaching here stems directly from Heidegger's interpretation of the Husserlian phenomenon in Being and Time, 7a der Begriff des Pha Nomens, as that which shows itself in itself, das sich in ihm selbst zeigt, 1962, 51, 2001, 28. Heidegger identifies this middle-voiced process of being's coming to presence as das Scheinen, showing, or das Erscheinen, appearing. For appearing as presencing is, in its origins, a Neoplatonic response to the charge, famously thrown at rhetoric, of mere appearance or semblance, blossser Erscheinung. By contrast, as the dialectical partner of withdrawal in Heidegger's fundamental ontology, appearing is, with an echo of Christian incarnation doctrine, manifestation, 2001, 30. Gadamer explicitly connects this Heideggerian doctrine of self-presentation to rhetoric. This concept of evidentness belongs to the tradition of rhetoric. The echoes, the verisimilar, the probable, Wahrschein like true shining, the evident, belong in a series of things that defend their rightness against the truth and certainty of what is proved and known, 1993, 485. The privileged position of this strong. 403. Hermeneutics and rhetoric. 403. Linked to rhetoric in the very last and culminating pages of Truth and Method in an inspired peroration that fuses the recuperation of eloquent speech in the Phaedrus with the Platonic metaphysics of the beautiful, Augustine's theory of the inner word, and Hegel's rising to the universal, all of which Gadamer then links back to the rhetorical doctrine of sensus communis that began his magnum opus, is a clear indication of not only the centrality of rhetoric for the program of philosophical hermeneutics, but its profound depth of meaning for Gadamer. 5. Although strongly associated with the canon of style and rhetoric, echoes has a long cultural history in ancient Greek with strong metaphysical resonances in Plato, which is why Gadamer often refers to the concept in its Greek form. The term echoes is historically and culturally rooted in a nexus of connotations around the judgment of a. what is fitting, b. what seems to be, and c. what is most likely, what Aristotle refers to as that which is for the most part. 6. This extraordinary range of meaning that includes, respectively, an ethical criterion of appropriateness, the weak side of a dualist metaphysics, and a standard of practical judgment, equips the word to range over the treacherous terrain on which philosophy and rhetoric fight for dominance all through the classical period. In Roman rhetoric, verisimile comes to be associated with the stylistic virtue of likeness to truth, but because For Cicero and Quintilian, there is no gap between truth and eloquence, the metaphysical range embedded in eikos is not lost. The tension between these various connotations of eikos at one end, probability and seeming rather than certainty and truth, and at the